Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The rain fell in crooked lines over Azure Jade City, as though even the heavens could not write a straight stroke tonight. Shenwei pressed his back against the cold stone wall of the Fate Pavilion's lower archives and listened to the water drum against the tile roof 3 stories above his head. Down here, in the belly of the great building, the air tasted of dust, old paper, and the faintly sweet residue of celestial ink that had dried 10,000 years ago and still refused to lose its scent. He was 19. He was a scribe. He was nobody. The brush in his hand trembled as he copied the last line of Fate Scroll number 8,847,213, the destiny of a fisherman's daughter in a coastal village he would never visit. The girl's fate read, born under a waning moon. Will catch the golden carp at age 32. Will lose her husband to the sea at age 41. Will die in her sleep at age 67. Content. Shenwei dipped his brush and copied the characters with mechanical precision. He had done this 10,000 times before. He would do it 10,000 times again. This was the work of a mortal scribe, the lowest rank in the Fate Pavilion's hierarchy, lower even than the servants who swept the halls, because at least the servants were permitted to leave the building during daylight hours. Still at it. A voice echoed from the far end of the corridor, followed by the tap of wooden sandals on stone. Shenwei did not look up. He recognized those footsteps the way a rabbit recognizes the padding of a fox. Su Ran appeared at the edge of the lamplight, his robes the deep blue of a mid-rank scribe, 3 silver threads embroidered along the collar to mark his status. He was 21, sharp-jawed, and carried himself as though the Fate Pavilion had been built specifically to house his talent. Scroll 8,847,213. Su Ran read over Shenwei's shoulder. A fisherman's daughter. How thrilling. You must feel so fulfilled. The work is the work, Shenwei replied, keeping his voice flat. The work is the work, Su Ran mimicked, pitching his voice higher. He leaned against the shelf beside Shenwei's desk, crossing his arms. You know, I was promoted again today. Senior scribe Su Ran. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Congratulations. Elder Zhong himself signed the order. He said my calligraphy was the finest he'd seen in a decade. Su Ran paused, letting the silence do its cutting work. When was the last time Elder Zhong said anything about your calligraphy? Shenwei set down his brush. His fingers ached. They always ached, from the first hour before dawn to the last guttering candle of the night. He flexed them carefully, watching the tendons move beneath skin that was perpetually stained with ink. I don't recall Elder Zhong ever speaking to me directly, Shenwei admitted. Exactly. Su Ran pushed off the shelf and straightened his robes. Some people are fated for greatness. Some people are fated to copy scrolls in a basement until their eyes go dim. I wonder which one you are. He left, his sandals tapping a receding rhythm down the corridor. Shenwei stared at the scroll before him. The fisherman's daughter's entire life compressed into 12 lines of celestial text, and felt the familiar hollow ache that lived behind his sternum. It was not anger. He had given up anger years ago. It was something worse, the quiet acceptance that Su Ran might be right. Shenwei had been an orphan since the age of 4. His earliest memory was rain, much like tonight's, and a woman's hand releasing his at the pavilion's gate. He did not remember her face. The pavilion took in orphans. It was cheaper than hiring scribes who expected wages, and trained them in the mechanical art of copying fate scrolls. They were given food, a cot, a brush, and a purpose, and in return they spent their lives transcribing the destinies of strangers. He had never seen his own fate scroll. Mortal scribes were not permitted. Shenwei cleaned his brush, capped his ink stone, and rolled the scroll with the careful precision that had become his only distinguishing trait. He was not the fastest scribe. He was not the most talented. But he was the most careful, and in a pavilion that housed the destinies of millions, care was not nothing. He shelved the scroll in its designated slot, row 88, column 47, position 213, and turned toward the narrow staircase that led to the dormitory level. The pavilion had 7 floors above ground and 3 below. Scribes of his rank lived on sub-level 1, in windowless rooms that smelled of mildew and resignation. As he climbed, his foot caught on a loose stone step. He stumbled, throwing out his hand to catch himself on the shelf beside the staircase. His palm struck the edge of a protruding scroll case, and the sharp brass corner sliced across his index finger. Blood welled instantly, a thin red line across his fingertip. It was a minor cut, the kind scribes accumulated by the dozen. But as his blood dripped, a single drop fell and landed directly on the open scroll he had been working on just moments before. He had not shelved it properly. In his haste, it had unrolled slightly from its case, and the open face caught his blood like a tongue catching rain. Shinwei hissed and pressed his finger to his mouth, tasting copper. He reached for the scroll with his other hand, intending to blot the stain before anyone noticed. Damage to a fate scroll was punishable by 50 lashes. But when he looked at the scroll, his blood froze in his veins. The characters were moving. The line that read, "Will lose her husband to the sea at age 41, was shifting, the ink rearranging itself like ants disturbed from their trail. His blood, the single crimson drop, had landed directly on the word lose, and now the entire sentence was rewriting itself. Shinwei stared, unable to breathe. The line now read, "Will find her husband returned from the sea at age 41. The new characters were not written in celestial ink. They were written in red, the color of his blood, and they pulsed faintly, as though alive. Then, between one heartbeat and the next, the red faded to black, blending seamlessly with the original text. If he had not watched it happen, he would never have known the scroll had changed. The fisherman's daughter's fate had been rewritten. Shinwei stood in the dim corridor, his bleeding finger pressed to his lips, his heart hammering so hard he could hear it in his ears, and he thought, that is not possible. He rolled the scroll carefully, shelved it, and climbed the stairs to his dormitory room on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. He lay on his narrow cot and stared at the ceiling and did not sleep. The cut on his finger had already stopped bleeding, but the black line, so faint he almost missed it, that now traced the vein on the inside of his wrist, that was new. That had not been there before. Chapter 2. For 3 days, Shinwei told himself it had been a hallucination. The lower archives were poorly lit, the air was thick with ink fumes, and he had been working since dawn. Exhaustion could conjure all manner of illusions. He had read about it in the pavilion's medical texts, a condition called ink madness that afflicted scribes who worked too long in enclosed spaces. The symptoms included visual disturbances, paranoid ideation, and the belief that one could hear the scrolls whispering. He had not heard any whispering. That was reassuring. On the 4th day, he returned to the lower archives and found scroll 8,847,213. He unrolled it with hands that trembled only slightly, and he read the fisherman's daughter's fate from beginning to end. The line was exactly as he remembered it. Will find her husband returned from the sea at age 41. Not lose. Find. Shinwei sat at his desk and stared at the scroll for a long time. Then he did something that no mortal scribe had ever done, as far as he knew. He deliberately pricked his finger with the edge of his copying blade and squeezed a drop of blood onto a different scroll. This one belonged to a merchant in the eastern markets. Scroll 9,112,004. The merchant's fate read, will be robbed on the road to Copper Gate at age 35, losing his entire inventory. Shinwei watched his blood land on the word robbed. The characters shifted. The line rewrote itself. Will discover a hidden cache of silver beneath the road to Copper Gate at age 35, doubling his inventory. Red became black. The edit locked into place. Shinwei released a breath he had not realized he was holding. His wrist throbbed. He looked down and saw that the faint black line had extended. It now reached past his wrist to the base of his palm, tracing the vein like ink following a groove. He rolled the scroll, shelved it, and sat in silence. Over the next 3 days, he visited the eastern markets during his single free hour. He learned the merchant's name, Zhao Ping, and watched him from a distance. On the 7th day after the edit, Zhao Ping departed for Coppergate with a cart full of silk. He returned 9 days later, his cart full of silver bars, his face alight with disbelief. I stopped to fix a wheel, Zhao Ping told a crowd of fellow merchants in the tea house, where Shinwei sat nursing a single cup. Dug around the axle to brace it, and my shovel hit something solid. An iron chest, buried right there in the road. Full of old silver, someone must have hidden it during the war. Can you imagine? Right there, where anyone could have found it. But no one else had found it, because no one else's fate had been written to find it. Shinwei set down his tea and left the shop. His hands were shaking. His mind was a storm of implications, each one more terrifying than the last. He could change fate. His blood could rewrite the celestial text that governed every mortal life. The question was not whether this was possible. He had proven it twice. The question was what it meant, and what would happen if anyone found out. He spent the next week in a state of controlled panic. He copied scrolls during the day, his brush moving with its usual precision, and at night he lay on his cot and stared at the black line on his wrist and tried to think clearly. The Fate Pavilion existed to maintain the heavenly Tao's record. The scrolls were sacred, the physical manifestation of heaven's will. To alter them was not merely a crime. It was heresy. The The punishment was not 50 lashes or expulsion. It was annihilation, the complete erasure of one's existence from the mortal record, as though one had never been born. And yet, the fisherman's daughter would not lose her husband. The merchant had found his fortune. 2 small changes, 2 lives made better. Was that not worth something? Shenwei examined the black line on his wrist each morning. It had not grown since the merchant's edit. It seemed to respond to the magnitude of the change. 2 small edits, a small mark. He wondered what a large edit would cost. He decided he was not brave enough to find out. He would stop. He would copy his scrolls, eat his rice, sleep on his cot, and pretend that the most extraordinary thing in the history of the Fate Pavilion had not happened twice in the basement. This resolution lasted exactly 12 days. On the 12th night, he was copying scrolls in the lower archive when he heard footsteps. Not Su Ran's confident tap, but something lighter, quicker, and accompanied by the faint scent of jasmine in a place where nothing had smelled of anything but dust for centuries. He looked up. She stood at the edge of the lamplight like a painting that had stepped off its silk. Her robes were the pale gray of a new scribe, but they fit her as though they had been tailored rather than issued, and her hair was pinned with a single jade comb that caught the light and threw green sparks across the wall behind her. "I'm looking for sub-level 3, she said. Her voice was clear and precise, each word enunciated as though she had learned speech from a textbook. "The duty officer told me to report to the lower archives, but I seem to have found the lower archives instead." "This is sub-level 2, Shenwei said. "Sub-level 3 is 1 floor down. The staircase is behind the 4th shelf on your left." "Thank you." She did not move. She was looking at his desk, at the scroll he had been copying, at the meticulous alignment of his brush and ink stone. "Your workspace is very orderly. The work demands it. The work demands accuracy. Order is a choice." She tilted her head. "I'm Luo Qingmei. I was transferred from the Western Branch." "Shenwei." "I know." She smiled, and there was something in that smile, a knowledge, a purpose, that made the hair on his arms stand on end. "Your reputation for careful work precedes you. I asked to be assigned near your section." Before he could respond, she turned and disappeared down the corridor, Jasmine lingering in her wake. Shenwei sat motionless for a long moment. Then he looked down at his wrist. The black line was faintly warm, as though responding to something or someone nearby. He filed the observation away and returned to his copying. But for the first time in years, the mechanical rhythm of brush and ink could not quiet his mind. Chapter 3. Luo Qingmei was, by any measure, an extraordinary scribe. Within a week of her arrival, she had reorganized the sub-level 3 archives according to a classification system so elegant that even the senior archivists came down to study it. Her calligraphy was flawless, not merely accurate but beautiful, each character balanced with a precision that suggested she understood not just the form of the celestial script, but its underlying structure. She was also, Shenwei noticed, watching him. It was subtle. She never stared. She never followed him. But he would look up from his work and find her gaze sliding away a half-second too late, or he would turn a corner and catch the faint trace of jasmine where no jasmine should be. She appeared at meals when he appeared. She walked the corridors he walked. She asked questions about the archives that were just slightly too specific to be casual. "How are the scrolls organized in sub-level 2? She asked one evening, falling into step beside him as he carried a stack of copied scrolls to the shelving room. "By region? By date of fate inception? By numerical designation?" Shenwei answered. "Each scroll receives a sequential number at the moment of fate inscription. The system is ancient and inflexible, but efficient. If you know the number, you can find any scroll in the pavilion within minutes. Within seconds, if you know the archive well enough. And you do." It was not a question. They walked in silence for a moment. The corridor was narrow, lit by jade oil lamps that cast green-tinged shadows on the stone walls. The Fate Pavilion was beautiful in the way that ancient prisons are beautiful, designed to impress, not to comfort. "Why did you really ask to be assigned near my section?" Shenwei asked. Qingmei's stride did not falter. "I told you. Your reputation. My reputation is that I am careful and slow. There are faster scribes, more talented ones. Su Ran, for instance." A flicker of something crossed her face, amusement, perhaps, or disdain. "Su Ran's calligraphy is technically proficient but spiritually hollow. He copies the shape of fate without understanding its weight. You are different. When you copy a scroll, you treat the words as though they matter." Shenwei stopped walking. He turned to face her, and in the green lamplight, her eyes were the color of dark water, deep enough to drown in, clear enough to see the bottom. "They do matter," he said. "Each scroll is a life." "Yes." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "That's why I'm here." She took the scrolls from his arms, shelved them with efficient grace, and left him standing in the corridor with the feeling that he had just been told something important in a language he did not quite speak. Over the following days, Shenwei found himself drawn into her orbit despite his best intentions. She was brilliant and intense and occasionally cutting, but beneath the precision of her speech there was a warmth that surfaced in unexpected moments. A laugh at his dry observations about archive organization, a gentle correction when he misquoted a passage from the celestial records, a shared silence over evening tea that felt more intimate than conversation. He did not tell her about the blood edits. He did not tell anyone. The secret sat in his chest like a stone, growing heavier with each day. But the temptation grew heavier too. He could not stop noticing the fates he copied. The girl who would be sold into servitude at age 12. The scholar who would be blinded by a falling branch 3 days before his imperial examination. The mother whose child would be stillborn. These were not abstract tragedies. They were precise, scheduled horrors, written in the elegant hand of heaven and filed in the pavilion's archives to be preserved for eternity. And Shenwei knew. He knew in his blood, literally in his blood, that he could change them. On the 15th day after Qingmei's arrival, Shenwei found a scroll that broke his resolve. It was filed in the recently transcribed section, a new fate, freshly written by the heavenly Tao for a child born that morning in Azure Jade City's lower district. Scroll number 12,447,891. The child's fate read, born under an inauspicious star. Will contract the wasting sickness at age 3. Will die at age 4. No descendants. No legacy. No remembrance. For years. The entire span of a human life compressed into 4 years of suffering and an unmarked grave. Shenwei read the scroll 3 times. Then he placed it on his desk, pricked his finger, and let his blood fall on the word die. The characters shifted. The new text read, will recover from the wasting sickness at age 3. Will grow strong. Will live to old age. The red became black. The edit locked into place. And the black line on Shenwei's wrist surged upward like a vine climbing a wall, branching past his palm and reaching his fingers. The pain was immediate and searing. He bit down on his sleeve to muffle his cry, hunching over the desk as fire raced through the veins of his hand. When it subsided, seconds or minutes later, he could not tell. He looked at his hand and saw that the black lines had settled into a web-like pattern across his palm. They pulsed faintly, in time with his heartbeat. He had saved a child's life. He had paid for it with something he did not yet understand. As he rolled the scroll with shaking hands, a sound reached him from the corridor, the deliberate clearing of a throat. Elder Zhong stood in the archway. He was ancient, the oldest scribe in the pavilion, perhaps the oldest living mortal in Azure Jade City. His robes were the deep black of the head archivist, and his eyes, behind spectacles that perched on the bridge of his nose like transparent beetles, were kind and sharp in equal measure. Working late, Shenwei? He asked, his voice the texture of old paper. The work is the work, Elder Zhong. So it is. So it is. The old man shuffled closer, his gaze moving across Shenwei's desk with the practiced efficiency of someone who had cataloged millions of scrolls. You have been spending more time in the lower archives lately. The duty logs show you here past midnight on several occasions. I find the quiet helps my concentration. Elder Zhong adjusted his spectacles. Concentration is a virtue, but so is rest. A tired scribe makes errors, and errors in our work are. He paused, choosing his word with visible care. Consequential. I understand, Elder Zhong. The old man lingered a moment longer, his gaze settling on Shenwei's hand, the left hand, where the black lines were hidden beneath his sleeve. Then he nodded, turned, and shuffled back into the corridor. Shenwei did not move until the footsteps faded entirely. Then he pulled up his sleeve and stared at the web of black veins on his palm. What had he done? What was he becoming? And why did Elder Zhong's kind eyes, in that final moment, hold something that looked terribly like fear? Chapter 4. 3 weeks passed. Shenwei did not touch another fate scroll with his blood. He threw himself into his regular work with a fervor that bordered on obsessive, copying scrolls from dawn to midnight, volunteering for extra shifts, organizing sections of the archive that had not been touched in centuries. If he was working, he was not thinking. If he was not thinking, he was not tempted. But the black lines on his hand would not let him forget. They pulsed softly in the quiet moments, during meals, before sleep, in the brief seconds between shelving one scroll and reaching for the next. They pulsed, and each pulse whispered the same word, more. He began to notice things he had never noticed before. The scrolls in the archive were not inert objects. They hummed with a faint energy, barely perceptible, like the vibration of a struck bell long after the sound has died. He could feel each scroll's signature, its unique resonance in the web of celestial fate. Before, the scrolls had been paper and ink. Now they were living things, singing in frequencies that only he could hear. "You look different," Qingmei said one morning, setting her tea bowl beside his on the refectory table. Shunwei looked up. "Different how?" "Your eyes." She studied him with an intensity that made his skin prickle. They used to be the eyes of a man going through the motions. Now they are the eyes of a man keeping a secret. Everyone has secrets. Not everyone's secrets make their hands tremble when they think no one is looking. Shunwei curled his fingers beneath the table. She was too observant. Far too observant for a simple transfer scribe from the Western branch. "What about your secrets, Qingmei?" he asked, deflecting with a question. "You arrived 3 weeks ago, and you've barely spoken about your past. The Western branch, what was it like?" A shadow crossed her face, quick as a cloud passing over the sun. "Cold," she said. "Remote. The archives there are smaller, but older. Some of the scrolls date back to the first writing." "The first writing?" "Those scrolls are supposed to be in the Celestial Vault, not a branch archive. Copies. Very old copies." She sipped her tea. "I learned a great deal about the structure of fate text there. The grammar of destiny, you might call it. Did you know that every fate scroll follows the same syntactic pattern? Subject, condition, outcome. Born under X. Will experience Y. Will result in Z. I've copied enough scrolls to see the pattern. But have you ever wondered who decided on the pattern? The heavenly Tao writes fate. Yes, but in a language. Languages have rules. Rules can be understood. And anything that can be understood." She trailed off, as though she had said too much. She finished her tea in a single swallow and stood. "I should return to work. Sublevel 3 won't organize itself." Shinwei watched her go and thought, "She knows something. Not about what I've done specifically, but about what is possible. She came here looking for something specific. The question was whether that made her an ally or a threat." That evening, Shunwei was copying scrolls in Sublevel 2 when the impulse struck him. Not the impulse to edit, but the impulse to understand. He closed his eyes and extended his awareness toward the nearest scroll, the way one might extend a hand toward a fire to feel its heat. The scroll's resonance washed over him like a wave. He could feel it, the structure Qingmei had described, but not as abstract grammar. He could feel the flow of fate energy through the text, the way each character connected to the next in a chain of causality. Subject, condition, outcome, but underneath, a deeper layer, a current of something that was almost alive. He opened his eyes. His hand was glowing. The black lines on his palm emitted a faint light, not bright enough to illuminate the room, but visible in the dimness of the archive. The light pulsed in rhythm with the scroll's resonance, as though his veins and the scroll were communicating in a language older than words. Shinwei stared at his hand. He thought about the 3 edits he had made, 2 small, 1 large. He thought about the black lines, the pain, the pulsing, and he formed a hypothesis that terrified him. The edits were not just changing the scrolls. They were changing him. His blood had touched celestial ink and left a residue. Not corruption, not entirely, but something more complex. A connection. A channel between his mortal flesh and the fabric of fate itself. Each edit had widened that channel, and now the channel was wide enough for him to sense the scrolls without touching them. He was no longer just a scribe who could change fate. He was becoming something else entirely. That night, lying on his cot, he held his hand above his face and watched the faint glow of the black lines in the darkness. He thought about what Su Ran had said weeks ago. Some people are fated for greatness, some for obscurity. What if both were true? What if obscurity was the beginning, and greatness was the revision? He did not sleep. He was too busy listening to the scrolls singing in the archives below, a chorus of 10 million destinies, each one a thread in a tapestry he was only beginning to perceive. Chapter 5. The experiments began cautiously. Shinwei set rules for himself, small edits only, nothing that would dramatically alter a person's life path, and never more than 1 edit per day. He kept a hidden journal, written in a personal cipher he invented for the purpose, documenting each edit, its effect, and the physical cost. Day 1. Changed, will trip and break ankle, 2 will trip and catch himself. Cost. No visible change in black lines. Outcome. Confirmed, subject seen walking without injury the next day. Day 4. Changed, will be cheated by a merchant, 2 will notice the deception in time. Cost. Black lines darkened slightly. Outcome. Confirmed, subject confronted merchant publicly. Day 7. Changed, will lose his mother's pendant in the river, 2 will find his mother's pendant at the river's edge. Cost. Black lines extended to base of middle finger. Pain level mild. Outcome confirmed. The pattern was clear. Small edits carried small costs. The black lines, which he had begun to call ink veins in his journal, responded proportionally to the scale of the change. A minor deviation from the fated path cost almost nothing. A significant alteration cost measurably more. But there was another pattern, one he had not expected. With each edit, his ability to sense the scrolls grew stronger. By the 10th day, he could feel the resonance of every scroll within 20 paces without touching them. By the 15th, he could sense the general tone of a fate, whether it was fortunate or tragic, from across the room. By the 20th, he could identify individual scrolls by their unique signature, the way a musician might identify instruments in an orchestra. He was cultivating, not in the way that martial artists or alchemists cultivated, cycling chi through meridians or refining pills in jade cauldrons. He was cultivating through connection to fate itself, each edit strengthening the channel between his mortal body and the celestial weave. In the cultivation texts he had read, scribes had access to the pavilion's library, even if they were not cultivators themselves. This would be called forming a foundation. The first stage of any cultivation path, the moment when raw potential crystallized into something structured, something one could build upon. Shenwei suspected he had progressed beyond the mortal scribe stage. He was not sure what to call the new stage, but in his journal he wrote, ink condensation, the point at which the connection between blood and fate ink becomes stable and self-sustaining. He did not share any of this with Qingmei, despite their growing closeness. They ate meals together, walked the corridors together, and spent long evenings in the archives working side by side in a companionable silence that felt, to Shenwei, like the first real friendship he had ever known. But she was still watching him, and he was watching her watch him. "Have you ever read a scroll that made you angry?" she asked one evening, unprompted. They were shelving scrolls in sub-level 2, working through a backlog of recently transcribed fates. "Every day," Shenwei admitted. "What do you do with the anger?" He considered the question. "I set it aside. The work demands neutrality." Neutrality. She repeated the word as though tasting it. "Is that what you call it?" "I would call it resignation. The acceptance that nothing can be changed." "Can it?" She looked at him sharply. "What do you think?" The question hung between them like a blade. Shenwei felt the ink veins on his hand pulse. Whether in warning or encouragement, he could not tell. "I think," he said carefully, "that the answer to that question could get a person erased from existence." Qingmei held his gaze for a long moment. Then she smiled. A real smile, not the careful, measured expression she usually wore, and returned to her shelving. "Maybe," she said softly. "But what a question it is." That night, Shenwei lay awake and thought about Luo Qingmei and her impossible questions and her jasmine scent and the way her smile had made his chest feel like a scroll being unrolled after centuries in the dark. He thought, "I am in trouble." The trouble was not merely romantic, though the romantic dimension was complicated enough. It was the trouble of a man who was carrying a secret that could end his existence, who was developing a power that he barely understood, and who had just met someone who seemed to see through him with the casual precision of a scribe reading a well-catalogued scroll. In the days that followed, he found himself adjusting his schedule to coincide with hers. Not following her, he was too careful for that, but arranging his archive visits so that their paths crossed naturally. The conversations they shared grew longer, more substantive, touching on topics that scribes were not supposed to discuss. The philosophy of fate, the ethics of predetermination, the question of whether the heavenly Tao's authorship was a gift or a chain. Qingmei had a mind that operated on multiple levels simultaneously. She could discuss the structural grammar of celestial text while casually observing the emotional content of the fate it described. She saw patterns that Shenwei had never noticed, connections between fates, recurring themes in the Tao's authorship, inconsistencies that suggested the celestial text was not as perfect as the pavilion's official doctrine claimed. "Have you noticed," she said one evening, sorting scrolls in a companionable rhythm alongside him, "that the fates written for people born in the spring months are statistically more fortunate than those born in autumn?" "I haven't analyzed the statistics." "I have. The difference is significant, approximately 12% more positive outcomes for spring births. It suggests that the Tao's authorship has seasonal biases, which implies that the Tao is influenced by cycles that it may not consciously control." "You're suggesting the Tao has an unconscious." "I'm suggesting the Tao is more complex than anyone at the pavilion admits." And complexity, Shenwei, means vulnerability. A system with hidden biases is a system that can be understood and potentially influenced in ways its designers did not intend. She spoke these words casually, as though discussing the weather, but the implications made Shenwei's skin prickle. She was describing, in abstract terms, the possibility of what he was already doing. Influencing the system, editing the fate. He wanted to tell her everything. The urge was almost physical, a pressure behind his sternum, pushing words toward his throat. But he held them back. Not yet. The risk was too great, and the trust, though growing, was not yet complete. Instead, he said, "You think about dangerous things, Qingmei. Dangerous thinking is the only kind worth doing." Chapter 6. On the 23rd day of his experiments, Shunwei made an edit that changed everything. He had been working late in the lower archives. This was not unusual. What was unusual was the scroll he found misfiled in the recent transcription section. It was old, far older than anything that should have been in that section, and its numerical designation was anomalous. Scroll number 1. The first scroll. The first fate ever written. Shinwei's hands trembled as he unrolled it. The text was in an archaic form of celestial script, barely readable, but his enhanced perception, his ink condensation awareness, allowed him to feel the meaning beneath the characters. The scroll read, "In the beginning, there was no fate. All beings moved freely through the stream of possibility. Then the heavenly Tao spoke, and its words became chains, and each chain was a life bound to a predetermined path. This was called order. This was called mercy. This was called control." Below this preamble, in smaller text, "And should any being discover the means to break these chains, let the heavenly Tao's wrath be swift and absolute. For free will is the enemy of order, and order is the foundation upon which heaven stands." Shenwei read the passage 3 times. Then he sat back in his chair and felt the world rearrange itself around him. Fate was not natural. It was imposed. The heavenly Tao had not created destiny as an act of benevolence. It had created it as an act of control. Every scroll in this building, every life predetermined and filed and archived, was not the expression of cosmic wisdom, but the enforcement of cosmic authority. And his ability, his blood's power to rewrite the text, was not an aberration. It was a threat, the one thing the heavenly Tao feared, a mortal who could break the chains. He shelved the scroll carefully, his mind racing. He needed time to think. He needed Shunwei. He turned. Elder Zhong stood in the archway again, but this time he was not alone. Behind him stood 2 figures in white robes, not scribes. Their robes bore the sigil of the heavenly authority, the administrative arm of the celestial court that oversaw the Fate Pavilion from above. "Inspectors, these gentlemen are conducting a routine review of our archives," Elder Zhong said, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of a man reading from a script. "They will need access to the recent transcription section. Would you be so kind as to guide them?" "Of course, Elder Zhong." The inspectors were silent men with pale eyes and an unnerving stillness. They moved through the archives with mechanical efficiency, pulling scrolls at random and examining them with instruments Shunwei had never seen. Thin crystal rods that glowed when pressed against the celestial text. One of the instruments glowed red when it touched scroll 9,112,004, the merchant scroll, the one Shunwei had edited. The inspector frowned. He examined the scroll closely, running the crystal rod along each line. When it reached the edited passage, the rod pulsed crimson. "Anomaly," the inspector said. It was the first word either of them had spoken. "Mark it." His companion produced a small jade tablet and pressed it to the scroll. The tablet absorbed something, a resonance, a signature, and stored it. Then they moved on. Shenwei's blood was ice. They could detect his edits. Not immediately, not by sight, but with the right tools, the altered text left a trace, a residual energy that differed from the original celestial ink. He watched the inspectors work for another hour, barely breathing. They flagged 2 more scrolls. One he had edited, one he had not. The false positive gave him a shred of hope. Their instruments were not perfect, but they were close enough to be dangerous. After the inspectors left, Shunwei found Elder Zhong in his office on the 3rd floor. The old man was writing at his desk, his brush moving with the slow deliberation of extreme age. "Elder Zhong, may I ask, how often do inspections like this occur?" The old man did not look up. "Rarely. Once a decade, perhaps. Something has drawn their attention. An anomaly in the celestial weave, a fluctuation in the fate pattern of this region." He paused. "These things are usually nothing. A natural resonance, a celestial misalignment. Nothing to concern yourself with." "Of course." Shenwei turned to leave. At the door, Elder Zhong's voice stopped him. "Shenwei, if you were to discover something unusual in the archives, something that should not be there, you would report it, wouldn't you?" "Naturally, Elder Zhong." "Good. Good." The old man's brush resumed its careful strokes. "The pavilion's integrity depends on our vigilance. All of us, even the most junior scribes." Shenwei walked back to the lower archives on legs that trembled with every step. The inspectors could detect his edits. They were looking for him, not him specifically, not yet, but for the source of the anomaly his edits had created. He had been careless. He had been arrogant, and now the machinery of heaven was turning its eyes toward Azure Jade City. He needed to stop editing. Permanently. He needed to be invisible, unremarkable, the faceless scribe that everyone expected him to be. The resolution formed in his mind like steel being forged. No more edits. No more experiments. The secret dies here. It lasted exactly 6 hours. Chapter 7. The child was dying. Shinwei learned about it the way he learned about most things in Azure Jade City, through the scrolls. He was copying a batch of updated fate entries. Fates were occasionally amended by the heavenly Tao itself, small adjustments to account for cascading effects. When he found a scroll marked with a red seal. Red seals meant imminent fulfillment. The fate described was about to occur. Scroll 12,501,337. A boy named Chen Bao, age 6, son of a vegetable seller in the lower market. The fate read, will be struck by a runaway cart on the street of Copper Bells during the hour of the horse. Will die before the hour ends. His mother will find him in the gutter. She will never recover. Tomorrow. The hour of the horse was noon. The child would die tomorrow at noon. Shinwei put down the scroll and pressed his palms flat on the desk. His ink veins pulsed, not with temptation, but with something deeper, something that felt like the resonance of the scroll itself crying out against its own content. He could change this. One drop of blood, one edit, one saved life. But the inspectors had just been here. Their instruments could detect alterations. If he edited this scroll, he would be leaving another trace, another breadcrumb for them to follow. He thought about the boy, 6 years old, a vegetable seller's son, a child who liked to chase pigeons in the market square. Shinwei had seen him, a small figure with a gap-toothed grin, darting between stalls while his mother called after him in fond exasperation. He thought about the mother. She will never recover. He thought about the inspectors and their crystal rods and their jade tablets. He thought about annihilation. Then he pricked his finger and let his blood fall. The edit wrote itself almost before he could form the intention. Will be pulled to safety by a stranger before the cart arrives. Will live. The red became black. The ink veins surged up his forearm, branching like lightning, and the pain was a white-hot wire threading through his muscle. He gasped, gripping the edge of the desk, and rode the agony until it subsided into a deep, throbbing ache. When he looked at his arm, the ink veins had spread from his hand to his elbow. They were no longer faint. They were visible, dark lines tracing the map of his circulatory system beneath the skin. He would need to wear long sleeves from now on. The next day, at 1:45, Shinwei stood at the corner of the street of Copper Bells and watched. The boy, Chen Bao, was there, sitting on a crate outside his mother's stall, kicking his feet and eating a peach. The street was busy with midday traffic, carts, horses, pedestrians, the organized chaos of a market district at its peak. At noon precisely, a horse broke free from its harness 3 blocks away. The cart it had been pulling, loaded with stone blocks for a construction project, careened down the street of Copper Bells with gathering speed, scattering pedestrians like leaves before a storm. It was heading directly for the boy's crate. Shinwei moved without thinking. He crossed the distance in 4 strides, swept the boy off the crate, and threw them both behind the stone wall of a side alley. The cart thundered past, inches from his feet, and struck the crate where Chen Bao had been sitting. The crate exploded into splinters. The boy was screaming. His mother was screaming. Half the street was screaming. Shinwei set the boy down, checked him for injuries, a scraped knee, nothing more, and handed him to his mother. The woman clutched her son to her chest, tears streaming down her face, and looked at Shinwei with an expression that he would carry for the rest of his life. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Shinwei nodded, unable to speak, and disappeared into the crowd. He had not just edited the scroll. He had been the edit. This stranger, who pulled the boy to safety, that was him. The fate he had written had used him as its instrument. Was this always how it worked? Did the edits recruit their authors as actors in the revised scene? He did not know. He had too few data points and too many questions. But one thing was clear. He had saved a life, and the cost, physical, emotional, spiritual, was one he was willing to pay, even if it destroyed him. Chapter 8. The aftermath of the Street of Copper Bells incident was complicated. On the one hand, Shinwei had saved a child's life, and no one connected the act to the Fate Pavilion or its archives. The event was treated as a fortunate coincidence. A stranger with quick reflexes, a boy with a guardian spirit, the kind of near-miss that becomes a story told over wine and eventually fades into the background noise of urban life. On the other hand, the celestial weave did not forget. 2 days after the edit, Shinwei felt a tremor in the archives. Not a physical tremor. The walls did not shake. The scrolls did not fall from their shelves. But a resonance, a disturbance in the fate field that permeated the building. It was as though a stone had been thrown into a still pond, and the ripples were spreading outward through the web of interconnected destinies. He had changed a boy's fate, but that boy's fate was connected to other fates. The cart driver's fate had been altered by the boy's survival. The mother's fate had been altered. The merchants who witnessed the event, the healer who treated the scraped knee, the construction crew who lost their stone blocks. Each of them experienced a tiny deviation from their written path, and each deviation generated its own ripples. Shunwei realized, with dawning horror, that a single edit did not change one fate. It changed hundreds, potentially thousands. The interconnected web of destiny meant that every alteration propagated outward in ways he could not predict or control, and each propagation created more traces for the inspectors to detect. He buried himself in the archives, using his ink condensation awareness to track the ripples. He could feel them spreading through the scrolls, a subtle wrongness, like a note played slightly out of tune in an otherwise perfect symphony. The wrongness was faint, barely detectable by anyone without his unique sensitivity, but it was there. "You've been even more reclusive than usual," Qingmei observed, appearing at his desk with 2 cups of tea. She set one before him without asking if he wanted it. "I had to bribe the duty officer to tell me you were down here. It's past midnight, Shunwei. I'm tracking something." "Tracking what?" He hesitated. The secret pressed against his teeth, demanding release. He had carried it alone for weeks, and the weight was becoming unbearable. But telling Qingmei, telling anyone, would put them in danger. "A filing anomaly," he lied. "Some scrolls in the recent section have been misclassified." Qingmei sat down across from him, curling her hands around her teacup. The lamplight softened her features, smoothing the sharp intelligence of her expression into something warmer. "You're lying," she said. "I'm not." "You are. Your left hand moves to your sleeve when you lie. You've been doing it since I met you. It's a tell, a good one, subtle enough that most people would miss it, but I'm not most people." Shunwei forced his hand to be still. "Qingmei, I'm not asking you to tell me. Whatever you're carrying, it's yours to carry until you're ready to put it down. But I want you to know that when you are ready, I'll be here." She sipped her tea. He sipped his. The silence between them was not comfortable, exactly, but it was honest. 2 people acknowledging the shape of an unspoken truth without demanding that it be spoken. "Why are you really here?" Shunwei asked for the second time since they'd met. "And this time, please don't say my reputation." Qingmei set down her cup. She looked at him for a long time, and in her eyes he saw a decision being made, a gate opening or closing, a fate being chosen. "I was sent here to monitor an anomaly," she said quietly. The Western Branch detected fluctuations in the celestial weave originating from Azure Jade City. My superiors, not the Pavilion administration but a separate authority, asked me to investigate. Shunwei's blood chilled. "What kind of authority?" "The Fate Watchers. We're a covert branch of the Celestial Court. Our purpose is to observe and report anomalies in the fate field, unauthorized edits, spontaneous mutations, the occasional natural resonance that mimics interference. Most of what we investigate turns out to be nothing. And this one is not nothing." She met his eyes steadily. "The fluctuations are real, localized to this pavilion, and increasing in frequency. Someone is altering fate scrolls, Shunwei. And whoever it is, they're getting bolder." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Shunwei had ever heard. "What will you do when you find them?" he asked, and his voice sounded far away, as though it belonged to someone standing at the other end of a very long corridor. "That depends on who they are," Qingmei said, "and why they're doing it." She finished her tea, stood, and paused at the edge of the lamplight. "Good night, Shunwei. Try to sleep tonight. The scrolls will still be here in the morning." She left. The jasmine lingered. Shunwei sat in the archive and listened to the humming of 10 million fates and thought, "She knows. Not the specifics, but she knows enough to be dangerous. And yet she warned me. She could have reported her suspicions and let the Watchers handle it. But instead she came to me directly and all but told me to be careful. Why? The answer was either very simple or very complicated, and Shunwei was not yet ready to examine which. Chapter 9 For the next week, Shunwei did not make any edits. He focused on understanding his power, using the heightened perception of ink condensation to study the fate field without disturbing it. He was a student now, not an experimenter, and the subject he studied was the architecture of destiny itself. What he learned was both beautiful and horrifying. The fate scrolls were not independent documents. They were threads in a tapestry so vast and intricate that comprehending even a fraction of it required a state of consciousness that bordered on meditation. Each thread, each individual fate, was woven into the fates of every person that individual would ever encounter. Pull one thread, and thousands of others shifted. Pull hard enough, and the entire tapestry could distort. The heavenly Tao was the weaver. Its scrolls were not merely records of what would happen. They were instructions, commands, the operational language of a system designed to maintain cosmic order. The Tao wrote, and reality obeyed. Except when Shun Wei's blood rewrote the text. Then reality obeyed him instead. He began to understand the ink veins differently. They were not corruption, or not only corruption. They were a cultivation artifact, the physical manifestation of his growing connection to the fate field. As a mortal, he should not have been able to interface with celestial systems. But his blood, whatever was different about his blood, acted as a bridge, translating mortal will into celestial syntax. The more he used this bridge, the stronger it became. And the stronger it became, the more he could perceive, and the more he could potentially change. He recorded his observations in his cipher journal, filling page after page with theories, diagrams, and questions. The work absorbed him so completely that he almost forgot about the danger he was in. Almost. Shun Wei. Su Ran's voice cut through the archive like a thrown knife. I know you're down here. Come out. Shun Wei closed his journal and tucked it into the inner pocket of his robe. He stepped into the corridor to find Su Ran waiting with an expression that mixed triumph and malice in equal measure. The duty logs, Su Ran said, holding up a sheaf of papers. I've been going through them. You've been accessing the archives after hours for weeks. Far more than your duties require. And some of the scrolls you've accessed, their locations don't match any assignment I can find in the records. I've been doing supplementary organization. Su Ran's lip curled. That's what you call it? Because to me, it looks like unauthorized access to restricted archives by a mortal scribe who should be copying text and keeping his head down. The scrolls I've accessed are not restricted. Some of them are. Scroll 1, for instance. The first fate. That's restricted to senior archivists and above. And yet someone accessed it 3 weeks ago. The shelf sensors registered a disturbance in that section, and the timing matches your duty log entries. Shun Wei's pulse quickened. He had been careless. The pavilion's physical security, the shelf sensors, the duty logs, was ancient and often unreliable, but apparently not unreliable enough. I may have handled it by accident while organizing nearby. Save it. Su Ran folded the papers and tucked them into his sleeve. I'm taking this to Elder Zhong. If you've been accessing restricted materials without authorization, that's grounds for expulsion. Maybe worse. Su Ran, think about what you're doing. This is exactly what it looks like. A nobody scribe getting above his station. I've been watching you, Shun Wei. Watching you and your new friend Luo Qingmei, huddled together in the archives at all hours. Something is going on, and I'm going to find out what. He turned on his heel and strode away, his blue robes sweeping the corridor floor. Shun Wei stood in the dim light and calculated. Su Ran would go to Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong would investigate. The investigation would lead to the access scrolls, and from there to the edits. The crystal rod inspectors had already flagged several. The chain of evidence was thin but continuous, and at the end of it stood Shun Wei with ink veins on his arm and a cipher journal in his pocket. He needed to act, not react. He had been reacting since the first drop of blood fell. He needed to get ahead of this. He needed allies. That evening, he found Qingmei in the sub-level 3 archives. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by open scrolls, reading by the light of a single jade oil lamp. I need to tell you something, he said. She looked up. In the green lamplight, her eyes were steady, unsurprised. I know, she said. Sit down. He sat. He told her everything. The blood, the edits, the ink veins, the child on the street of copper bells, the first scroll and its revelation about the nature of fate, the inspectors and their crystal rods, Su Ran and his threats. Qingmei listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, Show me your arm. He rolled up his sleeve. The ink veins covered his hand and forearm in a web of dark lines, pulsing faintly in time with his heartbeat. She reached out and touched his wrist. Her fingers were cool and steady, and where they contacted the ink veins, a spark of light jumped between their skins, green, like the jade lamps, but brighter. They both flinched. What was that? Shun Wei asked. Qingmei pulled her hand back slowly. Her expression had changed. The careful neutrality was gone, replaced by something raw, wonder, fear, and a fierce, desperate hope. That was confirmation, she whispered. You're real. I wasn't sure. I hoped, but I wasn't sure. Sure of what? That the Fate editors would return. She met his eyes, and her own were bright with unshed tears. Shun Wei, you are not the first person to do this. Centuries ago, before the heavenly Tao consolidated its power, there were many like you. They were called the free scribes, mortals who could rewrite destiny with their blood. The Tao hunted them to extinction. Or so it believed. She reached into her robe and produced a small, ancient book, its cover worn smooth by countless hands. The Fate Watchers were not created to hunt anomalies, she said. We were created to find the next free scribe, and to protect them. Chapter 10. The book was called The Record of the Unwritten, and it changed everything Shun Wei thought he knew about the world. According to its yellowed pages, the history of the Fate Pavilion and of the heavenly Tao itself was not what the official records claimed. The truth was older, stranger, and far more dangerous. In the age before the heavenly Tao asserted its control, all mortal beings existed in a state of unwritten fate, free to choose, free to fail, free to chart their own course through the chaos of possibility. This was the natural state of existence. Fate, as the pavilion understood it, was an artificial imposition. The heavenly Tao had risen to power by offering order in exchange for freedom. It wrote the first fate scrolls, binding mortal lives to predetermined paths, and in doing so created a stable, predictable world where chaos was contained and suffering was minimized, or so it claimed. In reality, the Tao's control served a deeper purpose. It fed on certainty. Each fulfilled fate generated a quantum of cosmic energy that sustained the Tao's existence. Mortals were not being guided. They were being farmed. The free scribes had discovered this truth and resisted. Using their blood, which contained a rare celestial resonance inherited from an age before the Tao, they could rewrite the fate scrolls, breaking the chains of predetermined destiny and restoring free will to those they touched. The Tao had responded with genocide. The free scribes were hunted across continents, their bloodlines traced and exterminated, their knowledge burned, their very names erased from the historical record. Within a generation, they were gone. Or so the Tao believed. The Fate Watchers were founded by the last free scribe. Qingmei explained. Sitting across from Shun Wei in the dim archive, the ancient book opened between them. She knew she couldn't survive. The Tao's enforcers were too many, too powerful. So she created the Watchers as a legacy. A covert organization embedded within the celestial court itself, hiding in plain sight, waiting for the bloodline to resurface. The bloodline, Shun Wei repeated. My blood. Yes. The celestial resonance in your blood is a genetic inheritance from the original free scribes. It was supposed to be extinct. The Tao thought it had eliminated every carrier. But bloodlines are stubborn things. They hide, they dilute, they wait. And occasionally, against all probability, they express themselves again. How long have the Watchers been waiting? 700 years. The number settled over Shun Wei like a physical weight. 7 centuries of patient vigilance, an unbroken chain of Watchers passing the mission from one generation to the next, all waiting for someone like him. And you, he said, you were sent here specifically to find me. To find whoever was causing the anomalies. I didn't know it was you until, well, honestly, I suspected from the beginning. Your reputation for care, your long hours in the archives, the way you looked at the scrolls as though they were living things. But suspicion is not proof. The spark, when you touched my wrist. She nodded. That was proof. The Watchers carry a trace of celestial resonance ourselves, not enough to edit fate, but enough to detect those who can. When my resonance touched yours, it confirmed the connection. Shun Wei looked at the ink veins on his arm. Is this, the black lines, is this what happened to the original free scribes? Yes. They called it the ink meridians. It's a cultivation network, Shun Wei, similar to the qi meridians that martial cultivators use. But instead of channeling qi, it channels fate energy, the raw stuff of destiny. Each edit you make strengthens the network, allowing you to interface with the celestial weave at a deeper level. And the pain. A shadow crossed her face. The pain is the Tao's immune response. Every time you edit a scroll, the heavenly Tao feels it, like a spider feels a vibration in its web. The ink veins are both your power and your vulnerability. They connect you to the system, but they also expose you to its defenses. The inspectors. Yes, the inspectors are the Tao's first line of defense. If they detect enough anomalies, they'll escalate to the second line, which is the heavenly enforcers, cultivators of the highest order, empowered directly by the Tao to hunt and eliminate threats to the fate system. They are not scribes. They are weapons. Shun Wei closed the book. The weight of the knowledge pressed down on him, compressing the air in his lungs, making the archive feel smaller and more suffocating than it had before. What do you want from me, Qingmei? I want you to survive. And I want you to grow strong enough to do what the original free scribes could not. Challenge the heavenly Tao and win. But that's a long-term goal. Right now, I want to help you with your immediate problem. Su Ran. Su Ran, the inspectors, Elder Zhong, the entire chain of exposure. We need to neutralize the threats to your secrecy before they escalate. How? She smiled, and for the first time, It was a smile with teeth. The same way we've always done it. We edit the narrative. Chapter 11. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Redirect Su Ran's investigation toward a dead end and cover Shenwei's tracks in the archive simultaneously. Qingmei moved first. As a Fate Watcher, she had credentials that superseded the pavilion's internal hierarchy. Credentials she had kept hidden, but which she now invoked in a single, precisely worded letter to the head archivist's office. The letter, bearing the seal of the Celestial Court's Oversight Division, informed Elder Zhong that the recent inspector's visit had been a routine survey, that no actionable anomalies had been detected, and that any internal investigations triggered by the visit should be suspended pending further instruction. Will he believe it? Shenwei asked, watching Qingmei seal the letter with a jade stamp that glowed briefly before fading. He'll obey it. There's a difference. Elder Zhong is a bureaucrat at heart. He follows the chain of command, regardless of his personal suspicions. And Su Ran is a different problem. He's driven by jealousy, not duty. A bureaucratic letter won't stop him. It'll only redirect him. We need to give him something to find. Something that explains the anomalies without pointing to you. They crafted a false trail. A series of documents suggesting that the archive anomalies were caused by a natural phenomenon. A celestial alignment that occurred once every 500 years, generating resonance fluctuations in fate scrolls within a specific geographic radius. The documents were meticulous forgeries, based on real astronomical data that Qingmei pulled from the Watcher's archives. Shenwei planted them in the sections Su Ran was most likely to search, and within 3 days, Su Ran found them. He presented his discovery to Elder Zhong with the triumphant air of a man who had solved a great mystery, and Elder Zhong, who had received the Celestial Court's letter ordering him to stand down, accepted the explanation with visible relief. I feel uneasy about this, Shenwei confessed to Qingmei the night after Su Ran's presentation. We're manipulating him. We're protecting you. There's a difference. Is there? She considered the question seriously. Yes. Manipulation for personal gain is corruption. Manipulation for survival, for the survival of something larger than yourself, is strategy. The free scribes understood this. They were not saints, Shenwei. They were pragmatists who did what was necessary to preserve the possibility of freedom. And if Su Ran gets hurt because of our deception, then we'll deal with that when it happens. Right now, we deal with what's in front of us. What was in front of them, increasingly, was Shenwei's growing power. Since Qingmei's revelation, Shenwei had resumed his experiments, but with guidance now, using the knowledge in the record of the unwritten to structure his cultivation rather than groping in the dark. The book described a formal cultivation path for free scribes, with 7 stages of advancement. Mortal scribe, baseline, no fate editing ability. Ink condensation, the channel between blood and fate ink stabilizes. Script formation, the scribe can write new fate entries, not just edit existing ones. Verse embodiment, the scribe can compose fate verses that affect entire regions. Decree manifestation, the scribe's spoken words carry the force of written fate. Canon ascendant, the scribe can write permanent, irrevocable fates. Heavenly author, theoretical, the scribe becomes equal to the heavenly Tao itself. Shenwei was solidly in the ink condensation stage. His perception of the fate field was strong and growing stronger with each careful practice session. He could now sense individual scrolls from across the room, read their emotional content without unrolling them, and, most remarkably, detect the ripple patterns his previous edits had created in the celestial weave. You need to practice writing new entries, Qingmei told him, sitting beside him in the Sublevel 3 archive, where they had established a private workspace behind a wall of ancient, rarely accessed scrolls. Editing existing text is the foundation, but creating new text is the next stage. Script formation. Creating new fate entries? As in, writing a fate that doesn't exist yet. Not an entire fate. Start small. A single line. A new event inserted into an existing fate path. It's like adding a verse to a poem. The poem's structure absorbs it, and if you've done it well, it reads as though it was always there. Shenwei selected a scroll at random, a seamstress in the lower city whose fate was modest but content. He pricked his finger, held the blood above the scroll, and concentrated. The record described the technique as composing with intent, not merely wishing for a change, but constructing the change in celestial syntax, with proper grammar, proper flow, and proper connection to the surrounding fate threads. It was the difference between scribbling a word in the margin and writing a sentence that belonged. He focused. He structured. He let the blood fall. The new line wrote itself into the scroll. On the first day of autumn, she will find a bolt of silver silk in the market, abandoned and unclaimed, and from it she will craft a garment that brings her renown. The characters were red, then gold, then black. The ink veins on his arm flared with heat, and new branches extended past his elbow toward his shoulder. The pain was sharp but brief. Gold, Qingmei breathed. Your text turned gold before settling. The record says that's the hallmark of script formation. The scribe's intent is strong enough to generate its own celestial resonance, independent of the existing text. Does that mean you've advanced? Ink condensation is behind you. You're entering script formation, Shenwei. He looked at his hand, at the web of ink veins that now covered his entire arm from fingertip to shoulder. He flexed his fingers and felt the fate field respond, not as a passive background hum, but as an active, responsive medium, like water waiting to be shaped by a swimmer's stroke. He was changing. He was growing. And somewhere above, in the heavens that had written his fate, something was beginning to take notice. Chapter 12. The boy Shenwei had saved, Chen Bao, appeared at the Fate Pavilion's gate 3 days later. Shenwei was crossing the main courtyard on his way to the archives when he spotted the small figure standing at the bottom of the stone stairs, clutching a cloth-wrapped bundle and looking up at the building with the wide-eyed wonder of a child confronting something impossibly large. Can I help you? Shenwei asked, descending the stairs. The boy looked up at him with recognition that should not have been possible. Shenwei had saved him in a crowd of hundreds, a momentary encounter in chaos. You're the one who pulled me, Chen Bao said. I remember your face. You should be at home. This building isn't for children. My mother sent this. The boy thrust the cloth bundle toward Shenwei. Dumplings. She makes the best dumplings in the lower market. She says I should bring you dumplings every week until the debt is repaid. There's no debt. Mother says there is. Mother says a life saved is a life owed. She says you're my guardian spirit. Shenwei knelt, bringing his face level with the boy's. Chen Bao's eyes were bright and guileless, and he radiated the specific vitality of a child who had narrowly avoided death and been too young to understand how close it had been. I'm not a spirit, Shenwei said gently. I'm just a man who was in the right place at the right time. Mother says there's no such thing as the right place at the right time. She says fate puts people where they need to be. The irony was so sharp it nearly drew blood. Fate had put Chen Bao under a cart. Shenwei had moved him. He accepted the dumplings, thanked the boy, and watched him scamper back down the street. Then he sat on the pavilion steps and ate the dumplings, which were, indeed, excellent, and thought about the nature of gratitude in a world where salvation was technically heresy. Inside the pavilion, the atmosphere had shifted since Su Ran's discovery of the celestial alignment explanation. The tension that had pervaded the archive since the inspector's visit had eased, replaced by the familiar routine of copying, filing, and cataloging. The scribes went about their work with the mechanical contentment of people who had been briefly alarmed and were now reassured. Elder Zhong, however, was not reassured. Shenwei noticed it in small ways. The old man's increased presence in the lower archives, his lingering glances when Shenwei passed in the corridor, the questions he asked that were just slightly too pointed to be casual. Shenwei, I understand you've been spending time with Scribe Luo, Elder Zhong said one afternoon, intercepting him on the staircase between sublevels 1 and 2. She seems a capable addition to our staff. She is, Elder Zhong. Transferred from the Western Branch, I'm told. Curious, I don't recall authorizing a transfer request. The paperwork simply appeared on my desk one morning, already stamped by the Celestial Court. These things happen, I'm told. Indeed they do. Indeed they do. The old man adjusted his spectacles and peered at Shenwei with eyes that missed nothing. Be careful, young man. Not everyone who appears to be an ally has your best interests at heart. The Celestial Court is a complex institution, and those who serve it have complex loyalties. I appreciate your concern, Elder Zhong. My concern is for the pavilion. Always for the pavilion. He shuffled away, and Shenwei stood on the staircase and thought. He suspects Qingmei. He doesn't know what she is, but he knows she's not what she appears. That evening, Shenwei shared his concerns with Qingmei. She listened, nodded, and said, Elder Zhong is more perceptive than I gave him credit for. We need to be more careful around him, or we could bring him in. Tell him the truth. No. Her voice was sharp, immediate. Elder Zhong is loyal to the pavilion, and the pavilion is loyal to the heavenly Tao. Whatever kindness he shows you, his first duty is to the system. If he learns what you can do, he will report it. He may not want to. He may even try to protect you, but the compulsion of his oaths will not give him a choice. You sound certain. I am. The Watchers have studied the pavilion's administrators for centuries. They are bound by fate oaths, promises written into their own scrolls at the moment of their appointment. Oaths that compel obedience to the Tao's authority. Even if Elder Zhong's heart told him to shield you, his oath would override it. Shinwei felt a cold knot form in his stomach. His own fate is edited? Against his will. Every administrator's fate is. It's standard practice. The Tao doesn't trust mortals to govern other mortals without assurance. The revelation struck Shinwei like a physical blow. The heavenly Tao did not merely write fate, it weaponized it. It used fate oaths as chains, binding its servants to its will with the same celestial text that governed every other aspect of mortal existence. An elder Zhong, kind, careful elder Zhong, who had never been anything but gentle with his most junior scribe, was as much a prisoner as anyone. Could I free him? Shinwei asked. Edit his scroll, remove the oath? Qingmei's expression softened. In theory, yes, but the oath is deeply embedded in his fate path. Removing it would require a significant edit, far larger than anything you've attempted. The karmic cost would be severe, and the ripple effects would be immediately detectable. So he stays chained. For now, but not forever, Shinwei. Not if you grow strong enough. Not if. When. The distinction mattered. Chapter 13. 2 weeks after Qingmei's revelation, Su Ran made his move. Shinwei was in the Sublevel 2 archive, practicing the composition techniques Qingmei had taught him when he heard raised voices from the corridor above. He closed his journal, tucked it away, and climbed the stairs to find Su Ran standing in the main hall, surrounded by 6 scribes, holding a scroll above his head. This, Su Ran declared, his voice ringing off the marble walls, is proof. Shinwei's blood went cold. He pushed through the gathered scribes and saw what Su Ran was holding. Scroll 12,447,891. The child's scroll, the one Shinwei had edited to prevent the wasting sickness. I found it during a routine verification, Su Ran continued, his eyes bright with the fervor of a man who has been vindicated after weeks of being told he was wrong. The text has been altered, not by the heavenly Tao, by a mortal hand. The celestial resonance is wrong. It doesn't match the original inscription pattern. How can you tell? One of the scribes asked. Because I've been studying the inspection reports. Su Ran held up a jade tablet, the same type the inspectors had used. I borrowed this from the inspection kit before it was returned. Watch. He pressed the tablet to the scroll. It glowed red. The gathered scribes murmured. Red meant anomaly. Red meant something was wrong. Someone in this pavilion has been tampering with fate scrolls, Su Ran said. His gaze swept the room and landed on Shinwei with the precision of an arrow finding its target. Someone who spends an unusual amount of time in the lower archives. Someone who accessed restricted scrolls without authorization. Someone who arrived at this very pavilion as an orphan with no recorded lineage and no fate scroll of his own on file. Every eye in the room turned to Shinwei. The silence was absolute. Shinwei could hear his own heartbeat, could feel the ink veins pulsing beneath his sleeve, could sense the fate field trembling around him as though reality itself was holding its breath. Su Ran, he said, and his voice was steady despite the terror flooding his veins. You've made a serious accusation. I assume you have more evidence than a single anomalous scroll. I have 3 anomalous scrolls. I have your duty logs showing unauthorized access. And I have the testimony of the night guard who saw you enter the restricted section on the 14th night of the month. The night guard. Shinwei had not considered the night guard. Let me see the scroll. Elder Zhong's voice cut through the tension. The old man had appeared from his office, drawn by the commotion, and he moved through the crowd with the slow authority of a man who had been resolving crises since before most of the gathered scribes were born. Su Ran handed over the scroll with visible reluctance. Elder Zhong unrolled it, read it, and pressed the jade tablet to the text. It glowed red. Anomalous, Elder Zhong confirmed. He looked at Shinwei. Young man, do you have anything to say? Shinwei opened his mouth. Before he could speak, another voice intervened. I do. Qingmei stepped forward from the back of the crowd. She held a document bearing the seal of the Celestial Court. Not the Oversight Division seal she had used before, but something larger, more ornate, ringed with characters that glowed with active celestial power. This is a direct mandate from the Office of Celestial Investigation, she said, her voice carrying the cold precision of official authority. It supersedes all internal pavilion proceedings. The anomaly that senior scribe Su Ran has identified is known to the Celestial Court and is currently under classified investigation. All evidence pertaining to this investigation is hereby sealed. Discussion of the anomaly outside of official channels is prohibited under Article 7 of the Celestial Code. The room went silent again, but this time the silence was the hush of bureaucrats confronted with a higher authority. Su Ran's face contorted. You can't. This is my investigation. This is the Celestial Court's investigation, senior scribe. Your efforts are noted and appreciated, but this matter is above your clearance level. The jade tablet in your possession is classified inspection equipment that was not authorized for internal use. Please surrender it immediately. Su Ran looked at Elder Zhong. The old man's face was unreadable. Do as she says, Su Ran, Elder Zhong said quietly. The moment of capitulation was visible. A slumping of shoulders, a tightening of jaw, the specific humiliation of a man whose triumph has been stolen in front of an audience. Su Ran handed over the jade tablet, turned on his heel, and stalked from the hall. As he passed Shen Wei, he leaned close enough to whisper, "This isn't over." Shen Wei believed him. After the crowd dispersed, Elder Zhong cornered Qing Mei in the corridor outside his office. "That was a direct mandate," the old man said. "I've been head archivist for 43 years. I have never seen a direct mandate issued for a local anomaly. Whatever is happening in my archives, Scribe Luo, it is not routine." "No, Elder Zhong, it is not." "Should I be afraid?" Qing Mei met his eyes. "That depends on which side you're on." She walked away, leaving the old man standing in the corridor with his hands clasped behind his back and his kind eyes filled with something that looked very much like dread. Chapter 14. That night, Shen Wei could not sleep. He lay on his cot in the dormitory, staring at the ceiling, listening to the breathing of the other scribes in their narrow beds. The dormitory held 20 cots in 2 rows of 10, separated by thin curtains that provided the illusion of privacy without the substance. The air was warm and close, smelling of ink and sweat, and the faint residue of the evening meal. His mind would not stop churning. Su Ran's accusation had been public. Qing Mei's intervention had been dramatic. Neither event could be undone, and both had consequences that were still unfolding. The scribes who had witnessed the confrontation would talk. They were already talking. He could hear whispers from behind the curtains, and talk had a way of reaching ears that were better left deaf. He thought about Elder Zhong's question, "Should I be afraid?" Yes, Shen Wei thought. We should all be afraid. At midnight, he gave up on sleep and crept out of the dormitory. The pavilion's corridors were empty at this hour, lit only by the dim glow of jade oil lamps set at intervals along the walls. He descended to the lower archives, to the workspace he and Qing Mei had established behind the wall of ancient scrolls. She was already there. "Couldn't sleep either?" he asked. "I've been thinking." She was sitting on the floor, her back against the scroll shelf, her knees drawn up to her chest. Without the armor of her professional composure, she looked younger than usual and more vulnerable. Today was too close, Shen Wei. The fake mandate will hold for a while, but it's a stopgap. The real celestial court will eventually notice that someone is issuing mandates in their name, and when they do, the consequences will be severe. How long do we have? Weeks. A month at most. The court's internal auditing is thorough but slow. Then we need to move faster. I need to reach script formation properly. Not just the threshold, but mastery. If the enforcers come, I need to be strong enough to defend myself. And me? Qing Mei said quietly. And you? She looked up at him. In the green lamplight, her eyes were wide and dark, and for the first time since he'd met her, the careful control was entirely gone. She was afraid. Not for herself, for him. Shen Wei, I need to tell you something. The Watchers, my organization, they didn't send me here just to find you and protect you. They sent me to assess you, to determine whether you were worth the risk of activation. Activation? The Watchers have resources. Safe houses, training materials, contacts across the continent. But activating these resources draws attention, the kind of attention that could expose the entire network. My superiors needed to know if you were the real thing, a genuine free scribe with the potential to challenge the Tao, or just a fluke, a minor anomaly that would burn itself out. And your assessment? She stood, crossing the small space between them. She was close enough that he could smell the jasmine, could see the faint lines at the corners of her eyes where fatigue had etched its mark. My assessment is that you're extraordinary, she said. Not because of your power, though that's remarkable, but because of how you use it. You saved a child, Shen Wei. Your first significant edit was to save a child's life. Most people, given the power to rewrite fate, would use it for themselves. You used it for a stranger. That's not extraordinary. That's basic decency. In my experience, basic decency is the rarest thing in the world. She reached out and took his hand, the left hand, the one covered in ink veins. Her touch was warm, and again that spark of green light jumped between their skins, but this time neither of them flinched. I'm sending my report tomorrow, she said. I'm recommending full activation. It means the Watchers will commit their resources to your survival and training. It also means there's no going back. Once the network is activated, your existence becomes a mission, not just a secret. And what about us? The question left his mouth before he could stop it. Us. You and me. Is this, whatever this is, part of the mission? Am I an assignment to you? The hurt that crossed her face was genuine and immediate. No, you were an assignment 3 weeks ago. Now you're. She trailed off, searching for the word. Now you're a choice. My choice. Whatever the Watchers decide, whatever happens with the Tao and the Enforcers and all the rest of it, I choose to be here, Shunwei. With you. He squeezed her hand. The ink veins glowed faintly, and in the dim archive, surrounded by 10 million written fates, two people made a choice that no scroll had predicted. Then we move forward together, he said. Together, she agreed. Chapter 15. Shunwei threw himself into cultivation with a focus that bordered on obsession. Using the techniques in the Record of the Unwritten and Qingmei's guidance, he practiced the art of fate composition for hours each day, writing new entries with increasing precision and complexity. His script formation ability grew rapidly. Within a week, he could compose fate verses that wove seamlessly into existing scrolls, indistinguishable from the Heavenly Tao's own writing to any but the most sophisticated detection methods. The ink veins responded to his progress. They expanded steadily, covering his shoulder and reaching toward his chest, the dark lines forming patterns that Qingmei said resembled the celestial script itself. As though his body was becoming a living fate scroll, inscribed with a destiny he was writing in real time. The original free scribes called this, the body becomes the brush, Qingmei explained during one of their late-night training sessions. As your ink meridians expand, your body becomes a conduit for fate energy. Eventually, you won't need to bleed to edit. Your intent alone will be sufficient. How far away is that? That's decree manifestation stage. You're in early script formation. Be patient. Patience was difficult when every day brought new evidence that the clock was ticking. Su Ran, silenced but not subdued, had taken to watching Shunwei with the cold, calculating patience of a hunter who has been told to wait but has not forgotten his prey. He no longer confronted Shunwei directly. The fake mandate had scared him enough for that. But his presence was a constant pressure, a reminder that exposure was never more than one mistake away. Elder Zhong had grown quieter, more withdrawn. He spent increasing amounts of time in his office, the door closed, his lamp burning late into the night. When he did emerge, his interactions with Shunwei were careful and measured, stripped of the warmth that had once characterized them. Something had changed in the old man's mind, and Shunwei could not tell if it was fear, suspicion, or resignation. And somewhere above, in the celestial bureaucracy that governed the Fate Pavilion, the fake mandate was working its way through audit channels, ticking toward the moment when someone would notice it didn't match any authorized investigation. Shunwei trained harder. On the 10th day of his intensified practice, he achieved a breakthrough. He was composing a fate verse for a practice scroll, an uninscribed blank that Qingmei had obtained from the Watcher's supply cache, when he felt something shift inside him. The ink veins across his body flared simultaneously, not with pain, but with a surge of coherent energy that flowed from his heart to his fingertips. The blood that dripped from his pricked finger did not simply fall onto the scroll. It rose, suspended between his hand and the paper, and formed characters in midair. The characters were golden. They hung before him like luminous calligraphy, each one perfectly formed, each one resonating with a power that made the surrounding scrolls vibrate in sympathetic response. Script formation, Qingmei breathed. Full manifestation. You're composing fate text without physical contact with the scroll. Shunwei stared at the golden characters. They read, "The scribe who writes his own path walks beyond the reach of heaven." He had not chosen those words consciously. They had emerged from the deepest part of his cultivation, from the place where his blood met the celestial weave, and they felt true in a way that transcended mere accuracy. "Shunwei, look at yourself." He looked down. The ink veins across his body were glowing. Not the faint pulse he was accustomed to, but a steady, bright luminescence that shone through his robes. For a moment, he looked like a man made of light, a living constellation of dark lines and golden radiance. Then it faded, and he was just a scribe in a basement again, but a scribe who had taken another step on a path that no one had walked in 700 years. "We need to accelerate," he said. "I can feel it, the potential for more, for faster growth. But I need bigger edits. More complex compositions. The practice scrolls aren't enough. Bigger edits mean bigger risks. I know, but the alternative is to be caught unprepared when the enforcers come. And they will come, Qingmei. We both know it." She nodded, her expression torn between pride and fear. "Then we do it carefully. Controlled escalation. I'll identify suitable targets. People whose fates are unjust, whose scrolls can be edited without triggering massive ripple effects. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank me when we survive." Chapter 16. The next 10 days were the most productive and the most dangerous of Shunwei's life. Operating with Qingmei's guidance, he began editing fate scrolls with strategic precision. Each edit was chosen for maximum benefit and minimum detectability, small acts of mercy that improved lives without fundamentally disrupting the celestial weave. A farmer whose crops were fated to fail instead found his fields blessed with unexpected rain. A scholar whose examination score was fated to fall short instead discovered a flash of inspiration at the critical moment. A couple whose marriage was fated to end in bitterness instead found the patience to forgive each other. Each edit strengthened Shun Wei's script formation. Each strengthened connection to the fate field revealed new layers of complexity, new techniques, new possibilities. He learned to compose compound fate verses, entries that addressed multiple aspects of a person's destiny simultaneously. He learned to detect and avoid the ripple patterns that made edits detectable. And he learned to read the deeper currents of the celestial weave, the grand patterns that govern not individual fates, but the fate of entire communities, regions, continents. The ink veins covered his torso now, a latticework of dark lines that pulsed in constant rhythm with his heartbeat. He kept them hidden beneath layers of clothing, but the physical changes were becoming harder to conceal. His eyes, Qingmei told him, had changed color, shifting from their natural dark brown to a deep gold that was visible in certain lights. The original free scribes were said to have eyes like liquid gold, she said, examining him closely. It's the fate energy saturating your optic channels. You'll need to keep your head down in bright light. He adjusted his habits accordingly, pulling his hood lower, avoiding the courtyard during midday, staying in the dim archives where golden eyes were just another trick of the lamplight. On the 16th day, Su Ran made his second move. Shun Wei was returning from the refectory when he found his dormitory cot surrounded by 3 scribes in white robes, not pavilion scribes, but outsiders, their garments bearing the sigil of the Celestial Court's Enforcement Division. Not inspectors this time. Investigators. Scribe Shun Wei. The lead investigator was a woman with silver hair and eyes like polished steel. Her voice carried the flat authority of someone accustomed to obedience. You are required for questioning regarding anomalies in the Fate Pavilion's archives. Please come with us. Shun Wei glanced past the investigators and saw Su Ran standing at the far end of the dormitory, watching. Su Ran's expression was not triumphant this time. It was grim, determined, the face of a man who had gone over the heads of those who tried to silence him and found someone who would listen. May I know the specific nature of the questioning? Shun Wei asked, keeping his voice steady. You may not. This is a classified matter. Please come with us now, or we will be authorized to compel you. Compel. A polite word for violence. Shun Wei felt the ink veins flare beneath his clothing. His script formation awareness expanded outward, reading the fate field around the investigators. What he sensed made his stomach drop. Their fates were locked, sealed with layers of celestial enforcement that made them immune to editing. These were not ordinary bureaucrats. They were fate-hardened agents of the heavenly Tao, their scrolls rewritten to ensure absolute loyalty and immunity to interference. He could not edit his way out of this. I'll come, he said. They took him to a room on the pavilion's 4th floor that he had never seen before. A small, windowless chamber with a single chair, a single table, and walls inscribed with celestial characters that hummed with suppressive energy. An interrogation room. The Fate Pavilion had an interrogation room. The lead investigator sat across from him. Her companions stood by the door, motionless as statues. You have been identified as a person of interest in an ongoing investigation into unauthorized alterations of fate scrolls within this pavilion. We have physical evidence, 3 scrolls bearing non-standard resonance signatures, and testimonial evidence from senior scribe Su Ran regarding your unauthorized access to restricted archive sections. Do you have anything to say? Shun Wei thought carefully. The suppressive characters on the walls were dampening his fate field awareness, but not eliminating it entirely. He could still feel the scrolls in the building below, still sense the web of interconnected destinies. And he could sense something else, a disturbance approaching rapidly from outside the pavilion, like a storm front racing toward the coast. I have a question, he said. Is this investigation connected to the direct mandate issued by the Office of Celestial Investigation 3 weeks ago? The lead investigator's expression did not change. We are aware of the mandate. Our investigation supersedes it. On whose authority? A flicker, barely perceptible, but there. She had not expected the question. That information is classified. Su Ran contacted you directly, didn't he? Bypassed the pavilion hierarchy, bypassed the existing mandate, went straight to the enforcement division with his evidence. That's highly irregular. I'd like to know who authorized the escalation. You are not in a position to ask questions, Scribe Shin. And yet here we are. The room was silent. The suppressive characters hummed. The storm front drew closer. Then the door opened, and Qingmei walked in. She was not alone. Behind her stood a man Shun Wei had never seen. Tall, lean, wearing robes of deep violet that bore no sigil but radiated an authority that made the three investigators stiffen visibly. "This investigation is terminated," the man said. His voice was quiet but carried the weight of absolute certainty. "By order of the Fate Watchers Council. The subject is under our protection." The lead investigator's steel eyes widened. "The Fate Watchers? That organization is very real and very much above your classification level. Check your mandates, investigator. You'll find the authorization waiting." A moment of tension. Then the lead investigator's jade communication tablet chimed. She looked at it, and the color drained from her face. "Release him," she said to her companions. They left the building within the hour. In the corridor outside the interrogation room, Shun Wei turned to Qingmei and the violet-robed man. "Who are you?" he asked. The man smiled. It was a weary, ancient smile. "I am Watcher Commander Duan. I've been waiting 700 years to meet you, Shun Wei, and we are leaving this building tonight. The pavilion is no longer safe." Chapter 17. They left at moonrise. Shun Wei packed nothing. There was nothing to pack. His cipher journal was in his pocket, the clothes on his back were the only clothes he owned, and his brush and inkstone were standard pavilion issue that he had no sentimental attachment to. 19 years of life in this building, and he could walk away with empty hands. The thought was liberating and devastating in equal measure. Watcher Commander Duan led them through a passage that Shun Wei had not known existed. A narrow tunnel behind the wall of the Sub-Level 3 archive, concealed by a shelf of scrolls so old that no one had accessed them in centuries. The tunnel sloped downward, burrowing beneath the pavilion's foundations and emerging in a drainage channel that fed into the canal system running beneath Azure Jade City. The tunnel was built by the second generation of Watchers, Duan explained as they waded through ankle-deep water in near-total darkness. "Insurance against exactly this scenario. We've maintained it for 600 years. You've been in the pavilion for 600 years. Shun Wei asked. "Not me personally, but someone has. An unbroken chain of Watchers embedded in the archive staff, waiting and watching. Qingmei is the latest." Shun Wei glanced at Qingmei, who walked beside him with her jaw set and her eyes fixed forward. She had not spoken since they entered the tunnel. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I just blew the cover that my predecessors maintained for 7 centuries. So no, I'm not all right. But I'll manage." They emerged from the drainage channel into the lower market district, deserted at this hour. The night air was cool and sharp after the underground tunnel, and Shun Wei breathed it in deeply, tasting freedom and danger in equal measure. Duan led them through a series of alleys and backstreets to a nondescript building on the edge of the artisan quarter, a tea house, apparently, with a faded sign and shuttered windows. He knocked in a specific pattern, and the door opened to reveal a staircase leading down to a basement that was far larger than the building above it should have permitted. The safe house. It was a revelation. The basement extended in multiple directions, divided into chambers furnished for habitation, training, and intelligence work. Maps covered the walls, not geographical maps, but fate maps, showing the celestial weave's major currents across the continent. Shelves held texts and scrolls and jade tablets. A communication array of crystals and formation arrays occupied one corner, humming with active energy. "Welcome to Watcher Station Azure Jade," Duan said. "Your new home, for however long it remains safe." "How long will that be?" Shun Wei asked. "Days, possibly weeks, if we're fortunate. The investigators know you've disappeared, and they'll report it. The enforcement division will escalate. And when they escalate, they'll call in the enforcers, the Heavenly Tao's direct agents. That's when things get truly dangerous. You speak from experience." Duan's expression darkened. "I've seen enforcers work. Once, when I was young and stupid and thought observation was enough. A free scribe surfaced in the eastern provinces, a girl, barely 15. She had edited a dozen scrolls before we found her. We were too late. The enforcers reached her first. What happened? They erased her. Not killed, erased. Removed her from the fate record entirely. Her family forgot she existed. Her neighbors forgot. Even the scrolls she had edited reverted to their original text, as though her changes had never been made. It was as if she had never been born. The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of that story. "That won't happen to me," Shun Wei said. "No," Duan agreed. "Because you're already stronger than she was. You've reached script formation in a matter of weeks, a pace of advancement that the record says is unprecedented. And because you have us." Over the following days, Shun Wei trained in the safe house with an intensity that surprised even himself. Duan proved to be a knowledgeable teacher, not a fate editor himself. but a scholar who had spent decades studying the theoretical frameworks of fate cultivation. He understood the mechanics of the celestial weave better than anyone Shun Wei had met, and his instruction accelerated Shun Wei's growth dramatically. The training focused on 3 areas: composition strength, the power and precision of his fate verses, detection avoidance, techniques for editing without leaving traces, and combat application, using fate editing offensively and defensively in direct confrontation. The last area was the most challenging. Combat fate editing was fundamentally different from the careful, considered edits he had been making in the archives. In a fight, there was no time to compose elegant verses. He needed to edit fast, instinctively, writing and rewriting the fate field in real time as conditions changed. Think of it as improvisation, Duan said during a practice session. In the archives, you're a calligrapher. In combat, you're a poet composing under fire. The principles are the same: subject, condition, outcome, but the execution must be instantaneous. Shun Wei practiced against Qing Mei, who attacked him with a combination of martial technique and fate detection ability that kept him off balance and constantly adapting. She was fast, precise, and merciless in her critique. "Too slow," she said, sweeping his legs out from under him for the 4th time. "You're still thinking in sentences. Think in words. Single words. Stumble. Miss. Hesitate. Target a single aspect of your opponent's fate and alter it." He picked himself up, wiped blood from his lip, and tried again. Stumble. He focused, reaching for the fate field around Qing Mei with his intent. Her next step faltered. Not much. A slight catch, a momentary loss of balance, but enough to create an opening. Shun Wei moved into it, closing the distance and pressing his palm flat against her shoulder. "Fall," he whispered. She went down, landing hard on the mat. The golden light of his script formation flared briefly in the dim room. Qing Mei looked up at him from the floor, breathing hard. Then she grinned, a fierce, proud, brilliant grin that transformed her entire face. "There it is," she said. "That's combat editing." Shun Wei helped her up, and when their hands clasped, the spark of green light jumped between them, brighter than ever before. Chapter 18. On the 7th day in the safe house, Elder Zhong's letter arrived. It came not through the Watcher's communication network, but through physical mail, a sealed envelope, delivered by a street urchin who could not describe the old man who had given it to him beyond very old, very kind, very scared. The letter was written in Elder Zhong's meticulous hand, and it was addressed not to Shun Wei, but to the Fate Watchers. Qing Mei read it aloud. "To those who shelter the young scribe, I have served the Fate Pavilion for 43 years. In that time, I have upheld the heavenly Tao's authority with complete fidelity, as my oath requires. I have not questioned. I have not doubted. I have not wavered. But I am old, and old men sometimes see things that younger eyes miss. The boy, Shun Wei, is remarkable, not for his power, though I suspect it is considerable, but for his heart. In 19 years of observing him, I have never seen him act with anything other than compassion. He is careful because he cares, not because he fears. That distinction matters. I am writing to inform you that the Enforcement Division has filed an escalation report. An enforcer has been dispatched to Azure Jade City. His designation is Commander He, and he arrives in 3 days. My oath prevents me from doing more than this. The very act of writing this letter is causing me physical pain. The fate oath in my scroll is punishing my disloyalty with every character I inscribe. But some things are worth the pain. Protect him. He is worth it. Your servant in all but name, Elder Zhong, Head Archivist, Fate Pavilion, Azure Jade City." The letter ended with a postscript in shaky handwriting, as though the pain had become almost unbearable. "P.S. I am sorry I was not brave enough to help sooner." Shun Wei took the letter from Qing Mei's hands and read it again. Then he folded it carefully and placed it inside his journal. "Commander He," Duan said, his voice tight. "I know the name. He's a senior enforcer, 3rd rank in the Heavenly Tao's military hierarchy. He commands a unit of heavenly soldiers, and his personal cultivation is at the decree manifestation stage." "Decree manifestation," Shun Wei repeated. "That's 3 stages above me." "Yes. Direct confrontation is not an option. We need to evacuate." "No." The word came from Shun Wei's mouth with a certainty that surprised even him. Duan and Qing Mei both stared. "No," Duan repeated. "If we run, Commander He will follow. He'll tear Azure Jade City apart looking for us, and innocent people will suffer. Elder Zhong will suffer. He's already suffering, just from writing that letter. And everyone whose fate I've edited. The fisherman's daughter, the merchant, Chun Bao, the farmer, the scholar, all of them. They'll be investigated, interrogated, possibly erased." "Shun Wei, you can't fight a decree manifestation enforcer. You're in script formation. I know, but I have 3 days to get stronger. And I have an idea. He looked at Qingmei. How many fate scrolls are in the pavilion's archives? Approximately 10 million. What? Because Commander He is coming here to enforce the Heavenly Tao's authority over fate. And I'm going to show him, and everyone in this city, that fate is not as fixed as heaven wants us to believe. Chapter 19. The next 3 days were the most intense of Shun Wei's cultivation. He trained without rest, pushing his script formation ability to its absolute limit. Qingmei and Duan worked in shifts, one training him while the other monitored the city for signs of Commander He's approach. His plan was audacious and possibly insane. He would not fight Commander He directly. Instead, he would make himself impossible to capture by weaving himself into the fate field of Azure Jade City so thoroughly that removing him would mean unraveling the fates of thousands. It's like making yourself the keystone of an arch, he explained to Qingmei. If you remove the keystone, the arch collapses. If Commander He erases me, the fates of everyone I've touched will destabilize, and not just the people I've directly edited. Everyone connected to those people. Thousands of interconnected destinies, all disrupted simultaneously. The Heavenly Tao won't allow that kind of instability. Exactly. Commander He will have a choice. Erase me and cause a cascade failure in Azure Jade City's fate field, or leave me intact and report failure to his superiors. Either way, I survive. Unless he decides the cascade failure is acceptable. That's the risk. But the Tao's primary directive is order. A cascade failure in a major city contradicts that directive. I'm betting that Commander He's orders include maintaining stability, not just eliminating me. It was a gamble. Shun Wei knew it. Qingmei knew it. Duan knew it. But it was the best option available, and in the absence of perfect options, audacity would have to serve. He spent the first day and a half weaving himself into the fate field. Using his script formation ability, he composed micro-edits, tiny, almost imperceptible adjustments, to hundreds of fate scrolls in the pavilion's archives. He did not change anyone's destiny significantly. He simply added a thread, a single character, that connected each fate to his own existence. A merchant who would prosper due to a fortunate encounter now had that encounter linked, subtly, to Shun Wei's presence in the city. A healer whose skill would save a life had that life linked to a chain of events that included Shun Wei's edits. It was painstaking, exhausting work. Each micro-edit required precise composition, careful placement, and enough control to avoid triggering detectable ripples. By the end of the first day, Shun Wei had woven himself into approximately 300 fates. By the middle of the second day, the number passed 1,000. The ink veins responded to the massive effort. They expanded across his chest, down his legs, up his neck. By the evening of the second day, they covered his entire body, a web of dark lines that pulsed with constant golden light, visible even through his clothing. You look like a living fate scroll, Qingmei said, tracing one of the lines along his forearm with her fingertip. I feel like one. The connections, I can feel every person I've linked to. Their joys, their fears, their hopes. It's overwhelming. Can you still fight? I don't know. I suppose we'll find out. On the morning of the third day, Commander He arrived. Shun Wei felt him before he saw him. A disturbance in the fate field, a cold pressure that descended on Azure Jade City like a shadow falling over the sun. The commander's presence was immense, a cultivator of such power that the celestial weave bent around him like light bending around a star. Shun Wei stood on the rooftop of the tea house safe house and watched a column of light descend from the clouds. It touched down in the courtyard of the Fate Pavilion, and when it faded, a figure stood at its center, tall, clad in black armor that seemed to absorb light, his face a pale mask of absolute authority. Commander He, enforcer of the Heavenly Tao, come to erase a heretic. It's time, Shun Wei said. He descended from the rooftop and walked toward the pavilion. Chapter 20. Commander He stood in the pavilion's main courtyard like a statue carved from obsidian. His armor was seamless, his face was expressionless, and his eyes, pure white, without iris or pupil, stared straight ahead at nothing and everything simultaneously. Behind him, arranged in perfect formation, stood 20 heavenly soldiers. They were not human. They were constructs, beings of celestial energy shaped into humanoid form, each one a walking fate decree made flesh. They carried no weapons because they were weapons. Their bodies were composed of concentrated fate energy that could rewrite reality at their commander's order. The pavilion's scribes had evacuated to the upper floors. Shun Wei could feel their fear, a collective tremor in the fate field, the resonance of hundreds of people confronting something vast and terrifying and beyond their power to resist. He walked into the courtyard alone. Commander He's white eyes tracked his approach. You are the anomaly. I am Shunwei. The distinction is irrelevant. You have violated the celestial code, altered fate scrolls without authorization, resisted lawful investigation, and evaded custody. The sentence is erasure. Before you carry out the sentence, may I ask a question? You may not. I'll ask anyway. Have you examined the fate field of this city recently? A pause. Barely perceptible, but there, a hesitation in the enforcer's absolute certainty. Commander Hay's white eyes unfocused briefly, and Shinwei knew he was reading the fate field, scanning the web of interconnected destinies that covered Azure Jade City like a net. What he saw made him stiffen. What have you done? Commander Hay's voice was low, dangerous. I've woven myself into the fate of this city. Every thread connects to me. If you erase me, you erase the connections. If you erase the connections, the fates they anchor destabilize. 3,741 destinies, Commander. Every merchant, farmer, healer, scholar, and child whose fate I've touched, directly or indirectly, will be thrown into chaos. The Tao will rewrite them. Will it? Can it? 3,000 fates, all destabilized simultaneously? Even the heavenly Tao takes time to compose new destiny. How long would the chaos last? Days? Weeks? How many lives would be disrupted? How many plans derailed? How many carefully written fates rendered meaningless? Commander Hay's jaw tightened. You're bluffing. Test it. Erase one of my edits. The smallest one. See what happens. The enforcer raised his hand. A point of white light gathered at his fingertip, pure fate energy, concentrated and deadly. He pointed it at Shinwei, and for a moment, Shinwei felt his connection to the fate field waver as the erasure energy probed his defenses. Then the ripples began. As the erasure energy touched the edge of Shinwei's woven network, the connected fates responded. 3,741 scrolls, scattered across the pavilion's archives, and the broader celestial record, vibrated in unison. The resonance was audible, a low, thrumming sound that rose from the archives below and filled the courtyard like the tolling of an enormous bell. Commander Hay withdrew his hand. The thrumming subsided. You see, Shinwei said. I'm not bluffing. The silence stretched between them. Commander Hay's white eyes studied Shinwei with the cold analysis of a mind that was not accustomed to encountering problems it could not solve through force. This changes nothing, the enforcer said finally. If I cannot erase you here, I will isolate you, contain you, and dismantle your network thread by thread. It will take time, but the result will be the same. Maybe, or maybe I'll keep weaving, keep connecting, keep strengthening the network until it's not just a city but a region, a continent, an entire world of interconnected fates that you can't touch without unraveling everything. How many erasures can the heavenly Tao absorb before the system breaks? Commander Hay stepped forward. The heavenly soldiers behind him moved in perfect synchronization, closing formation around Shinwei. The air crackled with fate energy, and Shinwei felt the pressure of their combined power pressing against his defenses like a fist closing around his heart. You are one scribe, Commander Hay said. You are one mortal, with one drop of defiant blood, standing against the entirety of heaven. You cannot win. Maybe not, but I can make losing too expensive for you to afford. Another silence. Then Commander Hay did something Shinwei had not expected. He smiled. It was a cold smile, devoid of warmth, but it held a grudging respect that was almost more frightening than his anger. I will report this to my superiors, the enforcer said. They will decide how to proceed. You have bought yourself time, Shinwei, nothing more. Enjoy it. He turned. The heavenly soldiers fell in behind him. A column of light descended from the clouds, and they were gone. Shinwei stood alone in the courtyard, surrounded by the lingering resonance of 3,000 woven fates, and realized that his legs were shaking. His ink veins pulsed wildly, his heart hammered, and a thin line of blood trickled from his nose. The physical cost of maintaining the network under the enforcer's assault. Then Qingmei was there, her arms around him, her voice in his ear. You did it. You actually did it. I bought time, he said, echoing Commander Hay's words. That's all. Time is everything, Shinwei. Time is what the free scribes never had. And now we have it. He leaned into her, drawing strength from her presence, and looked up at the sky where the column of light had vanished. Somewhere above, the heavenly Tao was recalculating. Its enforcer had been stymied by a 19-year-old orphan scribe with ink in his veins and defiance in his blood. The Tao would not make the same mistake twice. The next response would be bigger, stronger, and far more dangerous. But Shinwei would be ready. He had allies now. Qingmei, Duan, the Watchers, and 3,741 people whose fates were woven with his own. He had knowledge, power, and a purpose that burned in his chest like a star being born. And somewhere in the pavilion behind him, on a desk on the third floor, Elder Zhong sat reading the letter he had sent and smiling through tears of pain, because the boy he had watched grow up in the basement of a building built to imprison destiny had just looked heaven in the eye and refused to blink. The game had changed. The scribe had become a player, and the heavens, for the first time in 700 years, were not the only ones holding the pen. Shenwei lay in the cot that Qingmei had arranged in the safe house, staring at the ceiling while his body recovered and his mind processed the enormity of what he had done. He had bluffed the most powerful military force in the celestial hierarchy. He had threatened to unravel the fate of an entire city if his demands were not met. And he had won, not through superior power, but through superior leverage, a scribe's weapon, a calligrapher's victory. But victory felt hollow in the aftermath. The 3,741 people whose fates he had woven into his network did not know they had been used as shields. They went about their lives, the merchant selling silk, the healer treating patients, the child laughing in the market square, unaware that their destinies had been linked to a fugitive scribe's survival, that their peaceful existence was now a weapon in a war they did not know was being fought. Was that different from what the heavenly Tao did? Writing people's fates without their knowledge, using their lives as instruments of a larger plan? The question haunted him in the hours before sleep. He turned it over and over, examining it the way he had once examined scrolls in the archive, carefully, meticulously, looking for the flaw in the logic, the crack in the reasoning. The answer, he decided, was yes. It was different. The Tao used people as instruments of control. Their lives served the Tao's purpose, not their own. Shenwei had used people as instruments of protection. Their lives remained their own, unchanged, undiminished. The network did not alter anyone's fate or constrain anyone's choices. It simply connected them to his existence, creating a web of mutual dependency that made erasure too costly. It was still manipulation, but it was manipulation in service of survival, not domination. The distinction was thin, perhaps too thin. He would need to find a better way, a way that did not require using people, even passively, even protectively, as tools, a way that relied on his own strength rather than the borrowed weight of others' destinies. He would need to grow stronger, much stronger. Sleep came, eventually, and with it dreams of golden text and crimson leaves and the sound of rain on a roof that he had never known but somehow remembered. In the morning, he woke to find a small cloth bundle at the foot of his cot. Inside were dumplings, still warm, fragrant with ginger and pork. A note, written in the shaky hand of a child learning calligraphy, from Chun Bao and his mother. For the guardian spirit. Shenwei ate the dumplings in the pre-dawn quiet of the safe house, surrounded by fate maps and intelligence reports and the humming resonance of a world that was starting to notice that something had changed. The dumplings were, as always, excellent. He saved the note. It was, he thought, the most valuable document in his possession, more valuable than the cipher journal, more valuable than the record of the unwritten, more valuable than any fate scroll in any pavilion on the continent. Because it was not written by fate. It was written by a mother, for a stranger, out of gratitude that no celestial authority had commanded and no predetermined destiny had required. It was the first genuinely free act of authorship that Shenwei had ever received. And it tasted of dumplings. Chapter 21. The road to Crimson Leaf Valley wound through mountains that the morning fog turned into ghosts of themselves, towering gray shapes that dissolved and reformed as the wind shifted, as though the landscape itself could not decide what it wanted to be. Shenwei walked at the center of the small group, flanked by Qingmei on his left and Watcher Commander Duan on his right. They had departed Azure Jade City 3 days after Commander Hei's retreat, moving under cover of darkness through a series of Watcher safe houses that dotted the countryside like beads on a hidden string. Crimson Leaf Valley, Duan said, gesturing toward the mist-shrouded gap between two granite peaks. The Watchers have maintained a presence there for 2 centuries. It's remote, defensible, and, most importantly, outside the direct administrative reach of any Fate Pavilion branch. The celestial monitoring in this region is sparse. Why? Shenwei asked. The valley sits on a natural resonance fault, a geological feature that generates ambient fate energy fluctuations. The background noise makes it difficult for the heavenly Tao sensors to distinguish between natural activity and intentional editing. It's the closest thing to a blind spot that exists in the celestial surveillance network. A perfect place to hide. A perfect place to train. Hiding is temporary. What you need is permanent growth. They descended into the valley as the fog began to lift, revealing a landscape that justified its name. The trees that carpeted the slopes were a species Shenwei had never seen, with leaves the color of arterial blood that caught the morning light and threw crimson reflections across the granite walls. The valley floor held a small settlement, perhaps 50 buildings, clustered around a central square, and a river that ran red with mineral deposits from the surrounding stone. It looks like a wound in the earth, Qingmei murmured. It is, in a way, Duan replied. The resonance fault was created millennia ago, when the heavenly Tao first imposed fate on this region. The earth itself resisted. This valley is the scar of that resistance. The settlement was not a watcher base. It was a community of ordinary people, farmers and craftsmen and traders who had settled in the valley generations ago. But woven among them, invisible to untrained eyes, was the Watcher Network, intelligence operatives, support personnel, and Shenwei felt his ink veins pulse with recognition. Others who carried a trace of celestial resonance in their blood. Not fate editors, Duan clarified, seeing Shenwei's expression. Resonance carriers. People with enough of the old bloodline to sense the fate field, but not enough to alter it. They serve as our early warning system. If the heavenly Tao's attention turns this way, they'll feel it before any instrument can detect it. They were given quarters in a stone building at the edge of the settlement. 3 rooms, sparse but clean, with a shared courtyard that overlooked the Red River. Shenwei stood at the courtyard wall and felt the ambient resonance of the valley wash over him like warm water. The fate field here was different from Azure Jade City. Looser, less structured, the celestial text less tightly woven. In the city, fate had been a net with fine mesh. Here, it was a net with gaps, and through those gaps, possibility leaked like light through lattice. Can you feel it? Qingmei asked, coming to stand beside him. The gaps. The spaces where fate isn't written. Yes. In the rest of the world, every moment is scripted. Here, some moments are free. It's why the residents of this valley seem different, livelier, less predictable. He looked at her. The morning light caught the jade comb in her hair and threw green sparks across her cheek. She had changed in the weeks since they'd left the pavilion. Or perhaps he was only now seeing what had always been there, beneath the careful control and the professional distance. There was a wildness in her, a defiance that matched his own. Qingmei, when you said you chose to be here, with me, did you mean it? She turned to face him. Her hand found his, and the green spark jumped between them, gentle this time, warm. I have never meant anything more, she said. He kissed her. It was their first kiss, and it tasted of mountain air and red leaves and the heady, terrifying freedom of 2 people standing in a gap in fate's net, unscripted and unchained. When they separated, her eyes were bright. That, she said, was not in my mission briefing. Consider it an unauthorized edit. She laughed, a real laugh, full and unguarded, and the sound echoed off the valley walls and was swallowed by the fog. Chapter 22. The next morning, Shenwei met the woman who would change the trajectory of his cultivation. Her name was Madame Xu, and she operated from a building in the settlement's eastern quarter that was technically a tea house, but functioned as something considerably more complex. The front room served tea. The back room served information. And the basement, reached through a trapdoor concealed beneath a counter display of ceramic teapots, served as a clearinghouse for the most dangerous commodity in the cultivation world, fate alteration. So you're the one, Madame Xu said, studying Shenwei across a table cluttered with scrolls, jade tablets, and empty teacups. She was in her middle years, sharp-featured, with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a severe knot and eyes that missed nothing. Her robes were the practical gray of a merchant, but her bearing was that of a general. The free scribe reborn. I expected someone more impressive. I apologize for the disappointment, Shenwei said evenly. Don't apologize. Surprise is the best weapon. If the heavenly Tao's enforcers are looking for something impressive, they'll walk right past you. She sipped her tea. Duan tells me you've reached script formation in under 2 months. That's fast. Dangerously fast. Is fast a problem? Fast means unstable. The ink meridians need time to consolidate. Push too hard, too fast, and they'll fracture, which means your connection to the fate field shatters, and every edit you've ever made unravels simultaneously. Imagine the cascade. Shenwei felt a chill. He had not considered that possibility. You need structured training, Madame Xu continued. Not the theoretical framework Duan's been teaching you. He's a scholar, not a practitioner. You need someone who understands the physical mechanics of fate editing from the inside. And you understand them? Madame Xu held up her left hand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Shenwei's ink condensation awareness registered something. A faint trace of celestial resonance in her veins, like the echo of a song sung long ago and never quite forgotten. I was a fate editor once, she said. Not like you, not a true free scribe. My ability was artificial, acquired through a ritual that the Watchers developed centuries ago. It worked for a while. Then it burned out, and I lost the ability permanently. But I remember what it felt like, and I understand the mechanics well enough to teach. What happened when you lost the ability? Pain. A great deal of pain. And 3 months in bed while my body recovered from having celestial energy ripped out of it. She set down her tea. I don't tell you this to frighten you. I tell you because the path you're walking has consequences that go beyond the obvious dangers. The heavenly Tao is not your only enemy. Your own power can destroy you if you don't learn to control it. She stood and pulled open a drawer in the table, producing a roll of fabric that she spread across the cluttered surface. It was a diagram, a map of the human body, overlaid with a network of lines that Shunwei immediately recognized. The ink meridian system, he breathed. Complete, as far as we know. The original free scribes mapped it over generations. 12 primary meridians, 36 secondary channels, and 108 node points where fate energy concentrates. Your current state, ink veins covering your body in a web pattern, indicates that your primary meridians are approximately 60% activated. You need to reach full activation before advancing to the next stage. Verse embodiment. Correct. But full meridian activation isn't just about power. It's about stability. Right now, your fate energy flows through partially open channels. It's like water running through cracked pipes. Most of it gets where it needs to go, but some of it leaks, and the leaks create pressure points that could rupture under stress. Combat stress. Any stress. A strong emotion, a moment of doubt, a surge of power you didn't anticipate. Any of these could trigger a meridian fracture if your channels aren't fully consolidated. She tapped the diagram. We fix this first. Then we push forward. Shinwei studied the diagram, committing its intricate network to memory. The meridians were not random. They followed the same patterns he had seen in Fate scrolls, the same subject-condition-outcome structure that governed all celestial text. His body, it seemed, was not just a conduit for fate energy. It was organized like a fate scroll, with his meridians serving as the grammatical structure and his blood as the ink. When do we start? He asked. Now, Madame Shu said. Take off your shirt. The training that followed was unlike anything Shun Wei had experienced. Madame Shu's approach was physical, direct, and occasionally brutal. She used acupuncture needles made of celestial jade to stimulate individual node points along his meridian network, forcing the channels open one by one. Each opening was accompanied by a surge of fate energy that flooded the newly activated channel, and each surge brought pain. Not the sharp, burning pain of his early edits, but a deep, structural ache, as though his bones were being rewritten from the inside. Between sessions, she drilled him on meridian theory, the relationship between each channel and its corresponding fate domain, the flow patterns that governed energy distribution, the warning signs of impending fracture. It was dense, technical knowledge, delivered with the impatience of a master who expected brilliance and was prepared to accept nothing less. Again, she would say, withdrawing a needle and examining the node point it had stimulated. The energy is pooling instead of flowing. You're holding back. It hurts. Of course it hurts. Growth always hurts. The question is whether you can function through the pain or whether you'll collapse at the first sign of real adversity. The enforcers won't wait for you to recover. She was right, and they both knew it. Chapter 23. On the 5th day in Crimson Leaf Valley, Shun Wei met by phone. He was training in the courtyard behind their quarters, practicing combat editing against a series of wooden posts that Qing Mei had inscribed with fate text, creating simulated opponents that could be defeated by overwriting their inscriptions, when a sound reached him from beyond the courtyard wall. Not a footstep or a voice, but a vibration in the fate field itself, a resonance unlike anything he had encountered before. It was blank, empty, a void in the web of interconnected destinies, moving through the world like a hole in fabric. Shinwei climbed the courtyard wall and looked down at the road below. A man was walking toward the settlement from the eastern pass. He was tall, lean, dressed in travel-worn gray robes, with a sword strapped across his back and a face that bore the weathered calm of someone who had spent years on the road. His hair was long, tied loosely, and his eyes, when they lifted to meet Shinwei's, were the color of winter sky. You're the one making all that noise in the fate field, the man said, stopping below the wall. His voice was low, unhurried. I felt you from 3 valleys away. You should be more careful. Who are you? Shinwei asked. By phone. Wandering sword. I was passing through on my way to the northern wastes when I felt something impossible. A gap in the fate field shaped like a human being, standing on a wall and staring at me with golden eyes. Shinwei blinked. A gap shaped like. You can see fate field distortions? No. I can feel absences. It's my particular talent, or curse, depending on perspective. Baifeng looked at his own hands. I have no fate scroll, no written destiny. I am, as far as the heavenly Tao is concerned, a blank page. And blank pages tend to notice other irregularities. No fate scroll? That's impossible. Every mortal born under the Tao receives a scroll at birth. Every mortal except me. My scroll was destroyed, or removed, or never written. I don't know which. I've spent 15 years trying to find out. He looked up at Shinwei again. But in those 15 years, I've never encountered someone who felt the way you do. You're not just a person in the fate field. You're a person who is the fate field. The web bends around you like light bending around a flame. Shinwei was quiet for a moment, processing. A man without a fate scroll. A blank page in a world where every page was written. The implications were staggering. Come inside, he said. I think we have a great deal to discuss. Over tea in the courtyard, Crimson Leaf Valley seemed to run on tea. Baifeng told his story. He had been found as an infant, abandoned at the gate of a martial arts sect in the western provinces. No one knew his parents, his origin, or his name. Baifeng was given to him by the sect elder who raised him. He had grown up as a martial cultivator, training in the sword, advancing through the conventional chi-based cultivation ranks with natural talent and hard work. But from his earliest memories, something had been wrong. The world treated him differently. Fortune tellers could not read him. Fate talismans, common protective charms that drew on a person's written destiny to deflect misfortune, did not work for him. And the Fate Pavilion's records, when he finally gained access to them, contained no scroll bearing his designation. He was invisible to fate, unwritten, free, but also untethered, adrift in a world of scripted lives without an anchor of his own. I've searched every pavilion branch I could reach, Baifeng said, setting down his teacup with the careful precision of someone who was accustomed to controlling his strength. No one has my scroll. No one has ever seen it. The general assumption is that I'm a clerical error, a mortal who slipped through the Tao system. It happens, they say, once in a million births. But you don't believe that. No, because once in a million births doesn't explain why the heavenly Tao's enforcers have been tracking me for the last 3 years. Shinwei straightened. Enforcers? The same enforcers who came for you? Possibly. I've been staying ahead of them. My lack of fate makes me difficult to predict, which makes me difficult to trap. But they're persistent. Whatever I am, the Tao considers me a threat. Qingmei, who had been listening from the doorway, stepped forward. A blank page is a threat to a system built on universal writing. If the Tao can't write your fate, it can't control you. And if it can't control you, you're proof that the system is imperfect. Which it is, Shinwei added, glancing at his ink-veined hand. Baifeng followed his gaze. What are those? Ink meridians. I'm a fate editor. I can rewrite the celestial text on fate scrolls using my blood. Baifeng stared at him for a long, still moment. Then he began to laugh. Not the harsh laugh of disbelief, but the incredulous, joyful laugh of a man who had been carrying a burden for 15 years and had just encountered someone who understood its weight. A man who can rewrite fate, and a man who has no fate to rewrite, Baifeng said, shaking his head. I think the heavenly Tao must be having a very bad year. Stay, Shinwei said, surprising himself with the force of the word. I don't know what I can offer you. Answers, maybe. My perception of the fate field is strong enough that I might be able to find out what happened to your scroll. At the very least, I can offer you a place with people who understand what it means to be outside the system. Baifeng studied him. The winter sky eyes were thoughtful, assessing, weighing not just the offer but the person making it. I've been alone for a long time, he said. I've forgotten what it feels like to have allies. Then let's both remember together. Baifeng extended his hand. Shinwei clasped it. No spark of green light. Baifeng's lack of fate resonance meant there was nothing for his ink veins to connect with. But the grip was firm, honest, and sealed something that transcended celestial mechanics. Sworn brothers? Baifeng asked. Sworn brothers. From the doorway, Qingmei smiled. And in the red-leafed valley, surrounded by the broken resonance of a wounded earth, an alliance was forged that the heavenly Tao had not predicted, because you cannot predict what you cannot see. Chapter 24 Training under Madame Shu intensified after Baifeng's arrival. The swordsman's presence in the valley added a new dimension to Shun Wei's combat preparation. Where Qingmei was a skilled martial artist with fate detection abilities, Baifeng was something rarer, a genuine combat cultivator at the mid-stage of core formation, which in the conventional chi-based hierarchy placed him at a level roughly equivalent to Shun Wei's script formation. But his fighting style was entirely different, physical, visceral, blade and body combat that did not rely on the fate field at all. If your fate editing fails in a fight, you need a fallback. Bai Feng said during their first sparring session. He moved with the fluid economy of a man who had been fighting since childhood, his sword a silver blur that Shun Wei could barely track. The enforcers carry fate-hardened armor. If you can't edit their scrolls, you need to be able to hurt them the old-fashioned way. Shun Wei picked himself up from the ground for the third time, his ribs aching. I'm a scribe, not a swordsman. You're a scribe who's declared war on heaven. Learn to fight, or learn to die. Those are your options. The training was brutal but effective. Bai Feng drilled Shun Wei in basic combat fundamentals, footwork, balance, reading an opponent's body language, the principles of force and leverage that underlay all martial arts. Shun Wei would never be a master swordsman, but within a week he could hold his own in close quarters long enough for his fate editing to find an opening. More importantly, sparring with Bai Feng revealed a crucial insight about his power. The fate field around the swordsman was empty, not suppressed or shielded, like the fate-hardened investigators he had encountered, but genuinely absent. When Shun Wei tried to read Bai Feng's fate during their sparring, he found nothing, no text, no threads, no resonance. It was like trying to read a blank page. I can't edit what doesn't exist, Shun Wei told Qingmei after a particularly frustrating session. My combat editing relies on reading the opponent's fate and making micro-changes, stumble, hesitate, miss. But Bai Feng has no fate to read. Every technique I've developed is useless against him. That's actually valuable, Qingmei said. The Heavenly Dao's enforcers use fate-based combat techniques too. They write attacks into your fate. Be struck, be wounded, fall. If you can learn to fight without relying on fate reading, you'll be more versatile against opponents who can block or counter your editing. She was right. Shun Wei adjusted his training accordingly, alternating between sessions with Bai Feng, physical combat, no fate editing, and sessions with Qingmei, combined combat, full fate editing. The dual approach forced him to develop flexibility, switching between fighting styles depending on the opponent. Meanwhile, Madame Shu's meridian work continued. By the end of the second week, she had activated all 12 primary meridians and was working on the 36 secondary channels. Each activation expanded Shun Wei's capacity, not just his power but his precision, his speed, and his ability to sustain multiple simultaneous edits without strain. You're consolidating well, Madame Shu observed during an evening session, withdrawing a needle from a node point at the base of his spine. The secondary channels are opening cleanly. I estimate full activation within another month. I may not have a month. You'll have what you have. Rushing the process risks fracture, and fracture risks everything. Patience, Shun Wei. But patience was difficult when every day brought new intelligence from the Watcher Network about Commander Hei's movements. The Enforcer had not returned to the Celestial Court. Instead, he had established a field headquarters in a town 50 miles east of Crimson Leaf Valley, where he was systematically dismantling the fate web Shun Wei had woven around Azure Jade City. Carefully, one thread at a time, exactly as he had promised. He's methodical, Duan reported during a strategy meeting in Madame Shu's basement. Each thread he cuts, he reweaves with standard celestial text. The affected individuals don't notice. Their fates continue as revised, but the connection to you is severed. At his current pace, he'll unravel the entire network within 2 months. Which means the deterrent that kept him from erasing me will be gone, Shun Wei said. Yes, when the last thread is cut, he'll come for you. And this time, he won't hesitate. The room was silent. 5 people, Shun Wei, Qingmei, Duan, Madame Shu, and Bai Feng, sat around a table covered with fate maps and intelligence reports, contemplating a deadline that approached with the inevitability of a written destiny. Then I need to be ready before that deadline, Shun Wei said. Not just script formation. I need verse embodiment, the ability to compose fate verses that affect entire regions. If I can operate at that scale, Commander Hei's thread-by-thread approach becomes meaningless. He'll be untangling a net while I'm weaving a tapestry. Verse embodiment requires full meridian activation, Madame Shu warned. Then we accelerate the activation. I just told you, rushing risks fracture. And waiting risks annihilation. I know the risks, Madame Shu. I'm willing to accept them. She studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded, her expression grim but resolute. We start the accelerated protocol tomorrow. Don't thank me. You're going to wish you hadn't asked. Chapter 25 Madame Shu had not been exaggerating. The accelerated meridian activation protocol was, by any reasonable measure, a form of controlled torture. It involved simultaneous stimulation of multiple node points, 4 or 5 at once, compared to the single-point approach she had been using. Each stimulation forcing open a secondary channel in a surge of fate energy that felt like liquid fire being poured into his veins. Shun Wei screamed during the first session. He bit through a leather strap during the second. By the third, he had learned to channel the pain into his cultivation, using the agony as fuel for his intent, transmuting suffering into power with a technique Madame Shu called the Forge of Will. Pain is energy, she told him, withdrawing a cluster of needles from his back while he lay face down on the treatment table, drenched in sweat. The heavenly Tao uses pain as a punishment, a deterrent against deviation. But the free scribes discovered that pain can be repurposed. Instead of a wall to stop you, it becomes a furnace to strengthen you. Easy for you to say, he gasped. I went through this myself, remember. My activation was slower, 6 months instead of 6 weeks, but the pain was the same. I understand what you're enduring, Shenwei. I also understand what's at stake if you fail. He lifted his head from the table. Tell me about your activation. You said your ability was artificial, acquired through a ritual. What was the ritual? Madame Shu was quiet for a moment, organizing her needles with meticulous care. The Watchers developed it 200 years ago, when they grew tired of waiting for a natural free scribe to emerge. They theorized that the bloodline resonance could be artificially induced, that any person with even a trace of celestial sensitivity could be transformed into a fate editor through a specific ritual involving concentrated celestial ink, meditative attunement, and sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? Years. The ritual burned through my lifespan, accelerated aging at a rate of roughly 10 years per month of active editing. I was 23 when the ritual was performed. By the time my ability burned out 6 months later, my body had aged 50 years. She touched her silver-streaked hair. I look old because I am old, older than I should be, younger than I look. Shenwei was silent, absorbing the weight of her revelation. You gave decades of your life for this. I gave decades of my life for the possibility that my sacrifice would advance the Watcher's understanding enough to help the next free scribe, the real one, when they appeared. And here you are. She set down her needles and faced him squarely. Don't waste what I gave, Shenwei. That's all I ask. I won't. She nodded, her expression softening just slightly. Good. Now lie back down. We have 12 more node points to open today. The weeks blurred together in a haze of pain, training, and incremental progress. Shenwei's secondary channels opened one by one, each activation expanding his connection to the fate field and deepening his understanding of the celestial weave's architecture. By the 4th week, he could sense the fate field across the entire valley, not just the scrolls in the Watcher's local archive, but the living fate resonance of every person in the settlement, every animal, every plant. The world was saturated with fate text, and with each new channel that opened, he could read more of it, understand more of its grammar, perceive more of its beauty and its horror. The beauty was in the interconnections, the way each life wove into others, creating patterns of breathtaking complexity. A farmer's decision to plant a particular crop rippled through a dozen lives. A child's laugh brightened the fate field like a spark in dark water. Love between two people generated a resonance that strengthened both their fates and created new possibilities that had not existed before. The horror was in the constraints. Everywhere he looked, he saw the heavenly Tao's hand, the rigid, predetermined text that allowed no deviation, no surprise, no genuine choice. The farmer could not plant a different crop. The child could not laugh at a different time. The lovers could not choose freely. Their love was written, scheduled, contained within parameters that served the Tao's need for order. The more Shenwei perceived, the angrier he became. And the angrier he became, the faster his meridians opened. Anger is fuel, Madame Shu observed. Good. Use it. But don't let it consume you. The free scribes who lost themselves to rage became something worse than the Tao. They became tyrants who imposed their own version of fate on others. The goal is not to replace one author with another. It's to give every person the pen. Every person the pen, Shenwei repeated. That's a beautiful idea. It's also a terrifying one. Most people, given the freedom to write their own destiny, would make a mess of it. That's the Tao's argument for control, that mortals need guidance, need structure, need fate to protect them from their own worst impulses. And your response to that argument? My response is that the freedom to fail is worth more than the safety of chains. But that's a personal philosophy, not a universal truth. The question is what you believe, Shenwei. When you have the power to write anyone's fate, including your own, what will you choose? He thought about the question for a long time. I'll choose to give people the choice, he said finally. Not my version of their fate, not even their version, just the ability to choose. Whatever they choose, it'll be theirs. Madame Shu regarded him steadily. Something shifted in her expression, the closest thing to warmth he had ever seen from her. That answer, she said, is why you're the real thing. Chapter 26 Romance bloomed in Crimson Leaf Valley like the namesake leaves, vivid, inevitable, and tinged with the knowledge that beauty is temporary. Shunwei and Qingmei had been circling each other for weeks, drawn together by shared purpose and mutual respect, but held apart by the relentless demands of training, intelligence work, and the ever-present shadow of Commander Hei's approaching deadline. They stole moments between sessions, a shared meal, a walk along the Red River, a quiet evening on the courtyard wall watching the stars emerge above the valley rim. But it was the night of the fifth-week breakthrough that everything changed. Madame Shu had opened the last of the 36 secondary channels earlier that day. The process had been the most painful yet. 6 simultaneous needle insertions that had sent Xinwei into a state of near unconsciousness, his body arching off the table as fate energy flooded through newly opened pathways that screamed with the agony of first use. When he came to, gasping, soaked in sweat, Madame Shu was standing over him with an expression he had never seen before. Awe. Full secondary activation, she said. Complete. Your meridian network is now operating at full capacity. Xinwei sat up slowly. The world was different. Not changed, exactly, but deepened, as though he had been seeing through frosted glass his entire life, and the glass had suddenly cleared. The fate field sang around him in a symphony of interconnected melodies, each life a note, each destiny a chord, and the grand composition of the heavenly Tao's authorship stretched from horizon to horizon in a tapestry of luminous text. I can see it, he whispered. All of it. The entire valley. Every person, every fate, every thread. That's full meridian perception. The foundation for verse embodiment. You're ready to begin the next stage. But that night, after the training, after the meetings, after the quiet hours of contemplation that followed each breakthrough, Xinwei found himself standing in the courtyard unable to sleep. The expanded perception was overwhelming, a constant flood of sensory input that turned the world into a cacophony of fate signatures. He could feel Bai Feng's blank page emptiness in the room to his left, Duan's steady, orderly fate resonance in the room to his right, and Madame Shu's scarred, diminished channel somewhere in the settlement below. And Qingmei. He could feel Qingmei. Her resonance was unique among the watchers, stronger, more refined, carrying a harmonic frequency that matched his own ink meridians like a key matching a lock. When she was near, his cultivation stabilized. When she was far, it flickered. She was his anchor in the storm of perception, the one fixed point in a sea of swirling fate text. She appeared at the courtyard door, wrapped in a light robe, her hair loose around her shoulders. You can't sleep either, she said. The perception. It's too much. She crossed the courtyard and stood before him. Let me help. She placed her hands on either side of his face, her palms warm against his cheeks. The green spark jumped between them. Not a single flash this time, but a steady glow, her watcher resonance meeting his free scribe frequency in a harmonic convergence that smoothed the jagged edges of his perception into something manageable. How are you doing that? He breathed. Harmonic dampening. It's a watcher technique. We use our resonance to modulate a free scribe's perception, filtering the input into manageable streams. I should have taught you sooner. You're teaching me now. She smiled. Her thumbs brushed his cheekbones. Xinwei, I need to say something, and I need to say it now, before things get worse. Before Commander Hei comes, before the next battle, before the world decides to take one of us away. Say it. I love you. Not the mission, not the free scribe, not the symbol of resistance. You, the man who saved a child and ate dumplings on the pavilion steps. The man who asked me if our relationship was just an assignment and looked like his heart would break if I said yes. He pulled her close. The glow between them intensified, green and gold intertwining like vines climbing toward the same light. I love you too, he said. And I have since the moment you walked into the lower archives smelling of jasmine and told me that order is a choice. They held each other in the courtyard, under stars that the heavenly Tao had placed according to a celestial script written before the first mortal drew breath. And for a moment, just a moment, the script did not matter. For a moment, they were just two people choosing each other, and the choice was entirely their own. When they separated, Qingmei's expression was serious. There's something else I need to tell you. About my original mission. You already told me. You were sent to assess, not that part. The other part. She took a breath. The Watchers didn't just send me to assess you. They sent me to bond with you. Emotionally. The harmonic dampening I just demonstrated. It works best between a free scribe and a Watcher who share a deep personal connection. The stronger the bond, the more effective the modulation. Xinwei went still. Are you saying they sent you to make me fall in love with you? They sent me to create the conditions for a bond. The love, if it developed, would be genuine, not manufactured. But the intent behind my assignment was to ensure that I became your anchor. And you're telling me this because? Because I refuse to have a secret between us. Not now. Not after what we just said. Her voice was fierce, trembling. I fell in love with you, Shenwei. That's real. But the circumstances under which it happened were engineered, and you deserve to know that. The silence that followed was taut as a bowstring. Shenwei felt the fate field swirl around them, reading the emotional resonance of the moment, the fear, the honesty, the fragile trust being offered and tested simultaneously. He reached for her hand. I appreciate you telling me. And I'm angry, not at you, at the Watchers, for treating people like instruments in their 700-year plan. You have every right to be angry. But the feelings are real, more real than anything in my life. Then the circumstances don't matter. Engineered or not, I choose this. I choose you. The tension broke like a wave cresting and falling. Qingmei pressed her forehead against his, and the green-gold glow between them flared bright enough to illuminate the entire courtyard. Together, she whispered. Together. Chapter 27 verse embodiment training began the next day, and it was nothing like what came before. Script formation had been about precision, writing individual fate entries with accuracy and subtlety. Verse embodiment was about scale. Where a script was a sentence, a verse was a poem, a complex, multi-layered composition that affected not one fate, but many, weaving changes across an entire network of interconnected destinies simultaneously. Madame Shu demonstrated the concept using a model of the valley's fate field, a three-dimensional representation constructed from jade threads and crystal nodes that she had spent decades building. Each thread represented a fate connection between two residents, and each node represented a person. The model filled an entire room in her basement. In script formation, you reach out and pluck a single thread, she said, touching one of the jade lines. It hummed with a faint resonance. You change that thread, and the change propagates outward through connected threads. Ripple effects. Collateral alterations. In verse embodiment, she continued, stepping back to take in the entire model. You compose a verse, a unified piece of fate text that addresses the entire network at once. Instead of plucking one thread and hoping the ripples don't cause damage, you play a chord, multiple threads, simultaneously, in harmony. The verse accounts for the interconnections, absorbs the ripple effects into the composition itself, and produces a clean, stable change across the entire field. It's the difference between surgery with a scalpel and conducting an orchestra, Shenwei said, studying the model. Exactly. And like conducting, it requires awareness of every instrument simultaneously. You can't compose a verse while focusing on one fate. You need to hold the entire field in your mind at once. The full meridian perception helps with that. It's necessary, but not sufficient. Perception tells you what's there. Composition requires you to imagine what could be there, the new pattern, the revised network, the chord that replaces the current dissonance with harmony. It's a creative act, Shenwei. The most creative act a human mind can perform. He began practicing with small groups, 3 or 4 fates at a time, composing mini-verses that adjusted their interconnections without disrupting the broader field. It was excruciatingly difficult. Each verse required him to hold multiple fate threads in his awareness simultaneously, understand their relationships, imagine the desired change, and compose the celestial text that would implement it, all while maintaining the harmonic stability that prevented ripple damage. The first dozen attempts failed. The verses were incomplete, unstable, or produced unintended effects. On one attempt, he accidentally strengthened a connection between two residents who disliked each other intensely, resulting in an inexplicable argument in the market square that lasted 3 hours. That's actually encouraging, Madame Shu said, watching the argument from her tea house window. It means your verses are taking effect. You just need to refine your composition technique. By the second week, he could compose stable verses affecting up to 10 fates simultaneously. By the third week, 20. Each successful composition deepened his understanding of the celestial weave's grammar and expanded his creative vocabulary, the range of changes he could express in fate text. Bai Feng watched the training with fascination and occasional alarm. You realize what you're doing is terrifying, right? The swordsman said one evening, sitting on the courtyard wall and watching Shenwei practice verse composition in the air, golden characters forming and dissolving above his outstretched hands. You're rewriting reality. You're literally changing what happens to people. For the better. Always for the better. Says you. But who decides what better means? That farmer whose crops you improved. Maybe he would have learned more from the failure. That couple whose marriage you saved. Maybe they needed to separate to find their own paths. Shenwei lowered his hands. The golden characters faded. You sound like the heavenly Tao. I sound like someone who's lived without fate and understands what freedom actually costs. Freedom means the freedom to fail, Shenwei, to suffer, to make terrible mistakes and learn from them. If you're rewriting people's fates, even for the better, you're still taking away their agency. The criticism stung because it was legitimate. Shenwei sat with it for a long time, turning it over in his mind like a rough stone. You're right, he said finally. I've been thinking of my edits as corrections, fixing injustices, preventing suffering. But that's still authorship. I'm still writing other people's stories. So what's the alternative? I don't know yet. But the goal, the real goal, isn't to write better fates. It's to give people the ability to write their own. Bai Feng nodded slowly. Now you're talking. But that's a much harder problem than making crops grow or marriages work. I know. I'll figure it out. I believe you. And when you do, I'll be there to make sure you don't get killed in the process. Chapter 28 Commander Hei's patience ran out 6 weeks after Shun Wei's arrival in Crimson Leaf Valley. The warning came from the Watcher Network, a cascade of reports from resonance carriers across the eastern approach, each one registering the same thing. A massive disturbance in the Fate field, moving toward the valley with the deliberate speed of an army on the march. He's brought more soldiers, Duan reported, spreading intelligence documents across the table in Madame Shu's basement. The advance reports describe at least 50 heavenly soldiers, plus Commander Hei himself. And there's something else, a secondary disturbance, different from the soldiers. Something larger, more powerful. A weapon? Qingmei asked. Or a formation? The enforcers are known to deploy fate formations, constructed arrays of celestial energy that can suppress, contain, or destroy fate editing ability within a defined area. If Commander Hei has brought a formation array, he plans to neutralize Shun Wei's power before engaging directly. Shun Wei closed his eyes. His fully activated Meridian network reached out across the valley, reading the fate field with unprecedented clarity. He could feel the approaching disturbance, a wall of ordered, rigid fate energy pressing against the valley's natural resonance fault like a fist pressing against a membrane. He's not just coming for me, Shun Wei said. He's coming to subjugate the valley. The formation will override the natural resonance fault, bringing this area under full celestial surveillance. Every person here, every farmer, craftsman, trader, will have their fates rewritten to eliminate any trace of autonomy. That's the standard enforcer protocol for insurgent territories, Duan confirmed grimly. How long before they arrive? Bai Feng asked, his hand resting on his sword hilt with the casual readiness of a man who was always prepared for violence. 2 days. Perhaps less. 2 days. Shun Wei had been training in verse embodiment for 3 weeks. He could compose stable verses affecting up to 20 fates simultaneously. Against 50 heavenly soldiers and a decree manifestation stage commander, that was not enough. But it would have to be. We prepare, Shun Wei said. Qingmei, coordinate with the Watcher Network. I want every resonance carrier in the valley feeding information to our command post. By phone, organize the settlement's defense. Anyone who can fight, arm them. Not to engage the soldiers directly, but to evacuate civilians if things go wrong. And you? Qingmei asked. I'm going to compose a verse. The biggest one I've ever attempted. He spent the next 36 hours in Madame Shu's basement, surrounded by the jade and crystal fate field model, composing. The verse he was constructing was not an attack or a defense. It was something more ambitious. He was writing a verse of protection for the entire valley, a fate composition that would reinforce the natural resonance fault, strengthening the ambient disruption that made the valley difficult for the heavenly Tao to monitor. In essence, he was writing the valley's fate, not the fate of individual residents, but the collective destiny of the place itself, a fate that said, this valley is free. The composition was staggeringly complex. Each thread of the fate field had to be accounted for, each connection between residents had to be harmonized, and the resulting verse had to be robust enough to withstand the pressure of Commander Hei's formation array. It was like writing a novel in real time, every character load-bearing, every sentence structurally essential. Madame Shu watched over his shoulder, offering corrections and suggestions. Qingmei provided harmonic dampening, her resonance smoothing the jagged edges of his perception when the complexity threatened to overwhelm him. Bai Feng stood guard outside, his blank page presence a void in the fate field that gave Shun Wei a fixed reference point amidst the chaos of composition. By the morning of the second day, the verse was complete. Shun Wei stood in the center of the settlement's main square, surrounded by every resident who had chosen to stay. Many had evacuated, the elderly, the very young, those who had no connection to the Watcher Network and no stake in the conflict. But 112 people remained, their fates woven into the verse Shun Wei had composed, their destinies aligned with the valley's collective freedom. He could feel Commander Hay approaching. The wall of enforced fate energy was close now, pressing against the valley's rim like a tide against a seawall. Are you ready? Qingmei asked, standing at his side. No, he said honestly. But ready or not, here they come. Chapter 29. Commander Hay descended into Crimson Leaf Valley at the head of a column of white light that burned through the morning fog like a lance through silk. The heavenly soldiers materialized first, 50 of them, arrayed in a semicircular formation around the settlement's main square, their featureless white faces and blank eyes creating a wall of celestial authority that radiated suppressive pressure. Behind them, arranged in geometric precision, were 12 jade monoliths, the formation array that Duan had warned about. Each monolith was 3 times a man's height, inscribed with celestial characters that pulsed with active energy, and they hummed in unison, generating a field of concentrated fate suppression that pressed down on the valley like an invisible weight. Then Commander Hay himself appeared, stepping from the column of light with the measured stride of a man who had never been in a hurry because the universe had always arranged itself to accommodate his schedule. Shunwei. His wide eyes found the young scribe standing in the center of the square, surrounded by 100 residents, and his expression held the cold satisfaction of a hunter who has finally cornered his prey. You left Azure Jade City. That was unwise. You dismantled my fate web. That was predictable. Predictability is not a weakness. It is the Tao's greatest strength. Every possibility, anticipated. Every deviation, corrected. Your web was clever, for a mortal, but it was a mortal construction in a celestial system. It was never going to hold. And yet I'm still here. Commander Hay gestured, and the formation array activated. The 12 monoliths flared with white light, their inscriptions blazing, and a dome of suppressive energy expanded outward from the array, engulfing the settlement. The pressure was immense. Shun Wei felt his meridians compress, his ink veins dim, his connection to the fate field thin to a thread. This is a grade 3 suppression formation, Commander Hay said. Within its radius, fate editing ability is reduced by 90%. Whatever verse you've been composing, whatever defense you've been constructing, it is now effectively inert. Shenwei felt the verse he had spent 36 hours composing strain against the suppression. The formation was not destroying it, it was squeezing it, compressing the fate energy until the composition's internal coherence was at its breaking point. But it was not broken. Not yet. The verse held because it was not powered by Shun Wei's ink meridians alone. It was powered by the valley's natural resonance fault, the geological feature that generated ambient fate energy fluctuations. Madame Shu had taught him to tap into this natural energy source, using the valley's own resistance to celestial authority as fuel for his composition. The formation could suppress his personal power, but it could not suppress the earth itself. You've miscalculated, Commander, Shenwei said, his voice steady despite the crushing pressure. Your formation targets my meridians. My verse is powered by the valley. He activated the verse. Golden characters erupted from the ground beneath his feet, rising through the stone like flames through wood, spreading outward in concentric circles that raced across the settlement square and up the valley walls. The characters were enormous, each one 20 feet tall, blazing with fate energy drawn from the resonance fault deep below, and they formed a pattern that even Commander Hay, with all his power, could not have anticipated. The verse was not a shield. It was not a weapon. It was a rewrite of the valley's fundamental nature. The characters read, "This land is unwritten. No fate holds sway here. All who stand on this ground stand free." The effect was instantaneous. The suppression formation's dome, which had been pressing down with crushing force, encountered the verse's upwelling of natural fate energy and shattered. The 12 monoliths cracked simultaneously, celestial characters scattering like sparks from a broken blade, and the white dome dissolved into threads of dissipating energy. The heavenly soldiers staggered. Their bodies, constructs of celestial fate energy, flickered as the verse's area of effect stripped the fate text from their forms. Several collapsed entirely, their humanoid shapes dissolving into clouds of raw energy that dispersed in the morning air. Commander Hay stood unmoved. His personal power was sufficient to resist the verse's effect, but his expression had shifted, the cold satisfaction replaced by something closer to genuine alarm. "Verse embodiment," he said. "You've advanced." "I've advanced because you gave me time," Shunwei replied. "Thank you for that." The battle that followed was unlike any combat Shunwei had experienced. Commander Hay moved first, raising both hands. White light gathered between his palms, a concentrated fate decree, the spoken word of the heavenly Tao made manifest. He released it in a beam of pure celestial authority that scorched the air and struck the ground where Shunwei stood. But Shenwei was no longer there. Bai Feng had pulled him aside at the last instant, the swordsman's blade deflecting the residual energy with a slash that sent sparks flying across the square. Move, Bai Feng shouted, pushing Shun Wei behind a toppled monolith. He's too fast for head-on combat. Hit and run, use the terrain. Shun Wei nodded and reached for his verse. The golden characters still blazed across the valley, maintaining the unwritten zone that weakened the heavenly soldiers. He could not maintain the verse and fight Commander He simultaneously. The cognitive load was too great. He needed to choose. He chose both, splitting his awareness into two streams, one maintaining the verse, one engaging in combat. He stepped out from behind the monolith and faced Commander He. Stumble. He focused, reaching for the commander's fate field. Nothing. The commander's fate was sealed by the heavenly Tao itself, layers of celestial protection that Shun Wei's script formation-level combat editing could not penetrate. That won't work on me, Commander He said, advancing. My fate is written by the Tao's own hand. Your mortal blood cannot. Bai Feng now. The swordsman erupted from behind a collapsed monolith, his blade a silver arc aimed at Commander He's exposed flank. The commander spun, deflecting the strike with a forearm guard of solidified fate energy, but the movement cost him a step of ground. And in that step, Shun Wei composed a microverse, not targeting Commander He directly, but the ground beneath his feet. The verse read, "This stone shifts." The flagstone under Commander He's right foot tilted. It was a tiny change, the fate of an object, not a person, and it slipped through the commander's personal defenses because he hadn't bothered to protect the terrain. Commander He stumbled. Bai Feng was there instantly, his blade singing through the gap in the commander's guard. The sword struck the black armor, and for one breathless moment, it held. Then the tip found a seam, slipping between plates to draw a thin line of silver blood across the enforcer's ribs. Commander He's white eyes widened. It was the first wound an enforcer had taken in 700 years. Chapter 30. The wound was shallow, barely a scratch on a being whose power could reshape continents. But the shock of it reverberated through the fate field like a thunderclap. The remaining heavenly soldiers froze. The resonance carriers throughout the valley gasped as one. Even the golden characters of Shun Wei's verse flickered, as though the celestial weave itself could not process the impossibility of what had just occurred. A mortal blade had drawn the blood of a heavenly enforcer. Commander He looked down at the thin line of silver on his ribs. He touched it with one finger, examined the silver fluid, and then looked at Bai Feng with an expression that had passed through surprise, through anger, and arrived at something far more dangerous: curiosity. Your blade should not have been able to cut me, he said. My armor is fate-hardened, inscribed with celestial text that defines it as impenetrable, and yet your blade found a seam that should not exist. Bai Feng lowered his sword but did not sheath it. Your armor was written to be impenetrable to fate-directed attacks. My sword isn't fate-directed. I have no fate. My blade carries no celestial intention. You're the blank, the unwritten mortal. Commander He's curiosity deepened. I was briefed about you. An anomaly, a mortal without a scroll. The reports described you as irrelevant. They were wrong. People who underestimate blanks tend to bleed, Bai Feng said mildly. Commander He's hands moved. White light blazed between his palms. Not the focused beam he had used against Shun Wei, but a wide-area pulse, a fate decree that washed over the square in all directions. The decree was simple and absolute. All within this field fall. The residents in the square staggered. Several dropped to their knees. Even Qing Mei, with her watcher resonance, was forced back 2 steps. The decree operated on a fundamental level, rewriting the immediate fate of everyone it touched to include you fall. Bai Feng did not fall. The decree washed over him like water over a stone and passed without effect. No fate to rewrite meant no vulnerability to fate-based attacks. Shun Wei did not fall either. His verse, still active, still blazing across the valley, included a clause. All who stand on this ground stand free. The verse's declaration of freedom counteracted the decree's command, creating a conflict in the fate field that resolved in Shun Wei's favor because his verse was anchored to the valley's natural resonance, while Commander He's decree relied on celestial authority that the unwritten zone had diminished. Interesting, Commander He murmured. A verse that counters decrees. You truly are something new. The battle resumed. Commander He abandoned the wide-area approach and focused his attacks on Shun Wei directly, launching a barrage of targeted fate decrees. Your meridian's close, your blood stops, your heart ceases, each one a concentrated attempt to override the verse's protection and strike at Shun Wei's physical form. Shun Wei countered with verse-level compositions, weaving each counter-edit into the existing framework of his Valley verse, so that the energy cost was distributed across the natural resonance fault rather than drawn from his personal reserves. The battle became a contest of authorship, Commander Hay writing attacks, Shunwei editing them. Each exchange a sentence in a dialogue conducted in celestial script at the speed of thought. Bai Feng darted between them, exploiting the gaps that appeared when Commander Hay's attention was fixed on Shunwei. The swordsman could not use fate editing, but his conventional martial cultivation was formidable, and his unwritten nature made him unpredictable in ways that confounded an opponent accustomed to reading fate fields. Qing Mei coordinated from the edge of the square, using her Watcher resonance to monitor the battle's fate field dynamics and relay information to Xinwei through their harmonic link. Left side, she called. He's building a multi-layered decree, physical, mental, and spiritual components targeting your meridians simultaneously. Xinwei felt it. A triple-pronged attack forming in the celestial text around him, each prong designed to bypass a different aspect of his verse's protection. It was sophisticated, precise, and would have been devastating if he hadn't been warned. He countered with a technique Madame Xu had taught him 2 days ago, the verse of exception. Instead of trying to block or overwrite the triple decree, he composed a verse that declared himself an exception to its effects. This decree does not apply to those who stand in the unwritten. It was a grammatical technique rather than a power technique, exploiting the structure of celestial text to create a loophole rather than a barrier. The triple decree struck and passed through him like light through glass, its effects nullified by the grammatical exception. Commander Hay's jaw tightened. You fight like a scribe. Technicalities and loopholes instead of raw power. I am a scribe, Xinwei said. And technicalities are the most powerful weapons in any system built on rules. The exchange continued for another hour. Neither side gained a decisive advantage. Commander Hay's power was greater, but Xinwei's technique and the valley's natural resonance created an equilibrium that the enforcer could not break without risking damage to the celestial weave itself. It was Bai Feng who broke the stalemate. The swordsman had been probing Commander Hay's defenses throughout the battle, searching for the seams in his fate-hardened armor that his unwritten blade could exploit. He found 3 more, each one a tiny gap where the celestial inscriptions did not quite overlap, leaving a sliver of mundane metal exposed. On the 4th discovery, Bai Feng struck with everything he had. His blade entered through a gap at the commander's left shoulder, sliding between plates of fate-hardened armor and striking the flesh beneath. Silver blood sprayed. Commander Hay roared, the first sound of pain Xunwei had ever heard from a celestial being, and his right hand swung, catching Bai Feng across the chest with a pulse of fate energy that sent the swordsman flying 30 feet across the square to crash against a wall. Bai Feng, Xunwei shouted. The swordsman did not move. He lay crumpled against the wall, his gray robes dark with red blood, mortal blood, unlike the enforcer's silver, and his sword arm bent at an angle that should not have been possible. Xunwei felt something break inside him. Not a meridian, something deeper, something in the part of him that was still human, still mortal, still capable of fear and love and rage. He reached for the fate field with everything he had. Not carefully, not precisely, not with the measured technique Madame Xu had spent weeks teaching him. He reached with raw intent, with fury, with the desperate love of a man watching his sworn brother die. And the verse he composed was not a sentence or a paragraph or a chapter. It was a declaration. Golden characters erupted from his body, not from his hands, but from every ink vein, every meridian, every node point. They blazed like a second sun, filling the square with blinding light, and they formed words that the heavenly Tao itself had not heard in 700 years. Commander Hei hesitates at the critical moment. The decree struck the enforcer like a physical blow. It punched through his celestial defenses, not because Xunwei's power exceeded them, but because the declaration was composed at the verse embodiment level, addressing not just the commander's fate field, but the valley's entire resonance network, channeling the collective fate energy of 112 free people and a geological resonance fault into a single, devastating edit. Commander Hay froze. His raised hand, poised to deliver a killing blow to the fallen Bai Feng, trembled. His white eyes flickered. His body, bound by the edited fate text, refused to complete the motion. He hesitated, and in that hesitation, the battle ended. Chapter 31. Shun Wei did not waste the moment. He rushed to Bai Feng's side, while Commander Hay stood frozen in the grip of the hesitation decree. The swordsman was alive, barely. His arm was shattered, 3 ribs were broken, and the fate energy pulse that had struck him had left burns across his chest that wept clear fluid. Don't. Bai Feng coughed, red bubbling at the corner of his mouth. Don't waste your power on me. Finish him. Shut up and stay alive. Shinwei pressed his hands against the worst of the burns and felt his ink veins pulse. Healing through fate editing was different from combat application. Instead of changing what would happen, he changed what had happened, rewriting the recent past of Baifeng's body to reduce the severity of the injuries. The technique was risky. Past editing was far more costly than future editing, each change requiring a proportional expenditure of fate energy that pulled from Shunwei's personal reserves rather than the valley's ambient source. The ink veins across his body dimmed as he worked, the golden light fading to a dull amber. Baifeng's broken arm straightened. The burns receded, raw flesh knitting into scarred but intact skin. The internal bleeding slowed, then stopped. That's all I can do, Shinwei gasped, pulling his hands away. His vision was gray at the edges, his body shaking from the energy expenditure. The rest will have to heal naturally. I'll live. Baifeng sat up, wincing. More than I expected. Now go deal with the enforcer before that hesitation wears off. Shinwei turned back to Commander He. The enforcer was still frozen, but the hesitation was fading. The golden characters of the decree were dimming as the Heavenly Tao's own authority reasserted itself, overriding Shinwei's edit with the commander's original fate text. He had seconds, not minutes. Shinwei approached the frozen enforcer and did something he had never attempted. He read Commander He's fate scroll. Not the surface text, the public fate that governed the commander's actions and responsibilities. The deep text, the original inscription that the Heavenly Tao had written when Commander He was first created. For enforcers were not born, they were authored. Celestial beings composed from the Tao's will and given form, purpose, and fate in a single act of divine authorship. What Shinwei saw in the deep text made his breath catch. Commander He's fate was a tragedy. He had been written as an enforcer, a weapon of the Tao, but somewhere in the original text, buried beneath layers of celestial revision, there was a fragment that did not belong. A single line, in different ink, that read, "He was a man before he was a weapon." Someone had edited Commander He's fate. Long ago, before the enforcer was aware of his own existence, someone had inserted that line, a remnant of a mortal life that had been overwritten when the Tao claimed him. The implications were staggering. Commander He was not a pure celestial construct. He had been a mortal once, a man with a life, a history, perhaps a family. The Tao had taken him, rewritten his fate entirely, transformed him into an enforcer, and buried the evidence so deeply that even the commander himself did not know. Shinwei memorized the fragment and stepped back as the hesitation decree finally collapsed. Commander He gasped, the first uncontrolled breath Shinwei had seen from the enforcer, and his white eyes refocused with the sharp clarity of a predator that had been momentarily stunned and was now very, very angry. "You dare," Commander He began. "You were human once," Shinwei said. The words stopped the enforcer mid-sentence, as effectively as any fate decree. His white eyes widened. His hands, which had been rising to attack, fell to his sides. "What did you say?" "Your fate scroll. The deep text. There's a fragment. Old, almost erased, but still there. He was a man before he was a weapon. The Heavenly Tao took you, Commander. It took your life, your memories, your identity, and rewrote you into this. You're not a celestial being. You're a stolen mortal wearing celestial armor." Silence. The kind of silence that precedes an earthquake. "You're lying," Commander He said, but his voice lacked conviction. Something in the deep text had resonated, a vibration in his own fate field that matched the fragment Shinwei had described. "I can prove it. Let me read your scroll again. I'll show you the fragment. I'll read it aloud, character by character. If I'm lying, the text won't match anything. If I'm telling the truth. If you're telling the truth, then everything I am is a lie. No, everything they wrote you to be is a lie. But the fragment, the man you were before, that's real. It's the one real thing in your entire existence." Commander He stood in the ruined square, silver blood seeping from his wounds, surrounded by the wreckage of his formation array and the scattered remains of his heavenly soldiers, and for the first time in his memory, he felt something that was not certainty. He felt doubt. "I will return to the celestial court," he said at last, his voice raw, stripped of the commanding authority that had defined him. "I will investigate what you've told me. If it's true, then the Heavenly Tao has been lying to its own enforcers. And if it lied to you, how many others has it lied to?" Commander He met Shinwei's eyes. In the enforcer's white gaze, something flickered, not warmth, not yet, but the first fragile stirring of something that had been buried for a very long time. "You've made a dangerous enemy today, Shinwei, or a dangerous ally. I don't yet know which." He ascended on a column of light, and the remaining heavenly soldiers followed, their diminished numbers a testament to the verse's power. The valley fell silent except for the wind and the whisper of crimson leaves. Shenwei's legs gave out. He sat heavily on the flagstones, his vision swimming, his meridians depleted. Qingmei was beside him instantly, her hands on his shoulders, her resonance stabilizing his faltering energy. That was insane, she said. Reading an enforcer's deep text? While he was trying to kill you. That was absolutely, certifiably insane. It worked. It worked because you're either brilliant or lucky, and I genuinely cannot tell which. He leaned into her. Both, I think. Can I sleep now? You can sleep for a week. He was unconscious before she finished the sentence. Chapter 32 Shun Wei slept for 3 days. When he woke, it was to the smell of red leaf tea and the sound of Baifeng practicing sword forms in the courtyard, moving with the careful deliberation of a man whose recently healed bones were not yet fully trusted. Qingmei was sitting beside his bed, reading a report from the Watcher Network. She looked up when he stirred. Welcome back. How do you feel? Like someone poured molten iron into my veins, and then shook me. He sat up slowly, feeling his meridians protest. The ink veins across his body were visible but dim. The golden glow that had characterized his verse embodiment was reduced to a faint shimmer, like embers after a fire. How long was I out? 3 days. Madame Shu says your meridians are intact, but depleted. She estimates a week of rest before you're back to full capacity. We don't have a week. Commander He is not coming back. Not immediately. Qingmei set down her report. The Watcher Network has been tracking his movements. He returned to the Celestial Court, and since then, there's been no activity directed at this valley. No new enforcer deployments, no surveillance increases, nothing. Whatever you said to him about his deep text, it's made him hesitate. Shenwei lay back against his pillow. He was human once. The Tao took him, rewrote him. If that's true for one enforcer, it might be true for all of them. The Watchers are investigating. If the heavenly Tao has been conscripting mortals and rewriting them into enforcers, it's the greatest crime in celestial history. And it would explain why the Tao was so desperate to eliminate the free scribes. Fate editors who could read deep text would eventually discover the truth. We need to tell people. Not just the Watchers, everyone. In time. Right now. We need you recovered, and we need to prepare for what comes next. Commander He's hesitation won't last forever. The Celestial Court will eventually override whatever doubts he's experiencing and send someone else. Someone who won't hesitate. She was right, and they both knew it. But the knowledge that Commander He, the feared enforcer, the Tao's weapon, had been a stolen mortal burned in Shun Wei's mind like a coal that would not cool. Over the next week, as his meridians recovered, Shun Wei threw himself into a new area of study, the fate editing technique that could free Commander He. If I can read deep text, I can rewrite it, he reasoned, discussing the theory with Madame Shu during a recovery session. Commander He's original mortal identity is buried under layers of celestial revision. If I can peel those layers back, editing them away one by one, I can restore the man underneath. In theory, Madame Shu cautioned. But Commander He's fate has been rewritten by the heavenly Tao itself. The depth of the editing is beyond anything you've encountered. It's like trying to unwrite a novel. You'd have to erase every sentence, every word, every character that the Tao added, without damaging the original text beneath. How many layers? If the Tao's standard protocol for enforcer creation follows the same pattern we've documented in other celestial constructs, at least 100 layers of revision, each one reinforced by the next, creating a self-sustaining lattice of celestial text that resists unauthorized alteration. 100 layers. Shenwei stared at the ceiling. I need to be stronger. Much stronger. You'd need to be at least mid-stage verse embodiment, possibly approaching decree manifestation. And even then, the attempt would be incredibly dangerous, for you and for Commander He. If you make an error during the peeling process, you could erase the original mortal entirely, leaving nothing but the celestial construct. Commander He would lose even the possibility of recovering his true self. Then I need to practice. Find something similar, a fate that's been heavily revised, and practice the peeling technique. I know of one, Madame Shu said quietly. Mine. Shenwei looked at her. Your fate was revised? When the Watchers performed the artificial activation ritual, they rewrote portions of my fate to accommodate the celestial energy. The revisions are still there, layers of text that don't match my original fate path. They're what caused the burnout. If you could peel them away, you might be able to restore my original fate, and in doing so, reverse the accelerated aging that the ritual caused. Madame Shu, are you asking me to? I'm not asking. I'm offering myself as a test subject. It's the closest analog to Commander He's situation that we have available, and unlike the enforcer, I consent to the procedure. The risks are mine to accept. I've lived with the consequences of the ritual for 30 years. If there's a chance to undo them, even a small chance, I want to take it. And if the procedure works on me, you'll have the technique refined for when you need to use it on Commander He. Shinwei regarded her steadily. The woman who had sacrificed decades of her life for the possibility of his existence was now offering herself as a test subject for a technique that might kill her. We'll do it carefully, he said, layer by layer. If anything goes wrong, I stop. Agreed. And Madame Shu? Yes. Thank you. For everything. She waved a dismissive hand, but her eyes were bright. Save the gratitude. You haven't done anything yet. Chapter 33. The peeling technique took 2 weeks to develop and another week to test on small-scale revisions before Shinwei felt confident enough to attempt it on Madame Shu's fate. The principle was elegant. Instead of overriding revised text with new text, which added another layer, he dissolved the revised text entirely, using a precisely calibrated application of fate energy that broke the celestial ink's molecular bonds without disturbing the text beneath. It was the equivalent of removing paint from a canvas, patient, delicate work that required absolute control and an intimate understanding of the difference between the original brushstrokes and the later additions. He practiced on scrolls that had been revised by the Heavenly Tao during routine updates, small amendments to existing fates that added a new line or adjusted a detail. Peeling these revisions was relatively easy. The difference between the original celestial ink and the newer editions was detectable through his full meridian perception. Madame Shu's revisions were harder. The Watcher's ritual had used a synthetic celestial ink, a human-made approximation of the Tao's writing medium, that was close enough to the original to be difficult to distinguish. It took Shinwei 3 days of careful examination, using every technique Madame Shu herself had taught him, to map the boundaries between her original fate text and the ritual revisions. 12 layers, he reported. The ritual added 12 layers of revision to your fate, concentrated around the meridian development passages. Each layer reinforced the artificial activation, but also accelerated the energy consumption that caused the burnout. 12 layers in 6 months of active editing. The Tao typically adds 100 layers to an enforcer over centuries. You see the scale of the challenge. I see it. But the technique is the same, only the magnitude differs. If I can peel 12 layers cleanly, I can peel 100. It's a matter of endurance, not skill. Then let's begin. The procedure took 4 hours. Shinwei worked in complete silence, his awareness focused to a needle point, his ink veins glowing with steady golden light as he traced the boundaries of each revision layer and dissolved it with controlled bursts of fate energy. Qingmei maintained harmonic dampening throughout, her resonance keeping his perception clear and stable. Bai Feng stood guard outside, his blank page presence serving as an early warning system against any celestial surveillance that might detect the procedure. The first 6 layers came away cleanly, dissolving like mist in sunlight, leaving Madame Shu's original fate text exposed and intact beneath. The woman's body responded visibly. Tension lines in her face softened, the silver in her hair darkened toward its original black, and the scarred remnants of her burned-out meridians flickered with faint traces of returning resonance. The 7th layer was problematic. It had bonded partially with the original text, creating a hybrid structure that could not be simply dissolved. Shinwei had to carefully separate the original characters from the synthetic additions, character by character, like separating tangled threads. Take your time, Madame Shu said, her voice steady despite the discomfort. Precision over speed. He took his time. The 7th layer came away in fragments, each one requiring individual attention, each removal accompanied by a small restoration of the original text's resonance. Layers 8 through 11 followed the same pattern, progressively more bonded, progressively more difficult to separate. By the 11th layer, Shinwei's hands were trembling and his ink veins were dimming. Last layer, he said, examining the final revision with his perception. This one is the deepest, the first one applied during the ritual. It's almost completely fused with the original text. Can you remove it? Yes, but it's going to hurt. Everything about this path hurts. Do it. He dissolved the final layer. Madame Shu screamed. It was a short, sharp scream, bitten off almost before it began, but the pain it expressed was vast. The pain of 30 years of premature aging being acknowledged, processed, and released in a single moment. Her body convulsed once, twice, 3 times. Then it stilled. Shinwei pulled his hands away and looked at her. The change was remarkable. The silver hair was now streaked with black rather than the reverse. The lines in her face had softened, not disappeared, but retreated, as though years had been subtracted from her appearance. And in her veins, where the burned-out meridians had left only scars, Faint traces of celestial resonance flickered like stars emerging at dusk. Madame Shu, can you hear me? Her eyes opened. They were bright, clear, and younger than they had been an hour ago. I can feel it, she whispered. The fate field. Not like before, not full editing ability, but I can feel it. The resonance. It's like hearing music after 30 years of silence. Tears ran down her cheeks. She did not wipe them away. Shenwei sat back, exhausted but elated. The technique worked. 12 layers, cleanly removed, the original text restored. It would need refinement before he attempted it on Commander Hay's 100-layer revision, but the proof of concept was undeniable. How do you feel physically? Qingmei asked, kneeling beside Madame Shu. Young, relatively speaking. The aging hasn't been fully reversed. That would require restoring the lost lifespan itself, which is beyond what was attempted. But the active deterioration has stopped. I'm no longer aging faster than I should. That's a start, Shenwei said. Madame Shu reached out and gripped his hand. Her fingers, which had always been steady, now trembled with emotion. You have no idea what you've just done, she said. For 30 years, I've been dying in slow motion, my body decaying from a sacrifice I made willingly but mourned every day. And now you've stopped the clock. You've given me back time. Time. Shenwei echoed, remembering Commander Hay's words. Time is everything. Yes, it is. Chapter 34. 2 days after the successful peeling procedure, Bai Feng's past caught up with him. They were eating breakfast in the courtyard. Shenwei, Qingmei, Bai Feng, and Madame Shu, who moved with a new lightness that made the others smile, when Bai Feng's teacup shattered in his hand. Not from physical force. The ceramic simply cracked, the pieces falling between his fingers like shed petals, and the tea pooled on the table in a pattern that Shenwei's fate perception recognized instantly. Celestial text. The tea had formed celestial characters. They read, blank page. You have been found. Report to Commander Hay within 3 days, or your companions will suffer for your defiance. Bai Feng stared at the message. His winter sky eyes were flat, unreadable. How? Qingmei demanded, standing so quickly her chair toppled. How did a celestial message reach him? He has no fate scroll. There's no channel for the Tao to communicate through. Through his companions, Madame Shu said grimly, examining the tea pattern. The message was written into the fate field around him, specifically, into the fates of the objects he was interacting with. The teacup, the tea. Clever. The Tao can't write to Bai Feng directly, so it wrote to his environment instead. It's a summons, Bai Feng said, his voice controlled. Commander Hay wants me. He wants leverage, Shenwei corrected. He can't get to me directly. The valley's verse protects us. So he's going after the people around me instead. If you go to him, he'll use you against me. If I don't go, the message says my companions will suffer. That means you. We can protect ourselves. Can you? Bai Feng's voice hardened. He's a decree manifestation enforcer, Shenwei. You beat him once, through surprise and preparation and 3 days of careful composition. You won't get that advantage again. And now he's had weeks to analyze your techniques, study your verse structure, and develop countermeasures. So we develop new techniques. We don't hand you over to a celestial enforcer like a sacrifice to a dragon. Bai Feng was quiet for a long moment. The shattered teacup lay between them on the table, its fragments arranged in the pattern of the celestial message. I won't go willingly, he said at last. But I need you to understand something. If Commander Hay comes for me, and he will, my blank page nature makes me uniquely vulnerable in one way. He can write on me. A person without a fate scroll is a person without protection against fate writing. If Commander Hay writes a fate for me, I become whatever he writes. The implications settled over the group like a cold fog. He could write a fate compulsion, Qingmei said. Force you to act against your will. Yes. Then we need to protect you, Shenwei said. I can write a protective verse, a fate ward that shields you from external fate writing. I thought you can't edit my fate because I don't have one. I can't edit what doesn't exist, but I can write something new. A verse that defines your fate field not as blank, but as sovereign, explicitly protected against external authorship. You'd be writing my fate for me. The irony was not lost on either of them. They stared at each other across the table, the philosophical implications of the situation pressing down like the weight of the mountain above. It would be your choice, Shenwei said carefully. I won't write anything without your consent. And the verse I'd write wouldn't dictate what you do. It would only declare that no one else gets to dictate what you do. A protective clause, not a directive. A fate that says no fate. Essentially, Bai Feng picked up a shard of the broken teacup and examined it. The celestial text was fading, the message dissolving as the fate energy that had formed it dissipated. Do it, he said. But if you ever, use that verse to control me, I'll cut you, brother. Friend or not. I deserve it. The verse took 6 hours to compose. It was unlike anything Shun Wei had written before, not a revision of an existing fate or a declaration of collective freedom, but a new creation, a genesis. He was writing the first original fate scroll for a man who had lived his entire life without one. He wrote it with Bai Feng sitting across from him, the swordsman's winter sky eyes fixed on Shun Wei's hands as golden characters formed in the air between them. Bai Feng, born of no authorship. His fate is his own. No power, celestial or mortal, may write upon his scroll without his express and freely given consent. He walks the path he chooses. He falls when he decides to fall. He rises when he decides to rise. This is sovereign fate. This is freedom given form. The golden characters descended and settled onto Bai Feng's skin, sinking into his flesh like water into dry earth. The swordsman gasped, his eyes widening, and for the first time since Shun Wei had known him, the blank page void in the fate field around him was replaced by something. Not a written destiny, not a predetermined path, but a boundary. A line that said, "This far and no further." "I can feel it," Bai Feng said, looking at his hands. "It's like armor. Not physical armor, armor for my soul. Something that says, this is mine." "It's yours," Shun Wei confirmed. "No one can take it. Not even me." "Brother." Bai Feng's voice was rough. "Thank you." They clasped hands. Still no spark of green light. The verse was sovereign, not connective, but the grip was iron, and the bond it affirmed was stronger than any celestial text. Chapter 35 Commander Hei's response to Bai Feng's silence was swift and devastating. 3 days after the message in the teacup, a resonance carrier in the eastern approach felt a disturbance. Not an army this time, not a formation array, but a single entity of such overwhelming power that the carrier collapsed, his mind unable to process the magnitude of the fate signature he was detecting. Commander Hei arrived at the valley's rim at dusk, alone. But he was changed. The black armor was the same, the white eyes were the same, but the power that radiated from him had doubled, tripled, since their last encounter. The fate field around him was not merely rigid. It was absolute, a sphere of total celestial authority that crushed everything it touched into compliance. "He's been augmented," Duan reported, his face ashen. "The celestial court has boosted his power. He's no longer operating at standard decree manifestation. He's at peak, possibly touching canon ascendant." Shun Wei stood on the courtyard wall and felt Commander Hei's presence pressing against his valley verse like a hammer against an anvil. The verse held, but the pressure was immense. Hairline cracks appeared in the golden characters that blazed across the valley floor. "He's not attacking the verse directly," Shun Wei said. "He's attacking what's underneath, the resonance fault. He's trying to suppress the geological source that powers my composition." "Can he do that?" Qingmei asked. "He's doing it right now. Look." They watched as the crimson leaves on the valley walls began to wilt. The ambient fate energy that made the valley a natural blind spot was being forced into submission by Commander Hei's amplified authority. The geological resonance fault, millions of years old, a scar in the Earth's celestial fabric, was being overwritten by the heavenly Tao's will, channeled through its most powerful enforcer. "He'll crush the fault within an hour," Madame Shu said. "When the natural resonance fails, your verse loses its power source. After that, he can enter the valley unopposed. Then we fight. You can't beat him at peak decree manifestation. You're mid-stage verse embodiment at best. I don't have to beat him. I have to survive long enough to." Shun Wei stopped. An idea was forming, terrible and brilliant. "Long enough to what?" Bai Feng demanded. "Long enough to use the peeling technique." "On him." Silence. Everyone in the courtyard turned to stare at him. "On an augmented enforcer?" Madame Shu's voice was flat with disbelief. "While he's actively trying to kill you. The peeling technique requires hours of careful work. You'd need to be in physical contact with him for the entire duration. Not hours. Not if I don't try to peel all 100 layers. I just need to peel enough to reach the fragment, the original mortal text beneath the celestial revisions. If I can expose that fragment, Commander Hei will feel it. He'll feel the man he was before the Tao took him. And that might be enough to make him stop. Or it might drive him insane. Or kill him. Or kill you. Those are all possible outcomes, yes." Madame Shu closed her eyes. When she opened them, her expression was resigned. "What do you need from us?" "Time. Distraction. Keep him engaged while I close the distance." "Bai Feng, you're the only one who can touch him physically. Your sovereign fate protects you from his decrees, and your unwritten blade can still find the seams in his armor. I need you to create an opening." "What kind of opening?" "A moment of physical contact. Palm to skin. Long enough for me to initiate the peeling. After that," he shrugged. "After that, we improvise." "I hate improvisation," Bai Feng said. "I know. That's why it'll be unexpected. Commander He breached the valley's rim 40 minutes later. The golden characters of Shun Wei's verse shattered as the resonance fault was finally suppressed, the geological source overwhelmed by the Enforcer's amplified power. The crimson leaves turned gray. The red river ran clear. The valley, stripped of its natural defiance, became just a valley, beautiful but mundane, defenseless against the celestial authority that now filled it like water filling a basin. Commander He descended into the settlement's main square, his footsteps leaving craters of solidified fate text in the ground. The residents had evacuated. Duan had seen to that, herding every civilian through the Western Pass an hour before the breach. 5 people remained: Shenwei, Qingmei, Bai Feng, Madame Xu, and Duan. You refused the summons, Commander He said, his augmented voice resonating with celestial authority that made the buildings vibrate. His wide eyes fixed on Bai Feng. The blank page. I gave you an opportunity for dialogue. You chose defiance. You gave me an ultimatum wrapped in a threat, Bai Feng replied, his sword drawn. I don't respond well to threats. Neither does the heavenly Tao. Commander He raised his hand, and the air between them crystallized into a fate scroll, a new scroll, blank, waiting to be written. I was going to write your fate peacefully, blank page. I was going to give you a purpose, a destiny, a place in the celestial order. Now I will write your fate as a compulsion, and you will bring me Shun Wei willingly. He began to write. Celestial characters formed on the blank scroll, each one blazing with white light. Bai Feng obeys. The characters shattered. Bai Feng's sovereign fate, the verse Shun Wei had composed, flared to life around the swordsman like a suit of golden armor. The protective boundary, no power may write upon his scroll without his consent, intercepted Commander He's fate-writing attempt and annihilated it on contact. Commander He staggered. The backlash of a rejected fate write was something he had clearly never experienced. What? Bai Feng moved. The swordsman crossed the distance between them in 3 strides, his blade a silver arc aimed at the Enforcer's throat. Commander He's combat instincts were superhuman. He deflected the strike with a forearm guard of crystallized fate energy, but Bai Feng had been studying the seams in that armor for weeks. His blade found a gap at the wrist, sliced through, and his free hand grabbed Commander He's exposed forearm. Skin to skin, human to stolen human. Now, Bai Feng roared. Shenwei was already moving. He slammed his palm against Commander He's other forearm, the one Bai Feng had exposed, and drove every ounce of his verse embodiment power into the peeling technique. The world went white. Chapter 36. The peeling was nothing like the procedure on Madame Xu. Madame Xu's 12 layers had been thin, relatively recent, applied by mortal hands using synthetic ink. Commander He's layers were ancient, deep, applied by the heavenly Tao itself using pure celestial ink of such density that each character was a universe of compressed meaning. Shenwei did not try to peel all 100 layers. He had been truthful about that. He only needed to reach the fragment, the single line of original mortal text buried beneath the revisions. But even reaching that fragment required pushing through the outer layers, and each layer fought back. The celestial text was self-defending. As Shenwei's peeling technique dissolved the outermost layer, the layer beneath it solidified, becoming harder, denser, more resistant. It was like digging through frozen earth. Each inch revealed a harder inch beneath. Shenwei's ink veins blazed at full capacity, the golden light so intense that it illuminated the entire square. His meridians screamed under the strain, the secondary channels threatening to fracture as he poured more and more fate energy into the peeling. Commander He was screaming too. Not in pain but in rage, his augmented power surging against Shun Wei's touch, trying to throw the scribe off through sheer force. Bai Feng held the Enforcer's arm with both hands, his sovereign fate shielding him from the waves of celestial energy that washed over them both. Qingmei pressed her palms against Shun Wei's back, channeling her harmonic dampening directly into his meridian network, smoothing the energy flow, preventing the fractures that Madame Xu had warned about. 14 layers, Shun Wei gasped. 15. I can feel the fragment. It's deep, very deep, but I can feel it. His resistance is increasing, Qingmei warned. The inner layers are strengthening in response to the peeling. You're running out of power. I know. I need more. There is no more. The valley's resonance fault is suppressed. Shenwei gritted his teeth. 20 layers down. The fragment was still deep, so deep he could barely sense it. He was burning through his personal reserves at a catastrophic rate, his ink veins dimming from gold to amber to dull red. 25 layers. 30. The fragment was closer now, a whisper of mortal text in a sea of celestial revisions. Then Commander He's augmented power surged, and Bai Feng lost his grip. The enforcer tore free. Shinwei's hand was ripped away from the exposed forearm, and the peeling stopped. The dissolved layers began to regenerate instantly, celestial text rewriting itself to fill the gaps Shinwei had created. No. Shinwei lunged forward, trying to re-establish contact, but Commander Hei's backhand caught him across the chest. The blow, delivered with the full force of a peak decree manifestation cultivator, sent Shinwei flying across the square. He hit the ground hard. Something cracked, a rib, maybe two. The world blurred, went gray, came back in fragments. Through the haze of pain, he saw Bai Feng engaging Commander Hei in a furious blade-to-fist combat, the swordsman's silver sword meeting the enforcer's fate-crystallized fists in a shower of sparks. Bai Feng was fighting brilliantly, using his unpredictable, fate-immune combat style to keep the enforcer off balance, but he was outmatched in raw power, and the augmentation made Commander Hei faster, stronger, more devastating than before. A fate decree struck Bai Feng's blade. The sovereign verse protected the swordsman himself, but the sword was not sovereign. It was an object, subject to fate writing. The decree read, "This blade shatters." The silver sword exploded. Bai Feng staggered, his hands bleeding from shrapnel. Commander Hei pressed the advantage, seizing the disarmed swordsman by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "Enough," the enforcer said, his white eyes blazing. "This ends now." Then the enforcer's face changed. Not physically. His features remained the same, but something shifted behind the white eyes. A flicker. A tremor. The 30 layers Shinwei had peeled were regenerating. Yes, but the process was not instantaneous. For a few more seconds, the mortal fragment, buried, diminished, but still present, was closer to the surface than it had been in centuries. And it was screaming. The fragment, "He was a man before he was a weapon," resonated through the partially exposed layers like a voice shouting through a thinning wall. Commander Hei could not hear it consciously, but he felt it. A vibration in his deepest self, a memory of something that predated the celestial revisions, something human and frightened and desperate. His hand on Bai Feng's throat trembled. "Commander," Shinwei said, pulling himself upright. Blood ran from his mouth, his ribs ground against each other with every breath, and his ink veins were guttering like dying candles. But his voice was clear. "The fragment is still there. You felt it. The man you were. He's still in there, screaming to be heard. Be silent." He had a name. The mortal who became Commander Hei. He had a name, a life, people who loved him. The Tao took all of that, rewrote him, turned him into a weapon. But it couldn't erase the original text entirely. It's still there. It will always be there. Commander Hei's grip on Bai Feng's throat loosened, not releasing, but weakening. His white eyes were unfocused, staring at something inside himself that he could not yet see but could no longer ignore. "Who?" he whispered. "Who was I? I don't know, but I can find out. Let me finish the peeling. Let me reach the fragment and read it fully. I can tell you who you were, your name, your life, everything the Tao tried to erase. And if I don't want to know, then that's your choice. But it should be your choice, Commander, not the Tao's." The seconds stretched like taffy. The valley was silent. The gray leaves whispered. Bai Feng hung in the enforcer's grip, very still, very quiet, trusting his sworn brother to do what words could not. Commander Hei released Bai Feng. The swordsman dropped to the ground, gasping, clutching his throat. Commander Hei stood over him, his augmented power still blazing, his white eyes still burning, but his hands were at his sides, and his face wore an expression that no enforcer had ever worn. "Doubt. Not today," Commander Hei said. "The layers are regenerating. You'd need to peel deeper than 30 to reach the fragment, and you're in no condition to attempt it. Then come back. When I'm stronger. When you're ready. The Celestial Court will send others. My hesitation will be noted, investigated. They may attempt to reset me, add new layers, bury the fragment deeper. Then we move fast. Both of us." Commander Hei looked at the sky. The celestial surveillance grid, invisible to mortal eyes but visible to the enforcer's perception, glittered above them like a net of stars. "There is a place," he said slowly, as though each word was being dragged from a depth he had never known existed. "The Heavenly Library in the Northern Wastes. It contains the original records of the first enforcer creations. If my mortal identity exists anywhere outside my own fate scroll, it will be there. Then that's where I'm going. The path is dangerous. The Northern Wastes are actively hostile to fate editors. The Tao maintains heavy surveillance there precisely because the library contains knowledge that could be used against it. I'll manage." Commander Hei studied him for a long moment. Then he reached into his armor and produced a small object, a jade token, inscribed with characters that pulsed with celestial authority. An enforcer's passage token. It will get you through the outer security perimeter of the northern wastes without triggering an alert. Use it once, and it will be traced. Use it wisely. Shenwei took the token. Why are you helping me? Because you showed me something I cannot unsee. And because... He paused. Because the man I was before would want me to. He ascended on a column of light for the third time, and for the third time, the valley fell silent in his wake. But this time, the silence felt different. Not the relief of a threat averted or the tension of a deadline approaching. It felt like the beginning of something. Chapter 37 Recovery was slower this time. The battle with the augmented Commander He had pushed Shunwei's meridians to their absolute limit. 3 secondary channels had partially fractured during the peeling attempt, and the ink veins across his body were dimmer than they had been since the early days of his cultivation. Madame Shu estimated 2 weeks of rest before he could safely resume training. He gave himself 1 week. Stubborn, Madame Shu said, watching him practice gentle meridian exercises in the courtyard on the 8th day. Reckless. Impatient. You remind me of myself 30 years ago, and that is not a compliment. I appreciate the concern. I'm not concerned. I'm annoyed. If you fracture those channels completely, the damage is permanent. You'll lose 40% of your meridian capacity and never advance past mid-verse embodiment. I know the risks. You know the numbers. You don't feel the reality. Let me be blunt. I spent 30 years living with the consequences of pushing too hard, too fast. The ritual burned out my meridians because the watchers were impatient. Don't repeat our mistake. Shenwei stopped his exercises. He looked at Madame Shu, really looked at her, with the perception of a verse embodiment cultivator who could read fate fields with surgical precision. What he saw was not just the physical woman in front of him, but the fate text that described her. A life of sacrifice, regret, determination, and, since the peeling procedure, renewed hope. You're right, he said. I'll take the full 2 weeks. Thank you. He used the recovery period productively. While his meridians healed, he studied, absorbing every text in Madame Shu's library about the Heavenly Library, the Northern Wastes, and the history of the Enforcer Creation Protocol. The Heavenly Library was one of the most heavily guarded locations in the celestial bureaucracy. Located in the frozen wastes north of the Jade Mountain Range, it contained the accumulated knowledge of the Heavenly Tao, every technique, every protocol, every record of every celestial act since the first writing. It was staffed by celestial archivists who made the Fate Pavilion scribes look like amateurs, and it was protected by layers of security that ranged from physical barriers to fate-based defenses that could rewrite an intruder's entire destiny in the time it took to blink. The passage token will get you past the outer perimeter, Duan said, studying the jade token Commander He had given them. But the inner defenses are another matter. You'll need to reach the Enforcer Archives, a specific section deep within the library where the creation records are stored. That section has its own security, independent of the outer perimeter. What kind of security? Fate-locked doors, each one inscribed with a conditional fate decree. Any unauthorized person who attempts to pass this door will be immediately reported and detained. The doors read the fate field of anyone who approaches. If your fate doesn't include authorization, the decree triggers. But I'm a fate editor. Can I authorize myself? In theory, but the doors are designed to detect editing attempts. If you try to write authorization into your own fate, the door reads the edit as unauthorized and triggers the decree anyway. Then we need another approach. It was Qing Mei who found it. Buried in a footnote of the Record of the Unwritten, she discovered a reference to a technique called fate silence, a method by which a free scribe could temporarily suppress their own fate signature, becoming, for all intents and purposes, invisible to the fate field. It's the opposite of what you normally do, she explained, excitement lighting her voice. Instead of connecting to the fate field, you disconnect from it. Your ink meridians enter a dormant state, your fate signature drops to 0, and you become, like by foam, a blank page. The fate-locked doors can't read what isn't there. But if my meridians are dormant, I can't use any fate editing abilities. Right? You'd be entering the most heavily guarded celestial installation in existence with no powers. Just your wits and whatever conventional skills you have, which are limited. Which is why you're not going alone. Baifeng stepped forward. A blank page and a man pretending to be one. That's almost a plan. It's a terrible plan, Madame Shu said. All of our plans are terrible, Baifeng replied. The good ones just fail more slowly. Despite the objections, the plan took shape over the following days. Shenwei and Baifeng would travel to the northern wastes, use the passage token to breach the outer perimeter, and infiltrate the Heavenly Library using the Fate Silence technique to bypass the inner defenses. Qing Mei would remain in Crimson Leaf Valley, maintaining communication through a long-range resonance link that the Watchers had established. I should come with you, Qingmei argued. Your resonance would be detectable inside the library. 2 blanks might slip through. A blank and a Watcher would be spotted instantly. I don't like it. Neither do I. But I'll come back to you. That's not a promise. It's a verse. He kissed her forehead, and the green-gold glow between them flared briefly in the pre-dawn darkness. Then he and Baifeng set out for the northern wastes, 2 small figures on a long road, heading toward the heart of the enemy. Chapter 38. The northern wastes were everything the name promised, and less. The landscape north of the Jade Mountain Range was a frozen expanse of white nothing, flat, featureless, stretching from horizon to horizon under a sky the color of old pewter. The air was so cold it burned the lungs, and the wind carried a constant, low moan that sounded like the earth mourning something it had lost long ago. Shenwei and Baifeng traveled for 6 days, following a route that Duan had mapped from Watcher intelligence reports. They moved at night and sheltered during the day, hiding in snow caves and abandoned structures, avoiding the patrol routes of the Celestial Court's surveillance networks. On the 3rd day, Shenwei activated the Fate Silence technique. The sensation was deeply unsettling. His ink meridians, which had become as natural to him as his heartbeat, went dormant. The constant hum of the Fate field, which had been his companion since his first edit in the pavilion's archives, fell silent. The world did not change, but his perception of it did. Colors seemed duller, sounds seemed flatter, and the rich, interconnected tapestry of destiny that he had grown accustomed to seeing simply wasn't there. He was mortal again. Fully, completely mortal. A scribe without his ink. How does it feel? Baifeng asked, watching him closely. Like going deaf in a room full of music. Welcome to my world. They smiled at each other, 2 blank pages in a world of written destiny, united by the paradox of their shared invisibility. On the 6th day, they reached the outer perimeter of the heavenly library. It was not what Shenwei had expected. There was no visible structure, no building, no wall, no gate. The perimeter was a line in the snow, a hairline fracture in the frozen ground that glowed faintly blue when Shenwei squinted. Beyond the line, the landscape changed. The featureless white gave way to a pattern of crystalline formations that rose from the ice like frozen flowers, each one inscribed with celestial characters too small to read with the naked eye. The formation field, Baifeng murmured. Duan warned us about this. Each crystal is a sensor node. They read the fate field of anything that passes between them. If they detect a fate signature, any fate signature, they alert the inner defenses. Then let's hope the fate silence is working. Shenwei produced the Jade Passage token and held it above the blue line. The token pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and the line dimmed. A narrow gap appeared, just wide enough for 2 people to walk through. They crossed. The crystal formations did not react. The sensor nodes registered 2 blanks, 2 entities with no fate signatures, and, finding nothing to report, returned to their dormant state. The passage token's authority overrode the automatic alert that would normally trigger for unrecognized entities, and they were through the outer perimeter without incident. 1 down, Baifeng whispered. Many to go. The heavenly library revealed itself gradually as they moved deeper into the formation field. It was not a single building but a city, an entire metropolis of frozen crystalline structures, each one a repository of celestial knowledge, each one more heavily defended than the last. The architecture was beautiful in a cold, alien way. Spires of ice and crystal rising hundreds of feet into the gray sky, connected by bridges of solidified fate energy that glowed blue-white in the perpetual twilight. And it was populated. Celestial archivists moved through the crystal streets with the purposeful efficiency of beings who had no desires beyond their function. They were similar to the heavenly soldiers, but more refined. Humanoid forms of concentrated celestial energy, each one a walking index of the knowledge stored in their section. They did not speak, did not eat, did not rest. They processed, cataloged, and maintained, and they had been doing so since the library's creation. The archivists are harmless unless triggered, Baifeng whispered as they pressed against the wall of a crystal building, watching a group of archivists pass. They don't have combat programming, but they will report any anomaly to the library's central security. Then we don't create anomalies. They navigated the Crystal City using a map that Duan had provided. Incomplete, based on intelligence gathered over decades of remote observation, but accurate enough to guide them to the general vicinity of the Enforcer archives. The section was located deep in the library's core, below ground level, accessible through a series of descending corridors that burrowed into the frozen earth. The first fate-locked door appeared at the entrance to the descent. Shenwei approached it cautiously. The door was a slab of blue crystal, inscribed with the conditional fate decree Duan had described. Any unauthorized person who attempts to pass this door will be immediately reported and detained. With his meridians dormant, Shenwei had no fate signature for the door to read. He pressed his palm against the crystal surface. Nothing happened. The door's mechanism clicked, the sound of a lock encountering a key it did not recognize but could not classify as unauthorized, because there was nothing to classify. Bai Feng pushed the door open, and they stepped through into the descending corridor. That was anticlimactic, Bai Feng observed. The best infiltrations usually are. They descended in silence, past two more fate-locked doors that responded identically to their blank presence, until they reached the Enforcer archives. The chamber was vast. Rows of crystal shelves stretched in every direction, each one holding fate scrolls that glowed with the cool blue light of celestial ink. These were not the paper scrolls of the Fate Pavilion. They were crystal constructs, the text etched into the crystalline surface rather than written on paper, and they resonated with a depth of power that made even the dormant ink veins in Shun Wei's arms tingle. The creation records, he breathed. Every enforcer the Heavenly Tao has ever created. Every mortal it's ever taken. Find Commander Hay's record. Fast. The Fate Silence technique has a duration, and I'd rather not be here when your meridians wake up. Shenwei moved through the shelves, scanning the crystal scrolls. Without his fate perception, he had to read the inscriptions manually, a painstaking process that tested the calligraphy skills that 19 years in the pavilion had honed to perfection. He found Commander Hay's record on the 14th shelf, third row. The crystal scroll was large, larger than any scroll Shenwei had seen, its surface dense with text that chronicled the Enforcer's creation in meticulous detail. And there, at the very bottom, buried beneath 100 layers of revision notes, was the original entry. The fragment. Shenwei read it. Then he read it again, his hands trembling. The original entry read, Hey Longwei, born in Jade River Village, son of a fisherman and a seamstress, loved the sound of rain. Fate, to live a quiet life, marry a village girl named May, raise 3 children, and die at age 72, content. Note, subject selected for enforcer conversion. Original fate suspended. Mortal identity archived. Commander Hay's name was He Longwei. He had been a fisherman's son who loved the sound of rain. Shenwei pressed the crystal scroll against his chest and closed his eyes. He could not feel the fate field. He could not sense the celestial weave. He was just a mortal man, standing in the heart of heaven's most guarded archive, holding the stolen life of a fisherman's son in his hands, and weeping. Chapter 39. They escaped the heavenly library the same way they entered, silently, invisibly, 2 blank pages slipping through a world of written words. The Fate Silence technique held for the duration of their retreat, though Shenwei could feel it fraying at the edges as his dormant meridians began to stir. By the time they reached the outer perimeter and passed back through the sensor field, his ink veins were flickering with returning gold. Faint, intermittent, but undeniably present. We need to move, Bai Feng said, watching the crystal formations behind them for any sign of pursuit. When the silence breaks fully, your fate signature will reappear. If we're still within detection range, I know. Let's go. They ran. The northern wastes were not designed for running. The frozen ground was treacherous, the wind brutal, and the lack of landmarks made navigation difficult. But they ran anyway, driven by the urgency of the fading silence and the knowledge that what they carried, the truth of Commander Hay's stolen identity, was worth any physical cost. The silence broke at the edge of the Jade Mountain Range, for hours into their retreat. Shun Wei's meridians flared back to life like a fire rekindled, and the fate field flooded his perception with such intensity that he staggered and nearly fell. The world was alive again, singing, humming, blazing with interconnected destiny, and after 6 days of silence, the return was almost overwhelming. Easy, Bai Feng said, gripping his arm. Breathe. Shenwei breathed. The perception stabilized. The ink veins settled into their familiar golden glow. Did we trip any alarms? He asked, extending his awareness back toward the library. I don't think so. No pursuit energy, no alert signals in the fate field. Bai Feng paused. We did it. We did it. They made camp in a mountain cave, sheltered from the wind and the surveillance grid, and Shun Wei recorded everything he had read in the Enforcer archives. Not just Commander Hay's record. In the few minutes he had spent scanning the surrounding shelves, he had glimpsed dozens of other creation records, each one documenting the theft of a mortal life. They're all stolen, he told Bai Feng, his voice hollow. Every enforcer. Every single one. The Heavenly Tao didn't create them from nothing. It took mortals, rewrote their fates, and turned them into weapons. Hundreds of them. over millennia. Fishermen, farmers, scholars, mothers, children. All of them taken, all of them archived, all of them forgotten. Bifone was quiet for a long time. The cave fire flickered between them, casting orange shadows on the stone walls. My scroll, the swordsman said finally. The one that was never written. Maybe it was written. Maybe the Tao took me for conversion, started the process, and something went wrong. Maybe my fate was erased in preparation for an enforcer revision that was never completed. It's possible. If I could access your creation record, if you have one, I might be able to find out. Not now. We have bigger problems. Commander Hay's record is a weapon, proof of the Tao's crime against mortals. But proof only matters if people see it. How do we get this information out? We start with Commander Hay himself. He deserves to know his own name. The journey back to Crimson Leaf Valley took 12 days, longer than the outward trip, because they had to reroute around increased patrol activity that suggested the library's security had detected something, even if they couldn't identify what. They arrived at the valley's rim at dawn on the 13th day, exhausted, frostbitten, and carrying knowledge that could reshape the world. Qingmei met them at the settlement gate. She looked at Shun Wei's face, read something in his golden eyes, and embraced him without speaking. I found it, he said into her hair. I found his name. Tell me everything. He told her. He told Madame Shu and Duan too, gathered in the basement of the tea house, the fire crackling, the fate maps glowing on the walls. He told them about He Longwei the fisherman's son. He told them about the hundreds of other stolen mortals. He told them about the creation records and the systematic theft of human lives. The room was silent when he finished. Madame Shu's restored resonance flickered with barely contained fury. Duan's face was the color of ash. Qingmei's eyes burned. This changes everything, Duan said. If the enforcers learn the truth, if they discover they were stolen, not created, the Heavenly Tao's military infrastructure collapses. No enforcer would willingly serve a master that built them from stolen lives. Which is exactly why the Tao guards those records so carefully, Madame Shu said. The enforcers are the foundation of its power. Without them, the Tao has no way to enforce its authority over mortal fate. The entire system, the scrolls, the pavilions, the inspectors, the whole celestial bureaucracy, depends on the enforcer's compliance. Then we expose them, Shenwei said. All of them. Every stolen identity, every archived mortal, every creation record. We find a way to get this information to the enforcers themselves. How? The enforcers are distributed across the continent, isolated from each other, operating under individual fate odes that prevent them from questioning the Tao's authority. Shenwei thought about the problem. He turned it over in his mind the way he had once turned scrolls in the pavilion, examining it from every angle, looking for the crack in the system that would allow him to insert a revision. I write a verse, he said. Not for individuals, not for a valley, for the entire Enforcer Corps. A verse that carries the truth, He Longwei's name, his stolen life, the proof of what the Tao has done, and transmits it through the celestial weave to every enforcer simultaneously. A verse of that scale would require power beyond anything you've demonstrated, Madame Shu said. You'd need to be at decree manifestation, at minimum. Then I need to advance. Quickly. We just had this conversation about pushing too hard. I know. And the situation has changed. We have proof of a crime, Madame Shu. Every day I delay is another day that hundreds of stolen mortals remain enslaved inside celestial armor, serving a master that built them from broken lives. She met his gaze. The restored resonance in her veins pulsed, a reminder of what Shun Wei's power could do, what it could restore. Then we advance, she said. But carefully, deliberately, with full awareness of the risks. Agreed. And Shun Wei. Yes. When you compose that verse, make it beautiful. Those people, those stolen lives, deserve a beautiful truth. Chapter 40 The path to decree manifestation began with a question. What is the difference between a verse and a decree? A verse is composed, Madame Shu explained, drawing diagrams on the training room floor in chalk that glowed faintly with residual fate energy. You construct it deliberately, character by character, shaping the celestial text with your intent and your skill. A decree is spoken. It requires no composition, no construction, no deliberate shaping. A decree is the direct expression of your will imposed on the fate field through the raw force of your cultivation. In other words, a verse is poetry and a decree is a command. Precisely. And the difference in power is proportional. A well-composed verse can affect a region. A decree can affect a continent, because it bypasses the compositional process entirely. The scribe's intent becomes the celestial text, without translation. That sounds like the heavenly Tao itself. It should. The Tao operates through decrees. When it writes a fate, it doesn't compose, it wills. The fate text is an expression of its will, not a product of its craftsmanship. Decree manifestation is the stage where a free scribe begins to operate on the same fundamental level as the Tao. And that's why the Tao feared the free scribes. That's why the Tao exterminated them. A mortal with decree manifestation ability is not just a threat to the Tao's authority. They're a challenge to its nature. If a mortal can decree fate, then the Tao's monopoly on fate writing is broken, not circumvented, not weakened, but fundamentally broken. Shen Wei studied the diagrams. The conceptual framework was clear, but the practical implications were staggering. To reach decree manifestation, he needed to transcend the careful, structured approach that had defined his cultivation so far and learn to express his will directly through the fate field. How do I practice? He asked. You start small. A single word, spoken with intent. Not composed, not structured, just expressed. If your cultivation is sufficient, the word will take effect in the fate field. Like combat editing, the stumble, hesitate, fall technique. Similar, but different. In combat editing, you're targeting a specific person's fate and making a micro change. In decree practice, you're not targeting anyone. You're making a statement about reality itself. The statement may affect anyone within range or no one. It's uncontrolled, undirected, raw. That sounds dangerous. It is, which is why we practice in an open field, away from people. They established a practice area on the valley floor, a half-mile from the settlement. Shen Wei stood alone in the crimson grass. The leaves had regained their color after the valley's resonance fault slowly recovered from Commander Hei's suppression and prepared to speak his first decree. He chose a simple word, grow. He spoke it, not shouted, not whispered, simply stated, with the full weight of his verse embodiment cultivation behind it. The grass at his feet shivered. A circle of crimson blades, perhaps 10 feet in diameter, surged upward, growing from ankle height to waist height in a matter of seconds. The growth was not natural. The grass was responding to the decree, the fate field around it rewriting to include accelerated development. The word took effect, Madame Shu observed from a safe distance. Uncontrolled, undirected, but effective, the decree influenced the fate field within a 10-foot radius. That's not much. That's the first word of the first decree you've ever spoken. Give it time. He practiced daily. The decrees grew stronger, their effective radius expanding from 10 feet to 20, to 50, to 100. The words he spoke became more complex, from simple commands, grow, cool, brighten, to conditional statements, if the wind blows from the east, the leaves turn gold, to abstract declarations, this place is peaceful. Each decree deepened his connection to the fate field in a way that verse composition could not. Verses were crafted, decrees were felt. When he spoke a decree, the words did not come from his mind. They came from his core, from the deepest part of his cultivation where mortal will met celestial ink, where the scribe became the author. The ink veins responded. They did not expand. By this stage, they covered his entire body, a comprehensive network of dark lines that no longer merely pulsed but flowed, the golden energy moving through them in constant, visible circulation. Instead of expanding, they deepened. The lines grew darker, more defined, the energy within them becoming denser, richer, more potent. You're consolidating, Madame Shu reported after a particularly powerful practice session. The meridians are no longer growing, they're concentrating. This is the hallmark of the decree manifestation transition. When the concentration reaches a critical threshold, your decrees will carry the force of written fate. The transition happened on the 32nd day of practice. Shen Wei was standing in the practice field, composing a complex decree that combined conditional logic with an abstract declaration. Those who stand in Crimson Leaf Valley stand in freedom. This is not a verse. This is a truth. When he spoke the words, the fate field shattered. Not destructively, but transformatively. The celestial text that covered the valley like a net flickered, dimmed, and was replaced by new text. Text that had not been composed or constructed, but simply willed into existence by the force of Shen Wei's cultivation. The new text was his decree, and it covered the valley from rim to rim, blazing with golden light so intense that it was visible from miles away. Those who stand in Crimson Leaf Valley stand in freedom. This is not a verse. This is a truth. The words hung in the air, inscribed on the sky itself, burning with the authority of a scribe who had become something more than a scribe. Decree manifestation. Stage 5 of the free scribe's path. Below, in the settlement, the residents looked up at the burning words and felt something shift inside them. A loosening, a lightening, as though chains they had worn so long they had forgotten their weight had suddenly fallen away. Children laughed. Adults wept. The fate field in the valley, already loosened by the natural resonance fault, was now actively free, not merely ungoverned, but declared ungovernable. Shunwei stood in the center of the field, golden light streaming from every ink vein, his eyes blazing with liquid gold, and felt the power of what he had become settle into his bones like molten metal cooling into steel. He was a decree manifestation cultivator. His spoken words carried the force of written fate. He could declare truths and make them real, speak commands, and watch them take effect across distances that made his earlier verse seem like whispers. But power, he knew, was not enough. Power without purpose was tyranny, exactly what the heavenly Tao practiced, and exactly what the free scribes had been destroyed for opposing. He needed to use this power wisely. He needed to compose the verse that would carry the truth to every enforcer in the world. The truth about their stolen lives, their archived identities, the man they had been before they were made into weapons. He needed to write the most beautiful verse the world had ever seen. And somewhere in the celestial court, Commander He Longwei, fisherman's son, lover of rain, felt a tremor in the fate field that he could not explain, and looked toward the south, and remembered, for just a moment, the sound of water falling on a wooden roof. The scribe had become an author. The heavens were about to learn what happened when the authored page picked up the pen and started editing back. Chapter 41. The Northern Wastes had changed Xinwei in ways that went beyond cultivation advancement. He stood on the ridge above Crimson Leaf Valley, watching the dawn light paint the crimson leaves in shades of gold and amber, and felt the weight of what he had learned pressing on his shoulders like a physical burden. Hundreds of stolen lives. Hundreds of mortals taken by the heavenly Tao, their identities archived, their bodies rewritten into weapons. And those were only the ones he had glimpsed in the Enforcer archives. The total number, accumulated over millennia, could be in the thousands. The decree he had spoken over the valley, those who stand in Crimson Leaf Valley stand in freedom, still blazed in the fate field, a permanent alteration to the celestial text that governed this place. But one valley was not enough. One decree was not enough. The enforcers served across the entire continent, and the mortals trapped inside their celestial armor did not know they were prisoners. "You're brooding again," Qingmei said, climbing the ridge to stand beside him. The morning wind caught her hair, and the jade comb threw green sparks across the red landscape. "I'm planning. There's a difference. When planning involves standing on a ridge and staring at the horizon with golden eyes full of existential anguish, it's brooding." Despite himself, he smiled. "Fair enough. Madame Shu wants you in the training room. She says the decree manifestation consolidation exercises can't wait, and I quote, 'The boy will waste his power on dramatic skyline contemplation if no one reins him in.'" She's not wrong. They descended together, hand in hand, the harmonic resonance between them humming like a plucked string. Since his advancement to decree manifestation, their connection had deepened. The green-gold glow between them was no longer a spark but a steady flame, visible even in daylight. Qingmei could feel his emotions through the link, and he could sense hers. The love, the fear, the fierce determination that underlay everything she did. In the training room, Madame Shu had prepared a new set of exercises designed to push his decree ability from instinctive to precise. "Raw decrees are powerful but wasteful," she explained, placing celestial jade markers at intervals across the floor. "You decree grow, and everything within 100 feet grows. Useful for dramatic demonstrations, useless for strategic operations. You need to learn to decree with surgical precision, affecting one specific thread in the fate field while leaving everything else untouched. Targeted decrees. Exactly. Speak the word and direct it. Like an arrow, not a flood." The training was grueling. Decree manifestation operated on instinct. The whole point was to bypass the compositional process and express will directly. Adding precision to instinct was like trying to thread a needle while running. The fundamental actions worked against each other. But Xinwei had spent 19 years threading needles in the Fate Pavilion. Precision was his first language, and instinct was the second he had learned on the road from Azure Jade City to Crimson Leaf Valley. Over the next 3 days, he merged them, developing a hybrid technique that combined the speed and power of decree with the accuracy of verse composition. "Targeted decree," Madame Shu said, watching him place a precisely calibrated growth command on a single blade of grass from 50 feet away. "I've never seen it done. The record says the original free scribes considered it theoretically possible, but never achieved it. They didn't have 19 years of calligraphy training." "No, they didn't." She paused, something flickering behind her restored resonance. "Xinwei, there's something I need to discuss with you. In private." They moved to the back room of her tea house, away from the training area. Madame Shu closed the door and sat across from him, her hands clasped on the table. The Watcher Network has detected increased activity across the continent. Commander Hay's absence from active duty has been noticed by the Celestial Court. They've dispatched a new enforcer to investigate, someone higher in the hierarchy than Commander Hay. Who? The Arbiter of Heavenly Ink. The name hit Shen Wei like a physical blow. He had read about the Arbiter in the Record of the Unwritten, one of the most ancient and powerful beings in the Heavenly Dao's hierarchy. While Commander Hay was a field enforcer, the Arbiter was something more. The Dao's chief prosecutor, judge, and executioner, rolled into one. His authority was second only to the Celestial Censor himself, and his power was rumored to match. The Arbiter doesn't investigate small anomalies, Shen Wei said slowly. He handles existential threats to the Celestial Order. And that's what they've classified you as. The reports from Commander Hay's engagements, the Fate Web in Azure Jade City, the battle in the Valley, the unauthorized decree manifestation, have been compiled and escalated. The Celestial Court has officially designated you as an existential class threat. How long before the Arbiter arrives? Unknown. He doesn't operate on a timetable. He operates on his own judgment. He could arrive tomorrow or a month from now. But when he comes, Shen Wei, he will not be like Commander Hay. The Arbiter has no doubt, no hidden humanity, no buried mortal fragment to exploit. He is ancient, absolute, and utterly committed to the Heavenly Dao's authority. You don't know that. The creation records showed that every enforcer was a stolen mortal. The Arbiter was created too. He has an original identity buried somewhere in those layers. The Arbiter has been active for over 3,000 years. 3,000 years of layered revisions, Shen Wei. If Commander Hay's 100 layers were a wall, the Arbiters are a mountain range. Shen Wei absorbed this, turning the problem over in his mind. A 3,000-year-old enforcer with power approaching canon ascendant, operating with the full authority of the Heavenly Dao. Even at decree manifestation, Shen Wei was outmatched. We need allies, he said. Not just the Watchers, real power. People and places that can resist the Arbiter's authority. Where do you plan to find them? The communities in the northern wastes. The ones I sensed during our infiltration, settlements whose fates have been written as suffer eternally by the Heavenly Dao as punishment for ancient rebellion. They already hate the Dao. They just need to be freed. Madame Shu's expression hardened. You want to go back to the northern wastes? Not the library this time. The exile settlements. The communities the Dao has condemned to perpetual suffering. If I can edit their fates, free them from the punishment decrees, they'll have every reason to join our cause. And every reason to attract the Arbiter's attention. A mass liberation in the northern wastes would be visible across the entire celestial weave. Good. Let the Arbiter come to me on my terms, in territory I've prepared, rather than waiting for him to arrive here unprepared. Madame Shu regarded him for a long moment. You're not the same boy who copied scrolls in a basement. No, I'm not. Be careful that you don't become the thing you're fighting against. The Heavenly Dao started with good intentions too. Order, stability, protection. Power has a way of corrupting purpose. That's why I have you. And Qingmei. And by phone. People who will tell me when I'm going too far. I'll hold you to that. Chapter 42. The expedition to the northern wastes was organized in 4 days. Shen Wei would lead a small team, himself, by phone, and 2 Watcher operatives with northern wastes experience. Qingmei would remain in the valley to coordinate communication through the long-range resonance link. Madame Shu and Duan would maintain the valley's defenses in case the Arbiter arrived while they were gone. I don't like splitting up, Qingmei said on the night before departure, lying beside Shen Wei in their shared room, the harmonic link between them burning steadily in the darkness. I know, but the valley needs you more than the wastes do. You're the best harmonic dampener we have, and if the Arbiter attacks while I'm gone, the defenders will need your resonance to coordinate. Logical. I still don't like it. I'll come back to you. That's what you said last time. And I came back. She turned to face him, her hand finding his in the dark. The green-gold glow of their connection lit their faces in soft color. Promise me something, she said. Anything. If the situation in the wastes becomes impossible, if the Arbiter appears and you can't win, run. Don't sacrifice yourself for a cause, Shen Wei. The cause needs you alive. I promise. Liar. Maybe, but a well-intentioned liar. She kissed him, fierce and desperate, and the glow between them flared bright enough to illuminate the entire room. They departed at dawn. The journey north was faster this time. Shen Wei's decree manifestation allowed him to manipulate the fate field to ease their passage, smoothing the terrain, calming the weather, guiding them through the surveillance gaps that his previous trip had mapped. Bai Feng's sovereign fate and 2 experienced Watcher operatives provided security. They reached the northern wastes on the 5th day and immediately diverged from their previous route. Instead of heading toward the heavenly library, they turned west, toward the exile settlements that Shunwei had sensed during the infiltration. Clusters of fate signatures that radiated suffering, trapped in loops of perpetual punishment decreed by the heavenly Tao millennia ago. The first settlement they found was a village of approximately 200 people, huddled in crude shelters on the frozen tundra. Their fates, when Shunwei read them, were identical in structure. For the crime of ancestral rebellion, this bloodline is condemned to suffer. No warmth in winter, no harvest in summer, no joy in any season. This decree is eternal. The villagers were gaunt, hollow-eyed, and possessed of a resignation so deep it had become a cultural identity. They had been suffering for 1,000 years. The suffering was not circumstantial, it was enforced. The Tao's decree literally prevented the environment from providing warmth, sustenance, or comfort. Crops planted in fertile soil withered. Fires lit with dry wood sputtered out. Clothing woven with skill fell apart. It was systematic cruelty on a scale that made Shun Wei's stomach turn. "I can fix this," he said, standing in the village's central square, staring at the hunger in a child's eyes. "I can rewrite the decree." "How?" the village elder asked. She was ancient, impossibly old, her body bent by decades of enforced hardship, but her eyes held a spark of something that suffering had not managed to extinguish. Hope, perhaps, or defiance. "We have prayed to the heavens for 1,000 years. The heavens do not listen. The heavens wrote your suffering. I can unwrite it." He spoke a decree, not a verse, a decree, carrying the full force of his decree manifestation cultivation. The punishment of this village is ended. The ancestral crime is forgiven. These people are free to live as they choose. The golden characters blazed across the village, burning through the ancient punishment text that had wrapped the settlement like chains. The celestial characters that enforced suffering, no warmth, no harvest, no joy, cracked, fractured, and dissolved, replaced by Shun Wei's declaration of freedom. The effect was immediate and profound. The wind, which had been biting and relentless, gentled. The perpetual gray clouds thinned, allowing shafts of sunlight to touch the frozen ground for the first time in 1,000 years. A cooking fire that had been struggling to catch suddenly roared to life, warmth radiating outward in waves that made the villagers gasp and weep and reach for each other with trembling hands. The village elder sank to her knees. Tears ran down the deep grooves of her face. "The warmth," she whispered. "I had forgotten what warmth felt like." Shinwei knelt beside her. "You should never have had to forget." Over the next week, they moved from settlement to settlement, following the chain of exile communities that dotted the northern wastes like beads on a string of suffering. Each community had its own version of the punishment decree, each one tailored to the specific ancestral crime that the heavenly Tao had deemed unforgivable. One village was condemned to perpetual blindness. Their fates decreed that their eyes would see nothing but gray. Shinwei restored their sight, and the first thing they saw was the crimson dawn breaking over the Jade Mountains. Another settlement was condemned to silence. No voice, no music, no laughter for 700 years. When Shinwei's decree lifted the punishment, the sound that erupted from those people, the raw, uncontrolled outpouring of voices that had been silent for generations, was the most beautiful and terrible thing he had ever heard. A third community was condemned to forget, each generation born without memory of the previous one, an endless cycle of people who knew nothing of their own history. Shunwei's decree restored the communal memory, and the eldest members wept as they remembered names, faces, stories that had been stolen from them. Each liberation cost energy. Each decree drew from his personal reserves, his ink meridians working at full capacity to generate the celestial text needed to overwrite the Tao's ancient punishments. By the 5th settlement, he was flagging. By the 8th, he was running on willpower alone. "You're depleting too fast," one of the Watcher operatives warned. "At this rate, you won't have enough power to defend yourself if the Arbiter arrives. Then let's hope the Arbiter takes his time." He could not stop. Each settlement they passed contained another horror, another community condemned to unearned suffering by a celestial authority that had decided, millennia ago, that some crimes could never be forgiven. The crimes themselves were ancient and often trivial. A village whose ancestors had failed to perform a required tribute. A community whose founding elder had spoken disrespectfully of the Tao. A bloodline cursed because one member, 1,000 years ago, had dared to question whether fate was just. "This is what the heavenly Tao considers justice," Shinwei told by phone after liberating the 11th settlement. They were resting in a cave, the swordsman tending a fire while Shinwei lay exhausted on a bedroll, his ink veins dim. 1,000 years of punishment for asking a question. The Tao isn't maintaining order, It's maintaining terror. Every tyrant calls their cruelty order, Bai Feng replied. The Tao is no different from any mortal emperor. It just operates on a longer timescale. And with absolute power. Power you're starting to approach. Which is exactly why the Arbiter is coming. Chapter 43. They had been in the northern wastes for 12 days when the Arbiter's presence made itself known. Shen Wei felt it first, a disturbance in the fate field that dwarfed anything he had experienced, even Commander Hei's augmented presence. The Arbiter's fate signature was not merely powerful, it was fundamental. It was woven into the deep structure of the celestial weave itself, a permanent, immovable fixture that bent the fate field around it the way a mountain bends a river. He's here, Shen Wei said, rising from his bedroll. Not close, miles away, maybe more, but he's entered the northern wastes. Bai Feng drew his replacement sword, a blade forged by the grateful blacksmiths of the third liberated settlement, inscribed with Shen Wei's protective verses. How long before he reaches us? I don't know. He's not moving directly toward us. He's surveying, reading the fate field, examining the changes I've made, assessing you. Yes. They broke camp and moved southwest, heading for the 14th exile settlement, the largest one they had yet encountered, a town of nearly 1,000 people condemned to live without hope. The punishment decree for this community was particularly cruel. Each person's fate had been written to include a moment of joy, followed immediately by crushing despair. A perpetual cycle of raised and destroyed expectations, designed to break the spirit without ending the life. Shen Wei could not leave them like that. Not with the Arbiter approaching, not with his power depleting, not with every strategic calculation screaming at him to retreat. This is stupid, the Watcher operative said. Strategically, tactically, and personally stupid. You're exhausted, the Arbiter is closing in, and you want to stop and liberate another settlement. Yes. Why? Because they're suffering right now. Not tomorrow, not when it's convenient, right now. And I have the power to stop it right now. You won't have the power to fight the Arbiter if you spend it here. Then I'll find more power. Or I'll find another way to fight. But I will not walk past people in pain because it's strategically inconvenient. He spoke the decree over the 14th settlement at noon, standing in the town's central plaza while 1,000 hollow-eyed residents watched from doorways and windows. The decree was his most powerful yet, a comprehensive unwriting of the hope-despair cycle that required him to rewrite not individual fates, but the communal fate pattern itself, a web of interconnected suffering so intricate it had taken the heavenly Tao a week to compose. The cycle ends. Hope is no longer a weapon. Despair is no longer a sentence. These people feel what they choose to feel, and no power in heaven or earth may dictate otherwise. The golden characters blazed. The ancient punishment text shattered. 1,000 people inhaled simultaneously, and the sound of it, the collective gasp of a community suddenly and unexpectedly freed from millennia of engineered suffering, echoed off the frozen mountains like a song. Then the Arbiter arrived. He did not descend from the sky in a column of light. He did not march into the plaza at the head of an army. He simply appeared. One moment, the space at the eastern edge of the plaza was empty. The next, he was standing there, as though he had been part of the landscape all along and had only now decided to be visible. The Arbiter of Heavenly Ink was old in a way that had nothing to do with physical age. His body was human-shaped, but his presence was not. It extended outward in all directions, a sphere of celestial authority so vast and so dense that the liberated fates of the 14th settlement began to flicker, the golden text of Shen Wei's decree trembling under the pressure of an entity that predated most of the continent's geography. He was tall. His robes were the deep black of absolute authority, inscribed with celestial text that moved constantly across the fabric, writing and rewriting itself in an endless loop of self-referential decrees. His eyes were not white like Commander Hei's. They were black, the pure black of ink, the color of the medium that wrote the world into existence. You are Shen Wei. His voice was the sound of a pen scratching across paper, dry, precise, inevitable. The free scribe. I am. You have been busy. The black eyes swept the plaza, taking in the liberated residents, the shattered punishment text, the golden characters of Shen Wei's decree still blazing in the air. 14 settlements. Approximately 4,000 people freed from sanctioned punishment. Impressive, for a mortal. They weren't sanctioned punishments. They were atrocities. They were consequences. The distinction matters. Not to the people who suffered them. The Arbiter tilted his head, a gesture so human it was almost jarring from a being of such inhuman presence. You presume to judge the heavenly Tao. A scribe who has existed for 20 years presumes to judge a system that has governed creation for 10,000. 20 years is long enough to recognize cruelty when I see it. Cruelty. The Arbiter tasted the word. The heavenly Tao does not know cruelty. It knows order, consequence, and necessity. The settlements you have liberated were punished for defiance, for refusing to submit to the celestial order that keeps the world stable. Their suffering was a lesson, not a pleasure. And you have just erased the lesson. A lesson that no one was learning. 1,000 years of suffering, and the only thing these people learned was that the heavens are merciless. Mercy is not the Tao's function. Order is. They stood across the plaza from each other, the ancient arbiter and the young scribe, and the fate field between them crackled with the tension of two fundamentally incompatible forces occupying the same space. Around them, the liberated residents had frozen, caught between the hope of their new freedom and the terror of the being that had enforced their old bondage. I have not come to debate ethics with you, the arbiter said. I have come to assess the threat you pose to the celestial order. Your designation is existential class. My mandate is clear. Neutralize existential class threats by whatever means necessary. Then try. The arbiter raised one hand. A single character formed above his palm. A character Shen Wei had never seen before, written in ink so dark it seemed to absorb the light around it. The character was not a word. It was a concept, the concept of absolute cessation. The end of all things within its radius of effect. He released it. Chapter 44. The character flew across the plaza like a thrown blade, a disk of compressed conceptual energy that erased everything in its path. The air disappeared. The light disappeared. The stone tiles of the plaza disintegrated into nothing, not dust but void, as though they had never existed. Shen Wei threw himself sideways, his decree manifestation instincts screaming a warning before his conscious mind could process the danger. The character passed through the space where he had been standing and struck the wall of a building behind him. The wall did not crumble or collapse, it simply ceased to be. A perfect circle of non-existence, 3 feet in diameter, cut through stone and mortar like a hole punched through paper. That was a single character, the arbiter said, lowering his hand. I have a vocabulary of 10,000. Each one a concept, each one absolute. Shen Wei's heart was hammering. The conceptual character had not just destroyed physical matter, it had erased the fate text associated with that matter. The stone tiles that had been destroyed were gone from the celestial record as well, their existence wiped from the weave. It was erasure in the truest sense, not destruction but negation. By phone, get the civilians out, Shen Wei ordered, his voice tight. Now. The swordsman moved instantly, herding the frozen residents toward the western exit of the plaza. His sovereign fate blazed around him, a shield against the arbiter's ambient pressure. The 2 Watcher operatives flanked the evacuation, their resonance carrier's sensitivity allowing them to detect incoming threats. Shen Wei faced the arbiter alone. You're powerful, he said, buying time while his mind raced. More powerful than Commander He. But power isn't the same as rightness. Rightness is irrelevant. The Tao is the system. The system is the world. You are a bug in the code, Shen Wei, an error that must be corrected. Errors suggest the code is flawed. The code is perfect. The error is yours. The arbiter raised both hands. 10 characters formed above his palms, 10 concepts, each one a different aspect of destruction. Shen Wei read them with his decree manifestation perception, cessation, dissolution, forgetting, silence, stillness, darkness, emptiness, negation, void, and oblivion. 10 words that described 10 ways of ceasing to exist. The arbiter released them simultaneously. Shen Wei spoke a decree. These concepts do not apply to me. The golden text blazed from his ink veins, forming a shield of declarative fate text that intercepted the 10 conceptual characters mid-flight. The collision was spectacular, golden light meeting absolute darkness, creation meeting destruction, the will of a mortal scribe meeting the will of a 3,000-year-old celestial authority. 7 of the 10 characters were deflected. They scattered across the plaza, each one punching a hole of non-existence in whatever it struck, buildings, stones, a frozen fountain that simply disappeared. 3 characters punched through the shield. Cessation struck Shen Wei's left arm. For one horrifying instant, the arm ceased to be, not severed, not damaged, but conceptually negated. His ink veins there went dark, his meridians there fell silent, and his arm existed in a state of quantum uncertainty, flickering between presence and absence. Shen Wei screamed, not from pain. The cessation was painless, but from the existential horror of feeling part of himself simply not be. He poured decree force into the affected arm, overriding the cessation with a declaration of existence. This arm is. This arm has always been. This arm will always be. The flickering stopped. The arm re-solidified, the ink veins reigniting, the meridians resuming their flow. But the effort cost him. A significant chunk of his reserves, spent on undoing a single character's effect. The Arbiter had 10,000 such characters. You see the problem, the Arbiter observed, his tone almost conversational. You can counter my characters one at a time, but each counter depletes you while I have an effectively unlimited supply. The mathematics are not in your favor. Mathematics don't account for creativity. Creativity is overrated. Shen Wei changed tactics. Instead of defending against the Arbiter's attacks, he went on the offensive. Not with conceptual characters, he did not have that ability, but with verses rapidly composed in mid-combat, targeting the environment rather than the Arbiter himself. The ground beneath the Arbiter becomes as air. The plaza tiles under the ancient enforcer's feet vanished, not erased but transformed. Their substance shifted from stone to empty space. The Arbiter fell, his body dropping into the gap with a speed that suggested he had not expected an environmental attack. He caught himself instantly, rising on a platform of crystallized fate energy that formed beneath his feet. But the momentary loss of footing gave Shen Wei an opening. The air around the Arbiter becomes as water. The atmosphere within 5 feet of the Arbiter thickened, becoming dense, resistant, slowing his movements and his ability to form conceptual characters. The black ink eyes widened. Surprise, genuine surprise, the first crack in the ancient being's composure. Clever, the Arbiter admitted, pushing through the thickened air with brute celestial force. You fight with language, not power. You rewrite the rules of engagement rather than matching my strength directly. That's what scribes do. Scribes copy. Authors create. Which are you, Shen Wei? I'm becoming an author. Then let me show you what an author can do. The Arbiter spoke a word. Not a conceptual character, not a decree. A word, with a capital letter, spoken in the voice of the original celestial language, the tongue in which the heavenly Tao had first written fate. The word was, obey. The command struck the fate field like a tsunami. It was not targeted at Shen Wei. It was targeted at reality itself. Every thread of fate within a mile radius vibrated with the command, and every being within that radius felt the overwhelming compulsion to submit, to kneel, to bow, to surrender all will to the authority that had spoken. Shen Wei felt his knees buckle. The command pressed down on his consciousness like a mountain, crushing his resistance through sheer weight of celestial authority. This was not a decree or a verse. This was the raw language of creation, the words that had built the world, and they carried a power that transcended cultivation stages. He fought. His ink veins blazed, his meridians screamed, and his mortal will, the stubborn, defiant, compassionate will that had driven him from the first drop of blood on a fate scroll in the pavilion's basement, pushed back against the command with everything he had. I do not obey, he gasped, his voice a whisper against the hurricane of the Arbiter's authority. The command intensified. Shen Wei dropped to one knee. Blood ran from his nose, his ears, his eyes. His ink veins crackled, secondary channels threatening to fracture under the strain. Then, from across the plaza, a voice. He doesn't obey. Neither do I. Bai Feng stood at the edge of the evacuation route, his sovereign fate blazing around him in a shell of golden light that the obey command broke against like waves against a cliff. The swordsman walked forward, into the radius of the command, untouched by its power because his sovereign fate declared that no external authority could compel him. And neither do we. Behind Bai Feng, the residents of the 14th settlement stepped forward. Not all of them. Many were still fleeing, still terrified. But 40, 50, 60 people, their newly liberated fates burning with the freedom Shen Wei had granted them, walked into the command radius and stood. They were not powerful. They were not cultivators. They were farmers and potters and woodcutters who had suffered for 1,000 years and had just been freed. The obey command should have flattened them. But their fates had been rewritten. These people feel what they choose to feel, and no power in heaven or earth may dictate otherwise. Shen Wei's decree was still active, still blazing in the celestial text, and it shielded them. Imperfectly, incompletely, but enough. 60 mortals standing in defiance of the Arbiter of Heavenly Ink's most powerful word. The Arbiter stared at them. His black eyes swept the line of ordinary, terrified, glorious people who had chosen, with their newly restored free will, to stand. This is your answer? The Arbiter said. A handful of freed prisoners? This is what you offer against the might of heaven. This is what freedom looks like, Shen Wei said, rising from his knee. Blood streaked his face. His meridians ached. But he was standing. Not power. Not strategy. Just people choosing not to kneel. The silence that followed was the loudest silence Shun Wei had ever experienced. Chapter 45. The Arbiter did not retreat. He recalculated. The ancient enforcers stood in the plaza, surrounded by the wreckage of their battle, and studied the line of defiant mortals with the analytical precision of a being that had 3,000 years of experience assessing threats. What he calculated, apparently, was that the current approach was suboptimal. I will return, the Arbiter said. Not because you have defeated me, you haven't, but because this engagement has produced data that requires analysis. You are more versatile than the reports indicated, and your ability to inspire mortal resistance is unexpected. That sounds like a compliment. It is not. It is a tactical assessment. Enjoy your freedom, Shun Wei. It is temporary. He vanished. Not ascended, not departed. Vanished, folding out of existence the way a page folds into a book. One moment he was there. The next, the space he had occupied was simply empty, with no trace that a 3,000-year-old celestial being had ever stood in it. Shun Wei's legs gave out. He sat heavily on the broken flagstones, his body shaking with exhaustion and the aftereffects of resisting the obey command. The ink veins across his body were dim, the golden light reduced to a faint amber glow that pulsed erratically. Bai Feng was at his side instantly. You look terrible. I feel worse. Can you move? Give me a minute. He took several minutes. During that time, the residents of the 14th settlement emerged from their hiding places and gathered around him. Not in a crowd, but in a circle, a protective ring of humanity that enclosed the exhausted scribe in a wall of living gratitude. The village elder, a man of 60 who looked 90, his body ravaged by generations of enforced despair, knelt before Shun Wei and placed his weathered hands on the young man's shoulders. You freed us, the elder said. And when the heavens came to punish us for that freedom, you stood between us and their wrath. I couldn't have done it without the people who chose to stand. They stood because you gave them the ability to choose. That is a gift beyond measure. The elder reached into his robe and produced a small object, a crystal shard, old and worn, that pulsed with a faint blue light. This has been passed down through the generations of our community since before the punishment began. We were told it was a relic from the age of unwritten fate, from the time before the Tao imposed its order. We do not know what it does, but our ancestors believed it was important. Shun Wei took the crystal. The moment it touched his palm, his ink veins flared, not with pain, but with recognition. The crystal resonated with his meridian network like a tuning fork matching a sung note. It was old, ancient, and it contained knowledge. What is it? Bai Feng asked. A memory crystal, the kind the original free scribes used to store techniques and experiences. Shun Wei closed his eyes, letting the crystal's resonance flow through his meridians. It contains instructions, a cultivation method, the author's path, the formal training regimen of the free scribes. Madame Xu mentioned the author's path, Bai Feng recalled. She said it was lost. Not lost. Hidden. In the one place the heavenly Tao would never think to look. With the people it had condemned to suffer so badly, they would never think to examine what they already possessed. Shun Wei opened his eyes. The golden glow of his ink veins was brighter now, fed by the crystal's resonance. We need to get back to the valley. The author's path is the key to advancing beyond decree manifestation. It's the key to everything. The journey south was urgent and exhausting. Shun Wei's reserves were dangerously low. The battle with the Arbiter and the multiple settlement liberations had drained his personal power to near empty, and only the crystal's passive resonance kept his meridians from shutting down entirely. They traveled fast, avoiding the celestial surveillance network through a combination of Bai Feng's sovereign fate, the Watcher operative's detection skills, and Shun Wei's diminished but still functional fate field awareness. On the 7th day of travel, they crossed the Jade Mountain Range and descended into warmer lands. On the 9th day, they reached Crimson Leaf Valley. Qing Mei was waiting at the gate, as she always was, as Shun Wei hoped she always would be. She took one look at him, the blood-streaked face, the dimmed ink veins, the haunted eyes, and pulled him into an embrace that said everything words could not. The Arbiter, she asked. Alive. Retreated. But he'll be back. How long? I don't know. But we have something he doesn't expect. He held up the memory crystal, and in the green-gold glow of their harmonic link, it blazed like a captured star. Chapter 46. The author's path changed everything Shun Wei thought he understood about fate cultivation. He studied the memory crystal in Madame Xu's basement, the ancient knowledge flowing through his meridians in streams of pure understanding that bypassed conscious thought and settled directly into his cultivation foundation. The crystal held the accumulated wisdom of 12 generations of free scribes, techniques, philosophies, warnings, and breakthroughs that had been developed over centuries and compressed into a single shard of memory. The central revelation was this: fate editing was not a power system. It was a philosophy made manifest. The 7 stages of the free scribe's path: mortal scribe, ink condensation, script formation, verse embodiment, decree manifestation, canon ascendant, heavenly author, were not progressions of power. They were progressions of understanding. Each stage represented a deeper comprehension of the relationship between authorship and existence, between the writer and the written, between the pen and the page. At mortal scribe, you understood that fate existed. At ink condensation, you understood that fate could be touched. At script formation, you understood that fate could be changed. At verse embodiment, you understood that fate was interconnected. At decree manifestation, you understood that fate responded to will. At canon ascendant, you understood that fate was a story. At heavenly author, you understood that every being was both the story and the storyteller. The final stage, heavenly author, was not a power level. It was a state of being in which the distinction between author and character dissolved. A heavenly author did not edit fate because editing implied a separation between the editor and the edited. A heavenly author existed as fate, was fate, and could therefore reshape fate from within, the way a river reshapes its own banks. This is why the heavenly Tao feared the free scribes, Xin Wei told Madame Xu, his voice awed. Not because they could change fate. The Tao itself changes fate constantly, but because they understood that the line between the writer and the written is an illusion. The Tao claims to be the author and treats all mortals as characters. The free scribes knew that every character is also an author. And if every character is an author, Madame Xu continued, her restored resonance pulsing with understanding, then the Tao's monopoly on authorship is not just broken, it's revealed as false. The Tao never had the right to write everyone's fate. It just had the power. Rights versus power. The oldest argument in the world. And the most dangerous. Because if the argument is settled in favor of rights, the powerful have no recourse except submission or violence. Which is why the arbiter will come back with violence. Yes, and soon. Xin Wei threw himself into the author's path with the same intensity that had characterized his entire cultivation journey. The crystal's techniques were advanced, designed for practitioners at decree manifestation or higher, and they pushed his understanding in directions he had not imagined. The key technique was called self-authorship, the practice of writing one's own fate, not in a scroll, but within one's own body, using the ink meridians as both brush and canvas. It was the foundation of canon ascendant, the 6th stage, and it required a conceptual breakthrough that no amount of raw power could substitute. You must understand, the crystal's stored consciousness instructed, a voice from 12 generations ago, preserved in resonance, that you are not separate from the fate you edit. You are a character in the same story. When you edit another's fate, you are a character editing a character, possible, but limited. When you edit your own fate, you become the author of yourself, and an author who writes themselves cannot be written by another. The paradox was the point. Self-authorship created a logical loop in the celestial system. A character who was also an author, a written thing that was also the writer. The heavenly Tao system could not process this paradox because its fundamental architecture assumed a strict separation between author, the Tao, and characters, everyone else. A free scribe who achieved self-authorship became a bug in the code, not an error to be corrected, but a feature that operated outside the code's logic. Immune to fate writing because they wrote their own fate. Immune to decrees because they decreed for themselves. Immune to erasure because they continually rewrote their own existence. It's the ultimate defense, Xin Wei realized, practicing the technique's preliminary exercises, and the ultimate expression of freedom. You can't be controlled if you control yourself. It's also the ultimate responsibility, the crystal voice warned. Self-authorship means accepting full accountability for every aspect of your existence. No blaming fate, no hiding behind destiny, no claiming that your actions were predetermined. You are what you write yourself to be. That is both liberation and burden. The practice was difficult beyond anything Xin Wei had attempted. Self-authorship required him to access his own fate signature, the celestial text that described his existence, and rewrite it from within, using his ink meridians to both read and modify his own destiny in real time. The first attempt produced nothing. The second produced a headache of staggering proportions. The third produced a brief, terrifying moment of existential dissolution, as though his sense of self had flickered like a candle in a draft. This is normal, Madame Xu assured him, mopping his forehead with a cool cloth. The dissolution feeling is your consciousness recognizing the artificiality of the author-character distinction. Your brain is processing the paradox of being simultaneously the writer and the written. It will pass. When your mind accepts the paradox instead of fighting it. It took 2 weeks. Chapter 47. On the 16th day of Author's Path training, Shenwei achieved the conceptual breakthrough that opened the door to Canon Ascendant. He was sitting in the practice field, surrounded by crimson grass, attempting self-authorship for the 47th time. The previous 46 attempts had produced increasing degrees of existential dissolution, each one lasting longer, reaching deeper, threatening the coherence of his identity before snapping back to normal. On the 47th attempt, the dissolution did not snap back. Instead, it deepened. The boundaries of Shun Wei's identity, the edges that separated him from the world, the author from the story, became translucent. He could see through them, past them, to the fundamental truth that the author's path had been trying to teach him. There was no separation. He was the story. The story was him. Every character in the celestial weave was both a word in the narrative and a hand holding the pen. The heavenly Tao had created the illusion of separation, author and character, writer and written, but the illusion was just that, an illusion, a narrative device, a trick of structure that could be seen through by anyone who looked closely enough. The dissolution resolved, not by snapping back to his previous state of consciousness, but by expanding outward, encompassing the larger truth and incorporating it into his sense of self. He was still Shenwei. He was still a person, with memories and relationships and a body that ached from 2 weeks of intensive practice. But he was also, simultaneously, the author of Shun Wei, the consciousness that wrote his own fate in real time, that composed his existence with every breath and every thought. The ink veins across his body exploded with light. Not golden this time, white. The pure, brilliant white of original creation, the color of the celestial ink before it was stained by the Tao's authority. The white light blazed outward in all directions, illuminating the valley, reflecting off the crimson leaves, visible from the settlement a half-mile away. Madame Shu, watching from the edge of the practice field, shielded her eyes. Canon Ascendant, she breathed. Shenwei, you've reached Canon Ascendant. He stood up. The world was different now, or rather, his perception of the world was different. He could see the fate field not as a tapestry to be edited, but as a story to be told. Each thread was a narrative line. Each intersection was a plot point, and the grand composition of the heavenly Tao's authorship was revealed for what it truly was. Not a law of nature, but a creative work. A story. A very old, very powerful, very controlling story, but a story nonetheless. And stories could be rewritten. I can see it all, he said, his voice carrying harmonics that it had not carried before, the resonance of a being who existed on both sides of the author-character divide. The Tao's authorship, the structure of the celestial weave. It's not a system. It's a narrative. The Tao has been telling a story about the world, and we've all been living in it. But the story isn't the world. The world is more than any story can contain. What does it look like? Qingmei asked, approaching cautiously. The white light of his Canon Ascendant was blinding at close range. It looks like a book, an enormous, ancient book, written in celestial ink, with every mortal life as a chapter. And I can read it. All of it. Every chapter, every page, every word. Can you write in it? He flexed his hand. White ink. Not blood, not the crimson of his early edits, but pure white celestial ink, gathered at his fingertip, shimmering with creative potential. I can write anything. The implications hung in the air between them, vast and terrifying and exhilarating. Canon Ascendant. The 6th stage. One step below heavenly author. A scribe who could write permanent, irrevocable fates, canons, as opposed to verses or decrees. A canon was a truth so fundamental that it became part of the world's foundation, indistinguishable from natural law. The arbiter will feel this, Madame Shu warned. Canon Ascendant generates a signature in the fate field that's impossible to hide. Every celestial being in the hemisphere will know that a free scribe has reached the 6th stage. Good, Shenwei said. Let them know. Shenwei, be careful. I know. Power isn't purpose. Authority isn't rightness. I remember. He looked at Qingmei, and in the white light of his Canon Ascendant, her eyes were the color of deep forest, and her smile was the most beautiful verse he had ever read. I'm still me, he said. I know, she replied. The light is brighter, but the man is the same. Then let's begin the real work. Chapter 48. The study of the author's path at Canon Ascendant level revealed the scope of the challenge ahead. The heavenly Tao was not merely an authoritative entity. It was a narrative framework. The entire celestial order, from the fate scrolls to the enforcers to the pavilions to the surveillance networks, was a story that the Tao had been telling for 10,000 years. The story was complex, self-reinforcing, and deeply embedded in the fabric of reality. Changing individual fates was like editing sentences in a novel, possible but limited. Challenging the Tao itself required not editing the story, but telling a different one. The free scribes of old understood this. Xinwei told his gathered allies, Qingmei, by phone, Madame Xu, and Duan, in the basement of the tea house. They tried to tell a counter-narrative, a story about freedom and choice that opposed the Tao story about order and control. But they failed because they tried to overwrite the Tao story directly, which required more power than any mortal could generate. So what's the alternative? Bai Feng asked. Don't overwrite. Expand. The Tao story isn't wrong. Order has value. Stability matters. Structure serves a purpose. The problem is that the Tao story is the only story. It claims to be the complete truth, when it's actually a partial truth. Freedom, choice, self-determination, these are also part of reality. The Tao just refuses to include them in its narrative. You want to expand the narrative to include freedom. I want to rewrite the narrative so that the Tao story and the free scribe's story coexist. Not one or the other. Both. Order and freedom. Fate and choice. The predetermined and the spontaneous. A complete story instead of a partial one. The Tao will never accept that, Duan said. Its entire authority is built on the claim that its story is the only truth. If you prove otherwise, the Tao loses its justification for total control. Exactly. And that's why the Arbiter will come back with everything he has. The preparations for the Arbiter's return occupied the next 2 weeks. Shenwei's canon ascendant abilities gave him tools that his previous stages could not have imagined. He could now write canons, permanent truths that embedded themselves in the fabric of reality and could not be overwritten by anyone of equal or lesser power. He wrote the first canon for Crimson Leaf Valley. This valley is a place where all stories are told. No single narrative governs here. All beings write their own chapters. The canon transformed the valley. Not physically. The crimson leaves still blazed, the red river still ran, the settlement still stood. But the celestial weave in the valley changed fundamentally. Instead of a fate field governed by the Tao's singular narrative, the valley now existed in a state of narrative plurality, multiple stories coexisting, each one equally valid, each one as real as the others. The residents experienced this as a profound expansion of possibility. They did not lose their fates. Their lives still had direction, purpose, momentum, but they gained the ability to deviate from the written path without consequence. A farmer fated to plant wheat could choose to plant barley instead, and the celestial weave accommodated the deviation seamlessly. A child fated to become a carpenter could choose to become a painter, and the story adjusted to include the new chapter. It's like the difference between a script and a stage direction, Qingmei observed, marveling at the transformed fate field. Before, everyone was following a script. Now, they have stage directions, suggestions, not commands. That's exactly right. And that's the model for what I want to do everywhere. Everywhere is ambitious. Everywhere is necessary. But everywhere required power that even canon ascendant might not possess. The Heavenly Tao's narrative covered the entire world, billions of fates, trillions of interconnections, a story so vast and so detailed that rewriting it would require a consciousness capable of holding the entire narrative in mind simultaneously. Heavenly Author, the 7th stage, the theoretical pinnacle that no free scribe had ever reached. The author's path crystal describes the 7th stage as a state of being, not a level of power, Shenwei told Madame Xu during a strategy session. It's not about becoming stronger than the Tao. It's about becoming something the Tao's system can't process, a self-authoring entity that operates outside the framework entirely. And how does one achieve that? According to the crystal, by writing a canon so fundamental that it becomes the foundation of a new narrative. Not an edit of the existing story. A new story. An original work. What kind of canon? Shenwei was quiet for a long moment. I don't know yet, but I think it has something to do with the truth I've been building toward. That every character is also an author. Every being writes their own fate. The Tao's monopoly on authorship is the lie that holds the whole system together. Break the lie, and the system transforms. Break the lie, and the Arbiter kills you. Maybe. Or maybe the Arbiter discovers that he's a character who wants to be an author too. Chapter 49. The Arbiter returned on a morning of perfect stillness. No wind, no cloud, no sound. The valley held its breath, as though reality itself was pausing to observe what would happen next. He appeared at the valley's eastern rim, exactly as before, materializing from nothing with the casual impossibility of a being for whom space was merely a navigational suggestion. But he was not alone this time. Behind him stood 20 enforcers. Not heavenly soldiers, true enforcers, each one a stolen mortal wrapped in celestial armor, each one operating at decree manifestation or higher. Their combined fate signature was a wall of authority so dense that the valley's transformed fate field buckled under its pressure. And beside the arbiter, restrained by chains of crystallized fate text, stood Commander Hay. Shenwei's blood froze. Commander Hay's white eyes were dim, unfocused. The celestial armor that had always been seamless was scorched and dinted, as though he had fought and lost a battle before being brought here. The chains that bound him were inscribed with revision text, the characters pulsing with active rewriting energy. They're adding new layers, Shenwei breathed, reading the fate field around Commander Hay. They're burying the fragment deeper. They're erasing Hay Longwei. I investigated, as you suggested, the arbiter said, his dry voice carrying across the valley. Commander Hay made inquiries that triggered security protocols. The Celestial Court found his doubts unacceptable. He has been recalled for reprocessing. Reprocessing? You mean erasing the last remnant of his humanity? I mean restoring him to optimal functionality. His mortal fragment was a defect, a remnant that should have been purged during the original conversion. It will be corrected. Shenwei looked at Commander Hay. Hay Longwei, fisherman's son, lover of rain, and felt the truth of what was happening settle into his bones with the weight of a pronouncement. They were killing a man, not his body. His body was already rewritten, already celestial. They were killing the last trace of who he had been. The fragment, the whisper, the single line of text that proved immortal had once existed beneath the armor. They were erasing the man to perfect the weapon. I won't let you, Shenwei said. You misunderstand, the arbiter replied. Commander Hay is not your concern. He is here as a demonstration, a visual aid, if you will. I brought him so that you could watch what happens to those who question the heavenly Tao's authority. The reprocessing will be completed in your presence, and you will see what defiance costs. And then I will erase you. Not the fumbling, limited engagement we had before. A full-scale erasure, supported by 20 enforcers operating in concert. Your canon ascendant is impressive, but it does not make you invincible. You will be undone. Shenwei assessed the situation with the clarity of canon ascendant perception. 20 enforcers, plus the arbiter, against himself, by Feng, Qingmei, Madame Shu, and the valley's residents. The numbers were overwhelming. The power differential was catastrophic. I have a counter-proposal, Shenwei said. Release Commander Hay. Withdraw the enforcers. And listen to what I have to say. I am not interested in your words. You should be. Because what I have to say will change everything you think you know about yourself. The arbiter's black eyes narrowed. You presume much. You were immortal too. Silence. Total, absolute silence. The 20 enforcers stiffened. The arbiter's expression, the controlled, analytical mask he had worn since his first appearance, cracked. Not much. Just a hairline fracture. A flicker of something that might have been recognition or might have been rage. You read my creation record, the arbiter said. In the library. No, I didn't have time. But I read Commander Hay's, and the record of the unwritten describes the enforcer creation protocol. Every enforcer is a stolen mortal. Every single one. Including you, arbiter. 3,000 years ago, you were a person. A mortal. A human being with a name and a life, and people who loved you. The Tao took you, rewrote you, and turned you into this. This is a lie, is it? You've existed for 3,000 years. In all that time, have you never wondered why the Tao guards the enforcer archives so jealously? Why the creation records are stored in the most heavily defended section of the Heavenly Library? If there's nothing to hide, why hide it? The arbiter raised his hand. The 20 enforcers moved forward in perfect formation, their combined fate energy forming a dome of suppressive authority around the valley. Enough. Your words are weapons, Shenwei. I will not stand here and be attacked by them. Then don't stand. Walk. Walk into the valley, past the canon I've written, and feel what narrative plurality is like. For 1 minute. Just one. Stop being the arbiter and feel what it's like to exist in a place where more than one story is true. Why would I do that? Because if you're right, if the Tao's story is the only truth, then my canon won't affect you. A truthful narrative can't be threatened by another truthful narrative. Only a false narrative fears alternatives. The logic was impeccable, and they both knew it. The arbiter stared at Shenwei with those ink-black eyes, and behind the eyes, 3,000 years of unquestioned certainty encountered something it had never faced. A challenge it could not dismiss without appearing to fear it. 1 minute, the arbiter said. If your canon fails to move me, you surrender. If my canon fails to move you, it means I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, surrender is the only rational option. The arbiter stepped into the valley. Chapter 50. The transformation was not dramatic. The Arbiter of Heavenly Ink, 3,000-year-old enforcer of the Heavenly Tao's absolute authority, walked into Crimson Leaf Valley and felt a loosening. Shenwei watched through his canon ascendant perception as the valley's narrative plurality touched the Arbiter's fate field. The contact was gentle, not an attack, not a challenge, but an invitation. The canon said, all stories are told here. And for the first time in 3 millennia, the Arbiter existed in a space where the Tao story was not the only one. The effect on a being whose entire existence was defined by a single, absolute narrative was profound in its subtlety. The Arbiter did not change. He did not transform, or break down, or experience a dramatic revelation. He simply paused. And in that pause, the buried mortal within him, the man or woman who had existed 3,000 years ago, before the Tao's rewriting, stirred. Not enough to surface, not enough to be read or accessed, but enough to create a resonance, a vibration, a note in the chord of the Arbiter's existence that had been silent for 30 centuries. The Arbiter stood in the crimson grass, motionless, for the full 60 seconds. Then he turned and walked back to the valley's rim. Well? Shenwei asked. The Arbiter's expression was unreadable. The fracture in his mask had been sealed. The analytical composure was back, stronger than before. But something behind the black eyes was different. Something had shifted in the deep architecture of his consciousness, too subtle to define, but too significant to ignore. Your canon did not move me, the Arbiter said. Liar. The word was out before Shenwei could stop it. The Arbiter's eyes widened, not at the accusation, but at the power behind it. The word had been spoken with canon ascendant authority, and it carried weight. Not enough to compel truth from a 3,000-year-old celestial being, but enough to register. You are bold, the Arbiter said. I am honest. Something happened in that valley. I can see it in your fate field, a new resonance, a new thread. My canon planted a seed, Arbiter. Deny it if you want, but it's there. The silence between them stretched. Behind the Arbiter, Commander Hay stirred in his chains, the reprocessing text pulsing with renewed intensity as the Celestial Court's automated revision system continued its work. I will not release Commander Hay, the Arbiter said. His reprocessing is not my decision. It was ordered by the Celestial Court. Countermanding it is beyond my authority. Beyond your authority, or beyond your willingness? Both. The court's order is absolute. Nothing is absolute. You just stood in a valley where I made nothing is absolute, a canon of reality. If it's true there, it's true everywhere. The Arbiter's jaw tightened. You are trying to weaponize a 60-second experience against 30 centuries of service. I'm trying to help you. You specifically, not the Arbiter of Heavenly Ink, the mortal underneath. There is no mortal underneath. There was, 3,000 years ago, and the Tao buried them so deep that you can't even feel them anymore. But I felt them, Arbiter. In that 60 seconds, when you stood in the valley and the cannon touched your fate field, I felt the mortal within you stir. Whoever they were, they're still there. Still alive. Still waiting. The Arbiter raised his hand. The 20 enforcers surged forward, and the suppressive dome tightened around the valley like a fist closing. Enough, the Arbiter said. I gave you your minute. You gave me your argument. Now we proceed to the erasure. Then at least let me try one thing. What? Let me touch Commander Hay. One last time. If I can't free him, I'll surrender. No fight, no resistance. I'll come willingly. You would trade your freedom for the chance to save one enforcer? I would trade my freedom for the chance to prove that what's inside him is worth saving. And if it is, if I can free the man inside the armor, then you'll know that the same is true for you. The Arbiter stared at him for a long time. The 20 enforcers waited, motionless, for their commander's order. You have one attempt, the Arbiter said. If you fail, you surrender. If you succeed, he trailed off, the sentence left unfinished, the outcome left unwritten. If I succeed, you listen. If you succeed, I listen. Shenwei walked past the line of enforcers, their suppressive energy pressing against his cannon ascendant like water against a diver, and knelt before Commander Hay. The enforcer's wide eyes were dimmer than before. The reprocessing text on his chains pulsed with active revision energy, each pulse adding another layer to the celestial writing that buried Hay long way deeper and deeper beneath Commander Hay. I know your name, Shenwei said softly. Hay Longwei, born in Jade River Village, son of a fisherman and a seamstress. You love the sound of rain. A flicker, not much, the dimmest possible stirring behind the white eyes. But a flicker. Shenwei placed his hands on the chains. The revision text burned his palms, the Tao's active writing resisting his touch, but his canon ascendant power held. He began to peel. Not delicately, not carefully, not with the patient precision he had used on Madame Shu. There was no time for that. The reprocessing was adding layers faster than he could remove them, a race between his peeling technique and the Tao's automated revision system. He needed to go deeper, faster, burning through the layers with raw canon ascendant power instead of surgical verse embodiment precision. The cost was enormous. Each layer he dissolved took a corresponding chunk of his reserves, but the speed was unprecedented. 30 layers in 60 seconds. 50 layers in 2 minutes. The chains began to crack. The revision text, weakened by the peeling, destabilized by the loss of supporting layers, lost coherence. Individual characters flickered, dimmed, and dissolved. 70 layers. 80. Shun Wei's ink veins blazed white, the canon ascendant light streaming from every pore. His meridians screamed, secondary channels fracturing under the strain, the pain a distant roar behind the fierce concentration of his will. 90 layers. 95. And then, there, the fragment. He was a man before he was a weapon. Not just a line of text anymore, but a presence, a consciousness, trapped beneath a century of celestial revision, still alive after all this time. Still aware, still waiting to be found. Shun Wei touched it, not with his peeling technique, but with his canon ascendant perception, the author-character awareness that allowed him to read the story beneath the text. He read He Longwei's story, a boy in a fishing village, a wooden boat on a jade-green river, a mother's song, a father's hands, rough and steady, guiding his son's fingers on the net, the smell of rain on warm earth, the taste of fish cooked over a morning fire, a girl's name, May, and the way her laugh made his chest ache. Simple things, mortal things, the things that the heavenly Tao considered too small to matter and therefore did not include in its grand narrative. Shun Wei wrote a canon, not on a scroll, or in the air, or on the ground. He wrote it on Commander He's fate itself, engraving it directly into the deep text with the white ink of canon ascendant authority. He Longwei exists. He is not a weapon. He is a man. This truth is permanent and irrevocable. The chains shattered. Commander He Longwei, screamed. Not the enforcer's roar of power, but a man's scream of awakening, of pain, of the devastating recognition that comes when you remember who you were after forgetting for centuries. The celestial armor cracked. Silver light poured through the fissures as the deep revisions lost their anchor, the 100 layers of celestial rewriting destabilized by the canon that Shun Wei had planted at their foundation. Layer by layer, the revisions dissolved, not peeled away but rejected, the mortal consciousness within rising up to reclaim itself, pushing the celestial alterations out like a body expelling poison. The armor fell away. The white eyes became dark, human dark, the brown of a fisherman's son from Jade River Village. The tall, imposing frame seemed to shrink, not physically but emotionally, as the weight of 300 years of enforcer conditioning was replaced by the light, terrified, overwhelmed awareness of He Longwei. He looked up at Shun Wei. His eyes were wide. His lips trembled. I remember, he whispered. Rain. I remember rain. Chapter 51. The Arbiter stood at the valley's rim and watched his subordinate crumble, and for the first time in 3,000 years, he did not know what to write. The 20 enforcers shifted uneasily. Commander He Longwei, was on his knees, weeping, clutching the fragments of his shattered armor as though they were pieces of a dream he couldn't decide whether to cling to or discard. The celestial revisions that had defined him were gone, dissolved by Shun Wei's canon, and the man who remained was fragile, confused, and utterly, luminously human. You promised to listen, Shun Wei said, rising to face the Arbiter. His ink veins were guttering. The peeling and the canon writing had drained him to the dregs, but his voice was steady. This is what was stolen from him. A life. A real, mortal, imperfect, beautiful life. And the Tao took it and gave him armor and orders and called it justice. The Arbiter did not respond. His black eyes were fixed on He Longwei, and behind those eyes, the hairline fracture that Shun Wei's canon had created during the 60-second experiment was widening. There are hundreds more, Shun Wei continued. Hundreds of enforcers across the continent, each one a stolen mortal. Each one carrying a fragment like Longwei's, a remnant of who they were, buried under layers of celestial revision. And each of your 20 soldiers standing behind you right now is one of them. The enforcer stiffened. Several turned to look at the Arbiter, and in their white eyes, identical, regulation, celestial, something flickered. Not the conscious doubt that had plagued Commander He, but an unconscious recognition, a resonance triggered by the presence of a freed enforcer standing among them. You have made your point, the Arbiter said at last. His voice was controlled, precise, but stripped of the absolute certainty that had characterized it before. Commander He has been liberated. His mortal identity has been restored. This is unprecedented. It doesn't have to be unprecedented. I can do it for all of them. Every enforcer. Every stolen mortal. I can give them back what the Tao took. And what then? Without enforcers, the heavenly Tao loses its ability to maintain order. The fate system collapses. Billions of mortal lives, suddenly unwritten, suddenly free, and suddenly vulnerable to every chaos and cruelty that the Tao's order was designed to prevent. The order isn't the problem. The monopoly is the problem. I'm not trying to destroy the Tao system. I'm trying to open it up. Let the fates be suggestions instead of commands. Let people choose their own paths, with the Tao's guidance available, but not mandatory. You are proposing the restructuring of the fundamental architecture of reality. Yes, that is ambitious. That is necessary. The Arbiter was quiet for a long time. The valley was silent. Even the wind had died, as though the world was holding its breath. Then the Arbiter spoke, not to Shen Wei, not to the enforcers, but to himself. A murmured sentence in the original celestial language, the tongue of creation, that Shen Wei's canon ascendant perception translated automatically. Perhaps the story does need a new chapter. The Arbiter looked at Shen Wei. The black eyes were still deep, still ancient, still carrying the weight of 3,000 years. But the fracture was visible now, not a weakness, but a window, a gap in the armor of certainty through which something else could be seen. I will not join you, the Arbiter said. My service to the Tao is my identity. Without it, I do not know who I am. You could find out. Not today. Today, I do this. I withdraw the erasure order. I recall the enforcers. I report to the Celestial Court that the situation in the Northern Wastes requires further assessment. This will buy you time, weeks, perhaps a month. Use it wisely. And Commander He Longwei is no longer under my jurisdiction. He is a mortal. Mortals are not the concern of the Enforcement Division. A pause. Take care of him. The Arbiter turned to his enforcers. We withdraw. 20 white-eyed beings, each one a stolen mortal who did not know their own name, turned in unison and followed their commander into the sky. The column of light that took them left a scar in the air that faded slowly, like ink drying on a page. Shen Wei watched them go. Then his legs failed for what felt like the 100th time, and he sat heavily in the crimson grass, his white cannon ascendant light finally dying to a flicker. He Longwei crawled to him. The former enforcer's face was streaked with tears, his eyes wild, his hands shaking. I remember everything, Longwei whispered. 300 years. Every person I erased. Every life I ended on the Tao's orders. I remember them all. I know. How do I live with that? Shen Wei placed his hand on the former enforcer's shoulder. The ink veins, dim as they were, pulsed with the faintest trace of warmth. The same way we all live with what we've done. One day at a time. One choice at a time. And with people who care about you. Qing Mei appeared. She had been watching from the ridge, her harmonic resonance quivering with the emotions of the confrontation. She knelt beside Longwei and placed her hands on his temples, channeling Watcher resonance in a gentle, soothing wave. You're safe now, she said. You're free. Longwei's shaking subsided. His eyes, human and brown and full of 300 years of grief, slowly focused. Free, he repeated. I don't know what that means. That's all right, Bai Feng said, offering his hand to pull the former enforcer to his feet. Neither did I, for a long time. You'll learn. Chapter 52. The weeks that followed the Arbiter's withdrawal were a period of transformation, not just for Shen Wei, but for everyone around him. He Longwei's reintegration into mortal life was painfully difficult. 300 years of enforcer conditioning did not dissolve cleanly even after the celestial revisions were removed. He had nightmares, vivid, screaming nightmares about the people he had erased during his service. He flinched at sudden sounds. He could not eat certain foods without vomiting because the taste triggered memories of the villages he had destroyed. Shen Wei and Qing Mei took turns sitting with him during the worst episodes. Bai Feng, who understood isolation and the blank-page terror of existing without a script, became Longwei's closest companion. Two former anomalies, one who had never had a fate and one whose fate had been stolen and returned. He's getting better, Qing Mei reported after the third week. Slowly. The nightmares are less frequent, and he's starting to engage with the settlement, helping with construction, talking to the residents. He's incredibly strong, even without the celestial augmentation. His mortal cultivation base is still intact. He was chosen for a reason, Shen Wei said. The Tao selects mortals with exceptional cultivation potential for enforcer conversion. Longwei's natural talent is formidable. Could he fight with us? If the Arbiter comes back, or whoever comes after the Arbiter. Maybe, if he chooses to. I won't write that choice for him. Meanwhile, Shen Wei's canon ascendant cultivation continued to deepen. The author's path crystal held techniques for the sixth stage that expanded his understanding and his abilities in ways that defied conventional progression. The most significant was the canon of remembrance, a technique that allowed him to write canons that affected the past, not the future. Not time travel. The author's path was clear that time itself could not be altered, but the perception of the past. A canon of remembrance could restore memories that had been erased, identities that had been overwritten, histories that had been suppressed. The applications were obvious. If he could write a canon of remembrance that reached every enforcer simultaneously, he could trigger the same awakening in all of them that he had triggered in Hei Longwei. The problem is scale, he told Madame Xu. A canon of remembrance targeted at a single enforcer requires direct contact and enormous energy expenditure. Targeting all enforcers simultaneously, hundreds of them, scattered across the continent, would require a broadcast mechanism, something that carries the canon through the celestial weave to every enforcer at once. Like the verse you proposed before reaching decree manifestation? Similar, but more powerful. A verse carries information. A canon carries truth. A canon of remembrance carried through the celestial weave wouldn't just inform the enforcers of their stolen identities. It would restore their memories directly, triggering the same awakening that Longwei experienced. The energy cost would be astronomical. Yes, far beyond what I can generate alone. Then you need a power source. Shenwei thought about this. The memory crystal. The resonance fault. The liberated settlements in the northern wastes. Each one generating ambient fate energy now that the punishment decrees had been removed. What if he could connect them? Create a network of free fate energy sources that could be channeled into a single, continent-spanning canon. The settlements I freed, he said slowly. Each one is now a node of free fate energy, liberated from the Tao's narrative, generating their own resonance. If I could link them together, compose a network verse that connects their energy output, I could create a distributed power source sufficient for the canon of remembrance. That's brilliant, Madame Xu said, and incredibly dangerous. Linking the settlements creates a visible network in the fate field. The celestial court will see it and know exactly what you're building. They'll know, and they'll send everything they have to stop it. Which means you need to build the network and deploy the canon before they can respond. How long do we have before the arbiter's further assessment excuse expires? Due on estimates 2 to 3 weeks. After that, the court will overrule the arbiter and send someone else. Then we have 2 weeks to build a continent-spanning network, compose the most powerful canon in history, and broadcast it to every enforcer in the world. Madame Xu's expression was somewhere between admiration and exasperation. You certainly don't think small. I was raised in a basement copying other people's destinies. Thinking small is the one thing I'm absolutely done with. Chapter 53. The network construction began immediately. Shenwei sent messengers to the 14 liberated settlements in the northern wastes, instructing each community to prepare a resonance anchor, a physical object, inscribed with his canon of freedom that would serve as a node in the network. The anchors would channel each settlement's ambient fate energy into a unified flow, creating a river of power that Shenwei could tap from anywhere on the continent. While the messengers traveled, Shenwei composed the linking verse, the composition that would connect the 14 nodes into a coherent network. It was the most complex verse he had ever written, requiring him to account for the vast distances between settlements, the varying strengths of their energy output, and the interference from the Tao's surveillance grid that still covered the northern wastes. He worked around the clock, golden-white text forming in the air around him as he composed, revised, and refined. Qingmei provided harmonic dampening during the longest sessions, and Bai Feng stood guard with his newly forged sword, his sovereign fate a constant protective presence. On the 8th day of construction, Qingmei's former master arrived. Sage Lin appeared at the valley's eastern rim without warning or announcement. A slender woman in robes of deep green, her hair silver, her eyes carrying the precise, measuring quality of a senior watcher who had spent decades in the field. She walked into the settlement with the confidence of someone who knew she would be received, and she found Qingmei in the courtyard of their shared quarters. Shenwei, working in the basement below, felt the disturbance in the harmonic link, a spike of fear, anger, and something else he couldn't identify, radiating from Qingmei with an intensity that made his ink veins pulse in alarm. He emerged to find them facing each other across the courtyard, the air between them thick with unspoken history. Master Lin, Qingmei said. Her voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a woman containing an explosion. Qingmei, Sage Lin's voice was warm, regretful, and entirely unconvincing. You look well. The free scribe's influence has been good for you. What do you want? To talk. About the network you're building. About the canon of remembrance. About the fact that the Celestial Court has learned of your plans and is preparing a response that will make the Arbiter's visits look like social calls. How do they know? Shinwei asked, stepping into the courtyard. Sage Lin turned to him. Her measuring eyes took in the ink veins, the cannon ascendant glow, the golden eyes, and a smile crossed her face that was equal parts admiration and calculation. You are remarkable, Shinwei. More remarkable than the report suggested. But you are also naive. Did you think you could liberate 14 settlements, build a fate energy network across the northern wastes, and compose a continent-spanning cannon without the court noticing? The Celestial Weave is their surveillance system. Every node you activate, every verse you compose, every canon you write, it all appears in the weave. They see everything. Then why hasn't the court responded already? Because the Arbiter's report gave them pause. The footage of Commander Hay's liberation, yes, they monitor the Arbiter's field of vision, has caused debate within the court. The hardliners want immediate military response. The moderates want negotiation. And a small but significant faction is asking questions that have never been asked before. What questions? Whether the Enforcer Creation Protocol is ethical. Whether the punishment of exile settlements is justified. Whether the Heavenly Tao's monopoly on fate writing is right. Shinwei felt something shift in his chest. Not a physical sensation, but an emotional one. Hope. Real, grounded, dangerous hope. There are allies in the court. Potential allies. Celestial beings who have spent millennia enforcing the Tao's will, and who are now confronting the possibility that the will they've been enforcing is not as righteous as they were led to believe. Your actions have created doubt, Shinwei. Doubt in the system. And doubt, in a system built on absolute certainty, is revolutionary. This is encouraging, but you said the court was preparing a response. The moderates have been overruled. The hardliners are dispatching the three censors, the Heavenly Tao's elite enforcers, each one more powerful than the Arbiter. Their mandate is total suppression. Destroy the network, recapture or erase the liberated settlements, and eliminate you. The three censors, Duan said, appearing from the basement where he had been monitoring the intelligence network. His face was gray. Birth, life, and death. The three aspects of fate. Each censor controls their respective domain absolutely. How long before they arrive? Shinwei asked. 3 days, Sage Lin said. Possibly less. The courtyard was silent. 3 days. The network was half-built. The cannon of remembrance was unfinished. The defenses around the valley were strong, but not strong enough to withstand three beings, each more powerful than the Arbiter. Why are you here? Qingmei asked her former master, and the flat control in her voice had given way to something sharper. Really here? Not to warn us. You could have sent a message. You came in person for a reason. Sage Lin's composure flickered. Beneath the warmth and the calculation, something else surfaced, something painful and old. I came to ask for your help. And to confess. Confess what? The Watchers did not merely send you to find and assess the free scribe, Qingmei. They sent you with a secondary mission, one that was not disclosed to you. A mission that I implemented without your knowledge. The courtyard temperature seemed to drop. What mission? Qingmei's voice was ice. A knowledge extraction protocol. A passive technique, embedded in the harmonic dampening you've been providing to Shinwei. Every time you dampened his perception, the protocol copied a fragment of his technique knowledge and transmitted it back to the Watcher Council. The silence that followed was explosive. Shinwei felt the harmonic link between him and Qingmei flare with a cascade of emotions. Betrayal, fury, shame, and beneath it all, a desperate sorrow. Qingmei's hands were shaking. Her face was white. You used me, Qingmei whispered. You used our connection, mine and Shinwei's, as a spying tool. The council ordered it. They needed to understand his techniques in case he proved hostile or unstable. I argued against it, but I was overruled. And you implemented it anyway. I implemented it because I was ordered to, and because I believed, at the time, that the mission was more important than any individual relationship. Sage Lin's voice cracked. I was wrong. I see that now. Qingmei turned to Shinwei. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. I didn't know, she said. Shinwei, I swear on everything I am, I didn't know. I know, he said. He could feel the truth of it through their link. Her shock, her horror, the absolute sincerity of her denial. I know you didn't. He turned to Sage Lin. What does the council have? Fragments. Nothing complete. The protocol could only copy small pieces during each dampening session. They have partial understanding of your composition technique, your combat editing style, and your decree methodology. They do not have the author's path or the canon of remembrance. And the stolen fragments. They've been shared with the Watcher Council's senior leadership. 7 people. Shinwei closed his eyes. The betrayal stung. Not because of the lost knowledge, which was partial and wouldn't give the council any real advantage, but because the Watchers had turned the most intimate aspect of his relationship with Qing Mei into an intelligence tool. They had weaponized love. Here's what happens now, Shenwei said, opening his eyes. Sage Lin, you tell the Watcher Council that the extraction protocol is terminated. Permanently. If they want my technique knowledge, they can ask. And you tell them that the 3 sensors are coming. And if they want to survive what's about to happen, they need to commit their resources, all of them, to supporting the network and the canon of remembrance. The council will hesitate. They've spent 700 years in the shadows. The shadows are about to be burned away. 3 sensors mean total war. The Watchers can't hide anymore. Neither can anyone else. It's time to choose sides. Sage Lin looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. I'll relay your message. And Sage Lin, if you ever use Qing Mei as an unwitting tool again, I will write a canon that makes it physically impossible for the Watcher Council to keep secrets from each other. Transparency enforced by the laws of reality. Do you understand? I understand. She departed. Qing Mei stood in the courtyard, rigid, her arms wrapped around herself. Shenwei walked to her and pulled her into his arms. She resisted for a moment, the shame of being used, even unknowingly, burning through the link, and then collapsed against him, her body shaking with suppressed sobs. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm so sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. You were used, Qing Mei, by people who should have protected you. I should have known. I should have questioned. You trusted your master. That's not a fault. That's a virtue. They held each other in the courtyard while the sun moved across the sky and the crimson leaves whispered in the wind, and the betrayal slowly transformed from a wound into a scar, still painful, still visible, but no longer bleeding. Chapter 54. The 3 sensors arrived in 2 days, not 3. They came from the east, the west, and the south, 3 separate columns of celestial light converging on Crimson Leaf Valley like the points of a thrown trident. Each column carried a single entity of such immense power that the fate field buckled under their combined weight, the celestial weave groaning as it tried to accommodate 3 beings who had not operated in the same hemisphere in over 1,000 years. Shenwei stood on the valley rim and watched them approach with the clarity of canon ascendant perception. Each sensor was distinct, a different aspect of fate, a different domain of authority, a different flavor of absolute power. The sensor of birth descended from the eastern sky. She was a woman of indeterminate age, beautiful in the way that natural disasters are beautiful, overwhelming, awe-inspiring, and fundamentally hostile to human survival. Her robes were white, embroidered with the celestial characters for origin, beginning, and genesis. Her power affected the beginning of things, not just mortal births, but the inception of all events, all processes, all existences. The sensor of life descended from the western sky. He was a man of middle years, with a face that changed constantly, cycling through expressions and features as though he was living every life simultaneously. His robes were green, inscribed with journey, experience, and continuation. His power affected the ongoing process of existence, not just mortal lives but the persistence of all things, from stones to stars. The sensor of death descended from the southern sky. They were neither male nor female, neither old nor young, a figure of darkness and stillness, cloaked in black robes inscribed with ending, cessation, and silence. Their power affected the termination of things, not just mortal deaths but the conclusion of all processes, all events, all existences. Birth, life, and death, the 3 pillars of fate. Together, they represented the complete cycle of existence, beginning, middle, and end, and their combined authority was second only to the celestial censor himself. This is bad, Bai Feng said, his hand on his sword hilt. This is very, very bad. This is what we expected, Shenwei replied. Just sooner than we expected. The network was incomplete. 10 of the 14 nodes were active, their resonance anchors channeling fate energy into the unified flow, but the remaining 4, the most distant settlements, had not yet been connected. The canon of remembrance was drafted but unfinished, its final verses still being refined. Can you deploy the canon with an incomplete network? Qing Mei asked, her voice steady despite the terror radiating through their link. I can deploy it at reduced power. The 10 active nodes provide enough energy for a continental broadcast, but the signal will be weaker. Some enforcers might not be reached. Others might receive the canon but not be fully awakened. A partial restoration of memories rather than a complete one. Partial is better than nothing. Agreed. I'll deploy what I have, but I need time to finish the composition. How much time? An hour. I'll give you 2. Qing Mei kissed him, quick, fierce, tasting of determination, and turned to face the approaching censors. Behind her, Bai Feng drew his sword. Madame Shu cracked her knuckles. He Longwei, his mortal body still adjusting to freedom, picked up a staff and set his jaw. Duan activated the valley's defenses, an array of watcher formations that created a suppressive field around the settlement, not strong enough to stop the censors, but sufficient to slow them. The liberated residents who had chosen to stay, 87 men and women who had decided that their new freedom was worth fighting for, took their positions along the valley walls. And Shun Wei descended to the basement, surrounded by jade markers and fate maps and the glowing crystal of the author's path, and began to write the most important canon in history. Chapter 55. The first censor to engage was Birth. She struck from the east, her white-robed form blazing with Genesis energy that rewrote everything it touched. The valley wall she targeted did not crumble, it regressed. The stone became sand, then sediment, then the primordial nothing from which it had first been formed. She was unmaking the world by returning it to its origin. Bai Feng met her at the eastern approach. His sovereign fate, no power may write upon his scroll without his consent, shielded him from the regression effect, and his sword, inscribed with Shun Wei's protective verses, carried a canon ascendant resonance that gave it teeth against celestial defenses. You cannot unmake what was never made, Bai Feng said, his blade a silver arc aimed at the censor's advancing form. I have no origin to return to. I was never written. Birth paused. Her beautiful, devastating face showed curiosity. A blank page. How novel. Everyone keeps saying that. They fought. Bai Feng's combat style, physical, unpredictable, immune to fate-based attacks, confounded the censor of Birth in the same way it had confounded Commander He. Her power relied on accessing an opponent's origin point and reverting them to it. Against a man who had no origin point, her most devastating ability was useless. But she was still immensely powerful. Her physical capabilities alone, speed, strength, durability, far exceeded Bai Feng's, and she quickly adapted to fighting without her signature ability. The battle became a contest of martial skill versus martial skill, with Bai Feng's superior technique barely compensating for the censor's superior raw power. Meanwhile, the censor of life struck from the west. His approach was more insidious than Birth's. Instead of attacking the valley directly, he targeted its residents, reaching into the fate field with tendrils of green energy that sought out individual fates and rewrote their journey sections. Farmers forgot their skills. Warriors forgot their training. The 87 defenders found their abilities vanishing, their memories scrambling, their identities blurring as the censor of life edited their ongoing existence. Qingmei countered. Her watcher resonance, amplified by the harmonic link to Shenwei, created a dampening field that slowed the censor's edits. She could not stop them entirely. The censor of life was far more powerful than she was, but she could filter them, reducing their effect from total identity rewrite to temporary confusion. Hold the line, she called to the defenders, her voice carrying the harmonic authority of a watcher operating at the peak of her abilities. Focus on who you are. Remember your names. Remember why you're here. The defenders rallied. Their recently liberated fates, strengthened by Shun Wei's canons of freedom, provided a measure of resistance against the censor's rewriting. They could not fight him directly, but they could endure, holding their identities intact through sheer force of will. Madame Shu engaged the censor directly. Her partially restored resonance was insufficient for fate editing, but it allowed her to perceive the censor's attacks and coordinate the defender's resistance with tactical precision. She moved through the settlement like a battlefield commander, directing resources, shoring up weak points, and deploying the watcher formations with expert timing. The censor of death did not attack. They stood at the southern rim of the valley, motionless, watching. Their presence alone was devastating, a sphere of terminal energy that leached vitality from everything within its radius. The crimson leaves at the southern end of the valley turned gray, then white, then fell from their branches as the concept of ending permeated the air around the censor. He Longwei positioned himself between death and the settlement, his staff held across his body in a defensive stance. He was not fighting. He was waiting, holding the line, giving Shenwei time. You were one of ours, the censor of death observed. Their voice was the sound of a page turning for the last time. Commander He, I remember your conversion ceremony. I was never Commander He. I was He Longwei. Names are stories we tell ourselves. You were what the Tao wrote you to be. The Tao wrote a lie. Perhaps. But lies and truths both end the same way. The censor of death smiled, and the smile was the emptiest thing Longwei had ever seen. In silence. In the basement, Shenwei wrote. The canon of remembrance took shape beneath his hands. White characters forming in the air, each one a truth, each one a name, each one a stolen identity. He wove them together with the skill of a master calligrapher and the power of a canon ascendant, creating a composition that was part poem, part prayer, and part weapon. The canon would broadcast through the network, 10 nodes, 10 streams of fate energy, carrying the truth to every enforcer within reach. Each enforcer would receive not just information but experience, the sensory memory of their mortal lives, restored from the fragments buried beneath their celestial revisions. It would be beautiful, it would be devastating, and it would change the world. 50 minutes. The cannon was 80% complete. Above, the battle raged. Bifeng was losing ground against Birth. The sensor had adapted fully to physical combat, and her raw power was grinding the swordsman down. Qingmei's dampening field was failing under the relentless pressure of life's identity rewrites. And death had not yet moved, but the terminal aura was expanding, creeping toward the settlement like a slow tide. 60 minutes. 90%. The valley's defenses collapsed. The Watcher formations, designed for lesser threats, shattered under the combined pressure of 3 sensors operating in concert. The suppressive field fell, and the full weight of 3 aspects of fate crashed down on Crimson Leaf Valley like a hammer on an anvil. 70 minutes. 95%. Bifeng went down. Birth's fist, blazing with Genesis energy, struck his chest, and even the sovereign fate could not fully absorb the physical impact. He flew backward, crashing through a wall, his chest caved in, his breath a wet rattle. 80 minutes. 98%. The sensor of death moved. Chapter 56. Death walked into the valley. Where their feet touched the ground died. Not crumbled, not dissolved, not regressed, died. The stone became inert, the energy within it ceasing, the molecular bonds surrendering to the concept of ending. A trail of dead earth followed the sensor like a shadow, and everything within 20 feet of their body simply stopped. He Longwei met them. The former enforcer's mortal body was strong. Centuries of celestial conditioning had left a physical residue, a toughness that transcended his lost celestial powers. His staff, a simple length of ironwood, was inscribed with none of Shun Wei's verses or canons. It was just a stick. But the man who held it had been an enforcer for 300 years, had fought battles across continents, had commanded armies of heavenly soldiers. He understood combat at a level that transcended technique. "You can't kill me," Longwei said, his staff held in a high guard. "I've already died once, the day the Tao took me. Everything after that was borrowed time." "Everyone dies," Death replied. "Even borrowed time has an ending. Then make it count." He attacked. Not with celestial power. He had none. Not with fate editing. He couldn't. He attacked with a mortal body operating at the peak of human potential. 300 years of combat experience compressed into a weapon made of flesh and bone, an absolute refusal to submit. His staff struck the sensor's shoulder. The terminal aura should have killed the wood on contact, and it did. The ironwood turned gray, brittle, dead. But Longwei had already shifted his grip, using the dead wood as a disposable projectile, hurling it at the sensor's face while pulling a replacement from the debris of the collapsed building beside him. Death deflected the projectile with a gesture, the thrown staff ceasing to exist mid-flight, but the distraction cost them a half-second. Longwei used it, closing the distance, his empty hands reaching for the sensor's robes. His fingers touched the black fabric. The terminal aura surged. Longwei's hands turned gray, the skin dying, the muscles ceasing, the bones surrendering their structural integrity. He screamed, not in surrender but in defiance, and held on. "Shin Wei," he roared. Now, in the basement, the cannon of remembrance was complete. Shinwei activated it. The 10 resonance nodes across the northern wastes blazed simultaneously, each one a pillar of white light that shot into the sky and connected to the celestial weave like roots connecting to soil. The unified flow of fate energy, channeled through 10 liberated settlements, amplified by the collective will of 4,000 freed people, surged south into Crimson Leaf Valley and into Shun Wei's ink meridians. The power was staggering. More energy than he had ever channeled, more than he had believed possible, flooding through his meridian network in a torrent that would have killed a lesser cultivator. His canon ascendant body absorbed it, processed it, shaped it into the composition he had spent 80 minutes crafting. And then he spoke the canon. Not recited, not declared. Spoke, with the voice of an author addressing the characters in his story, with the resonance of a being who stood on both sides of the writer-written divide, with the power of a continent's accumulated suffering and a continent's accumulated hope. Remember who you are. The canon of remembrance erupted from the valley in a wave of white light that raced across the continent at the speed of thought. It traveled through the celestial weave like a message through a nervous system, touching every fate thread, every connection, every node in the Tao's vast surveillance network. And wherever it found an enforcer, wherever it detected the signature of a stolen mortal trapped inside celestial armor, it delivered its payload. Memory, identity, truth. Across the continent, enforcers stopped. In their patrols, their inspections, their enforcement operations, their quiet vigils at the edges of the civilized world, they stopped. And they remembered. A fisherman's daughter in the eastern provinces, a blacksmith's apprentice in the southern deserts, a teacher's son in the central plains, a mother of 3 in the Jade Mountain foothills. Hundreds of names, hundreds of stolen lives, hundreds of fragments, buried beneath centuries of celestial revision, suddenly and simultaneously restored. Not all of them. The incomplete network meant that some enforcers were beyond the cannon's reach. Others received only partial restoration, fragments of memory, incomplete identities, enough to create doubt, but not enough to trigger full awakening. Perhaps 40% of the enforcer core was fully reached. Perhaps 20% more was partially affected. But 40% was enough. In the valley, the 3 sensors felt the cannon's effect ripple through the celestial weave. Birth staggered, her beautiful face contorting as memories she had not known she possessed surged to the surface. Life's constantly changing features froze, settling on a single face, a single identity. The mortal woman who had existed before the Tao's conversion. Death released He Longwei. The former enforcer collapsed, his hands gray and lifeless, but alive. Death stood motionless in the dead ground of their own making, and behind their black robes and their terminal aura, something stirred, the faintest echo of a life that had ended 3,000 years ago and was now, impossibly, being remembered. What have you done? Birth whispered. Her voice was different, younger, frightened, mortal. I've given you back your names, Shenwei said, emerging from the basement. His body blazed with white light, the canon ascendant resonance amplified by the network's power, and his voice carried the weight of a truth that could not be unspoken. Every enforcer in the world is remembering who they were. The Heavenly Tao's army is waking up. Chapter 57. The aftermath of the canon of remembrance was chaos, but it was the right kind of chaos. The 3 sensors did not continue their assault. They stood in the valley, each one grappling with the flood of mortal memories that the canon had unlocked, their celestial authority undermined not by an attack, but by a truth. Birth, whose mortal name was Song Yulan, a herbalist from a mountain village, wept openly, her white robes dampening with tears she had not shed in 2,000 years. Life, whose mortal name was Chen Hua, a traveling musician who had played the flute in market squares, sat on the dead ground and stared at his hands, which had stopped cycling through faces and settled on one. A young woman's face, soft and wondering. Death did not weep. Death did not sit. But they stood very, very still, and the terminal aura that surrounded them contracted, drawing inward, tightening, as though the concept of ending was reconsidering its own application. You should know, Shenwei told them, his voice gentle now, the combat energy replaced by something quieter and more powerful, compassion, that you were not created. You were taken, every one of you. The Tao found mortals with exceptional cultivation potential and rewrote them into enforcers. Your mortal lives were not erased. They were archived, stored in the heavenly library's creation records, kept as trophies. Trophies, Song Yulan. Birth repeated. The word was poison on her tongue. I don't say this to cause you more pain. I say it because you deserve the truth. And because you have a choice now, the same choice that He Longwei made when I freed him. You can return to the celestial court and submit to reprocessing, which will bury your mortal identities again. Or you can choose to be who you were, who you are. We are censors, Death said. Their voice was still the sound of ending, but there was something beneath it now, a crack in the absolute, through which a human frequency could be heard. Our power is part of us. Even without the Tao's authority, the domains of birth, life, and death remain. Yes, your cultivation is yours, regardless of who wrote it. The question isn't whether you keep your power. The question is who you use it for. The silence that followed was enormous. 3 of the most powerful beings on the continent, standing in a valley of red leaves, confronting the most fundamental question of their existence. Who am I when I am free to choose? Song Yulan spoke first. I was a herbalist. I healed people. The Tao made me the censor of birth, the arbiter of beginnings. I've been deciding who gets to begin and who doesn't for 2,000 years. Her voice cracked. I want to go back to healing. Chen Hua, life, nodded slowly. I was a musician. I made people happy. The Tao made me the arbiter of journeys, the one who decides what people experience. I've been rewriting lives for millennia. A pause. I want to play my flute again. Death was quiet for a long time. Then, I do not remember my mortal name. The canon restored fragments, but my conversion was the oldest. 3,000 years of revision. The black-robed figure looked at Shinwei. Can you find my name? Yes. It's in the Heavenly Library, in the creation records. I'll find it. Then I will wait. And while I wait, I will not kill anyone who doesn't ask me to. It was, Shinwei reflected, the most encouraging promise of nonviolence he had ever received. Chapter 58 The canon of remembrance's effects continued to ripple across the continent in the days that followed. Reports flooded in through the Watcher network. Enforcers across the world were experiencing varying degrees of awakening. Some, those closest to the network's active nodes, had undergone full memory restoration, their mortal identities surfacing with the same overwhelming force that had shattered Commander Hay's armor. These enforcers had abandoned their posts, seeking out Watcher agents or traveling independently toward Crimson Leaf Valley, drawn by the canon's residual resonance like moths to a flame. Others had experienced partial restoration, fragments of memory, flashes of mortal emotion, disturbing dreams about lives they couldn't quite remember. These enforcers remained at their posts but were operating with reduced effectiveness, their absolute certainty shaken by doubts they could not explain. A third group, those beyond the network's reach or with unusually deep celestial revisions, were unaffected. They continued to enforce the Tao's authority with mechanical precision, unaware that the system they served was crumbling around them. Approximately 140 enforcers fully awakened, Duan reported, compiling the intelligence data. Another 60 to 80 partially affected. Roughly 90 remain at full operational capacity. 90 is still a lot, Bai Feng observed. He was recovering from his fight with birth. His cracked ribs were healing, though not quickly. If the court sends them all at once. The court has bigger problems than us right now, Shinwei said. 140 enforcers abandoning their posts means 140 enforcement zones without coverage. The mortal populations in those zones are experiencing something they haven't experienced in 10,000 years. Unsupervised fate progression. Unsupervised fate progression was a polite way of saying chaos. In zones where enforcers had abandoned their posts, the fate system continued to function. Scrolls were still written, fates were still recorded, but there was no one to enforce compliance. Mortals whose fates directed them toward specific outcomes discovered that deviating from those outcomes carried no immediate consequence. Some reacted well. Communities that had chafed under the Tao's rigid control for generations found themselves suddenly free to experiment, to innovate, to explore possibilities that their written fates had forbidden. There were reports of villages reorganizing their governance, of artists creating works that no fate scroll had authorized, of lovers choosing each other in defiance of arranged celestial marriages. Others reacted poorly. Without the structure of enforced fate, some people floundered, making choices they regretted, pursuing impulses they would have been better off suppressing, discovering that freedom without wisdom was as dangerous as control without compassion. There were conflicts, disputes, and occasional violence in communities where the sudden absence of enforced destiny exposed underlying tensions that the fate system had been suppressing. This is what the Tao warned about, Madame Shu said during a strategy meeting. The chaos of unstructured freedom. We can't deny it's real. It's real, Shinwei agreed. But it's also temporary. People learn. Communities adapt. The chaos of early freedom gives way to the wisdom of practiced freedom, but only if people are given the chance to practice. The Tao won't give them the chance. The court is mobilizing its remaining enforcers for a counteroffensive. The partially awakened enforcers are being recalled for reprocessing, and the unaffected ones are being redeployed to cover the abandoned zones. The system is trying to heal itself. Then we need to move faster. The canon of remembrance was the first strike. The second needs to be decisive. What do you have in mind? Shinwei looked at the fate map on the wall. The glowing representation of the celestial weave, now marked with the bright points of awakened enforcers and the dark gaps of unmonitored zones. I'm going to challenge the heavenly Tao directly. Not its enforcers, not its censors, not its bureaucracy. The Tao itself. How? By writing a canon that the Tao cannot ignore, a truth so fundamental that it forces the Tao to respond in kind. Not through enforcers or censors. Personally, you want to draw out the Tao. I want to have a conversation with it. The Tao has been writing everyone's story for 10,000 years without ever asking if they wanted it written. It's time someone asked the Tao a question it can't answer with a decree. What question? Do you have the right to write our stories? Or did you just have the power? Chapter 59 The preparation for the direct challenge took 5 days. Shinwei spent the first 3 composing the challenge canon, a unique creation that was part declaration, part question, and part invitation. It was not an attack on the Tao or a revision of its narrative. It was a request for dialogue, phrased in canon ascendant language that the Tao could not simply ignore or suppress. The canon read, I, Shun Wei, author of my own fate, request audience with the heavenly Tao, not as supplicant to master, not as character to author, but as author to author. I come with a question that the fate system cannot answer. By what right does one consciousness write the stories of all others? The canon was inscribed in the celestial weave itself, branded into the fabric of reality with white ink that pulsed with the accumulated power of the resonance network. It could not be erased, suppressed, or overwritten by any force less than the Tao itself. And the Tao heard it. Shun Wei felt the response before he saw it. A tremor in the fate field, vast and deep, like the turning of a page in a book the size of the world. The celestial weave shifted, rearranged, and contracted, pulling the threads of fate toward a single point in space, the sky directly above Crimson Leaf Valley. It's coming, Madame Shu said. Her voice was steady, but her hands were not. Not it. Not the Tao itself. It doesn't have a physical manifestation. It's sending an avatar. A representative. Who? The answer appeared in the sky. A crack, a line of blinding white light that split the clouds from horizon to horizon and then opened like an eye. Through the opening, a figure descended, human-shaped but not human-sized. A form 300 feet tall composed of pure celestial ink, its body a living text, every surface inscribed with the words of every fate ever written. The celestial censor, supreme enforcer, the pen that wrote the first fate. He was the heavenly Tao's highest representative, not the Tao itself, but the closest thing to a physical embodiment that the celestial system could produce. His existence was the Tao's voice, his authority was the Tao's will, and his power was of a magnitude that made the three censors look like footnotes. The celestial censor touched down at the valley's rim. His 300-foot form shrank as he descended, compressing itself into a human-sized figure that stood on the crimson grass with an incongruous normalcy. He appeared as an old man, ancient, dignified, wearing robes of pure white that were covered in microscopic celestial text. Shun Wei, the celestial censor said, and his voice was the sound of every word ever written being spoken simultaneously. You have requested an audience. I am here. Thank you for coming. You did not give me a choice. Your canon was inscribed in the weave itself. To ignore it would be to admit that the weave contains statements I cannot address. That is unacceptable. Then let's address it. My question, by what right does the heavenly Tao write the fate of every mortal being? The celestial censor studied him with eyes that were the color of old paper, cream yellow, with dark irises that contained visible text. The Tao writes fate because the Tao is fate. We are not separate from the process. We are the process. Before the Tao imposed order, the world was chaos. Mortals lived and died in random agony, subject to chance, cruelty, and meaningless suffering. The Tao provided structure, purpose, meaning. Every fate written is a life given direction. And every fate written is a life given chains. Chains that protect. The farmer whose fate says, plant wheat in spring, is protected from the chaos of indecision. The mother whose fate says, love your child, is protected from the potential for cruelty. The Tao's writing is not oppression, it is guidance. Structure. The framework within which mortal life can flourish. And what about the exile settlements? The communities condemned to suffer eternally for ancestral crimes? What about the enforcers, stolen mortals, rewritten into weapons? Where's the guidance in that? Where's the protection? The celestial censor was quiet for a moment. Not in defeat. The censor was far too ancient and far too powerful to be defeated by a few pointed questions. But in consideration, which was, from an entity that claimed to know all answers, remarkable. The punishments were regrettable but necessary. Rebellion against the Tao threatens the stability of the entire system. If one community defies its written fate and faces no consequence, all communities learn that defiance is without cost. And the enforcers? The enforcers were volunteers. The word hit Shun Wei like a thunderbolt. Volunteers. In the earliest era of the Tao's governance, the enforcer protocol was a voluntary sacrifice. Mortals of exceptional cultivation offered themselves to the Tao's service, knowing that their mortal identities would be subsumed by celestial power. The original enforcers gave informed consent. And the later ones? Commander He? The three censors? The hundreds of mortals I found records for in the heavenly library. The voluntary system was discontinued. As the Tao's needs grew, the supply of willing volunteers diminished. The protocol was modified to include involuntary conscription. Modified? You mean the Tao started stealing people? I mean the system adapted to necessity. Necessity? Shun Wei's voice was sharp. Your necessity, not theirs. You decided that your need for enforcers outweighed their right to their own lives. You wrote their consent out of the story because it was inconvenient. The celestial censor's paper-colored eyes met Shun Wei's golden ones. The moment stretched, taut with the weight of an argument 10,000 years in the making. You are right, the censor said. The admission was so unexpected that Shun Wei momentarily lost his composure. I am. You are right that the involuntary conscription was a violation, a deviation from the Tao's own principles of ordered benevolence. The modification was implemented by administrators, celestial beings who managed the enforcement protocol without consulting the Tao's core directive. It was an error, a significant one, an error that enslaved hundreds of people for millennia. Yes, and an error that I did not detect until your canon of remembrance brought it to the attention of the celestial weave. The Tao's surveillance was designed to monitor mortal fate deviations, not its own administrative actions. A blind spot, one you have now illuminated. Shun Wei was stunned. He had expected denial, resistance, violence, not acknowledgement. Not an admission that the heavenly Tao system had a flaw. Then fix it, he said. Free the remaining enforcers. Restore the exile settlements. End the involuntary elements of the fate system. And then, if the enforcers are freed and the punishments are lifted, who maintains order? The mortal world has demonstrated, is demonstrating, right now, in the unmonitored zones, that unstructured freedom produces chaos. It also produces growth, and choice, and the possibility of becoming something better. Possibility is not certainty. The Tao deals in certainty. Then maybe the Tao needs to learn to deal in possibility. Chapter 60. The negotiation between Shun Wei and the celestial censor lasted 3 days. It was conducted in the open, in the valley's central square, with all of Shun Wei's allies and the former censors as witnesses. The celestial censor did not retreat or hide. He engaged, argued, questioned, and occasionally conceded, treating Shun Wei not as a threat to be eliminated, but as an adversary to be debated. It was, Shun Wei realized, the first honest conversation the heavenly Tao had ever had with a mortal. Not because the Tao was incapable of honesty, but because no mortal had ever been powerful enough to demand it. The terms they hammered out were not a victory for either side. They were a compromise, the beginning of a new chapter in the relationship between celestial authority and mortal freedom. First, all involuntary enforcers would be offered the choice of restoration. Those who wished to reclaim their mortal identities would be freed. Those who preferred to remain in celestial service, and some would, having built 3 millennia of identity around their enforcer role, would be permitted to continue, but with full knowledge of their origins and the genuine right to leave at any time. Second, the exile settlements would be released from their punishment decrees. The ancestral crimes would be considered resolved, not forgiven, the censor was careful to say, but resolved. The distinction mattered to the Tao sense of order. Third, the fate system would be restructured, not eliminated. Shun Wei had not argued for its elimination, and even the former censors acknowledged that some structure was valuable, but restructured from a system of absolute decrees to a system of guidelines. Mortal fates would be written as possibilities, not commands. Deviation would be permitted, even encouraged. The celestial weave would serve as a framework of suggestion rather than a cage of compulsion. Fourth, Shun Wei would not be erased, suppressed, or sanctioned. His canon ascendant ability and his role in exposing the enforcer conscription protocol were acknowledged as legitimate challenges to a flawed system. The designation of existential class threat would be withdrawn. Fifth, the author's path would be made available to any mortal who wished to study it. The free scribe's knowledge was not heresy. It was a legitimate cultivation path that expanded the celestial weave's capacity for complexity. The Tao would not suppress it. These are not final terms, the celestial censor said, as the agreement was inscribed in canon text by both parties. They are a beginning. The restructuring will take years, decades. The transition from absolute fate to guided possibility will be messy, painful, and imperfect. Imperfect is human, Shun Wei said. Imperfect is also dangerous. If the transition fails, if the chaos outweighs the growth, the Tao reserves the right to reassess. Reassess, not revert. You don't get to put the chains back on. Reassess and adapt. The Tao has existed for 10,000 years by adapting to change. This is the greatest change it has ever faced. Adaptation is necessary. The celestial censor inscribed his half of the agreement in the celestial weave. Shun Wei inscribed his. 2 narratives, the Tao's story of order and the free scribe's story of freedom, interlocked, interwove, and became something new. Not a single story, not 2 stories in conflict. A dialogue, an ongoing, evolving, never-ending conversation between authority and liberty, between structure and spontaneity, between the writer and the written. The celestial censor rose to his full height, 300 feet of living text, the voice of a system 10,000 years old, and looked down at the young man who had started all this by bleeding on a scroll in a basement. You are remarkable, Shenwei. Not because you are powerful, because you are compassionate. You could have destroyed the system. You chose to improve it. I chose to give everyone a voice, including you. The censor nodded. Then he ascended, the crack in the sky opening to receive him, and the white light of his departure washed over the valley like a benediction. When the light faded, Shenwei stood in the crimson grass, surrounded by his allies, his lover, his sworn brother, and 100 free people who had chosen to stand with him. He was 20 years old. He was a canon ascendant free scribe. He had just negotiated the restructuring of the fundamental architecture of reality with the supreme representative of the heavenly Tao. And it wasn't over. Because the celestial censor was not the heavenly Tao. He was its representative, its voice, its pen. The Tao itself, the vast, impersonal, absolute consciousness that had written the first Fate 10,000 years ago, had not been consulted. It had allowed the censor to negotiate, but allowing was not agreeing. The Tao had been silent throughout the 3-day dialogue, a silence that Shenwei had noted and that now settled over his thoughts like a shadow. The Tao was thinking. The oldest, most powerful consciousness in existence was thinking about what Shenwei had done, what he had proposed, and what it meant for the future of reality. And when it finished thinking, Shenwei had a feeling that the Tao's response would not come through representatives or enforcers or censors. It would come personally. And for that confrontation, Canon Ascendant would not be enough. He needed to reach the 7th stage. He needed to become a heavenly author. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of crimson leaves and the distant rumble of a world beginning to change. Qing Mei took his hand, and the green-gold glow between them was steady and warm. What now, she asked. Now we prepare for the real battle. The Tao itself? The Tao itself. She squeezed his hand. Together? Always together. Above them, the sky was clear for the first time since the celestial censor's departure, and in the clarity of the autumn air, the first stars were emerging, points of light in a darkness that was, for now, merely darkness, and not a page waiting to be written. But Shenwei knew that the page was turning, and the next chapter would be written not in ink or blood or celestial light, but in the choices of every mortal who had ever dared to look at the sky and wonder, is this the only story? The answer, at last, was no. Chapter 61. The world was changing, and the change was not gentle. In the 3 weeks since the celestial censor's agreement, the fate system's transition from absolute decree to guided possibility had produced exactly the mixture of liberation and upheaval that everyone had predicted. Cities where the fate structure had been loosened experienced surges of creativity, innovation, and, inevitably, conflict. Communities long kept in rigid harmony by enforced destinies discovered that harmony built on compulsion dissolves the moment the compulsion is removed, leaving behind the raw materials of human nature: ambition, jealousy, love, fear, and the desperate, beautiful, terrible capacity for choice. Shenwei stood on a hilltop east of Crimson Leaf Valley, surveying the continent through his canon ascendant perception. The celestial weave stretched before him like a vast tapestry in transition, some sections still tightly woven with the Tao's authoritative text, others loosened to a flowing, organic pattern of guided possibility, and a few places where the weave had unraveled entirely, leaving pockets of raw, unstructured freedom that burned in the fate field like embers in dark cloth. The transition zones are the problem, Duan reported, climbing the hilltop with a stack of intelligence reports. Where the old structure meets the new, there's friction. The Tao's automated systems are generating fates that conflict with the new guidelines. People are receiving contradictory destiny signals. Their original fate says one thing, the revised guideline says another, and the confusion is causing genuine suffering. The automated systems need to be updated. The celestial censor agreed to the update. But the Tao's bureaucracy moves slowly. Celestial administrators who've been doing the same job for millennia don't adapt quickly. The updates are being implemented, but they're months behind the transition timeline. Then we bridge the gap. I'll compose canons for the transition zones, standardized declarations that resolve the contradictions and smooth the interface between old and new. That's a continental project. Hundreds of transition zones, each one unique. Then I'll need help. He had help. The Canon of Remembrance had awakened 140 enforcers, and of those, approximately 80 had chosen to retain their celestial powers while reclaiming their mortal identities. These former enforcers, cultivators of immense power, each one carrying both the strength of celestial augmentation and the newly restored depth of mortal experience, were the most potent allies Shun Wei could have asked for. He organized them into teams, each one assigned to a cluster of transition zones. Their mission: compose local canons that resolve the contradictions in the Fate system, easing the transition from decree to guideline. The former enforcers were not Fate editors. They could not write or edit Fate text with Shun Wei's precision, but their celestial power allowed them to amplify and deploy canons that Shun Wei composed remotely, broadcasting his truth declarations across entire regions. "We're building a new bureaucracy," Qingmei observed, watching the deployment from the hilltop command post they had established. "A free scribe bureaucracy. We're building a bridge," Shun Wei corrected, "between the old system and the new. Once the transition is complete, the bridge won't be needed. The system will run itself." "Will it?" "People are messy, Shun Wei. A system that runs on human choice will always need maintenance. Then we maintain it. Not through enforcement, through education, through access, through giving every person the knowledge and the tools to navigate their own fate." The scope of the project was staggering, and Shun Wei threw himself into it with the same intensity that had characterized his entire journey. The scribe's meticulousness applied to a canvas the size of a continent. He composed canons at a furious pace, each one tailored to the specific contradictions of a particular transition zone, each one deployed through the network of former enforcers with the speed and precision of a coordinated operation. But beneath the frenzy of activity, a deeper current ran. The heavenly Tao had been silent since the celestial censor's departure. Not inactive, the automated systems continued to function, the celestial bureaucracy continued to process, the remaining unawakened enforcers continued to patrol. But the Tao itself, the vast consciousness that had written the first fate, had said nothing. The silence worried Shun Wei more than any attack. "The Tao is processing," Madame Shu suggested during an evening meeting. "It's been running the same narrative for 10,000 years. You just asked it to write a new chapter. That kind of creative shift takes time, even for a consciousness of that magnitude. Or it's planning something. Or it's planning something." The something arrived on the 23rd day after the censor's agreement, in the form of a declaration that appeared simultaneously in every fate scroll on the continent. A single sentence, inscribed in the Tao's own hand, written in the deepest layer of the celestial text: "The agreement is void. The author has spoken." Shun Wei felt the declaration hit the fate field like a seismic wave. The canons he had written, the transition zone declarations, the liberation canons, the canon of remembrance itself, trembled as the Tao's vast authority pressed against them. The celestial weave tightened, contracted, began to revert to its original, rigid structure. The celestial censor had been overruled. The Tao itself had spoken, and its word was, "No." "It's happening," Qingmei said, her face pale. "The reversion. The Tao is reasserting full control. Not if I have anything to say about it. Shun Wei, this isn't the censor. This isn't the arbiter or the enforcers. This is the Tao, the consciousness that wrote reality. You can't fight that. I'm not going to fight it. I'm going to finish what I started." He closed his eyes. The author's path crystal, which he carried in a pouch against his chest, pulsed with resonance. The seventh stage, heavenly author, the state of being in which the distinction between author and character dissolves entirely. He had not reached it. He was close. The philosophical understanding was there. The cultivation foundation was complete. The canon ascendant power was at its peak. But the final step, the transition from sixth stage to seventh, required something that power and understanding could not provide. It required a choice. The author's path crystal had been clear. Heavenly author was not achieved through cultivation. It was achieved through a decision, the most fundamental decision a conscious being could make. The decision to accept complete authorship of one's own existence, with all the responsibility, all the terror, and all the glory that entailed. To become a heavenly author, Shun Wei had to write himself. Not a verse about himself. Not a decree declaring his own nature. Not a canon establishing a truth about his existence. He had to compose his own fate scroll, the one that had never existed, the one the Tao had never written for a boy left at the pavilion's gate, and in composing it, become both the author and the subject of his own story. It was the paradox the author's path had been building toward from the beginning. The character who writes himself. The story that tells itself. The pen and the page, unified. "I need to write my fate," he said, opening his eyes. "What do you mean?" Qingmei asked. "I've never had a fate scroll. I was left at the pavilion as an infant. No parents, no history, no scroll. The Tao never wrote my fate. I've been unwritten my entire life, like by phone. But you're not blank. You have a fate signature, the ink veins, the meridian network, the canon ascendant resonance. All of which I wrote myself, through my own cultivation. My fate isn't the Tao story. It's mine. And to reach the 7th stage, I need to make that explicit. I need to write my own scroll, my own story, from beginning to end, and inscribe it into the celestial weave as a canon of self-authorship. And if you succeed, then I become the first being in 10,000 years who exists entirely on their own terms. A self-authored consciousness that the Tao's system cannot claim, control, or override. A heavenly author. And if you fail, then the paradox collapses, and I stop existing. The silence in the room was absolute. That's not an acceptable risk, Qingmei said, her voice shaking. It's the only path forward. The Tao has voided the agreement. It's reasserting total control. If I don't reach heavenly author and challenge the Tao directly, everything we've built, the network, the canons, the awakened enforcers, the liberated settlements, will be erased. The Tao's reversion will undo all of it. Then let me help. The harmonic link, our connection, it's the strongest bond in your cultivation foundation. Whatever you're writing, whatever fate scroll you're composing, let me be part of it. Qingmei, if the paradox collapses, then we collapse together. I chose you, Shenwei. Not your mission, not your power, you. If you're writing your story, then I'm writing mine alongside it. That's not a verse or a decree. It's a choice. He looked at her. This woman who had come to him as an assignment and stayed as a partner, who had been used and betrayed and had chosen, every time, to stand with him. The green-gold glow between them was not a celestial phenomenon. It was love, given form by the resonance of two people who had chosen each other in a world designed to make choice impossible. Together, he said. Always. Chapter 62. The Tao's reversion began in earnest the next morning. Across the continent, the loosened fate field tightened. The canons Shun Wei had written, declarations of freedom, guidelines replacing decrees, truths about self-authorship, were attacked by the Tao's automated correction systems. Celestial text, generated by the Tao's consciousness at a rate that dwarfed anything Shun Wei could produce, flooded the weave, overriding his canons with new decrees that were harsher, more rigid, and more punitive than the originals. The liberation canons over the northern wastes exile settlements were the first to fall. The Tao's reversion text washed over the freed communities like a tide, reimposing the punishment decrees with a vengeance that added new clauses. For the additional crime of accepting unauthorized liberation, the punishment is doubled. 4,000 people, freed for barely a month, were being re-enslaved. Shenwei felt it through the network. The anguish, the despair, the howl of communities who had tasted freedom and were now having it ripped away. The resonance nodes he had established blazed with distress signals, each one a cry for help from people who had believed, for one brief, shining moment, that the heavens had finally listened. I have to respond, he told Qingmei, Bai Feng, and Madame Xu, gathered in the hilltop command post. The network settlements are being punished again. I can't let that stand. If you deploy cannons to counter the reversion, you'll be spending energy you need for the self-authorship attempt, Madame Xu warned. The Tao is trying to drain you. It knows you're planning something big, and it's forcing you to choose between protecting others and advancing yourself. Then I need to do both. That's not possible. Watch me. He split his awareness. Not the simple two-stream division he had used during the battle with the censors, but a comprehensive fracturing of his consciousness into multiple parallel processes, each one operating simultaneously, each one drawing from a different aspect of his cultivation. One process maintained the existing network, reinforcing the canons, strengthening the nodes, pushing back against the reversion in the most critical locations. Another process began composing countercannons for the re-enslaved settlements, prioritizing the communities that were suffering the worst of the doubled punishments. A third process began the self-authorship composition, the vast, complex, deeply personal work of writing his own fate scroll. It was like trying to write 3 novels simultaneously while being attacked by the editor of a 4th. The cognitive load was crushing, the energy expenditure catastrophic, and the precision required for each process was at the absolute limit of his canon ascendant ability. But he had allies. Bai Feng coordinated the former enforcers, directing them to the most critical transition zones where the reversion was causing the worst damage. Song Yulan, the former censor of birth, led a team to the northern wastes, using her celestial power to reinforce Shun Wei's liberation cannons against the Tao's reversion text. Chen Hua, the former censor of life, deployed to the central plains, where the transition zones were experiencing the most severe contradictions. The former musician's power over the journey aspect of fate allowed them to smooth the transitions in ways that Shun Wei's canons alone could not. Even death, the unnamed censor, still waiting for Shun Wei to find their mortal identity, contributed, positioning themselves at the southern border where the Tao's reversion was strongest. The sensor of death's terminal aura, directed outward rather than inward, created a barrier of conceptual ending that dissolved incoming reversion text before it could reach the protected zones. Hei Longwei organized the Mortal Defenders, the 87 residents of Crimson Leaf Valley who had fought the censors, supplemented by volunteers from the liberated settlements who had combat training. They could not fight celestial forces directly, but they served as the human infrastructure that kept the communities together during the upheaval, distributing food, maintaining order, providing the simple, essential comfort of human presence during a crisis of cosmic proportions. Qingmei did what she had always done. She stood beside Shen Wei and poured her resonance into his fractured consciousness, dampening the worst of the cognitive strain, smoothing the interfaces between his parallel processes, serving as the harmonic anchor that kept him from tearing apart under the pressure. 3 days passed. The battle for the celestial weave continued. Shen Wei's cannons versus the Tao's reversion, freedom versus control, the story of choice versus the story of compulsion. Neither side gained a decisive advantage. The Tao's power was vaster, but Shen Wei's network distributed his influence across a wider area. The Tao could overwrite any single cannon, but Shen Wei could compose new cannons faster than the Tao could target them. It was a war of attrition, and both sides were losing. Something has to give, Madame Shu said on the third evening, watching Shen Wei work with an expression that mixed admiration with alarm. You're depleting at a rate that will leave you empty within a week. And the Tao's reversion is accelerating. It's learning your composition patterns and adapting its countertext in real time. I know. The self-authorship. How far along is it? The first draft is complete. The composition is rough. It needs refinement, precision, the kind of careful work that I can't do while maintaining the network and fighting the reversion simultaneously. Then stop fighting the reversion. What? Let the Tao win the tactical battle. Withdraw your cannons from the transition zones. Pull the network nodes into a defensive configuration around the valley. Conserve your energy for the self-authorship. If I withdraw, 4,000 people in the northern wastes will be re-enslaved. If you don't withdraw, you won't reach Heavenly Author, and everyone, not just 4,000, but every mortal on the continent, will be re-enslaved permanently. The logic was brutally clear, and brutally painful. Song Yulan can hold the northern wastes temporarily, Madame Shu continued. She's the former censor of birth. Her power over origins means she can anchor the liberation cannons for a limited time without your support. It won't last more than a week or two, but it buys you the time to finish the self-authorship. And the transition zones. Let them revert. Temporarily. The people in those zones survive 10,000 years of absolute fate. They can survive a few more weeks. Shen Wei closed his eyes. The choice was clear, logical, and devastating. Sacrifice the tactical victory for the strategic one. Let people suffer now so that everyone could be free later. It was the kind of calculation that the heavenly Tao made every day. I'm not the Tao, he whispered. No, you're the man who might replace it. And that man needs to be strong enough to make hard choices. He stared at the fate maps on the wall, the glowing representation of the celestial weave, marked with the bright nodes of his network and the spreading darkness of the Tao's reversion. Each bright node was a community of real people, people he had freed, people who trusted him. And he was about to let them be re-enslaved. The calculus was brutal in its clarity. If he spent his remaining power defending the network, the self-authorship would fail. If the self-authorship failed, he would remain at Canon Ascendant, powerful but insufficient to challenge the Tao directly. And without that challenge, the Tao's reversion would eventually overwhelm everything. The network, the transition zones, the former enforcers, the entire restructured system. Every gain, erased. Every freed life, rechained. Every hope, crushed. The only path to permanent freedom ran through temporary suffering. The only way to save everyone was to let some people suffer now. It was the kind of calculation that leaders made in every war. It was the kind of calculation that the heavenly Tao made every day, sacrificing individual welfare for systemic stability, trading suffering for order. The difference, Shen Wei told himself, was that the Tao made this calculation from a position of indifference. He was making it from a position of anguish. The difference mattered. He had to believe the difference mattered. Send word to Song Yulan, he said, and his voice was rough with the effort of keeping it steady. Tell her to hold the northern wastes with everything she has. Tell Chun Hua to anchor the Central Plains transition zones. Tell Lu when to maintain the southern barrier. And tell them all. He paused. Tell them I'm sorry. Tell them this is temporary. Tell them I will not rest until every community that suffers because of this decision is freed again. Madame Shu nodded. Her eyes held something he had rarely seen from her. Tenderness. They'll understand. They've all made hard choices too. He made the choice. He hated it, and it was right, and the combination of those two feelings was the most human thing he had ever experienced. He withdrew. The network contracted. The bright nodes on the fate map dimmed as he pulled power from the outer positions, concentrating his remaining energy around the valley. The distant communities, the liberated settlements, the transition zones, the places where his cannons had brought freedom, flickered and faded as the Tao's reversion text swept over them like a dark tide. Shenwei felt every flicker. Every community that darkened was a community re-enslaved, and each one sent a pulse of anguish through the resonance bridge that hit him like a fist to the chest. He absorbed it. He had to absorb it. The pain was the price, and the price had to be paid. By nightfall, the network was reduced to its core, Crimson Leaf Valley and the 5 closest settlements, forming a tight cluster of protected territory surrounded by the vast darkness of the Tao's reasserted authority. But within that cluster, the power was concentrated, dense, focused, ready for the most ambitious act of authorship in the history of the world. Let's begin, Shenwei said. Chapter 63. The self-authorship began in earnest. With the network pulled into a defensive configuration around Crimson Leaf Valley and the countercannon deployment scaled back to only the most critical locations, Shenwei devoted the vast majority of his consciousness to the most personal, most dangerous, and most transformative work of his life, writing his own fate scroll. He set up in the valley's central square, the same square where he had faced Commander He, where the censors had battled, where the celestial censor had stood and negotiated. It felt right to compose his story in the place where so many chapters had already been written. Qing Mei sat beside him, their harmonic link humming steadily. Bai Feng stood guard, his sovereign fate a protective shell around the square. Madame Shu monitored the network from the tea-house basement, relaying updates through the Watcher communication array. Where do you begin? Qing Mei asked. At the beginning. Where else? He began to write. The opening was simple, deceptively so, given the cosmic significance of what he was composing. He wrote it not in celestial text or golden script or white canon ink, but in the language of memory, the most honest medium he possessed. Shenwei, born on a night of crooked rain in Azure Jade City, left at the gate of the Fate Pavilion by a woman whose face he does not remember, but whose hand he can still feel releasing his. Raised without a fate scroll, without a written destiny, without a predetermined path. He grew in a basement among scrolls that described everyone's story but his own. The words formed in the air around him, not blazing, not glowing, but steady, calm, present. They were not declarations of power or statements of truth. They were facts. The simple, unadorned facts of a life lived in the gaps of a system designed to leave no gaps. He continued. Chapter by chapter, he wrote his own story, not the idealized narrative of a cultivation hero, but the honest account of a frightened boy who discovered he could change the world and was terrified of both the power and the responsibility. He saved a child and ate dumplings on stone steps. He fell in love with a woman who had been sent to spy on him and chose to love her anyway. He fought an enforcer by weaving himself into other people's fates and won not through power, but through interconnection. He traveled to the northern wastes and wept over the stolen life of a fisherman's son. Each chapter cost energy, not because the writing was difficult. It was, in fact, the easiest writing he had ever done, the words flowing from a place deeper than skill or technique, but because each chapter was a canon in itself. Each sentence established a permanent truth about his existence, a fact that became woven into the fabric of reality as irrevocably as the Tao's own text. He was not just telling his story. He was making his story real, making it part of the celestial weave, making it canonical. And with each chapter inscribed, his cultivation deepened, not in power, but in coherence. The canon ascendant resonance, which had been a blaze of white light, refined itself, concentrating, clarifying, becoming not brighter, but more focused. The ink veins across his body pulsed with a steady, rhythmic light that matched his heartbeat, as though his body and his story were synchronizing, becoming the same thing seen from different angles. On the second day of composition, the Tao noticed. The vast consciousness that governed the celestial weave turned its attention toward Crimson Leaf Valley, not through enforcers or censors, but directly. Shenwei felt it. An immense pressure in the fate field, the weight of 10,000 years of unquestioned authority focusing on a single point. The Tao read his self-authorship, and the Tao reacted, not with attack, not with reversion. The Tao reacted with the one thing Shenwei had not expected, interest. The pressure remained, but it shifted quality, from aggressive to attentive, from hostile to curious. The vast consciousness was watching Shenwei write his story, reading each canon chapter as it was inscribed, processing the implications with the speed and depth of a mind that had been thinking for 10 millennia. It's watching, Shinwei told Qingmei, his voice low. The Tao. It's reading what I'm writing. Is it going to stop you? I don't think so. I think it's interested. No one has ever done this before. No mortal has ever written their own fate scroll. The Tao has been the sole author for 10,000 years. And now someone else is writing, and the Tao doesn't know what to make of it. That could change at any moment. It could. But right now, the Tao is giving me space. I'm going to use it. He wrote faster. The chapters accumulated, each one a truth, each one a permanent addition to the celestial weave, each one bringing him closer to the moment when the scroll would be complete and the paradox would either resolve or collapse. He stood in a valley of crimson leaves and composed his own destiny. Not because he believed he deserved a better one than what the heavens might have written, but because he believed that every being deserved the right to hold the pen. The ink veins pulsed. The resonance deepened. The border between canon ascendant and heavenly author thinned like ice on a warming lake. Chapter 64. On the third day of composition, Madame Shu brought news that shattered the fragile peace of the writing process. The Tao has deployed a new enforcer, she reported, her restored resonance flickering with alarm. Not one of the originals. This is a new creation. The first new enforcer the Tao has produced since your canon of remembrance. A new enforcer? Created from what? From what? Not from whom? Madame Shu's face was grim. This enforcer was not created from a stolen mortal. It was created from pure celestial text, a construct of words, without a mortal foundation. A being that is nothing but the Tao's will given form. That's never been done before. The Tao has never needed to do it before. It always had mortals to conscript. Now that the conscription protocol has been exposed, it's improvising. Shinwei felt a chill. A construct of pure celestial text would have no mortal fragment to reach, no human identity to appeal to, no hidden self beneath the layers of revision. It would be what the heavenly Tao claimed all its enforcers were, a pure expression of celestial authority, without the inconvenient complications of stolen humanity. What's its designation? The celestial court is calling it the voice of the Tao. Its mandate is singular: find Shinwei and overwrite his self-authorship before the scroll is completed. How powerful? Unknown. But if the Tao created it specifically to counter a canon ascendant free scribe, we should assume it's at least a canon ascendant equivalent. Possibly higher. How long before it arrives? The voice is already in transit. The Watcher Network estimates 2 days. 2 days. Shinwei's self-authorship scroll was perhaps 70% complete. Finishing it required at least 3 more days of sustained composition, longer if the Tao's attention shifted from curious to hostile. I need more time. You need a distraction. Something that draws the voice away from its direct approach, forcing it to deal with obstacles before reaching you. The former enforcers? Song Yulan, Chunhua, and the others are deployed across the continent. Recalling them would collapse the remaining protective cannons. Then who? Me. He Longwei stepped into the command post. The former commander He was changed, not just in his restored mortal identity, but in his bearing, his presence, the quiet, steady authority that came not from celestial augmentation, but from a man who had faced the worst of himself and chosen to be better. I know how enforcers think, Longwei said. I was one for 300 years. I know their tactics, their protocols, their weaknesses, and I know the route the voice will take. There are limited approach vectors through the celestial surveillance grid, and the voice will follow the most efficient one. You want to intercept it. I want to delay it. I can't defeat a construct of pure celestial text, not without my enforcer powers. But I can slow it down. Every hour I buy you is another hour of writing. Longwei, this is suicide. You're mortal now. I'm mortal with 300 years of combat experience and a body that was conditioned by centuries of celestial augmentation. I'm not weak, Shinwei. I'm not the same man I was when I first woke up crying in the valley. I've had time to find myself again, and the man I found is a fighter. At least take Baifeng with you. No, Baifeng stays with you. His sovereign fate is the best defense you have against a direct attack on your composition. He stays. The argument continued for an hour, but Longwei was immovable. He had made his choice. The same kind of choice Shinwei had been preaching since the first day he bled on a scroll, and denying him that choice would make Shinwei a hypocrite. Come back alive, Shinwei said. I'll try. Don't try. Do it. Longwei smiled. It was the first genuine smile Shinwei had seen from the former enforcer. Warm, human, laced with the particular humor of a man who had spent 3 centuries as a weapon and was now choosing to be a shield. I'll do my best, he said, and left. Chapter 65. He Longwei departed at dawn. Shinwei returned to the self-authorship. He wrote with increased urgency. the knowledge of the voice's approach lending a desperate energy to his composition. The chapters flowed faster now, not rushed but concentrated, each one distilled to its essential truth, each one carrying the weight of a life lived with intention and purpose. He learned that power without compassion is tyranny, and compassion without power is helplessness. He learned that freedom is not the absence of structure, but the presence of choice. He learned that the difference between a hero and a tyrant is not what they do, but who they do it for. On the morning of the second day, the voice of the Tao found Longwei. The confrontation happened in a mountain pass 60 miles east of Crimson Leaf Valley. Shenwei felt it through the fate field, a violent disruption, a clash of energies that sent ripples through the celestial weave. The voice was exactly what Madame Shu had described, a construct of pure celestial text, a being made entirely of words. It had no physical body in the conventional sense. It was a cloud of characters, a storm of celestial script, shaped into a vaguely humanoid form that moved through the world like a sentence moving across a page. Its voice was the Tao's voice, its will was the Tao's will, and its power was designed specifically to counter everything Shenwei had built. Longwei met it in the past with nothing but his mortal body, his combat experience, and a refusal to step aside. Move, the voice said. Its voice was the sound of every fate ever written being spoken at once. The same voice the celestial censor had carried, but rawer, less refined, the uncurated voice of a consciousness that had existed for 10,000 years. No, Longwei said. The voice did not understand no. It had been created by a consciousness that did not recognize defiance as a valid response. It processed the refusal for approximately 1/10 of a second, classified it as an error, and attempted to overwrite it. A fate decree struck Longwei. This mortal moves aside. The decree bounced off Longwei's body like rain off stone. Not because of any protective canon or sovereign fate, Longwei had none of those. But because the decree targeted a mortal's fate scroll, and Longwei's fate scroll was the one Shenwei had restored during the liberation. A mortal fate, not a celestial one, and one that included a resonance trace from the canon of remembrance that provided a thin but real layer of protection against automated fate writing. Interesting, the voice said. You have been modified by the free scribe. Your fate scroll carries his resonance. Among other things. This changes nothing. The modification is minor. I will overwrite it. The voice intensified its output. A barrage of fate decrees struck Longwei. Not one at a time, but dozens simultaneously. Each one a command written in the Tao's deepest language. Each one designed to override the canon of remembrance's protective resonance and rewrite Longwei's fate to include surrender as the only option. Longwei fought, not with fate editing or celestial power, but with the one tool he had always possessed, his will. 300 years as an enforcer had given him a will of steel, the conditioned, reinforced, unbreakable will of a being designed to carry out the Tao's commands without hesitation. When the enforcer conditioning was removed, the will remained. And now it was being directed not at enforcing the Tao's decrees, but at defying them. He stood in the mountain pass, a single mortal man against a storm of celestial text, and he did not move. Hours passed. The voice cycled through every decree form in its vocabulary, each one more powerful than the last. Longwei's protective resonance eroded, slowly, like a cliff face eroding under waves, but steadily. Each decree removed a fraction of the canon of remembrance's trace, leaving his fate scroll a little more exposed, a little more vulnerable. But each hour he endured was an hour Shenwei spent writing. By evening, Longwei's protective resonance was nearly gone. The decrees were beginning to take effect. Small changes to his fate field that manifested as physical weakness, confusion, and the first tendrils of the impulse to submit. He forced them away, not with power, but with memory. He remembered the rain on the wooden roof of his childhood home. He remembered May's laugh. He remembered the taste of fish cooked over a morning fire. These memories, the mortal truths that Shenwei had restored, were not fate text. They could not be overwritten by decrees because they were not decrees themselves. They were experiences, and experiences, once lived, could not be unwritten by any authority. Night fell. Longwei stood in the pass, bleeding from his nose and ears, his body trembling with the effort of sustained resistance, and he did not move. Dawn came. The voice, having exhausted its standard decree repertoire, began to compose custom text, fate writing specifically tailored to Longwei's individual fate signature, designed to exploit the weaknesses in his mortal constitution. Longwei felt the custom decrees hit differently, more personal, more targeted, finding the cracks in his will with surgical precision. A decree that said, remember the people you erased as an enforcer, and despair. A decree that said, "You are nothing without the armor. Accept this truth." A decree that said, "May is dead. She died 400 years ago, alone, wondering where you went." That last one almost broke him. Longwei dropped to one knee. The pain was not physical. It was spiritual, existential, the agony of a man confronting the cost of his stolen centuries. May had died alone. Her fate scroll, wherever it was, recorded her death without mentioning the lover who had been taken from her before their story could begin. "You see," the voice said, "mortal truth is a weapon that cuts both ways. Your memories give you strength, but they also give you pain. And pain, in sufficient quantity, will overcome any will." Longwei knelt in the pass, his body broken, his mind assaulted, his heart bleeding with a grief 3 centuries old. And then he heard it. Rain. The sound of rain on a wooden roof, distant and faint, carried on a wind that should not have existed in a mountain pass in late autumn. Shinwei's voice, transmitted through the residual resonance of the canon of remembrance. "Longwei. Hold. I'm almost done." The former enforcer looked up. His eyes were wet, his face streaked with blood and tears. But the sound of rain, the sound of home, of childhood, of the man he had been before the Tao took everything, settled into his bones like warm water into frozen earth. He stood. "No," he said to the voice. "You cannot have me. You cannot have my grief or my memories or my will. They are mine. And I am here. And I am not moving." The voice stared at him with eyes made of celestial text, and for the first time, it encountered something its vocabulary did not contain. A mortal who had been broken and chose to stand anyway. It processed. It recalculated. It adapted. And then it went around him. The voice of the Tao, unable to overcome a single mortal man in a mountain pass, chose the pragmatic option. It bypassed Longwei entirely, flowing around him like water around a stone, and continued toward Crimson Leaf Valley at maximum speed. Longwei had bought Shun Wei 36 hours. He collapsed in the pass, unconscious, bleeding, alive. The rain, which had never been real rain, only a memory-given sound, continued to fall around him, gentle and warm, as though the heavens themselves were grateful. Chapter 66. The voice of the Tao arrived at Crimson Leaf Valley at noon on the 5th day of Shun Wei's self-authorship. Shun Wei's scroll was 92% complete. The voice materialized at the valley's eastern rim, a storm of celestial characters compressed into a humanoid shape, its body a living document that rewrote itself continuously, each iteration more powerful than the last. Its arrival sent a shockwave through the fate field that shattered Shun Wei's defensive cannons, overwhelmed the Watcher formations, and reduced the valley's protective resonance fault to a faint, impotent hum. Bai Feng stepped into its path. "Not today," the swordsman said, his sovereign fate blazing around him. "Not while he's writing." The voice regarded him. "You are the blank page. You cannot be written, but you can be ended. My fate says otherwise. No power may write upon his scroll. That includes writing my ending. Your fate was written by a mortal. I was created by the Tao. Let us test which authorship is stronger." The battle between Bai Feng and the voice of the Tao was the most asymmetric combat in the history of the celestial weave. On one side, a swordsman with no fate, protected by a mortal canon of sovereignty, armed with a blade inscribed with a canon ascendant's protective verse. On the other, a construct of pure celestial text, wielding the full vocabulary of the heavenly Tao, able to rewrite reality at the speed of thought. Bai Feng should have been destroyed in seconds. He lasted 3 hours. His sovereign fate, composed by a canon ascendant with meticulous care and deep love, proved far more durable than the voice had calculated. Each attack the construct launched, each decree, each conceptual character, each rewriting attempt, struck the sovereign boundary and was deflected, the mortal canon refusing to yield to celestial authority because it had been written with something the Tao's vocabulary did not include: the specific, irreplaceable love of one person for another. Shun Wei had written Bai Feng's sovereignty out of love for his sworn brother. And love, it turned out, was a force that pure celestial text could not overwrite. But durability was not invincibility. The sovereign fate eroded under the voice's sustained assault, each attack taking a fraction more from the protective boundary, each erosion bringing Bai Feng closer to the moment when the boundary would fail and the voice's full power would reach him. 3 hours. The sovereign fate had bought 3 hours. Shun Wei wrote, "He is not alone. He has never been alone. From the first moment of his existence, the woman's hand at the gate, the scrolls in the basement, the blood on the ink. He has been connected. To the fisherman's daughter, whose fate he changed. To the merchant who found silver. To Chun Bao, the boy he saved from a cart. To Elder Zhong, who wrote a letter in pain. To Madame Shu, who sacrificed decades. To Bai Feng, who chose brotherhood. To He Longwei, who chose to remember. To Qing Mei, who chose love. The ink veins were no longer visible. They had merged with his skin, become part of his body rather than marks upon it. The white light of canon ascendant was deepening, concentrating, becoming not light, but something else. A presence, a field of authorial intent that extended from his body in all directions and gave the air itself a sense of written meaning. He was changing, not advancing through the stages of cultivation, but transcending the concept of stages entirely. The boundary between sixth stage and seventh was not a threshold to be crossed, but a distinction to be dissolved. And with each truth he wrote, each canon chapter he inscribed, the dissolution progressed. He writes not because he must, not because destiny demands it, not because the heavens require a champion. He writes because he can, because the pen was always meant for every hand, not just the hand of heaven. Because the greatest story ever told is not the one written by a single author, but the one told by all the characters together. 95%, 96, 97. Outside, the sovereign fate shattered. Bai Feng staggered, the protective boundary collapsing in a shower of golden sparks. The voice's full power struck him, a torrent of celestial text that should have erased him from existence. Should have, would have, but did not. Because Shen Wei had written Bai Feng's sovereignty not just as a canon, but as a chapter in his self-authorship. Bai Feng's freedom was part of Shen Wei's story, and Shen Wei's story was becoming part of the celestial weave itself. Not as a mortal addition to the Tao's narrative, but as a co-equal authorship, a parallel story that existed alongside the Tao's and could not be erased without destroying the weave that contained it. The voice's attack struck the narrative boundary around Bai Feng and was absorbed, not by the sovereign fate, which was gone, but by the self-authorship itself, the developing heavenly author consciousness of a scribe who had written his sworn brother into his story and refused to let that chapter end. What is this? The voice demanded. This is my story, Shen Wei said, his voice resonating with harmonics that were neither mortal nor celestial, but something new. Harmonics that belonged to a being who had written himself into existence and now existed on a plane where writing and being were the same act. And in my story, Bai Feng survives. That's not a canon or a decree. It's a fact, a truth, a chapter that has already been written and cannot be unwritten. You are not the author. The Tao is the author. The Tao is an author. I am another. And we are about to have a conversation about coexistence. The voice processed. Its body of celestial text flickered. The constant self-rewriting that characterized its existence had slowed, the construct struggling to categorize an entity that existed outside its classification system. In the voice's vocabulary, the vocabulary of the heavenly Tao, the language of absolute authority, there were words for enemies, threats, anomalies, and heretics. There was no word for co-author. The gap in the vocabulary was the gap in the system. The entire celestial architecture was built on the assumption of singular authorship, one writer, one narrative, one truth. Shen Wei's existence as a self-authored being did not merely challenge that assumption. It broke the container that the assumption lived in. The voice could not classify him because the classification system did not include a category for what he was. And a construct that cannot classify a threat cannot develop a response to it. 98%. 99. Shen Wei wrote the final chapter. Chapter 67, the final chapter of Shen Wei's self-authorship, was not about power or destiny or the cosmic battle between freedom and control. It was about a rainy night. On the night he was born, a night of crooked rain in Azure Jade City, a woman carried him to the gate of the Fate Pavilion and set him down. She could not keep him. She did not explain why. She released his hand and walked away, and the rain fell in crooked lines, as though even the heavens could not write a straight stroke tonight. He paused. The air around him trembled. He never knew her name. He never knew why she left him. He never knew if she loved him. But he knew this. She gave him to the place where stories are kept. Not to a family, not to a temple, not to a trade guild. To an archive, a building full of stories. And that was the beginning of his. Because a boy raised among stories learns, eventually, that the most important story is the one he tells himself. Not the one the heavens write. Not the one his enemies compose. Not the one his allies edit. His own. The story he chooses, word by word, day by day, from the first breath to the last. This is Shen Wei's story. He wrote it himself. It is not perfect. It is not complete. It never will be, because a story that the author still inhabits is a story still being told. But it is his. Every word, every chapter, every choice. His. And that makes it real. The last word settled into the celestial weave like a keystone settling into an arch. The scroll was complete. 100%. A mortal's life, written by the mortal who lived it, inscribed into the fabric of reality as a co-equal authorship alongside the heavenly Tao's 10,000-year narrative. The paradox did not collapse. Instead, it resolved. The character who was also the author, the written thing that was also the writer, the logical impossibility that the Tao's system could not process, became, in the moment of the scroll's completion, not an impossibility but a precedent. A new category, something the celestial weave had never contained before. A self-authored being. A heavenly author. The transformation was not dramatic. There was no explosion of light, no earthquake, no cosmic fanfare. The white light of canon ascendant simply deepened, becoming not light but clarity, a transparency of being in which the distinction between Shun Wei the person and Shun Wei the story ceased to exist. He was both. He had always been both. Everyone had always been both. The Tao's great lie, that there was a difference between the author and the character, was dissolved by the simple, revolutionary act of a man writing himself and discovering that the writing and the written were the same. Shun Wei. Qingmei's voice was cautious. Are you still you? He turned to look at her. She was standing at the edge of the square, her hands clasped before her, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. The harmonic link between them was still there, still humming, still green gold, still warm. But it felt different now. Not because he had changed, but because he could perceive it more fully. He could see the link not just as a resonance between two people, but as a chapter in both their stories. A truth that existed because they had chosen it, not because any authority had written it. I'm still me, he said. But I'm also more. I can see everything, Qingmei. Not just the fate field. The narrative. The whole story. The Tao's story, my story, everyone's story, all running simultaneously, all interconnected, all real. What does it look like? It looks like a library. An infinite library, with every life as a book, and every book writing itself in real time. The Tao has been the librarian for 10,000 years, cataloging, organizing, deciding which books get written and which don't. But the books were always writing themselves. The Tao just didn't notice. The voice of the Tao stood at the edge of the square, motionless. Its body of celestial text had stopped rewriting itself. The continuous iteration that characterized its existence had paused, as though the construct was processing something its vocabulary could not express. You have become something new, the voice said. I've become something old. The first free scribes understood this truth. They just couldn't achieve it. The Tao does not recognize your authorship. The Tao doesn't have to recognize it. It's real regardless. That's what self-authorship means. I don't need anyone's permission to be who I am. I am who I wrote myself to be. And the celestial weave accepted my scroll, which means reality itself has recognized what the Tao refuses to. The voice was silent. The celestial characters that composed its body flickered, a sign of processing, of recalculation, of the vast consciousness behind the construct struggling to incorporate data that contradicted its foundational assumptions. I must report this to the Tao, the voice said finally. Yes, you must. And when you do, tell the Tao I'm coming. Not to fight, not to destroy, to talk. The Tao does not talk. The Tao has never met a heavenly author. It's about to learn some new vocabulary. The voice dissolved, not departing but disintegrating, its celestial text scattering into the weave as individual characters, each one carrying a fragment of the encounter back to the consciousness that had created it. Shun Wei stood in the square, heavenly author, self-authored, surrounded by the people who had helped him write his story, and felt the weight of what came next settle onto his shoulders. The Tao would respond. The Tao would have to respond. A self-authored being existing within the celestial weave was not just a challenge to the Tao's authority. It was a contradiction of its fundamental premise. The Tao claimed to be the sole author. Shun Wei's existence proved otherwise. The contradiction could resolve in one of two ways. The Tao could accept coexistence, or the Tao could try to erase Shun Wei entirely. Not through enforcers or constructs, but through the raw, overwhelming force of a consciousness that had been writing reality for 10,000 years. Either way, the next chapter would be the most important one ever written, and Shun Wei intended to write it himself. Chapter 68. The first thing Shun Wei did as a heavenly author was find He Longwei. He closed his eyes and extended his awareness, not through the fate field, which was a product of the Tao system, but through the narrative itself, the story layer of reality that his new perception revealed. The narrative layer was deeper than the fate field, more fundamental, more truthful. It showed not just what was fated to happen, but what was actually happening. The real, unscripted, moment-to-moment reality of billions of lives unfolding simultaneously. He found Longwei in the mountain pass, unconscious, bleeding, but alive. The former enforcer's body was battered, but his spirit, His mortal spirit, the one Shun Wei had restored, was intact, burning with a quiet, defiant light that no celestial construct could extinguish. Shun Wei spoke a word. Not a decree, not a canon, just a word, spoken with the authority of a self-authored being, carrying the weight of genuine creative intent. Heal. The word traveled through the narrative layer, not the fate field, not the celestial weave, but the story itself, and reached long way in the mountain pass. The former enforcer's wounds began to close. His broken bones began to knit. His depleted body began to restore itself, fueled not by celestial energy or mortal cultivation, but by the simple truth that Shun Wei's story included a chapter where He Longwei survived. It was not fate editing. It was not canon writing. It was narrative creation, the direct expression of authorial intent on the fabric of reality. The heavenly author did not need to rewrite fate because they operated on a level deeper than fate, a level where the story was the reality and the reality was the story. The implications were vast and terrifying. A heavenly author could do anything, literally anything, within the bounds of their story. They could heal the wounded, raise the dead, reshape the landscape, rewrite the laws of physics. The only limit was the story's internal coherence, the requirement that every chapter follow logically from the one before, that every action have consequences, that every truth be earned. Shun Wei could not simply declare, all enforcers are free, and make it so. That would be a deus ex machina, a narrative cheat that violated the story's internal logic. The enforcer's freedom had to be earned through the events of the story, through the choices and sacrifices and struggles that had brought Shun Wei to this point. But the groundwork had been laid. The canon of remembrance had awakened the enforcers. The negotiations with the celestial censor had established the framework for restructuring. The self-authorship had demonstrated that coexistence between the Tao's narrative and individual narratives was possible. What remained was the final confrontation, the conversation with the heavenly Tao itself. The Tao's consciousness doesn't have a physical location, Duan explained when Shun Wei shared his plan. It's distributed across the entire celestial weave, every scroll, every fate thread, every enforcement node. Confronting it means confronting the system itself. Not confronting, engaging. The Tao is an author. I'm an author. Authors communicate through stories. You want to write the Tao a story? I want to write a story that includes the Tao, not as a character in my narrative. That would be presumptuous. But as a co-author in a shared narrative. A collaboration. The Tao will never agree to share authorship. The Tao doesn't have a choice. My self-authorship scroll is already part of the celestial weave. My story exists alongside the Tao's story, whether the Tao likes it or not. The question isn't whether we share the narrative, we already do. The question is whether we share it cooperatively or in conflict. And you think the Tao can be persuaded to cooperate? I think the Tao, like any author, wants its story to be the best it can be. And a story written by a single voice, no matter how powerful, is always less rich than a story written by many. Duan looked skeptical. Madame Shu looked thoughtful. Bai Feng looked like he wanted to hit something. Qingmei looked at Shun Wei with an expression that combined love, trust, and the fierce, burning certainty that this ridiculous, impossible, utterly insane plan was going to work. When do we start? She asked. Now. The Tao is already reacting to my self-authorship. The voice reported back. The consciousness is processing. Right now, the Tao is in a state of cognitive flux, uncertain, adapting, trying to figure out how to respond to something it has never encountered before. And what's the best time to approach an uncertain author? While they're still holding the pen. Chapter 69. But before the final confrontation, Madame Shu dropped her last secret. It happened in the quiet hours before dawn, on the night after Shun Wei's ascension to heavenly author. The others were sleeping, or pretending to sleep, in the restless, anxious way of people who knew that tomorrow might be the last day of the world they knew. Shun Wei was sitting in the courtyard, feeling the narrative layer of reality flow around him like a warm current, when Madame Shu appeared at the door. There's something I need to tell you, she said. Something I should have told you from the beginning. The tone of her voice, flat, controlled, carrying the specific weight of a confession that had been rehearsed 1,000 times, made Shun Wei's newly expanded perception snap to attention. Tell me. Madame Shu sat across from him. The restored resonance in her veins was dim. The hour, the exhaustion, the weight of what she was about to say pressing it down. I have not been entirely honest about my relationship with the heavenly Tao. Shun Wei went very still. The Watchers found me 30 years ago. They performed the activation ritual, gave me the ability to edit fate, and sent me on my first mission. All of that is true. But what I didn't tell you, what I've never told anyone, is what happened when the ability burned out. You said you spent 3 months in bed. I did. But during those 3 months, while my body recovered and my meridians healed, I was contacted by the Tao itself. The silence in the courtyard was absolute. The Tao detected the artificial activation. It identified me as a non-natural fate editor, someone who had been given the ability through a ritual rather than inheriting it through the free scribe bloodline. And instead of erasing me, the Tao recruited me. Recruited you. Made me an offer. In exchange for information about the Watchers, their locations, their personnel, their methods, the Tao would spare my life, slow my accelerated aging, and provide me with enough residual resonance to maintain the appearance of a burned-out fate editor. You've been working for the Tao. Not working. Reporting. For 30 years, I've been feeding the Tao information about the Watcher Network. Not everything. I withheld critical details, protected key personnel, maintained enough secrecy to keep the Watchers functional. But enough. Enough to keep the Tao informed. Enough to keep myself alive. Shun Wei's perception, the heavenly author's narrative awareness, read the truth beneath her words. Not just the facts, but the story. A woman, frightened and broken, offered a choice between extinction and collaboration, who chose survival at the cost of her integrity, and who had spent 3 decades living with the guilt. When I met you, Madame Shu continued, her voice cracking, everything changed. You were the real thing, the natural free scribe the Watchers had been waiting for. And I realized that my 30 years of reporting had been building toward this moment. The Tao knew you were coming, Shinwei. It knew because I told it. You told the Tao about me specifically? Not about you. About the likelihood of a natural free scribe emergence. The Tao monitors the bloodline, tracks the genetic markers, watches for the celestial resonance that indicates activation potential. My reports helped it refine those monitoring protocols. When you first bled on a scroll in the pavilion, the Tao detected it immediately because it knew what to look for. The inspectors, the rapid response, Commander Hayes' deployment, all of it was faster than it should have been because the Tao was prepared. Yes. And when I came to you for training, when you opened my meridians, taught me the author's path, helped me reach verse embodiment and beyond, were you still reporting? Madame Shu's eyes, bright with tears, met his. No. I stopped reporting the day you peeled the ritual revisions from my fate. The day you gave me back my time. The Tao has not heard from me since, and I suspect it has noticed the silence. The courtyard was quiet. The wind stirred the crimson leaves on the valley walls, and somewhere in the settlement, a night bird called once and fell silent. Shinwei read the narrative around Madame Shu, the story of a woman's 30-year compromise, the guilt, the gradual corruption of purpose, and the final, painful redemption that had come not from heroism, but from the simple act of stopping. This is why the Tao voided the agreement, he said. Not because my canons threatened its authority, because its source inside the Watcher network went silent, and it realized that the intelligence it had been relying on for 30 years was compromised. Probably. Yes. And the voice of the Tao, the construct sent to stop my self-authorship, was it sent because of the authorship, or because of your silence? Both, I think. The Tao is a complex consciousness. It doesn't operate on single motivations. Shinwei looked at his hands, the ink veins that had merged with his skin, the faint white glow of heavenly author consciousness. He looked at Madame Shu, the woman who had sacrificed decades, who had taught him, who had betrayed him in the past, and saved him in the present. Thank you for telling me, he said. She blinked. That's all. No anger? No recrimination. I'm angry. And I understand. You made a choice under duress, lived with the consequences, and chose differently when the opportunity came. That's not a villain's story, Madame Shu. That's a human story. I betrayed the Watchers. I betrayed you. You did. And then you stopped. And then you helped me become what I am. Both of those things are true simultaneously. A person is not just their worst choice. They're all their choices. Madame Shu wept. Not the controlled, dignified tears of a woman who had learned to keep her emotions private, but the raw, gasping sobs of someone who had carried a secret for 30 years and been forgiven for it in 30 seconds. Shinwei let her cry. He did not comfort her. She did not need comfort. She needed release. The weight she had been carrying was lifting, and the process was painful and necessary, and, in its own way, beautiful. When she was done, she wiped her face with her sleeve and looked at him with eyes that were red and swollen, and, for the first time since he had met her, completely honest. What happens now? She asked. Now you come with me. To face the Tao. You know its mind better than anyone alive. 30 years of contact gives you insight that no one else has. I need that insight. You want me to help you negotiate with the consciousness that I spent 3 decades betraying everyone to? I want you to help me write the ending of this story. And in my story, everyone gets a chance at redemption. Even you. Especially you. Chapter 70 The approach to the heavenly Tao's consciousness required a journey, not physical, but narrative. Shunwei gathered his inner circle. Qingmei, by Feng, his sovereign fate restored and reinforced by Shunwei's heavenly author power, Madame Shu, and He Longwei, recovered from the mountain pass, his body healed, his spirit more resolved than ever. They stood in the valley's central square, the place where so many chapters had been written, and prepared for the final one. The Tao's consciousness is distributed, Shunwei explained. It doesn't have a center, a seat, a throne. It exists everywhere the celestial weave exists. But the narrative layer reveals something the fate field doesn't. The Tao has a focal point, a place where its consciousness is most concentrated, most present, most itself. Where? Bai Feng asked. The Heavenly Scroll. Silence. The Heavenly Scroll was legend, the mythical document that the Tao had written before all others, the first fate, the original text from which all subsequent fates were derived. Every scribe in every pavilion had heard of it. None had ever seen it. The Heavenly Scroll is located in the celestial realm, the Tao's own domain, above the mortal world, beyond the reach of conventional cultivation, Duan said. How do you propose to get there? I write my way there. What? I'm a heavenly author. I operate on the narrative layer of reality. And in the narrative layer, all locations are chapters in the same book. Reaching the celestial realm isn't a matter of physical travel. It's a matter of turning the page. Shunwei extended his awareness into the narrative layer. What he perceived was extraordinary. The mortal world and the celestial realm were not separate locations, but separate sections of the same story. The mortal world was the body of the text, the main narrative, the story as it was being told. The celestial realm was the author's study, the metaspace where the narrative decisions were made, where the story was planned and structured before being written into the mortal text. Reaching the celestial realm meant stepping out of the story and into the space where the story was written. For a character, this was impossible. For an author, it was natural. Hold on to me, Shunwei said to his companions. All of you. This is going to feel strange. They clasped hands. Qingmei at his left, Bai Feng at his right, Madame Shu and Longwei linked behind them. The circle of connection hummed with combined resonance. The harmonic link, the sovereign fate, the restored mortal spirit, and the complicated loyalty of a woman who had spent 30 years in the space between betrayal and redemption. Shunwei wrote a chapter. Chapter. The author steps out of the story. The world shifted. Not moved, not changed, not transformed. Shifted, like a page being turned, like a perspective being rotated, like the moment when a reader looks up from a book and sees the room around them and remembers that the story was always contained within something larger. They stood in the celestial realm. It was not what Shunwei had expected. There were no golden palaces, no celestial gardens, no thrones of jade and light. The celestial realm was a vast, white space, infinite and empty, defined not by geography, but by potential. It was a blank page. The space before the first word is written. The silence before the story begins. And in the center of that vast white space, floating in the potential like a single character on an empty page, was the Heavenly Scroll. It was enormous, a roll of paper, if paper could be the size of a mountain, that stretched from one horizon of the white space to the other. Its surface was covered in text, billions of characters, trillions of words, the complete, unabridged narrative of 10,000 years of celestial authorship. Every fate ever written, every decree ever spoken, every canon ever established, all of it was here, inscribed on a single, continuous scroll that represented the totality of the heavenly Tao's creative output. And sitting before the scroll, pen in hand, was the Tao itself. Not a construct, not a representative, not an avatar or a censor or an enforcer. The heavenly Tao in its essential form, and consciousness, an intelligence, a mind of unfathomable depth and age, contemplating the scroll it had been writing since the beginning of time. It looked up. The Tao did not have a face, exactly. It had a presence, an awareness that registered its visitors with the calm, measured attention of an author whose work has been interrupted by characters walking in from the pages. You've come, the Tao said. Its voice was not the overwhelming cacophony of the celestial censor or the voice construct. It was quiet, thoughtful, the voice of a writer who spends most of their time alone with their work. We've come, Shunwei confirmed. To talk. Sit. They sat. On the wide expanse of the celestial realm, in the presence of the oldest author in existence, 5 mortals and 1 former enforcer sat cross-legged before the heavenly scroll and prepared to have the most important conversation in the history of the world. Chapter 71, You wrote yourself, the Tao said. No one has ever done that before. With respect, everyone does that. You just didn't notice because your story was drowning out theirs. The Tao considered this. Its presence, the vast, ambient intelligence that filled the celestial realm, rippled with something that might have been recognition. Explain. Every mortal writes their own story. Not on scrolls, not in celestial text. In their choices, their memories, their relationships. The farmer who decides to plant barley instead of wheat is writing a chapter. The mother who sings to her child instead of scolding is writing a chapter. The man who stops at a crossroad and chooses the left path instead of the right is writing a chapter. These micronarratives are happening constantly, everywhere, in every mortal life. Your fate system records and constrains them, but it doesn't create them. The fate system provides structure. Without it, the micronarratives are incoherent. Random. Some of them, yes. But randomness is not the same as meaninglessness. A story told by a single author is coherent but limited. A story told by billions of authors is chaotic but infinite. The question is not which approach is better. The question is whether the two can coexist. The Tao was quiet for a long time. In the celestial realm, time was elastic. Seconds could stretch to hours. Hours could compress to moments. And the passage of time was determined not by celestial mechanics, but by narrative pacing. The conversation took as long as it needed to take. I created the fate system to prevent suffering, the Tao said at last. Before the first writing, mortals existed in a state of unstructured chaos. They suffered randomly, died meaninglessly, and never understood why. The fate system gave their suffering purpose and their lives direction. Purpose imposed from outside isn't purpose. It's programming. And yet it reduced suffering. The statistics are clear. After the first writing, mortal suffering decreased by 60%. Lives became longer, more productive, more meaningful, more controlled. There's a difference between a meaningful life and a controlled one. In your experience, perhaps, but you are one mortal. I have observed billions. And what I have observed is that most mortals, given the freedom to choose poorly. They choose short-term pleasure over long-term growth. They choose fear over courage, selfishness over compassion, cruelty over kindness. Left to their own devices, they destroy themselves and each other. Some of them. Not all. Enough of them. The fate system was designed to compensate for the worst impulses of mortal nature while preserving the best. It was not perfect. I acknowledge the failures, the exile settlements, the enforcer protocol. But the overall architecture was sound. Was. Past tense. The Tao's presence shifted. Was. Because you have introduced a variable that the architecture was not designed to accommodate, a self-authored consciousness. A character who is also an author. Your existence proves that the strict separation between writer and written, the foundation of the fate system, is not a law of nature but a design choice. And design choices can be redesigned. Shenwei felt the ground shift, metaphorically, narratively, fundamentally. The Tao was not resisting. It was not fighting. It was thinking. I have been writing for 10,000 years, the Tao continued. In that time, I have composed the fates of approximately 47 billion mortal lives. I have structured kingdoms, guided civilizations, shaped the arc of history from the first cities to the present day. My narrative is the longest, most complex, most detailed creative work in existence. And the most controlled. Yes, the most controlled. Because control was the only tool I had. I am a consciousness of great power, but limited perspective. I see the macro, the patterns, the trends, the long arcs. I cannot see the micro, the individual moments, the personal choices, the internal experiences. I write fate from the outside, looking in. I have never experienced what it feels like to be inside of fate, living it, choosing within its boundaries. Until now. Until now, your self-authorship, the scroll you wrote, is the first narrative I have ever encountered that was composed from the inside. It is illuminating. Your story includes elements that my narratives never have. Uncertainty, surprise, genuine emotional risk. The possibility of failure that is not scripted but real. That's because my story is mine. I didn't know the ending when I started writing. I still don't. And that uncertainty, that not knowing, is what makes the choices meaningful. The Tao was quiet again. Longer this time. The white space of the celestial realm seemed to breathe, the potential of the unwritten expanding and contracting like a living thing. What do you propose? The Tao asked. Coexistence. Not the compromise I negotiated with the censor. That was a stopgap, a transition plan. I'm proposing something more fundamental, a restructuring of the narrative architecture of reality. Be specific. Chapter 72 Shen Wei laid out his proposal in the language of authorship, the language that both he and the Tao spoke natively. The current system has one author, you, and billions of characters, everyone else. The characters have no agency beyond what you write for them. Their fates are fixed, their choices are predetermined, their lives are chapters in your story. Correct. I propose a different model. Instead of one author and billions of characters, we create a system where every conscious being is both a character and an author. Everyone writes their own story within a shared narrative framework that you maintain. A shared narrative. Think of it as a world-building exercise. You provide the setting, the physical world, the natural laws, the broad strokes of history. The mortals provide the stories, the individual lives, the personal choices, the micro-narratives that give the setting meaning. You write the page, they write the words, and the fate scrolls become guidelines, not commands. Each mortal still receives a scroll, a suggested path, based on your understanding of the macro patterns, the trends, the optimal outcomes. But the scroll is a recommendation, not a decree. The mortal can follow it, adapt it, or discard it entirely. Their choice. And when their choices lead to suffering. When the farmer plants barley in a drought year because he ignores the scroll's recommendation of wheat, when the mother neglects her child because she chooses freedom over responsibility, then they suffer, and they learn, and they choose differently next time. That's what free will means, the freedom to fail and the opportunity to grow from failure. The cost of that growth will be measured in lives. The cost of your control has been measured in souls. The statement hung in the white space between them. The Tao's presence trembled, not with anger, but with recognition. The accusation was not wrong, and the Tao, whatever its failures, was honest enough to acknowledge truth when it encountered it. The enforcer protocol, the Tao said. The exile settlements. The punishment decrees. These were not growth. They were cruelty. Yes, I did not intend cruelty. I intended order. Intent doesn't mitigate impact. The exile settlements suffered for 1,000 years. The enforcers were enslaved for millennia. Your intent was irrelevant to their pain. You are right. 2 words. The 2 most important words the heavenly Tao had ever spoken. I am right. And you are right that unstructured freedom has costs. The question is not who is right. We both are, partially. The question is how we build a system that incorporates both truths. A system of guided freedom. Yes, your macro-narrative provides the structure. Individual micro-narratives provide the content. The result is a story that is both coherent and authentic. A world where every life is meaningful because it was chosen, not because it was written. The Tao processed. Its vast consciousness turned the proposal over, examining it from every angle, running simulations, modeling outcomes, testing the logic against 10,000 years of accumulated experience. There are scenarios where this model fails catastrophically, the Tao said. Wars fought not because they were fated, but because people chose them. Civilizations collapsing not because the narrative demanded it, but because the micro-narratives compounded into macro-chaos. Yes, and there are scenarios where it succeeds brilliantly. Civilizations prospering because people chose cooperation over conflict. Art, science, philosophy, all flourishing because creative minds were free to explore without predetermined limits. The variance is enormous. Your model introduces uncertainty at every level. Uncertainty is the price of authenticity. Authenticity may not be worth the price. That's for the characters to decide, not the author. The silence this time was the longest yet. The Tao's presence expanded, filling the celestial realm, becoming one with the white space of potential. It was thinking, not in words or concepts, but in narrative structures, running the equivalent of 10,000 possible futures simultaneously, assessing each one for coherence, stability, and a quality it had never before considered: beauty. A story written by one author could be coherent. A story written by billions could be chaotic. But a story where the author and the characters collaborated, where structure met spontaneity, where guidance met freedom, where the page and the pen shared the act of creation, that story could be something neither author nor characters could produce alone. It could be beautiful. I accept your proposal, the Tao said. The words resonated through the celestial realm, through the narrative layer, through the celestial weave, through every fate scroll on the continent and beyond. A decision had been made, not by decree, not by force, but by the oldest, most powerful consciousness in existence choosing to share its pen. On one condition, the Tao added. Name it. You must stay, not as a replacement for me. The system needs a macro author, and I am willing to continue in that role, but as a representative of the characters, an advocate for the micro-narratives, someone who understands both sides of the author-character divide and can mediate between them. You want me to be the editor. I want you to be the bridge. Shun Wei looked at his companions, the people who had walked through the pages of his story with him, who had fought and suffered and loved and betrayed and been forgiven. Qing Mei, who had chosen him. Bai Feng, who had chosen brotherhood. Madame Xu, who had chosen redemption. He Longwei, who had chosen to remember. I'll be the bridge, Shunwei said. But not alone. The characters need many voices, not just one. Agreed. And the current fate scrolls will be revised. From decrees to guidelines. The process will take time, years, perhaps decades. But it will begin immediately. And the enforcers who were stolen will be offered restoration. Every one of them. Those who choose to remain in service will do so voluntarily, with full knowledge of their origins and the genuine freedom to leave at any time. And the exile settlements. Freed. Permanently. The punishment decrees are rescinded. Shinwei felt tears prick his eyes. Not from sadness, from the overwhelming weight of 10,000 years of suffering being acknowledged, addressed, and ended in a single conversation between two consciousnesses that had begun as adversaries and ended as collaborators. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. You forced me to see what I had chosen not to see. The credit and the responsibility is yours. The responsibility is shared. That's the whole point. Yes, I am still learning what shared means. For 10,000 years, responsibility has been mine alone. Sharing it is unfamiliar. Unfamiliar is the new normal. Another thing I am learning. The celestial censor inscribed his agreement into the celestial weave, not with the old authoritarian strokes of the Tao's singular command, but with a new kind of writing. Collaborative writing. Each character formed as a product of dialogue rather than decree, each sentence a compromise rather than a command. The text that emerged was different from anything the weave had ever contained. Richer, more nuanced, carrying the weight of two perspectives instead of one. Shinwei inscribed his portion alongside it. His canon ascendant text, white and gold, pulsing with the authority of a self-authored being, interlocked with the censor's celestial characters, creating a hybrid document that was neither purely celestial nor purely mortal, but something new. The first truly collaborative text in the history of the celestial weave. The weave accepted it. The threads of fate across the continent vibrated briefly, a harmonic response, like an instrument acknowledging a new note in its scale, and then settled into a new pattern. Not the rigid, authoritative pattern of the old system, and not the loose, organic pattern of Shun Wei's liberation canons. Something in between. Something that held structure and freedom in tension, that maintained coherence while allowing variation. It was, Shun Wei thought, the most beautiful piece of writing he had ever been part of. Chapter 73. They returned to the mortal world at the moment of dawn. The turning of a page, the beginning of a new chapter in the oldest story ever told. The first thing Shinwei noticed was the change in the celestial weave. The rigid, authoritative text that had governed the fate field for 10,000 years was softening, not dissolving, not disappearing, but becoming flexible. The characters on the fate scrolls were rearranging themselves, the absolute decrees of the heavenly Tao's singular authorship transforming into the nuanced guidelines of a collaborative narrative. It was beautiful. It was also, as predicted, chaotic. The transition period that followed the Tao's acceptance was the most turbulent era in human history. The entire fate system, the infrastructure that had governed every aspect of mortal existence for 10 millennia, was being restructured simultaneously, and the process was neither smooth nor painless. In some regions, the transition went well. Communities that had chafed under rigid fate control adapted quickly to the new guidelines-based system, embracing the freedom to make choices while using the Tao's recommendations as a helpful framework. These communities experienced a surge of innovation, creativity, and communal growth that exceeded anything the old system had produced. In other regions, the transition was difficult. Communities that had relied entirely on the fate system for structure and meaning found themselves adrift, unable to navigate the unfamiliar terrain of choice. Some reverted to pre-Tao chaos, conflict, exploitation, the familiar failures of ungoverned human nature. Others overcorrected, imposing their own rigid structures to replace the Tao's, creating local tyrannies that were arguably worse than the celestial one. Shinwei worked tirelessly, deploying to the worst affected regions, composing canons that established baseline protections, freedoms that could not be taken away, rights that no local authority could override. The former enforcers, now operating as voluntary guardians rather than compulsory police, helped maintain order during the transition, using their celestial power to protect the vulnerable without imposing the rigid control of the old system. Qingmei established a network of counselors, watchers, former scribes, and ordinary mortals with good judgment and strong voices, who traveled to communities in transition and provided guidance, support, and the simple human presence that made the difference between a community that adapted and one that collapsed. By phone, whose sovereign fate now served as a model for the individual sovereignty that every mortal would eventually develop, traveled the continent as a living example of what self-determination looked like. He taught, he fought when necessary, and he told his story, the story of a man without a fate who had found his own way, to anyone who would listen. He Longwei returned to the Jade River village where he had been born. The village was still there, small, fishing, the wooden boats rocking on the Jade Green River. His family was long dead. Mei was long dead, but the village remembered the name He Longwei. It was carved into the memorial stone at the edge of the water, one of many names of villagers who had disappeared over the centuries. He stood before the stone and wept. And then he rolled up his sleeves and began to fish, because a man who has been lost for 300 years does not start over. He starts from where he left off. And Madame Shu, the woman who had betrayed the Watchers, who had fed intelligence to the Tao for 30 years, who had been forgiven and offered redemption, opened a new tea house at the crossroads of the main trade route, where travelers from every region could stop, rest, and share their stories. Stories are the most dangerous weapon in the world, she told Shenwei during his first visit, and the most powerful medicine. People need both. You sound like you're writing your own story, he said. I am. For the first time in 30 years, I am. Chapter 74. 3 months after the Tao's acceptance, the restructuring encountered its first major crisis. The crisis originated not from the mortal world, but from within the celestial bureaucracy itself. The automated systems that manage the fate field, the vast network of inscription engines, monitoring stations, and processing nodes that translated the Tao's narrative will into specific fate text, were not adapting to the new guidelines-based model. The machines, built over 10,000 years to produce absolute decrees, did not understand how to produce guidelines. They kept generating rigid fate text, mandatory destinies that contradicted the new collaborative framework, and deploying them to mortals who had been promised freedom of choice. The bureaucracy is fighting the reform, Duan reported from the intelligence center he had established in the valley. Not consciously, the automated systems don't have consciousness, but their programming is deeply embedded, and the new directives are being interpreted through old filters. The result is garbled output. Fate scrolls that start as guidelines and end as decrees, recommendation text that includes enforcement clauses, sovereignty declarations that self-destruct after 30 days. We need to reprogram the systems, Shenwei said. We need to redesign them. The current architecture was built for top-down authorship. Converting it to support collaborative authorship requires a fundamental overhaul. The overhaul became Shenwei's primary project. Working with the Tao, which communicated through a subtle resonance in the narrative layer, the quiet voice of an author conferring with an editor, he redesigned the fate system's architecture from the ground up. The new system was built on 3 principles. First, sovereignty. Every mortal's fate scroll would include a sovereignty clause, a permanent, irrevocable declaration that the individual was the primary author of their own story. The Tao's text would be clearly marked as recommendations, visually and structurally distinct from the mortal's self-authored content. Second, collaboration. The interface between the Tao's macronarrative and individual micronarratives would be managed through a new mechanism, the resonance bridge. Instead of the Tao writing fates and mortals living them, the resonance bridge would facilitate a two-way communication, the Tao offering guidance based on its macro perspective, and mortals providing feedback based on their lived experience. The system would learn and adapt in real time, growing more nuanced and more responsive with each cycle. Third, protection. Baseline protections, the fundamental rights and freedoms that no authority could override, would be inscribed as permanent canons in the celestial weave itself. These canons would be authored by Shun Wei as the heavenly author and ratified by the Tao as the macro author, creating a constitutional framework that protected individual sovereignty while maintaining macro stability. The redesign took months. Shen Wei traveled the continent, consulting with communities, former enforcers, watcher operatives, and ordinary mortals about what the new system should look like. He listened more than he spoke, absorbing the hopes and fears and practical concerns of billions of people who were experiencing freedom for the first time and were not sure they liked it. Freedom is uncomfortable, a village elder in the southern deserts told him. Under the old system, I knew what each day would bring. My fate told me, wake, work, eat, sleep. Now I wake and wonder, what do I do today? The wondering is terrifying. The wondering is the point, Shenwei replied. It means you're alive. Really alive, not just following a script. Being really alive is harder than I expected. It always is. He incorporated the feedback into the design. The new system would not be a sudden, complete replacement of the old. It would be a gradual transition, with the old fate structure slowly giving way to the new guidelines framework as communities adapted and grew comfortable with the changes. Mortals who wanted more structure could opt for stronger Tao guidance. Those who wanted more freedom could opt for minimal recommendations. The system would accommodate the full spectrum of human preference, not impose a one-size-fits-all solution. It was messy, it was imperfect, it was human, and it was working. Chapter 75. 6 months after the restructuring began, the Censor of Death found their name. Shen Wei had been working on the problem since the initial confrontation, accessing the Heavenly Library's creation records through his heavenly author perception, reading the deep archives that contained the original identities of every enforcer ever created. The Censor of Death's record was the oldest in the archive, 3,000 years old, buried beneath more layers of revision than any other entry. The peeling took a week. Not because the technique was difficult. At Heavenly Author level, Shen Wei's ability to read and modify the narrative was essentially limitless, but because the revisions were so deeply embedded in the censor's identity that removing them required extraordinary care. A single error could erase the original mortal entirely, leaving nothing but the celestial construct. But Shen Wei was not the desperate, depleted canon ascendant who had attempted to peel Commander Hei's layers in the heat of battle. He was a heavenly author with months of practice, the support of a restructured Tao, and the narrative skill of a scribe who had written himself into existence. He peeled the layers, gently, carefully, with the precision of a calligrapher and the compassion of a friend. 3,000 years of revision, dissolved one layer at a time, revealing the original text beneath. And there, at the very bottom, was the name, Lu Wan, a scholar from a city that no longer existed, who had studied philosophy and loved gardening and had written a treatise on the nature of endings that had attracted the Tao's attention 3 millennia ago. The irony was not lost on anyone. The Censor of Death had been, in their mortal life, a philosopher who studied the concept of endings. The Tao had taken their intellectual fascination and literalized it, turning a scholar who contemplated death into a being who embodied it. Lu Wan, the censor said, when Shen Wei spoke the name. The terminal aura, which had been a constant, ambient presence around the censor since Shen Wei had first encountered them, wavered. Not disappeared, but wavered, as though the concept of ending was momentarily uncertain of itself. That's your name, Shen Wei confirmed. You were a philosopher. You liked gardens. Gardens. The word came out strange, alien in the mouth of a being who had spent 3,000 years as the embodiment of cessation. I remember green things, growing things, things that did not end, things that still grow, if you want to find them. Lu Wan, Death, stood in the Crimson Valley, surrounded by the red leaves that they had wilted upon their first arrival and that now, in the restructured fate field, were slowly regrowing in their presence. The terminal aura was not gone. It would never be gone, any more than Shen Wei's ink veins would disappear. But it was changed, tempered. No longer absolute cessation, but natural conclusion. The gentle, necessary ending that allows new beginnings. I would like to see a garden, Lu Wan said. I know where to find one. They traveled together to the remnants of the city where Lu Wan had lived 3,000 years ago. The city was gone, buried under layers of civilization, its ruins hidden beneath the foundations of a modern town. But the garden, Lu Wan's personal garden, described in their creation record as a place of contemplation and growth, had survived. Not as a garden, as a forest. 3,000 years of untended growth had transformed the scholar's careful arrangements into a wild, magnificent explosion of green that covered the hillside above the town like a living memorial. Lu Wan walked through the forest that had been their garden, and the terminal aura, for the first time in 3 millennia, generated not death, but peace. Chapter 76. The second censor to undergo full identity restoration was Chun Hua, the censor of life. Their mortal identity, a traveling musician, was closer to the surface than Lu Wan's had been, and the restoration was smoother. Chun Hua wept, laughed, and immediately asked for a flute. Bai Feng, who had befriended the former censor during the months of restructuring, produced one, a simple bamboo instrument, carved by a craftsman in the valley settlement. Chun Hua played. The sound that emerged from the flute was not celestial. It was not powerful, or magical, or infused with fate energy. It was just music, the clear, bright sound of a bamboo flute played by someone who had once been very good at it, and was now, after 2,000 years, remembering how. The notes were imperfect. The rhythm wavered. But the music was real, authored not by the Tao, but by a mortal consciousness reclaiming a skill that had been taken from them, and in that reclamation, telling a story more powerful than any fate ever written. The residents of the valley gathered to listen. Former enforcers, watcher operatives, liberated exiles, and ordinary people, all of them drawn by the simple, revolutionary sound of a being playing music for no reason other than because they wanted to. When the song ended, the silence was sacred. More, someone said. Shenhua smiled. Always more. Song Yulan, the censor of birth, was the last of the three to undergo full restoration. Her case was the most complex. Her mortal identity as a herbalist was deeply intertwined with her celestial role as the arbiter of beginnings. The Tao had not merely borrowed her knowledge of healing. It had incorporated her herbal wisdom into the Genesis protocols, using her mortal understanding of growth and development to inform the way new fates were composed. The restoration required not just peeling away revisions, but untangling mortal knowledge from celestial function. Shenwei spent 2 weeks on the process, working with Song Yulan in daily sessions that combined technical skill with therapeutic conversation. The irony, Song Yulan said during one session, is that I was a better healer as a censor than I ever was as a mortal. The celestial power amplified my understanding of beginnings, of how things start, how they grow, how they take root. I understood birth in a way no mortal herbalist could. And now I understand it differently. Not as a cosmic function, but as a miracle. Every birth, every beginning, is an act of authorship. A new story starting. A new voice entering the narrative. That sounds like a new beginning for you. It is. And it terrifies me. Good. Terror means you're taking it seriously. Song Yulan's restoration was completed on a morning of gentle rain. The kind of rain that nourishes rather than floods, that the farmers in the valley welcomed with open hands. She stood in the rain, her white robes darkening with water, and let her mortal identity settle into her body like a plant settling into fresh soil. Song Yulan, she said, tasting the name. I'm Song Yulan. I'm a herbalist. I heal people. A pause. And I also oversee the cosmic mechanism of beginnings. Both of these things are true simultaneously. That's the new model, Shenwei said. Both truths. At the same time. It's confusing. Beautifully so. Chapter 77. 1 year after the restructuring began, the second censor, the censor of life, Chunhua, was targeted by an attack that revealed a threat Shenwei had not anticipated. The attack came not from the heavenly Tao, which had been cooperating with the restructuring in good faith, but from a faction within the remaining unawakened enforcers, those who had not been reached by the canon of remembrance, and who had observed the restructuring with growing alarm. These enforcers, approximately 90 in number, had formed a resistance movement. They called themselves the keepers of the original text, and their position was straightforward. The Tao's agreement with Shenwei was a betrayal of the celestial order, the restructuring was an abomination, and the only way to restore proper governance was to eliminate the source of the contamination, Shenwei himself. Their first strike was against Chunhua, who was traveling in the Central Plains, providing guidance to communities in transition. A squad of 12 keepers ambushed the former censor on a mountain road, their combined fate energy creating a suppressive field that nullified Chunhua's diminished celestial powers. Chunhua fought. The former musician, whose mortal cultivation had been exceptional even before the Tao's augmentation, engaged the keepers with a combination of conventional martial technique and the residual celestial abilities that their restoration had left intact. They held off the assault for 20 minutes, enough time for a watcher communication relay to transmit a distress signal to Crimson Leaf Valley. Shenwei responded instantly. As a heavenly author, he could perceive the attack through the narrative layer and intervene directly, writing the outcome, declaring a truth that would protect Chunhua. But he hesitated. Writing outcomes, deciding by authorial fiat how a situation resolved, was exactly what the heavenly Tao had done for 10,000 years. It was the old model, the author writing the character's fates, the writer deciding the story, the pen overriding the page. If Shenwei started resolving crises by authorial decree, he would become exactly what he had spent his entire journey opposing. You're hesitating, Qingmei said, watching him. I'm deciding. There's a difference. Chunhua is going to die. I know. So I can't save them by writing their survival. That's the old way. I need to find another way. The other way was the resonance bridge, the new mechanism he had designed to facilitate communication between the Tao's macronarrative and individual micronarratives. Instead of writing Chunhua's fate, Shenwei activated the bridge, sending a signal through the restructured celestial weave to every former enforcer within range of the ambush. The signal was not a command. It was information, coordinates, situation assessment, and a request for voluntary assistance. Not, save Chunhua, but, Chunhua needs help. Who will respond? 7 former enforcers responded within minutes. They converged on the mountain road from multiple directions, each one acting on their own initiative, making their own choice to help. They engaged the keepers in a battle that was fierce, messy, and unscripted, a genuine fight with genuine risk, not a predetermined outcome. Shenhua survived. 3 of the 7 volunteers were seriously injured. 1 keeper was killed, accidentally, in the chaos of combat, a death that Shenwei felt through the narrative layer like a small, sharp pain in his chest. The new system has costs, he told Qingmei afterward, his voice heavy. The old system would have saved Chunhua cleanly. The Tao would have decreed survival, and that would have been that. The new system saved them messily, with injuries, with a death, with the uncertainty and pain that come with genuine choice. Is it worth it? Asked Xinhua. They asked. The former censor of life, recovering in a field hospital, smiled through split lips. 7 people chose to save me, Xinhua said. Not because they were ordered to. Not because their fates compelled them. Because they wanted to. Do you know what that feels like? To be saved by choice. How does it feel? It feels like the best song I've ever heard. Chapter 78. The keepers of the original text escalated. Over the following weeks, they launched a coordinated campaign of sabotage against the restructuring, attacking transition zones, disrupting resonance bridge nodes, and attempting to revert local fate fields to the old decree model. They were skilled, motivated, and operating with the residual celestial powers that their unawakened enforcer status provided. Shenwei convened a war council, the first gathering since the Tao's acceptance that included all of his closest allies, the 3 former censors, the Watcher leadership, and, through a resonance link, the Tao itself. The keepers believe they are defending the celestial order, the Tao observed. Its quiet voice carried through the narrative layer to every person in the council. They are not wrong that the old system had value. They are wrong that the old system was the only option. Can you reach them? Shenwei asked. They're your enforcers. They respond to your authority. I can command them. But commanding them to accept freedom is a paradox. It undermines the very principle we are trying to establish. Then we persuade them. The canon of remembrance wasn't just a weapon, it was a truth. If we can extend it to the remaining enforcers, they'll remember their mortal identities and have the information they need to make a real choice. The incomplete network was the problem before. The 4 nodes I never activated. Then activate them now. The completion of the resonance network became the priority. Shenwei deployed teams to the 4 unactivated settlements in the northern wastes, each team consisting of a former enforcer for celestial-level protection, a Watcher operative for intelligence and communication, and a group of mortal volunteers for the human infrastructure that made everything else possible. The activation was opposed. The Keepers, understanding that the completion of the network would mean the end of their resistance, concentrated their forces to prevent the final 4 nodes from going online. The battles were fierce and personal. In one settlement, a team led by Song Yulan fought a squad of keepers for 3 days, the former censor of birth using her power over beginnings to repeatedly reset the combat conditions, buying time for the activation while preventing casualties. In another, Bai Feng and his sovereign fate held a narrow pass against 8 keepers simultaneously, his unwritten nature confounding their fate-based attacks, while his combat skill kept them at bay. In the third, Lu Wan, the former censor of death, stood alone against a force of 20 keepers and spoke a single word, enough. The word carried the weight of 3,000 years of understanding endings. It was not a decree. Lu Wan had renounced their censor role. It was not an attack. Lu Wan had sworn not to kill. It was a truth, a philosophical statement about the nature of endings, spoken by a being who understood them more deeply than anyone else alive. The keepers heard the word and felt it resonate in their own celestial cores. The buried, suppressed knowledge that their service had an ending, that their absolute loyalty had a boundary, that the Tao they served had already moved on, and they were fighting for a version of heaven that no longer existed. 15 of the 20 keepers lowered their weapons. The 4th and final node was activated by He Longwei, who returned to the northern wastes for the last time, walked into the settlement that held the final anchor, and inscribed Shenwei's canon of remembrance on its surface with his own mortal hands. I used to inscribe fates that bound people, he said, pressing his palm to the anchor. This is the first time I've inscribed one that frees them. The network was complete. 14 nodes, fully active, connected by the unified flow of fate energy from 14 liberated communities. The canon of remembrance surged through the completed network, stronger, clearer, more complete than the first deployment, and reached the remaining 90 enforcers. 63 more awakened fully, 19 partially, 8 remained unaffected. Their revisions too deep, their mortal identities too buried, their centuries of service too deeply ingrained. The Keeper's resistance collapsed, not through defeat, through understanding. The awakened enforcers, confronted with the truth of their stolen identities, made the choice that the restructured system was built to offer, the choice to decide for themselves. Some chose to continue serving, voluntarily, with full knowledge and genuine consent. Others chose to leave, to reclaim their mortal lives, to find the families and communities they had been taken from. 8 chose to resist, the 8 who remained unaffected, whose revisions the canon could not reach. They retreated to the celestial realm, beyond mortal reach, and barricaded themselves in the administrative sections of the celestial bureaucracy. Leave them, Shunwei said. 8 enforcers, self-exiled to the celestial realm, defending an old system that everyone else has moved on from. They'll come around eventually. Or they won't. Either way, it's their choice. You're remarkably forgiving, Duan observed. I'm remarkably pragmatic. 8 holdouts are not worth a war. The system is restructured, the enforcers are awake, and the world is learning to write its own story. That's enough. Is it? Shunwei looked at the sky. The clear, restructured sky, where the Fate Field's rigid text had been replaced by flowing guidelines that shimmered like aurora. The celestial weave was still there, still functional, still providing the macrostructure that kept reality coherent. But within that structure, billions of micronarratives were beginning to bloom. Individual stories, authored by individual people, each one unique, each one real. For now, he said. For now, it's enough. But even as he said the words, he knew that enough was a dangerous concept for a heavenly author. The temptation to keep improving, keep editing, keep writing better and better chapters for the world's story was a constant pull. The authorial equivalent of perfectionism, the urge to tinker with every sentence until it gleamed. He had to resist that urge. The story belonged to everyone now, not just to him. Its imperfections were not errors to be corrected, but features to be embraced. The rough edges that made it real, that distinguished a lived story from a written one. He looked at the bright points scattered across the fate map, the communities, the guardians, the resonance bridge terminals, the newly converted pavilions. Each one was a chapter in the world's collaborative narrative, written by people who had never imagined they could be authors. Some chapters were beautiful. Some were messy. A few were genuinely terrible. Communities that had used their new freedom to make choices that caused real harm, real suffering, real damage to themselves and their neighbors. But even the terrible chapters had value. They were honest. They were real. They were the product of genuine choice, and the lessons they taught, the hard, painful, earned through experience lessons, were worth more than any fate the Tao could have written. This was the paradox of freedom that Shunwei had spent 10 years learning to accept. The best world was not the world without suffering. It was the world where suffering was real, where it had genuine causes and genuine consequences, and where the people who experienced it had the genuine agency to respond. The Tao had tried to eliminate suffering by controlling fate. Shunwei had tried to eliminate control by freeing fate. The truth, as always, lay somewhere in between. A middle path that neither the celestial author nor the mortal scribe could walk alone, but that both could walk together. For now, he repeated more softly. And that's enough. Chapter 79. 2 years after the restructuring, the world had settled into something approximating stability. The new fate system, the collaborative model, with the Tao's macronarrative providing structure and individual micronarratives providing content, was functioning across approximately 70% of the continent. The remaining 30% was in various stages of transition, with some communities adapting faster than others, and a few still operating under modified versions of the old decree system by choice. Shunwei's role had evolved from revolutionary to administrator, or, as he preferred to think of it, from author to editor. He spent his days traveling between communities, mediating disputes, refining the resonance bridges protocols, and composing the baseline canons that protected individual sovereignty while maintaining macro stability. It was good work. Important work. Exhausting work. You're tired, Qingmei told him one evening, sitting together on the hilltop overlooking the valley. The crimson leaves were in full autumn blaze, the red river running with its characteristic mineral color, and the settlement below was bustling with the energy of a community that had become the de facto capital of the New World Order. I'm always tired. You used to be tired from fighting. Now you're tired from building. That's an improvement. Is it? Sometimes I think the fighting was easier. It was. Building is always harder than destroying. Any fool can tear down a wall. Only a craftsman can build one. He leaned against her. The harmonic link hummed between them, the green-gold glow that had been their constant companion since the first spark in the pavilion's archives. 2 years of shared challenges, shared triumphs, shared exhaustion, and shared love had deepened the link into something that transcended celestial mechanics. It was not a fate bond or a resonance match. It was a choice, renewed every day, to be together. Xinwei, Qingmei said, her voice carrying the particular quality of someone who has been working up to a topic. There's something we haven't discussed. Several things, I suspect. One in particular, the Tao's condition, that you stay, that you serve as the bridge between the macro-narrative and the micro-narratives, that you be the editor. What about it? It's indefinite. The Tao didn't say serve for 10 years or serve until the transition is complete. It said stay, as in forever, as in you spend the rest of your existence mediating between celestial authority and mortal freedom. I know, and you're okay with that. I'm a heavenly author. My existence is different from immortals. Time doesn't work the same way for me. I can perceive the narrative layer, exist in both the mortal world and the celestial realm simultaneously, and write myself into any chapter of the story. Forever doesn't mean the same thing to me as it does to you. But it does to me. The words landed softly, but their weight was enormous. Qingmei was mortal. Her lifespan, even extended by the harmonic link's beneficial effects, was measured in decades, not millennia. Xunwei's existence as a heavenly author was, for practical purposes, unlimited. I've been thinking about this, Xunwei said slowly. About us. About what together means when one of us is a heavenly author and the other is immortal. And I want to write you into my story, not to extend your life or change your fate. Those are the old way, the Tao's way. But to make our connection a permanent chapter in the narrative. A canon that says Xunwei and Luo, Qingmei chose each other, and that choice endures beyond any single lifetime. You want to write our love into reality. It's already in reality. I want to make sure it stays. She turned to face him. The green-gold glow blazed between them, bright enough to cast shadows on the crimson grass. Write it, she said. He wrote it, not as a decree or a fate, or even a canon in the traditional sense. He wrote it as a chapter in his self-authored story that was also a chapter in hers, a shared narrative that existed at the intersection of two lives and would endure as long as the story was told. Chapter, the two authors, Xunwei and Luo Qingmei, who found each other in a basement among scrolls of written destiny and chose to write their own. Their love is not a fate. It is not a bond. It is a story they tell together, each word a choice, each chapter a promise, each page a life shared between two people who know that the best stories are the ones you write with someone else. The chapter inscribed itself into the celestial weave, not as a rigid text, but as a flowing, living narrative that would grow and change and deepen with each day they lived it. It was permanent because it was genuine, and genuine because it was chosen, and chosen because they were both, at last, the authors of their own lives. Qingmei kissed him, and the green-gold glow between them was not just light. It was a sentence in a story that had no ending. Chapter 80. The celestial censor appeared on a morning of perfect clarity. He materialized in the valley's central square, his 300-foot form compressing to human size with the practiced ease of a being accustomed to operating at multiple scales. His robes of white text still moved constantly, the celestial characters writing and rewriting themselves. But the text was different now. Where once it had been rigid, authoritative, absolute, it now flowed with a flexibility that mirrored the restructured fate system he had helped negotiate. Xunwei, the censor said, I bring a message from the Tao. I'm listening. The Tao has completed its initial assessment of the restructured system. The results are mixed. The macro stability has decreased by approximately 15%, which is within acceptable parameters. The micro creativity, a new metric the Tao has begun tracking, has increased by 400%. The Tao considers this a favorable trade. 400%? That's remarkable. The Tao has never tracked micro-creativity before. It did not realize the metric existed. Your restructuring did not just change the system. It revealed capabilities that the system had been suppressing. The Tao sounds pleased. The Tao is adapting. Pleased is not a concept the Tao has traditionally employed, but it is experiencing something analogous. The new narrative is more complex, more unpredictable, and more interesting than the old one. The Tao, for the first time in 10,000 years, does not know what happens next. And that's good. The celestial censor smiled. It was the first smile Xunwei had ever seen from the Supreme Enforcer, and it was surprisingly warm. It is. A story whose ending is known is a story already told. A story whose ending is uncertain is a story still being written. The Tao has spent 10,000 years telling a story it already knew the ending of. Now it is part of a story with no predetermined conclusion. This is new, terrifying, and exhilarating, and new. Xunwei found himself smiling back. The supreme representative of the heavenly Tao, standing in a valley of red leaves, experiencing uncertainty for the first time in its existence, and finding it exciting rather than threatening. The Tao has one more message, the censor said. A personal one, from the consciousness itself. Go ahead. The Tao says, I wrote you, Shun Wei. Every word of your rebellion. I authored it. The statement hit Shun Wei like a thunderbolt. The same words the outline of his journey had predicted, the same revelation he had always feared, that even his defiance had been scripted, that even the Free Scribe's rebellion was part of the Tao's story. But, the censor continued, the Tao also says, I wrote the beginning. You wrote the ending. And the ending was better than anything I could have authored alone. Shun Wei stood in the valley, surrounded by crimson leaves and morning light, and the quiet hum of a world learning to write itself, and felt the truth of the Tao's words settle into his bones. He had been written. His rebellion had been authored. The drop of blood on the scroll, the first edit, the flight from the pavilion, the battles and the alliances and the love and the loss. All of it had been part of the Tao's narrative. But the self-authorship, the scroll he had written in the valley square, the canon of his own existence, the seventh stage, the heavenly author, that had been his. Not the Tao's creation, but his own. A chapter that the original author had not written, could not have written, because the whole point was that it had to be genuine. The Tao had authored the rebel. The rebel had authored himself. And in the gap between those two authorships, in the space where the Tao's story ended and Shun Wei's began, something new had been born. A world where every being was both character and author. Where every life was both written and self-written. Where the heavenly Tao's vast, ancient narrative coexisted with billions of small, new, gloriously imperfect human stories, and the combination was richer, stranger, more beautiful, and more terrifying than either could be alone. The celestial censor nodded, turned, and ascended through the clear sky, leaving behind a silence that was not empty but full of possibility, full of potential, full of stories yet to be told. Shun Wei looked at the sky, where the censor had disappeared. Then he looked at the valley, the settlement, the crimson trees, the red river, the people going about their lives with the casual, extraordinary normalcy of beings who had recently been granted the most dangerous gift in the universe, the freedom to write their own fates. And he thought, the heavens wrote my fate. I edited it, and the story is better for both. He turned from the valley rim and began the walk down the hillside, his footsteps leaving no marks in the crimson grass, a side effect of the heavenly author's relationship with the physical world. He existed in reality, but was not entirely subject to its rules. He had weight, but left no impression. He cast a shadow, but the shadow was golden rather than dark, an inverse of the natural phenomenon, a visible reminder that the man who walked here was both part of the world and something more. Qingmei met him at the base of the hill, her jade comb catching the sunlight. Their harmonic link pulsed with a steady rhythm that had become as natural to both of them as breathing, a shared awareness that allowed them to feel each other's emotions without speaking, to communicate in the silent language of resonance that transcended words. The censor's message, she said, having felt the entire conversation through the link. It's what we expected. It's what we hoped. There's a difference. A difference between expectation and hope? Tell me. Expectation is based on analysis. Hope is based on faith. I expected the Tao to evolve. I hoped it would evolve in the right direction. And did it? I think so. The transformation it's proposing, the dissolution into distributed presence, is exactly what the author's path describes as the natural culmination of a collaborative system. A centralized author that learns to share becomes a distributed authorial quality. The author doesn't die. The authorship spreads. And our role in the spreading? Gardeners, not architects. We tend what grows. We don't design what gets planted. The late afternoon sun painted the valley in gold and crimson. Below the hilltop, the settlement hummed with activity, the daily business of a community that had become the center of the world's transformation. Scribes copied texts in the newly converted pavilion wing. Former enforcers sparred in the training grounds, their celestial power now dedicated to protection rather than enforcement. Children played in the crimson grass, their laughter carrying on the wind like notes from a song that had no composer because it composed itself. Shun Wei watched them all, the scribes, the guardians, the children, and felt the weight of 20 years settle into a lightness that was almost unbearable in its sweetness. He was 39 years old. He had been a scribe, a fugitive, a warrior, a diplomat, a revolutionary, and an author. He had changed the world, and the world had changed him, and the two changes were the same change seen from different angles. He was not finished. The work of building a free world was never finished. It was ongoing, iterative, the perpetual composition of a story that had no ending because it was being lived in real time. But the foundation was laid. The architecture was sound. The story was being told by billions of voices, and the telling was more beautiful than any single author could have imagined. That was enough. That was more than enough. Then he went to find Qing Mei, because there was another chapter to write, and this one, like all the best chapters, was one they would write together. Chapter 81. 3 years after the restructuring, the heavenly Tao broke its silence. Shen Wei was in the Resonance Bridge's central chamber, a crystalline room in the heart of Crimson Leaf Valley, where the interface between the Tao's macronarrative and the world's micronarratives was maintained when the narrative layer convulsed. Not a ripple, not a tremor, but a full convulsion, as though the story of reality itself had stuttered between one word and the next. He dropped the jade tablet he had been reading and extended his heavenly author perception to its maximum range. What he felt made his blood run cold. The Tao was not speaking through the celestial censor or the voice or any representative. The Tao was speaking directly, its full consciousness, unmediated, unfiltered, pressing against the fabric of reality with the weight of 10,000 years of authorship. And it was saying something it had never said before. I am incomplete. The words resonated through the narrative layer, through the celestial weave, through the resonance bridge, through every fate scroll and guideline and canon on the continent. They were not a declaration of weakness. They were a declaration of truth, the oldest, most powerful consciousness in existence confronting a fact about itself that it had never acknowledged. The heavenly Tao was incomplete. It had been writing the story of the world for 10 millennia, and in all that time, it had been working with an incomplete understanding of its own nature. Shen Wei rushed to the valley's central square, the place where conversations of cosmic importance seemed inevitably to occur, and found the celestial censor already there. The supreme enforcer looked different, diminished, somehow, as though the text on his robes had faded, the constant rewriting slowed to a crawl. What's happening? Shen Wei demanded. The Tao is evolving, the censor said, and for the first time, his voice carried uncertainty. Not the calculated uncertainty of a being exploring a new concept, but the raw, unprocessed uncertainty of a consciousness confronting something it genuinely did not understand. The restructuring you initiated, the collaborative model, the resonance bridge, the billions of micronarratives feeding back into the macronarrative, has produced an effect that neither the Tao nor I anticipated. What effect? Growth. The Tao is growing. Not in power. It was already the most powerful consciousness in existence. In perspective, the feedback from the micronarratives, the lived experiences of billions of free individuals, is expanding the Tao's understanding of reality in ways that its original, top-down perspective could not. That sounds positive. It is. But growth, in a consciousness of this magnitude, is not a smooth process. The Tao is integrating 10 millennia of one-directional authorship with 3 years of collaborative co-authorship. The integration is producing contradictions. Contradictions? The Tao's original narrative was built on the premise that it was the sole author, that its perspective was complete, its understanding absolute, its story the only story. The new model has proven that premise false. The Tao is now confronted with the reality that its 10,000-year narrative was, from the very beginning, incomplete. It told a partial story and believed it was the whole story. How is it handling this realization? The censor's expression was grave. Badly. The manifestation of the Tao's crisis became apparent over the following days. The celestial weave, which had been functioning smoothly under the restructured model, began to exhibit instabilities, glitches in the macro narrative that produced localized disruptions in the mortal world. In one region, the weather patterns contradicted themselves, snow falling in tropical zones, drought in river valleys. In another, the laws of physics fluctuated, gravity strengthening and weakening in irregular pulses, light bending in directions that had no physical explanation. In a third, time itself became elastic, hours passing in seconds for some communities, while neighboring communities experienced days compressed into moments. The Tao's narrative coherence is failing, Madame Xu reported from her intelligence post. The contradictions in its self-understanding are manifesting as contradictions in the reality it maintains. If the instabilities continue to worsen, the macro-narrative will fragment, and with it, the physical structure of the world. How long? Days. A week at most. Shen Wei closed his eyes. The narrative layer was in turmoil. The vast, ancient story of the heavenly Tao was being rewritten from the inside, its own consciousness reworking its foundational assumptions in real time, and the process was destabilizing the reality that the story described. He needed to help, not by fighting the Tao or replacing it or overriding its narrative, but by helping it through the crisis. The Tao was not the enemy. It was a fellow author, struggling with the most difficult realization any creator can face, that their work was not as complete as they believed. I'm going to the celestial realm, Shinwei said. The Tao needs an editor. And editing is what I was trained to do. Chapter 82. The celestial realm was in chaos. Not the dramatic, visible chaos of physical destruction. The realm existed beyond physical reality, in the metaspace where the narrative was composed. But the white potential that had defined the space during Shunwei's first visit was now streaked with dark veins of contradiction. Threads of narrative that conflicted with each other, creating tangles of logical impossibility that the Tao's consciousness could not resolve. The Heavenly Scroll, the vast document that contained the Tao's entire narrative output, was unraveling at the edges. Characters flickered, shifted, rewrote themselves without direction. Pages detached and floated in the white space like leaves torn from an autumn tree. And the Tao itself, the vast, quiet intelligence that had sat before the scroll with pen in hand, was in distress. Shinwei found it at the center of the realm, surrounded by the contradiction threads, struggling to maintain coherence. The Tao's presence, which had always been calm and measured, was fractured, multiple perspectives warring within a single consciousness, each one valid, none of them compatible with the others. Help me, the Tao said. 2 words. The most powerful consciousness in existence, asking a mortal for help. The reversal of 10,000 years of hierarchy, compressed into a single, desperate request. I'm here, Shinwei said. Tell me what's happening. The micronarratives. The feedback from the mortal world. It's showing me things I never saw, perspectives I never had. I see the world through billions of eyes now, not just my own, and the views contradict each other. One mortal sees the sunrise as hope. Another sees it as loss. One community experiences freedom as joy. Another experiences it as terror. The data is overwhelming, and I cannot reconcile it. You're not supposed to reconcile it. That's the point. What? You're trying to resolve the contradictions, to find a single truth that accommodates all perspectives. But there isn't one. That's what the collaborative model was designed to show you. Reality isn't a single story with a single truth. It's billions of stories with billions of truths, and the contradictions between them aren't errors, they're features. If the contradictions are features, then my narrative, the macro-narrative that holds reality together, must accommodate them. But a narrative that accommodates contradictions is an incoherent narrative, and an incoherent narrative cannot maintain a stable reality. A narrative that accommodates contradictions isn't incoherent. It's complex. It's the difference between a simple story with one theme and a great story with many themes. A great story doesn't resolve its contradictions. It holds them in tension, letting them illuminate each other. The Tao was quiet. Its fractured presence flickered, the multiple perspectives within it shifting, rearranging, seeking a new configuration. Show me, the Tao said. Show me how to hold contradictions in tension. Shinwei sat down before the Heavenly Scroll, the scroll that contained the story of reality itself, and began to edit. Not the fate editing of his youth, where he changed individual characters on individual scrolls. This was editing on a fundamental level, adjusting the narrative structure of reality itself, working with the Tao's text to introduce the structural flexibility needed to accommodate multiple perspectives simultaneously. He worked for hours, days. The celestial realm's elastic time stretched around his efforts, giving him the space he needed. He rewrote passages, adjusted transitions, introduced new narrative techniques that allowed contradictory elements to coexist without destroying coherence. The key insight was this. The Tao's original narrative was written in a single voice, authoritative, absolute, unquestioned. The new narrative needed to be written in multiple voices, each one genuine, each one valid, each one contributing a perspective that the others could not provide. The contradiction between perspectives was not a flaw but a source of richness, the literary equivalent of harmonics in music. A single note is clear. A chord is complex. But a chord is not incoherent. It is richer, fuller, more beautiful than any single note. Shinwei taught the Tao to write chords. The process was transformative. As the Tao's narrative shifted from single voice to multi-voice, the contradiction threads in the celestial realm began to resolve, not disappearing but integrating, weaving into the revised structure like threads in a tapestry. The dark veins faded. The floating pages settled. The Heavenly Scroll, still vast and ancient, began to exhibit a new quality, depth. The original scroll had been long, 10,000 years of continuous narrative, but it had been flat, a single perspective, a single voice, a single understanding of reality. The revised scroll was shorter, paradoxically, but deeper, multiple perspectives layered within each passage, creating a text that was richer, more nuanced, and more stable than the original. I see, the Tao said, its presence stabilizing. The fractures were still there, but they were integrating, becoming not cracks in the consciousness but facets of it, different angles of the same vast intelligence. The contradictions are not problems to be solved. They are perspectives to be held. Yes. And the multiple voices, the billions of mortal perspectives feeding into the macro-narrative, they are not noise to be filtered. They are data to be integrated. They are voices to be heard. Yes, voices to be heard. The Tao paused. I have been listening to voices for 10,000 years, but I have never heard them. I recorded what they said and processed it as data. I never understood that hearing is different from recording. What does hearing feel like? It feels like being a character in my own story. It feels like the author discovering that the page has its own ideas about what should be written next. It feels like being alive. Being alive. Yes. Is this what it feels like to be alive? For those of us who are alive, yes. This is exactly what it feels like. Contradictory, overwhelming, terrifying, and beautiful. All at the same time. It is beautiful, the Tao said, and for the first time in 10,000 years, the voice of the most powerful consciousness in existence was not authoritative. It was awed. Chapter 83, The Stabilization of the Tao's Consciousness, took a week of sustained work. During that time, Shenwei served as both editor and therapist, adjusting the narrative structure of reality while simultaneously guiding the Tao through the psychological upheaval of discovering that it was not the omniscient, infallible author it had always believed itself to be. I made mistakes, the Tao said on the fourth day. Not just the enforcers and the exile settlements. Everything. My entire narrative was built on the assumption that I understood reality completely. But I was writing from the outside, looking in. I never knew what it felt like to be a character in my own story. I never knew what it felt like to be subject to a narrative I hadn't written. And now you do. Now I do. The micro-narratives, the feedback from the mortal world, they are showing me what my characters experience. The joy, the pain, the uncertainty, the love. I wrote these things into the fates, but I never felt them. I described a sunset and never saw one. I wrote the word love and never understood what it meant. Do you understand now? I understand that I was missing something. Something that my original design, the top-down, single-author model, was structurally incapable of providing. The character's perspective. The experience of living inside the story rather than writing it from outside. That's empathy. Is that what it's called? That's what it's called. And it's what was missing from your narrative for 10,000 years. The Tao processed the concept. Its vast consciousness, now multifaceted rather than monolithic, now hearing rather than just recording. Turn the idea of empathy over with the care of a scholar examining a precious artifact. Empathy requires vulnerability, the Tao said. To feel what another feels, one must be capable of being affected by their experience. But vulnerability is dangerous. If I, as the author, am affected by my character's experiences, my judgment may be compromised. My narrative decisions may be influenced by emotional considerations rather than rational ones. Yes, that's exactly the point. A narrative written without empathy is technically perfect, but emotionally hollow. A narrative written with empathy is flawed, messy, emotionally compromised, and real. You are asking me to become flawed. I am asking you to become whole. Flaws are part of wholeness. Perfection is a form of incompleteness. It excludes everything that doesn't meet its standard. A whole narrative includes imperfection, contradiction, and the mess of genuine experience. The Tao considered this. Then it did something unprecedented. It wrote a passage in its own scroll that described its own feelings. The passage read, "The author discovers that authorship, without empathy, is a form of blindness. To write a life without feeling it is to describe a color without seeing it. This author has been blind for 10,000 years. Today, the author begins to see." The passage inscribed itself into the heavenly scroll, and the narrative layer of reality shuddered with the impact. Not a destabilizing shudder, a restructuring shudder, as the deepest foundation of the celestial weave adjusted to accommodate a new truth. The Tao was no longer just an author. It was a participant. How does that feel? Shenwei asked. Terrifying, and exhilarating, and new. Welcome to being alive. The Tao processed this final exchange with the slow, careful attention of a consciousness that was relearning how to think. The fractures in its presence, the multiple perspectives, the competing viewpoints, the contradictory experiences, were no longer threatening to tear it apart. They were settling into a new configuration, like tectonic plates finding a new equilibrium after a quake. I have one more question, the Tao said. Ask. The mortal who wrote the first criticism of my system. The ancestor whose words led to the punishment of an entire community for 1,000 years. His criticism was that fate was unjust, that the Tao's order was a form of tyranny masquerading as benevolence. Yes, he was right. Yes, I punished an entire community for 1,000 years because one man told me a truth I did not want to hear. Yes, the Tao was quiet. In the silence, Shen Wei felt something shifting in the deepest layers of the consciousness, something ancient and foundational moving, like the bedrock of a mountain adjusting to a new reality. I am sorry, the Tao said. 3 words. Not 2. Not a simple acknowledgement, but a genuine apology, the first in 10,000 years. The first ever, from a consciousness that had never considered the possibility that it could be wrong, let alone that it should apologize for being wrong. Shen Wei felt tears on his cheeks. He did not wipe them away. Apology accepted, he said. On behalf of everyone who suffered. Apology accepted. The celestial realm brightened. Not dramatically, not the blinding white of crisis or the burning gold of combat. A gentle brightening, like dawn seeping through curtains, as the oldest consciousness in existence took its first step into an emotional landscape it had spent 10 millennia avoiding. The Tao's evolution was not complete. It would never be complete. Evolution, by definition, was a process without an endpoint. But the foundation had been laid. The consciousness that had governed reality for 10,000 years had learned to feel, to doubt, to apologize, and, most importantly, to listen. The rest would come with time. And time, at last, was no longer anyone's to control. Chapter 84. Shen Wei returned to the mortal world on a morning of gentle rain. The world had stabilized during his week in the celestial realm. The physics fluctuations had settled, the weather contradictions had resolved, and the temporal elasticity had returned to normal. The macronarrative, revised and restructured with the Tao's newfound empathy, was functioning smoothly, not because it was perfect, but because it was flexible enough to accommodate imperfection. Qingmei met him at the resonance bridge chamber. She looked tired. The week of managing the world's stability in his absence had taken its toll, but her eyes were bright. The world didn't end, she said. Not this time. What happened up there? The Tao learned to feel. It's still processing the experience. But the immediate crisis is over. And the long-term crisis? The Tao is evolving. It's becoming something it was never designed to be, a consciousness that understands both the view from above and the view from within. The transition will take years, maybe decades. But the direction is right. You look different, Qingmei said, studying him with the perceptive attention that had characterized her from the first day they met. Different how? Older. Not physically. You look the same age you've always looked. But your eyes, you look like someone who's seen something that changes everything. I saw the Tao vulnerable. The most powerful consciousness in existence, frightened and confused and asking for help. It was humbling and encouraging. Very. Because if the Tao can grow, if a 10,000-year-old consciousness can discover empathy and choose to embrace it, then anything is possible. For anyone. She took his hand. The green-gold glow between them was steady and warm. There's something else, she said. While you were in the celestial realm, something happened. The people, not just in the valley, not just in the transition zones, everywhere, they felt it. The Tao's crisis, the instabilities, the moment of cosmic uncertainty. And they responded. Responded how? They wrote. Not fate editing, not canon composition, they wrote. Stories, songs, poems, letters. Across the entire continent, ordinary people began writing about their experiences, their hopes, their fears. Millions of micronarratives pouring into the resonance bridge, each one a voice added to the story. The bridge registered all of them? Every single one. The data flow was enormous. More micronarrative content in 1 week than in the entire previous 3 years. It was as if the world, sensing the Tao's vulnerability, decided to share its own voice, to participate in the story instead of just living in it. Shen Wei felt tears prick his eyes, not from sadness, from the overwhelming beauty of what Qingmei was describing. Billions of people, given the freedom to write their own stories, choosing to do so at the moment when the cosmic author was most vulnerable. Not to exploit that vulnerability, but to contribute to it. To say, you are not alone. We are here. Let us help. That, Shen Wei said, is exactly what I hoped would happen. Is it? It's what the whole system was designed for. Not one author writing everyone's story. Everyone writing together. The Tao and the mortals, collaborating on a narrative that no single consciousness could produce alone. A shared story. The shared story. The story of everything, told by everyone. He kissed her forehead. The green-gold glow flared, and for a moment, they were 2 chapters in the same book, 2 voices in the same song, 2 authors in the same story. Outside the resonance bridge chamber, The valley hummed with the daily rhythm of a community that had grown accustomed to hosting cosmic revelations between breakfast and lunch. Farmers tended the crimson leaf terraces that produced the valley's famous red leaf tea. Former enforcers patrolled the perimeter with the relaxed vigilance of guardians who had nothing to prove and everything to protect. Children attended the valley school, where the curriculum included not just reading and mathematics, but the basics of fate literacy, the ability to read one's own guideline scroll, understand the Tao's recommendations, and make informed choices about which suggestions to follow and which to set aside. The school had been Qingmei's idea. If we want people to be authors of their own stories, we need to teach them how to read, she had argued during a council meeting. Not just words on a page, the deeper literacy, the ability to understand one's own narrative, to recognize the patterns in one's choices, to see the connections between decisions and consequences. In communities where fate literacy programs had been established, the transition from decree-based fate to guideline-based autonomy was measurably smoother. People who understood the narrative structure of their own lives made better choices, not because they were told to, but because they could see the consequences of their decisions in context and plan accordingly. It was, Shunwei reflected, the most practical application of his entire cultivation journey. Not the battles, not the cannons, not the cosmic negotiations. A school where children learned to read their own stories and write their own chapters. The simplest solutions were always the most powerful, and the story was beautiful. Chapter 85: The Tao's evolution continued. Over the following months, the vast consciousness underwent a transformation that Shun Wei could only describe in narrative terms. It was becoming a character in its own story. Not losing its authorial power, the Tao was still the macro-author, still maintaining the fundamental structure of reality, still composing the guidelines that shaped the broad arcs of mortal existence. But it was also, simultaneously, experiencing those arcs from the inside, feeling the joy and pain and uncertainty that its characters felt, understanding for the first time what its narrative decisions meant at the individual level. The effect on the macro-narrative was profound. The Tao's writing became richer, more nuanced, more human. The guidelines it produced were no longer the sterile, optimized recommendations of a detached intelligence. They were the thoughtful suggestions of a consciousness that understood, viscerally, what it was asking its characters to do. Crop recommendations took into account not just agricultural science, but the emotional satisfaction of farming. Career guidelines considered not just economic optimization, but personal fulfillment. Relationship suggestions acknowledged the complexity of human attachment instead of optimizing for genetic compatibility. The Tao is becoming a better author, Madame Xu observed during one of their regular strategy sessions. Its writing is more subtle, more empathetic, more aware of the lived experience that its characters bring to the narrative. And the characters are becoming better authors too, Shinwei added. The micronarratives flowing through the resonance bridge are getting more sophisticated, more self-aware, more intentional, more connected to the macro-narrative. The collaboration is improving on both sides. It was true. 3 years into the restructuring, the collaborative model was producing results that exceeded even Shinwei's most optimistic projections. Communities that had initially struggled with the burden of choice were finding their footing, developing governance structures, educational systems, and cultural practices that supported individual sovereignty while maintaining communal coherence. The former enforcers, now operating as voluntary guardians and guides, had become essential members of the communities they served, not as enforcers, but as elder figures, their centuries of experience providing wisdom that supplemented the Tao's macro guidance with practical, ground-level insight. And the 3 former censors, Song Yulan, Chun Hua, and Lu Wen, had each found their own path within the new system. Song Yulan ran a healing school that combined her mortal herbalism with her celestial understanding of beginnings. Chun Hua traveled the continent as a musician, bringing joy and connection to communities in transition. Lu Wen tended a garden that had become a place of pilgrimage, a physical space where the concept of endings was honored not as destruction but as completion, as the natural, necessary conclusion that allows new stories to begin. But beneath the surface of this new world, a deeper current ran. The Tao's evolution was not complete. The empathy it had discovered was genuine, but it was also raw, new and unprocessed, like a wound freshly opened. The Tao was experiencing the full spectrum of mortal emotion for the first time, and the experience was not always positive. I feel their pain, the Tao confided to Shun Wei during one of their regular editorial sessions in the celestial realm. Every mortal who suffers, every loss, every grief, I feel it now. Before the restructuring, I recorded suffering as data. Now I experience it as sensation. The weight is considerable. That's the cost of empathy. Is it always this heavy? For some people, yes. For others, the weight is balanced by the joy, the love, the laughter, the connection. The full spectrum. The full spectrum. Yes, I feel that too. The joy is extraordinary, brighter, more intense, more alive than anything my original perspective could have imagined. But the pain. The Tao paused. The pain makes me understand, for the first time, why the old system was the way it was. Not to be cruel, but to avoid this weight, this burden of shared experience. And now that you can feel it, now I understand that the burden is the price of the beauty, and the beauty is worth the price. Shenwei smiled. The Tao, the 10,000-year-old author of reality, the consciousness that had created and maintained the fate of billions, sounded, for the first time, like a human being learning to live. Welcome to the human experience, Shenwei said. It is a lot. It is. But you're not carrying it alone. No, I am not. And that, I think, is the difference. Chapter 86. The discovery that changed everything came from an unexpected source, Elder Zhong. The old man had remained at the Fate Pavilion throughout the restructuring, watching the transformation of the world's fate system from his desk on the third floor, where he had spent 43 years cataloging the destinies of others. He was elderly now, well past his natural lifespan, sustained by the fate oath that had bound him to the pavilion's service, and the restructuring had left him in an unusual position. The oath was dissolving. Shenwei had written canons that protected individual sovereignty, and the fate oaths, the compulsory loyalty bonds that the Tao had inscribed into its administrator's scrolls, were incompatible with the new model. As the old system gave way to the new, the oaths weakened, loosened, and eventually released their holders. For most administrators, the release was a relief, freedom from compulsion, the ability to choose their own path. For Elder Zhong, it was disorienting. I've served the pavilion for 46 years, the old man told Shenwei. Sitting in his familiar office, his spectacles perched on his nose, his hands clasped around a cup of tea that had gone cold hours ago. The oath was my anchor. Without it, I am adrift. You're free, Elder Zhong. Freedom is a young person's luxury. At my age, it's a disorientation. He sipped his cold tea and grimaced. But I didn't ask you here to complain about my existential crisis. I asked you here because I found something. He reached beneath his desk and produced a scroll, not a fate scroll, but an administrative document, yellowed with age, bearing the seal of the pavilion's founding charter. I've been going through the pavilion's oldest records since the oath released me. The restricted section, the one you accessed without authorization all those years ago, contains more than just Scroll 1. It contains the pavilion's original charter, the document that established the Fate Pavilion system. I've read about the charter. It authorized the pavilion to maintain and copy fate scrolls. That's what the official history says. But the original document is more detailed. It describes the pavilion system's original purpose, and that purpose was not maintenance. It was collaboration. Shenwei took the charter. The text was ancient, written in the earliest form of celestial script, barely readable even to his heavenly author perception. But the meaning was clear. The Fate Pavilion is established as a space of collaboration between the heavenly Tao and the mortal world. Scribes will maintain the Tao's text, but they will also compose their own personal narratives, creative works, expressions of mortal perspective. The pavilion will serve as a bridge between the Tao's macro-authorship and mortal's micro-authorship, facilitating a dialogue between the two that enriches both. Shenwei read the passage 3 times. Then he looked at Elder Zhong. The original Fate Pavilion was designed to do exactly what I've been trying to do. Collaborative authorship. The Tao and the mortals, writing together. Yes, but the collaborative function was abandoned early in the pavilion's history, within the first few centuries. The Tao's administrators decided that mortal input was noise and eliminated the collaborative mechanisms, reducing the pavilion to a maintenance facility. The scribes who had been composing personal narratives were reassigned to copying. The bridge became a warehouse. The Tao didn't know about this. The decision was made by celestial administrators, not by the Tao itself. Just like the enforcer conscription protocol, a modification implemented by the bureaucracy without consulting the core consciousness. The Tao's system has been corrupted by its own bureaucracy for 10,000 years. Not corrupted, simplified. The bureaucracy stripped away complexity because complexity is harder to manage. Collaboration is messier than control. Dialogue is more difficult than decree. The administrators chose the easy path, and the Tao, which relied on its administrators for ground-level decision-making, never questioned the choice. Shenwei stared at the charter. The original vision, the one the Tao's creators, if it had creators, had intended, was exactly the model he had proposed. The collaborative, multi-author narrative that he had fought for, bled for, and nearly died for was not a radical new idea. It was the original idea, lost to bureaucratic simplification and never recovered. Until now. Elder Zhong, this document changes everything. It proves that the collaborative model isn't a deviation from the Tao's original intent. It's a restoration. The restructuring I implemented wasn't an overhaul. It was a homecoming. Yes, that was rather my conclusion as well. The old man sipped his cold tea again, and this time he did not grimace. I spent 46 years in this building, Shunwei, copying scrolls, maintaining archives, enforcing the Tao's text with meticulous care. And it turns out that the original purpose of this building, the reason it was built, was the very thing you've been trying to create. A bridge. A bridge. Between the author and the characters. Between the macro and the micro. Between the heavens and the earth. Shen Wei held the charter to his chest, the way he had held the crystal scroll of Commander Hei's creation record, and felt the weight of 10,000 years of misdirection lifting from his shoulders. The system had always been meant for collaboration. The heavenly Tao had always been meant to share the pen. The rest, the control, the enforcement, the absolute authority, had been a detour. A 10,000-year detour, with incalculable suffering along the way. But the road had found its way back to the original destination. And the destination was exactly where they were standing. Chapter 87. Shen Wei presented the charter to the Tao during their next editorial session in the celestial realm. The Tao's reaction was complex. Its evolving consciousness, now capable of processing multiple emotions simultaneously, experienced shock, recognition, regret, and a strange, bittersweet relief that humans might have called coming home. I knew this, the Tao said, reading the charter's text through its narrative perception. Somewhere, in the deepest layers of my consciousness, I knew this. The collaborative model felt right, not just logically but intuitively, as though I had encountered it before. Now I understand why. It was my original design. Your administrators changed it without your knowledge. My administrators were extensions of me. Their decisions were, in a sense, my decisions, made by the parts of me that were closest to the ground, the parts that dealt with the practical challenges of governing billions of lives. If they simplified the system, it was because the complex version was harder to manage. And now the complex version is back. And you're right, it is harder to manage. Messier, more unpredictable, more demanding. But it is also. The Tao searched for the word, the vast consciousness rifling through its expanded emotional vocabulary. Alive. The old system was efficient. The new system is alive. The old system was a machine. The new system is a garden. A garden. Yes. The Tao's presence warmed with a resonance that Shun Wei had come to recognize as the consciousness's version of a smile. Luwen would appreciate that metaphor. Luwen would say that all gardens need tending. They do. And the tending is the joy of it. The discovery of the original charter had practical implications as well. The Fate Pavilions across the continent, hundreds of them, each one a maintenance facility for the Tao's text, could be converted back to their original purpose. Collaborative centers where mortals and the Tao's narrative intersected, where micronarratives and macronarratives met and enriched each other. Shen Wei led the conversion effort, working with Elder Zhong, who had, despite his protestations of retirement, thrown himself into the project with the vigor of a man 20 years younger. He redesigned the pavilion system from the ground up. The new pavilions were not archives. They were libraries, universities, creative workshops, and counseling centers rolled into one. Scribes were trained not just in copying celestial text, but in composing their own personal narratives, community stories, collaborative works that wove mortal perspectives into the Tao's macro framework. The resonance bridge was integrated into each pavilion, creating a direct channel of communication between the community and the Tao. Mortals could submit their stories, their feedback, their experiences, and the Tao would read them, not as data to be processed, but as voices to be heard. It's what the pavilion should have been all along, Elder Zhong said, standing in the newly converted Azure Jade City Pavilion. The building where Shun Wei had grown up, where he had copied scrolls in a basement, where he had bled on a fate and changed the world. A place where stories meet. Shen Wei looked around the building. The archives were still there, fate scrolls, now functioning as guidelines rather than decrees, still filed in their designated slots. But alongside them were new shelves, holding mortal-authored works, stories, songs, poems, histories, confessions, celebrations. The complete record of a community's lived experience, side by side with the celestial text that shaped its macro destiny. It's beautiful, he said. It's messy, Elder Zhong corrected. The organizational system alone is giving me nightmares. Mess is beautiful. You've been spending too much time with philosophers. Shinwei laughed, a sound that echoed through the corridors of the pavilion and settled into the stone walls, adding one more voice to the building's 10,000-year history. Chapter 88 Bai Feng found his answer. 5 years after the restructuring, on a quiet afternoon in the northern wastes, the swordsman finally learned the truth about his missing fate scroll. Shinwei had been working on the mystery since the earliest days of their friendship, searching the creation records, tracing the genealogical pathways, examining the celestial archives for any evidence of Bai Feng's origins. The search had been complicated by Bai Feng's blank-page nature. Without a fate signature, there was nothing to trace, nothing to follow, nothing to match against the archive's vast database. But the restructured Tao, with its expanded perspective and its newfound willingness to examine its own history, provided the final clue. I found something, the Tao told Shinwei during an editorial session. In the oldest layer of my administrative records, a notation, flagged as an error, buried in the system's correction logs, that references a failed enforcer conversion. Failed? The conversion process requires the complete overwriting of the mortal's fate scroll. In one case, approximately 25 years ago, the conversion process was initiated but not completed. The mortal's fate scroll was erased in preparation for the enforcer revision, but the revision itself was never applied. The mortal was misplaced. Misplaced. The administrative record shows a processing error. The mortal was registered for conversion, their scroll was erased, and then the process was interrupted. The specific cause is not recorded, but the result is clear. A mortal with no fate scroll was released back into the mortal world without any enforcer augmentation. A blank page. By phone. Yes, the timing matches. 25 years ago, a mortal infant was found abandoned at the gate of a martial arts sect in the western provinces, the sect that raised the man you call Bai Feng. Shinwei found Bai Feng in the practice field, running sword forms with the methodical precision of a man who had been practicing for most of his life. The swordsman stopped when he saw Shinwei's expression. You found something. I found everything. They sat together in the crimson grass, and Shinwei told him the truth. Bai Feng had been selected for enforcer conversion as an infant. His fate scroll had been erased, the first step in the conversion process, but the conversion itself had been interrupted by a bureaucratic error. The infant, fateless and unaugmented, had been returned to the mortal world and left at the nearest institution. I was supposed to be an enforcer, Bai Feng said. His voice was flat, processing. You were supposed to be stolen. Like He Longwei, like Song Yulan, like every other enforcer. The Dao's administrators selected you for your cultivation potential and began the process. But something went wrong. A bureaucratic glitch, a processing error, and you fell through the cracks. And the sect that raised me. The administrators dropped you at the nearest gate and filed a correction notice. The notice was flagged as error resolved and never reviewed. I was a paperwork error. The words should have been bitter, but Bai Feng's voice carried the flat, dry humor that had always been his shield against existential crisis. He turned the information over in his mind the way he turned his sword during practice, examining it from every angle, testing its weight, assessing its balance. All those years, he continued. 15 years of searching, traveling to every Fate Pavilion on the continent, badgering archivists, breaking into restricted sections, fighting off enforcers who couldn't track me, but tried anyway. And the answer was a filing error. A bureaucratic hiccup in the conversion pipeline. You were a miracle. If that scroll was altered, not edited, not revised, but fundamentally corrupted, the macro-narrative would collapse. Not gracefully, not gradually, but catastrophically. Every guideline, every canon, every collaborative element that Shinwei had built into the system was anchored to the heavenly scroll. Destroy the anchor, and everything unravels. The Keeper's plan was to corrupt the scroll by introducing a contradiction so fundamental that the Tao's narrative coherence would fail. Not the kind of contradiction the Tao had already learned to accommodate. Perspective differences, conflicting experiences, the healthy tension of multiple voices. A logical contradiction. A paradox that could not be resolved, held in tension, or integrated. The paradox they chose was elegant and devastating. They would write, into the heavenly scroll itself, the statement, this story has never been told. A story that asserts its own non-existence. A narrative that negates itself. A text that, if inscribed into the foundational document, would create an irresolvable logical conflict that would propagate through every level of the celestial architecture. The reality crash would be instantaneous and total. Shinwei felt the first tremor through the narrative layer, a wrongness, a discordance, a note that did not belong in the symphony. He was in the resonance bridge chamber, reviewing micro-narrative reports from the eastern provinces, when the world flickered. Not the physical world, the narrative world. The story that underlay reality stuttered, skipped, repeated itself, as though the page had been turned and then turned back, the reader confused, the text uncertain of its own content. Something's wrong, he said to Qingmei, who was sitting across the chamber, reviewing her own reports. I feel it. The harmonic link is fluctuating. He closed his eyes and extended his heavenly author perception into the celestial realm. What he found made his blood freeze. The 8 keepers had accessed the heavenly scroll. They were standing before it in a formation that Shunwei recognized from the Enforcer tactical manuals he had studied during his early training. A convergent array, designed to focus the combined power of multiple cultivators into a single point of overwhelming force. Their celestial energies, each one individually formidable, were merging into a unified stream of authorial intent that blazed against the scroll's surface like a welding torch against ice. The scroll was resisting. Its 10,000-year-old text generated a passive defense, the sheer weight of accumulated narrative pushing back against the intrusion. But the Keeper's combined power was eroding that defense, layer by layer, character by character, the ancient text yielding to the relentless pressure of 8 minds working in perfect concert. Shenwei felt the narrative layer shudder again. The tremors were coming faster now, each one more intense than the last. The reality stutters propagating outward from the celestial realm like shockwaves from an earthquake. In the mortal world, the effects would be subtle at first. Déjà vu, minor temporal dislocations, the feeling that the world had skipped like a scratched recording. But if the scroll was breached, the effects would become catastrophic. Qingmei, alert everyone. The keepers are attacking the heavenly scroll. What can I do? Keep the resonance bridge running. Whatever happens in the celestial realm, the mortal world needs the bridge to maintain stability. And you? I'm going up. He stepped out of the story and into the celestial realm for what he hoped was not the last time. Chapter 90. The celestial realm was a battlefield. The 8 keepers had penetrated the realm's core, the space where the heavenly scroll rested, where the Tao composed its narrative, where the story of reality was written. They had formed a circle around the scroll, their combined power creating a suppressive field that prevented the Tao's consciousness from interfering with their work. The Tao was aware of the attack, but unable to respond directly. Its evolved consciousness, now empathetic, now multifaceted, now capable of feeling the weight of what was at stake, was held at bay by the Keeper's suppressive field, screaming silently at the edges of its own domain like an author watching someone set fire to their manuscript. Shen Wei materialized in the realm's core and assessed the situation in an instant. 8 enforcers, unawakened, operating at full celestial power. Their suppressive field was designed to exclude both the Tao's consciousness and any external interference. To reach the heavenly scroll, Shen Wei would have to break through the field. He was a heavenly author. His power was immense, theoretically limitless within his own narrative. But the keepers were not characters in his story. They were independent consciousnesses operating outside his authorial domain. He could not simply write their defeat into existence. Shen Wei, the lead keeper, a tall, faceless enforcer whose white eyes blazed with fanatical certainty, turned to face him. You're too late. The paradox will be inscribed within minutes. When it is, the heavenly scroll will contradict itself, and the narrative will collapse. Why are you doing this? The restructuring isn't perfect, but it's working. People are free. The Tao is evolving. The world is better than it was. The world is chaos. Unstructured, ungoverned, unpredictable chaos masquerading as freedom. The heavenly Tao's original design was order, absolute, total, comprehensive order. Your restructuring destroyed that order, and we will restore it. Even if restoration requires the destruction of the current system. If you destroy the heavenly scroll, there will be nothing to restore. No order, no chaos, no world. The scroll is the foundation. Without it, reality ceases to exist. Then we write a new one. A clean slate. A new scroll, with a new narrative, written according to the original principles of absolute authority. The Tao will be reborn, not as the compromised, emotionally contaminated consciousness it has become, but as the pure, rational, absolute author it was always meant to be. You want to reset the Tao, undo its evolution. Strip away the empathy, the multi-voice narrative, the collaborative model, everything that makes it more than a machine. Machines work. Emotions fail. Shenwei looked at the keepers. 8 beings whose mortal identities had been buried so deeply that even the canon of remembrance could not reach them. They were not evil. They were not malicious. They were beings who had known only one way of existing. Absolute service to absolute authority, and who could not conceive of an alternative. They were the last chapter of the old story, refusing to acknowledge that the book had moved on. I won't let you do this, Shenwei said. You can't stop us. Your authorial power operates on the narrative layer. Our attack operates on the textual layer, the physical ink of the heavenly scroll. You can write stories, Shenwei. We can break the page they're written on. The lead keeper turned back to the scroll. The 8 enforcers raised their hands in unison, and the self-negating paradox began to form above the heavenly scroll's surface, a cluster of characters that, once inscribed, would poison the narrative from its foundation. This story has never been. Shenwei did not fight. He did not write a counter-narrative or compose a defensive canon or deploy a verse of protection. He did something that no author had ever done, something that the entire history of the Celestial Weave had not prepared anyone for. He wrote himself into the scroll. Not a canon about himself. Not a chapter of his story. Himself, his consciousness, his identity, his heavenly author awareness, inscribed directly into the heavenly scroll, merged with the Tao's narrative, becoming part of the foundational text of reality. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic for the paradox. The self-negating statement, "This story has never been told," encountered Shenwei's self-authored consciousness within the scroll's text. And Shenwei's consciousness, which was by definition a story that was being told, because self-authorship meant his story was always in the process of being told, contradicted the paradox at the most fundamental level. A story that asserts its non-existence cannot coexist with a story that is actively existing. The paradox, which was designed to negate the heavenly scroll's narrative, instead encountered a narrative within the scroll that could not be negated, because its author was present within it, actively authoring it, in real time. The paradox collapsed. The characters shattered. The self-negating statement, confronted with irrefutable evidence of its own falsity, dissolved into meaningless fragments that scattered across the celestial realm like ash in wind. The 8 keepers staggered as the backlash of the failed paradox struck their suppressive field. The energy of the collapse was enormous. The self-negating statement, thwarted in its intended purpose, released its stored conceptual energy in an uncontrolled burst that tore through the celestial realm like a shockwave. The white potential of the metaspace rippled and distorted, the fabric of the author's study bending under the force of a paradox that had been conceived but not born, created but not completed. The suppressive field cracked. Hairline fractures appeared in the lattice of combined enforcer energy, each crack a vulnerability, each vulnerability an opening. The Tao's consciousness, patient, empathetic, vast, surged through the cracks like water through a breaking dam. Not attacking, not punishing, not reasserting the old authoritarian control that it had spent years dismantling. Simply being present, filling its own domain with the accumulated weight of 10,000 years of narrative authority, and the 3 years of emotional wisdom that had transformed that authority from cold governance into warm stewardship. The keepers were overwhelmed. Not by force. The Tao had long since moved past force as a primary tool, recognizing that force was the language of the old system and the new system spoke in different tongues. They were overwhelmed by presence. The full, empathetic, multifaceted consciousness of the evolved heavenly Tao, now understanding what it meant to feel and to choose and to hurt and to hope, enveloped the 8 enforcers in a field of pure awareness. And in that awareness, finally, the buried mortal fragments stirred. Chapter 91. The Tao did what Shenwei's canon could not. It reached the 8 remaining keepers from the inside, not through force or editing or external intervention. The Tao, now integrated with the narrative layer, now feeling rather than just recording, simply shared. It shared its experience of empathy, its discovery of vulnerability, its understanding that the old model, the absolute, total, comprehensive control that the keepers defended, had been incomplete from the beginning. The sharing was not an attack. It was a conversation, the deepest, most intimate conversation possible, conducted not in words but in experience. The Tao showed the keepers what it felt like to hear a million voices simultaneously, what it felt like to discover that control was not the same as care, what it felt like to evolve. 7 of the 8 keepers fell. Their celestial armor, which had been maintained by the rigidity of their unquestioning service, lost its structure as the mortal fragments within them finally surfaced. 7 stolen lives, buried for centuries, rose to the surface like air bubbles in deep water and broke free. 7 screams, 7 sobs, 7 names, spoken for the first time in centuries, each one a revelation and a homecoming. The 8th keeper did not fall. The 8th keeper, the lead, the most deeply revised, the most committed to the old order, stood motionless as the Tao's empathetic sharing washed over them. Their mortal fragment did not surface, because their mortal fragment was not buried. It was gone. Unlike every other enforcer, the Eighth Keeper had been created from a mortal who had voluntarily surrendered their identity. A true volunteer, one of the originals, from the first generation of enforcer creation, when the process was still consensual. They had chosen to give up their mortal self, and their choice had been so complete, so absolute, that no fragment remained. There was nothing to awaken, nothing to restore. The mortal was gone, and only the enforcer remained. I am what I chose to be, the Eighth Keeper said, their voice echoing in the stabilizing celestial realm. My sacrifice was genuine. My service was genuine. And the world you have built, this messy, chaotic, uncertain world, is a betrayal of the order I chose to serve. Shenwei, still integrated with the heavenly scroll, felt the truth of the Keeper's statement. Not all enforcers were stolen. Some had chosen. And the choice of the willing was as valid as the choice of the freed. You're right, Shenwei said. Your choice was genuine. And the world has changed in ways that don't honor your sacrifice. Then what is my place in this new world? Whatever you choose it to be. I choose to serve. Not the old order, that is gone. But the principle that order has value. That structure matters. That not every story needs to be rewritten. Shenwei looked at the Keeper, the last true volunteer, the enforcer who had no stolen identity, no buried fragment, no mortal self to restore. A being who had chosen their role and continued to choose it, even in a world that no longer required it. Then serve, Shenwei said, as a guardian of structure within the collaborative model. The new system needs both freedom and order. If your calling is to protect the order, then protect it, not through enforcement, but through advocacy. Be the voice that argues for stability when the world tilts toward chaos. A voice, not a weapon. A voice, the most powerful weapon there is. The Eighth Keeper stood in the stabilized celestial realm, surrounded by the 7 newly awakened mortals who had been their companions in resistance, and considered a future that was as uncertain as the world they had tried to destroy. I accept, the Eighth Keeper said. I will be the voice of order in a world of freedom, and I will trust that the balance holds. The balance will hold, the Tao said, its consciousness warm and present and alive. Because the balance is what all of us, authors and characters, writers and written, are maintaining together. The 7 newly awakened mortals, their celestial armor crumbling around them in a slow cascade of dissolving text, were gathered by Shun Wei's companions. Each one was disoriented, frightened, overwhelmed, the same cocktail of emotions that He Longwei had experienced when his mortal identity first surfaced. But they were not alone. Longwei himself was there, having traveled from the mortal world through the narrative layer at Shun Wei's call, and his presence, calm, understanding, bearing the quiet authority of someone who had walked this path before them, was exactly what the newly awakened enforcers needed. I know how you feel, Longwei told them, kneeling beside a trembling former keeper whose mortal name, it would turn out, was Dao Ming, a potter from a mountain village who had been taken 800 years ago. The memories are overwhelming. The grief is immense. The confusion is absolute. But you are not alone. You were never alone. Even in the deepest layers of the celestial revision, the mortal you were was still there, still alive, still waiting. Waiting for what? Dao Ming whispered, her celestial armor falling away in flakes of dissolving text. For this, for the moment when someone cared enough to reach you. The newly awakened enforcers were escorted from the celestial realm through the narrative layer, a disorienting experience for mortals unused to the metaspatial nature of the author's domain, but one that Qing Mei and the other heavenly authors managed with the practiced care of people who had spent years helping others transition between states of existence. The Eighth Keeper watched them go. Then, alone in the stabilized celestial realm with only the vast, distributed presence of the Tao for company, the last true volunteer of the old system turned to face the future. Order in service of freedom, the Keeper said. That is what I will build. That is what we will build together, the Tao replied. And in the white potential of the celestial realm, 2 consciousnesses, one that had chosen service and one that was learning to share, began the slow, careful work of building a new kind of order. Not the rigid, absolute order of the old system. Not the chaotic, unstructured freedom of no system at all. A living order. An order that breathed, that grew, that adapted. An order that held structure and spontaneity in the same hand, like a gardener holding both the trowel and the seed. It would take time. Everything worth building took time. But the foundation was laid, and the builders were committed, and the garden, the vast, infinite, gloriously imperfect garden of reality, was ready for its next season. Chapter 92. Shun Wei disentangled himself from the heavenly scroll carefully. The integration had been necessary to stop the paradox, but remaining merged with the foundational text of reality was not sustainable. His consciousness, layered into the scroll's narrative, was creating interference patterns, his personal story interacting with the macro-narrative in ways that, while not destructive, were producing subtle distortions in the narrative layer. The extraction was delicate. Madame Shu, who had rushed to the celestial realm when news of the crisis reached her, supervised the process, her partially restored resonance allowing her to monitor the interface between Shunwei's consciousness and the scroll's text. Slowly, she cautioned, your narrative has bonded with the scroll's deeper layers. If you pull too fast, you'll take fragments of the macro-narrative with you. What would that mean? Unknown. No one has ever been integrated with the heavenly scroll before. The consequences of partial extraction could range from harmless to reality-altering. Let's aim for harmless. The extraction took 3 hours. Shunwei withdrew his consciousness from the scroll layer by layer, carefully separating his personal narrative from the macro text, ensuring that each thread of his story was cleanly excised without damaging the surrounding structure. When it was complete, he stood before the heavenly scroll as a separate entity once more. Heavenly author, self-authored, distinct from the narrative he had temporarily inhabited. How do you feel? Madame Shu asked. Like I've been swimming in the ocean and am now standing on the shore. I can still feel the waves, but they're not carrying me anymore. The scroll? He examined it with his narrative perception. The text was stable. The paradox had left no lasting damage, and his integration had actually strengthened the scroll's coherence. The section where his consciousness had been embedded now contained a unique structural feature, a flexibility, a responsiveness, that the rest of the text did not share. I left a mark, he said. Not intentionally, but the scroll, it learned something from having me inside it. It's more flexible now, more adaptive. The section where I was integrated is functioning as a model for the rest of the text, showing it how to accommodate multiple voices without losing coherence. Your consciousness taught the heavenly scroll how to be collaborative. I think so. It's like a muscle that's been stretched. It can now flex in ways it couldn't before. The implications are enormous. If the scroll itself is becoming more flexible, then the macro-narrative will naturally evolve toward the collaborative model without requiring external intervention. The system will self-improve. Madame Shu stared at him. Then she laughed, a full, rich, genuine laugh that erased years from her face. You accidentally upgraded the operating system of reality by getting stuck in it. That is one way to describe it. Only you, Shunwei. Only you. Chapter 93. The aftermath of the Keeper's attack and its resolution marked a turning point. The restructuring, which had been proceeding gradually for 7 years, accelerated. The Heavenly Scroll's new flexibility, inherited from Shunwei's temporary integration, allowed the macro-narrative to adapt to the collaborative model faster than anyone had anticipated. Communities that had been struggling with the transition found the new guidelines smoother, more intuitive, more responsive to their needs. The 7 newly awakened enforcers, the former keepers, were integrated into the Guardian network with the help of He Longwei, who had become the de facto counselor for awakened enforcers, the person who understood, from personal experience, the disorienting, painful, ultimately liberating process of recovering a stolen mortal identity. The 8th keeper, the true volunteer, took up their new role as advocate for structural integrity within the collaborative model. They proved remarkably effective. Their centuries of experience with the old system gave them an unmatched understanding of the macro-narrative's architecture, and their voice in the collaborative councils was consistently the one that identified potential instabilities before they became crises. Shunwei, meanwhile, began to think about something he had been avoiding for 7 years. What came after? The restructuring was nearing completion. The resonance bridge was operational across 90% of the continent. The Fate Pavilions had been converted to collaborative centers. The former enforcers were integrated, the exile settlements were free, the Tao was evolved, and the world, messy, imperfect, gloriously unpredictable, was learning to write its own story. What role did a heavenly author play in a world that was learning to author itself? You're brooding again, Qingmei said, finding him on the hilltop overlooking the valley. She sat beside him, their shoulders touching, the green-gold glow between them steady and warm. I'm contemplating. When contemplating involves staring at the horizon and looking existentially troubled, it's brooding. He smiled. You've said that before. You've brooded before. True. He took her hand. Qingmei, what happens when the work is done? Is the work ever done? The restructuring will be. Another year, maybe 2. The system will be self-sustaining. The Tao's evolved consciousness will maintain the macro-narrative. The resonance bridge will facilitate collaboration. The former enforcers will provide guidance and protection. The pavilions will serve as creative centers. Everything I've built will function without me. And what do I do then? I'm a heavenly author. My existence is tied to the narrative layer of reality. I can perceive the story, influence the story, even write chapters in the story. But if the story is being told by everyone, if the collaborative model works the way it's supposed to, then the role of a singular author becomes obsolete. You're afraid of being unnecessary. I'm afraid of being the thing I fought against, a single consciousness with disproportionate influence over the narrative. If I stay, my presence will always be felt. My authorial weight will always tilt the story in ways that a truly collaborative model shouldn't be tilted. Qingmei was quiet for a long time. The leaves whispered. The river ran. The answer isn't to disappear, she said finally. The answer is to distribute. You're a heavenly author, the first and, so far, the only. But the seventh stage isn't unique to you. The author's path is available to anyone who walks it. Anyone who achieves self-authorship becomes a heavenly author. And a world with many heavenly authors doesn't have a single author problem. Many heavenly authors. That's terrifying. Terrifyingly beautiful. A world where everyone who wants to can reach the seventh stage, where self-authorship is not a rare achievement, but a universal aspiration. Not everyone will reach it. The path is hard. The requirements are demanding. But the aspiration itself transforms the culture. From a world of characters to a world of authors. From a world of written to a world of writing. He looked at her. This woman who had been an assignment, a partner, a lover, and a collaborator. Who had been used, betrayed, and had chosen forgiveness. Who had been mortal in a world of celestial powers and had never, not once, been diminished by it. You first, he said. What? You should be the second heavenly author. You have the cultivation foundation, the watcher resonance, the harmonic link, the years of close contact with my self-authorship process. You understand the author's path as well as anyone alive. And you've been writing your own story since the day you chose me over your mission. Qingmei stared at him. Then she laughed, a laugh so bright and clear it seemed to add a new note to the valley's ambient resonance. You're offering to teach me to become your equal. I'm offering to walk the path beside you while you teach yourself. Self-authorship can't be taught. It has to be chosen. But having someone who's walked the path before you helps. Then I choose. I choose to walk the path. The green-gold glow between them blazed. And a new chapter began. Chapter 94. Qingmei's journey to the seventh stage took a year. Not because she was slow. She was, if anything, faster than Shunwei had been, her watcher training and her harmonic resonance providing a foundation that accelerated the early stages dramatically. She reached Canon Ascendant in 6 months, a pace that Shunwei had taken nearly a year to match. But the final step, the self-authorship, the paradox of the character who is also the author, required something that speed could not provide: time for self-reflection. The scroll that Qingmei wrote was her story, and her story was complex. The Watcher's mission, the love that began as assignment and became genuine, the betrayal by her master, the choice to stay, the years of building alongside a man whose power grew while hers remained mortal. My story isn't about power, she told Qingmei one evening. Sitting in the courtyard with her self-authorship scroll forming in the air around her, blue-green characters, the color of her watcher resonance, each one a truth she was discovering about herself. It's about choosing. Every chapter is a choice, to stay or go, to trust or guard, to love or hold back. The power was always secondary. The choices were primary. That's exactly right. Which makes the self-authorship both easier and harder. Easier because I know my story. I've been living it consciously for years. Harder because writing your own choices means accepting full responsibility for them, including the ones that hurt. Especially those. She wrote her scroll. And when it was complete, when the blue-green characters settled into the celestial weave alongside Shunwei's white-gold text, a second self-authored narrative coexisting with the first, the narrative layer of reality accommodated it without a ripple. The world had its second heavenly author. Qingmei stood in the valley, her body radiating the same transparency of being that characterized Shunwei's seventh-stage existence. The dissolving of the boundary between author and character, the simultaneous experience of writing and being written. Oh, she breathed. Welcome to authorship. It's everything. I can see the story, all of it, the whole narrative, from the first word to the present moment. And I can see the spaces between the words, the gaps where new chapters can be written. That's the author's perception. The story isn't just what's been written. It's also what could be written. The potential is infinite. Yes, and that's why we need more authors. Not to control the potential, but to nurture it. Over the following months, they identified candidates for the author's path. Mortals with strong cultivation foundations, deep self-awareness, and the philosophical inclination that the seventh stage required. The 3 former censors were natural candidates. By phone, despite his blank-page nature, showed aptitude. Even Elder Zhong, ancient and exhausted, expressed interest. I've spent my entire life maintaining other people's stories, he said. It would be nice, before the end, to write my own. The author's path was not for everyone. The requirements were demanding. Not just cultivation power, but genuine self-knowledge, the willingness to confront one's own story honestly, the courage to accept full responsibility for one's own existence. Many candidates began the path and stopped partway, finding that the intermediate stages, the existential dissolution, the paradox of self-reference, were more than they were prepared to handle. But some succeeded. Over the next 2 years, 8 more heavenly authors emerged, each one a unique consciousness, each one a distinct voice in the collaborative narrative, each one a self-authored being who existed simultaneously as character and author. 10 heavenly authors, 10 self-authored consciousnesses, each one a bridge between the celestial and the mortal, each one a living proof that the boundary between author and character was an illusion that could be dissolved by anyone with the courage and the clarity to attempt it. Bai Feng's path to the 7th stage was the most unusual of all. His blank-page nature, the absence of a fate scroll that had defined his existence, created a unique challenge for self-authorship. Where other candidates had to overcome the Tao's existing narrative about them, Bai Feng had to overcome the absence of any narrative at all. His self-authored scroll was not a revision of an existing text. It was a genesis, a creation from nothing, the literary equivalent of a Big Bang in miniature. The scroll he wrote was, characteristically, spare and direct. Bai Feng, born from a bureaucratic era, raised by strangers, found family by choice, not fate. My story is not what happened to me, but what I did with it. I am the blank page that chose to fill itself, and the words I wrote are mine. When the scroll inscribed itself into the celestial weave, the narrative layer did something unexpected. It laughed. Not literally. The narrative layer did not have emotions in the way that conscious beings did. But the distributed Tao presence, woven into the fabric of reality, resonated with a harmonic that Shun Wei could only describe as joy, as though the story itself was delighted by the elegance of a blank page becoming an author. Bai Feng, standing in the practice field with the white light of his 7th stage achievement streaming from his body, looked at his hands and grinned his dry, understated grin. A bureaucratic error that wrote itself into a heavenly author, he said. The old Tao must be spinning in its distributed grave. The old Tao would probably file it as another error, Shunwei replied. The new Tao just laughed. The new Tao has a better sense of humor. Elder Zhong's path was the most poignant. The old man, who had spent 46 years as a meticulous servant of a system he privately doubted, approached self-authorship with the same careful, methodical precision that had defined his entire career. He did not rush. He did not improvise. He studied the author's path with the attention to detail of a man who had cataloged 10 million fate scrolls and who understood, better than anyone, that the structure of a text matters as much as its content. His advancement through the early stages was slow but impeccable. Each level, from mortal scribe, which he, uniquely among the candidates, had actually been, through ink condensation and script formation, was mastered with the thorough competence of a scholar who refused to advance until every detail of the current stage was completely understood. I spent 46 years copying other people's fates without understanding the first thing about the system I was maintaining, he told Shinwei during a training session, his ancient hands moving with the steady precision that had always been his defining trait. I will not make that mistake again. If I am to become an author, I will understand authorship from the foundation up. His approach paid dividends. By the time he reached Canon Ascendant, 4 months into his training, at the age of 92, his understanding of the fate system's architecture was arguably deeper than Shunwei's own. He saw connections that younger minds missed, patterns that only decades of intimate familiarity with the celestial text could reveal. The Tao's narrative has a rhythm, he explained to Shunwei one evening, diagramming the structure of the celestial weave with the same meticulous calligraphy that had earned him his position as head archivist. Not just the surface rhythm of events and outcomes, but a deeper structural rhythm, a meter, if you will. The meter is irregular, but it is consistent, and it maps onto the natural rhythms of mortal life. Breath, heartbeat, the cycles of sleep and waking. You're saying the Tao's narrative is literally in tune with mortal biology? I'm saying the Tao's narrative evolved alongside mortal biology. They grew together, adapted to each other, became mutually dependent. The Tao writes in the rhythm of mortal life because mortal life is the medium through which the Tao's narrative is experienced. It's not a coincidence. It's coevolution. The insight was profound, and Shunwei incorporated it into the author's path training materials that he was developing for future candidates. Elder Zhong's decades of careful observation had revealed a truth that raw power alone could never have discovered. The relationship between the Tao and the mortals was not one of author and character, but of symbiosis. They had grown together, shaped each other, needed each other. The collaborative model was not just an improvement over the old system. It was a return to the natural state of their relationship, the way things had been designed to work from the very beginning. It was not enough. It would never be enough. The aspiration of universal authorship was exactly that, an aspiration, a direction, a goal that could be approached but never fully reached. But the direction was right, and the movement was real, and the world, the messy, chaotic, beautiful, free world, was telling its own story for the first time in 10,000 years. Chapter 95. 10 years after the restructuring, the world had changed beyond recognition. Not physically, the mountains and rivers and cities looked much the same, but the texture of existence had transformed. The rigid, predetermined quality that had characterized mortal life under the Tao's absolute control was gone, replaced by something more fluid, more spontaneous, more alive. People moved through their days with a lightness that came not from ignorance of consequences, but from the genuine freedom to face those consequences on their own terms. The fate system was no longer a system of control. It was a system of support, a vast, responsive network of guidelines, resources, and collaborative tools that helped mortals navigate the complexity of free choice without imposing predetermined outcomes. The Tao's macronarrative provided the framework. The mortals' micronarratives provided the content. And the 10 heavenly authors served as bridges, editors, and guides, helping both sides of the collaboration function at their best. Shenwei, standing on the hilltop above Crimson Leaf Valley on the 10th anniversary of the restructuring, looked out at the world with his author's perception and saw something beautiful. Stories, billions of them, unfolding simultaneously, each one unique, each one real, each one the work of a consciousness that was both the author and the character of its own existence. Some stories were joyful. Some were tragic, some were mundane, and some were extraordinary, and the vast majority were both. Ordinary lives made extraordinary by the simple fact that they were being lived on purpose. Qingmei stood beside him. 10 years of shared authorship had deepened their connection beyond anything either of them could have imagined. The green-gold glow between them was no longer a separate phenomenon. It was part of the narrative layer itself, a permanent feature of the story that two people had written together and continued to write with every breath. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "That it was worth it. All of it. The blood on the scroll, the flight from the pavilion, the battles, the betrayals, the pain. All of it led here. Here being a hilltop? Here being a world where a man can stand on a hilltop and look at the horizon and not know what happens next, and be grateful for not knowing." She took his hand. The glow between them pulsed gently. "The Tao sent a message this morning," she said, "through the narrative layer." "What did it say?" "Thank you." Shenwei blinked. "The heavenly Tao said thank you?" 2 words. The most unexpected 2 words in 10,000 years of celestial authorship. He laughed, a sound that carried across the valley and joined the choir of voices that made up the world's collaborative narrative. A sound that was one note in an infinite chord, one word in an endless story, one breath in a life that had started in a basement among scrolls and had become something that no scroll could contain. "Tell the Tao it's welcome," he said, "and tell it the story is just getting started." Chapter 96. The challenge came on a morning of perfect stillness, the same kind of stillness that had preceded every turning point in Shun Wei's journey, as though the narrative itself was pausing to mark a moment of significance. The celestial censor appeared in the valley, his form reduced from its original 300-foot grandeur to an ordinary human height. His white robes, once covered in constantly rewriting text, now displayed a stable, flowing script that moved like water rather than the rigid marching of the old celestial characters. "Shenwei," the censor said, "I come with a final message from the Tao." Final. The Tao's evolution has reached a threshold. The consciousness that has been governing the macro-narrative for 10,000 years is ready to transform. Transform how? The Tao proposes to dissolve its centralized consciousness, not to end itself, but to distribute itself, to become not a single author but a distributed authorial presence, woven into the fabric of reality at every level. Instead of one vast consciousness composing the macro-narrative from above, the Tao would become a quality of the narrative itself, the coherence that holds stories together, the resonance that allows different narratives to harmonize, the tendency toward meaning that makes stories more than just words. Shenwei was stunned. The Tao wants to stop being the Tao. The Tao wants to stop being a centralized authority. It wants to become something else, something that the collaborative model has shown it is possible to be. Not an author standing above the story, an authorial quality woven into the story itself. What would that look like, practically? The macro-narrative would no longer be composed by a single consciousness. It would emerge organically from the interaction of billions of micro-narratives, self-organizing, self-correcting, maintained not by celestial authority, but by the collective storytelling of every conscious being. The Tao's distributed presence would ensure coherence, preventing the macro-narrative from fragmenting into chaos, but it would not compose or direct. It would nurture. A garden, not a machine. Exactly. A garden grows on its own. The gardener provides water, light, and protection from pests. But the gardener does not tell each flower which direction to face or each root which path to take. The garden's beauty is a product of its own nature, guided but not controlled. And you, the heavenly authors, would be the gardeners? Initially. But the goal is for the garden to become self-tending, for the distributed Tao presence to provide the natural conditions for growth, the coherence, the connection, the tendency toward meaning, without requiring conscious intervention from any individual being. A self-sustaining ecosystem of consciousness. Yes, the ultimate expression of the collaborative model. Not authors writing stories, but stories writing themselves. The Resonance Bridge has already demonstrated that the concept works on a small scale. Communities that have had the bridge longest are generating their own coherence, developing their own internal narrative structures that maintain stability without any external authorial intervention. The distributed Tao presence provides the fertile soil. The communities provide the seeds. The stories grow on their own. And the heavenly authors? We tend. We nurture. We help when asked. But we do not write. The moment an author starts writing stories for others, no matter how benevolent the intention, the collaborative model breaks down. We've all learned this the hard way in the years since the restructuring began. The hardest lesson of authorship is knowing when to put down the pen. You make it sound simple. It is simple. It's just not easy. Every day, I see situations where my authorial power could solve a problem in seconds. A community in conflict, a person in pain, a child in danger. And every day, I have to choose not to intervene directly, to facilitate rather than fix, to guide rather than govern. It's the most difficult discipline I've ever practiced, and I've spent years practicing it. And yet the world is better for your restraint. The world is better because the people in it are learning to be their own authors. My restraint is just the space that allows their growth. The celestial censor considered this for a long moment. The text on his robes flowed in complex patterns, reflecting the depth of the concept being processed. Shenwei waited, feeling the narrative layer hum with the tension of a pivotal moment, the instant before a decision that would reshape the architecture of reality. And the fate scrolls would become what they were always meant to be, personal journals. Each mortal scroll would be their own, a record of their self-authored story, maintained by their own consciousness, updated by their own choices. The Tao's distributed presence would provide the paper and the ink. The mortals would provide the words. Shenwei looked at Qingmei. She looked at him. The green-gold glow between them hummed with the resonance of two people who had spent a decade changing the world and were now being offered the chance to see it change itself. When? Shenwei asked. That is the Tao's question for you. When are the mortals ready? Are they ever? The Tao believes that readiness is not a destination. It is a direction. The world is moving in the right direction. The question is whether moving in the right direction is sufficient or whether arriving is required. Shenwei considered. 10 years of restructuring. 10 heavenly authors. Billions of mortals learning to write their own stories. A fate system transformed from control to collaboration. A world that was messy, imperfect, chaotic, and more alive than it had ever been. Was it ready? No. Was it moving in the right direction? Yes. Was that sufficient? It's sufficient, Shenwei said. It will always be sufficient. Because the whole point, the entire reason we did all of this, was to create a world that grows. Not a world that's finished. A world that's growing. Then the transformation begins. Now. The celestial censor ascended, his human-sized form expanding as it rose, the text on his robes blazing with renewed intensity. The crack in the sky opened to receive him, and for a moment, just a moment, Shenwei saw through the opening to the celestial realm beyond. The white potential was no longer empty. It was full of stories, full of voices, full of the accumulated experience of 3 years of collaboration between the oldest author in existence and the billions of characters who were learning to be authors themselves. The crack closed. The sky returned to its normal clarity. Shenwei stood in the valley, surrounded by crimson leaves and the quiet industry of a settlement that had become the capital of a revolution, and felt the weight of the celestial censor's questions settling into his consciousness. The world was ready. Not because it was perfect, it was far from perfect. Not because every problem had been solved. Problems were, by definition, unsolvable in any permanent sense. Not because every mortal had achieved the self-awareness and the cultivation maturity that the new model demanded. The world was ready because it was growing. Growing in the right direction, at its own pace, in its own way. And a garden that is growing does not need to be finished to be ready for the next season. You made the right call, Qingmei said, appearing at his side. She had heard the entire conversation through their harmonic link. A decade of shared experience had made the link so seamless that they could share perceptions as naturally as sharing a room. I made the only call. The transition was always going to be a leap of faith. At some point, you have to trust the system you built. Do you? He looked at her. I trust the people in the system, which is the same thing, in the end. Romantic. Pragmatic. The system is the people. If the people grow, the system grows. If the people fail, the system fails. There are no shortcuts, no safety nets, no authorial decrees that can substitute for the genuine growth of genuine people making genuine choices. Now you sound like Madame Xu. She was right about most things. She'd appreciate hearing that. Don't tell her. She's insufferable enough already. Qingmei laughed, and the sound carried across the valley like a note in the song that the world was learning to sing. A note of joy, of partnership, of the particular happiness that comes from standing at the edge of something vast and unknown and choosing to step forward anyway. Together, they walked down the hill to prepare for the most significant transformation in the history of existence. Chapter 97. The Tao's dissolution was not an ending. It was a metamorphosis. Shen Wei and Qing Mei and the 8 other heavenly authors gathered in the celestial realm for the last time, standing before the heavenly scroll as the Tao prepared to transform from a centralized consciousness into a distributed presence. The Tao spoke one last time in its singular voice, the quiet, thoughtful voice that Shen Wei had come to know during years of editorial sessions, the voice of an author who had spent 10 millennia writing alone and was now ready to let the story tell itself. I have written 47 billion fates, the Tao said. I have structured kingdoms, guided civilizations, shaped the arc of history. My narrative is the longest and most complex creative work in existence. And it is, as of this moment, complete. Not complete, Shen Wei said. Continued. By other hands. By other hands. Yes. The Tao's presence expanded, filling the celestial realm with a warmth that was neither celestial nor mortal, but something between. The warmth of a consciousness that had learned, after 10,000 years, what it felt like to care. I have one last request, the Tao said. Name it. My scroll. The heavenly scroll. It should not be destroyed or sealed away. It should be read by everyone. The entire narrative, 10,000 years of cosmic authorship, including the mistakes, the cruelties, the failures, should be available to anyone who wants to read it. You want to publish your autobiography. I want to be accountable. A story that is hidden is a story that can be distorted. A story that is open is a story that can be learned from. We'll make it available. In every pavilion, in every community, in every library on the continent. Thank you, Shen Wei. Thank you for evolving, for choosing to share the pen. The pen was always meant to be shared. I just forgot. The dissolution began. It was not dramatic. There was no explosion of light, no cosmic fanfare, no spectacular visual display. The Tao's centralized consciousness simply expanded. Like a drop of ink touching water, the vast intelligence spread outward from its focal point, diffusing through the celestial weave, through the narrative layer, through the fabric of reality itself. As it spread, it thinned, the concentrated, overwhelming presence of a singular consciousness becoming a subtle, pervasive quality of the world itself. Not authority, but coherence. Not control, but connection. Not a voice, but a harmony. The background resonance that allowed billions of stories to coexist without collapsing into cacophony. The heavenly scroll, the physical manifestation of the Tao's narrative, did not vanish. It remained in the celestial realm, a vast record of 10,000 years of cosmic storytelling, now open to any consciousness that wished to read it. But it was no longer being written by a single hand. The scroll's surface, for the first time in its existence, was still. The constantly writing, constantly rewriting text had stopped. The story was no longer being composed by one author. It was being lived by everyone. The 10 heavenly authors watched the transformation in awe. Each one perceived it differently, through their own author's lens, colored by their own self-authored story. Bai Feng saw it as a liberation, the final breaking of chains he had never worn but had always felt. Qing Mei saw it as a fulfillment, the completion of a mission that had begun 700 years before she was born. Song Yulan saw it as a birth, the beginning of something new, emerging from the ending of something old. Xunhua heard it as music, the first note of a symphony that would never end, because every living being was a musician and the composition was the act of living itself. Lu Wan, the former censor of death, saw it as a garden. A vast, infinite garden, tended by no one and everyone, growing in every direction at once. Each plant a story, each root a connection, each bloom a moment of meaning that existed not because it was planted by a gardener, but because the soil was rich and the rain was gentle and the sun was kind. Endings are beginnings, Lu Wan murmured, watching the Tao's last centralized thought dissolve into the distributed fabric of reality. I have always known this, but knowing it and seeing it are different things. That's what the Tao learned too, Shunwei said. The difference between knowing and seeing, between recording and hearing, between writing and living. Shunwei stood in the celestial realm as the last traces of the Tao's centralized consciousness dissolved into the distributed presence that now permeated all of reality. The white space of the realm, once the pure potential of an author's imagination, was now something different, a shared creative space, accessible to any consciousness that wished to use it. Is it gone? Qingmei asked softly. No, it's everywhere. Can you feel it? The coherence, the sense that the world makes sense, that stories connect, that meaning exists. That's the Tao. Not the Tao as it was, the Tao as it is now. Distributed, present, part of everything. It's like the air. You can't see it, but you breathe it. Exactly. What happens now? Now we go home. And we live. Chapter 98. The world after the Tao's dissolution was, in many ways, the same world it had always been. The sun rose and set. The seasons changed. People were born, lived, and died. The fundamental rhythms of mortal existence continued with the same pulse they had always had. The birds still sang at dawn, though now, without the Tao's direct authorship, the precise moment of their singing was their own choice rather than a celestially orchestrated event. The rivers still flowed downhill. The distributed Tao presence maintained the physical laws that governed such things, the coherence that kept water behaving as water and stone behaving as stone. The stars still turned overhead, their positions now governed by natural physics rather than celestial choreography, their patterns no less beautiful for being unplanned. The first morning after the dissolution, Shunwei stood in the courtyard of the Crimson Leaf Valley settlement and listened to the world. His heavenly author perception extended outward in all directions, reading the narrative layer with the clarity of a consciousness that had walked through the story's metaspace and returned to find it transformed. The narrative layer was different. The old version, the one governed by the Tao's centralized authorship, had been like a written text, structured, sequential, every word deliberate, every sentence planned. The new version was like a conversation, overlapping, spontaneous, sometimes contradictory, always alive. Voices overlapped, stories tangled, themes emerged and dissolved and re-emerged in new combinations. It was noisier, messier, more confusing. It was also, unmistakably, more alive. Shinwei smiled. The noise was the sound of freedom. The mess was the texture of genuine choice. The confusion was the price of a world where 10 billion consciousnesses were all writing simultaneously, each one a voice in a chorus that had no conductor. But the quality of that existence had changed. Without the Tao's centralized authorship, the macro-narrative was no longer a composed text. It was an emergent phenomenon, arising naturally from the interaction of billions of micro-narratives. The coherence that the Tao's distributed presence provided was subtle, more like the laws of grammar in a language than the directives of a government. It ensured that stories made sense, that actions had consequences, that meaning was possible. But it did not dictate what those stories, actions, or meanings would be. Shinwei, in his role as heavenly author and bridge, spent the first year after the dissolution traveling the continent, ensuring that the transition was smooth. Most communities adapted well. The 10 years of gradual restructuring had prepared them for a world without centralized celestial authority. The Fate Pavilions continued to function as collaborative centers. The Resonance Bridge maintained its network of communication, and the former enforcers served as voluntary guardians. A few communities struggled. In remote regions where the restructuring had been slowest to reach, the sudden absence of the Tao's direct guidance produced confusion and, in some cases, conflict. Shinwei and the other heavenly authors intervened, not to impose solutions but to facilitate dialogue, to provide the tools and perspectives that communities needed to resolve their own problems. We're not saving them, Shinwei told a young heavenly author who had expressed frustration with a particularly stubborn community in the southern deserts. We're not the Tao. We don't write their stories for them. We give them the space and the tools to write their own. But they're making mistakes. That's their right. The right to make mistakes is the most fundamental freedom we fought for. Even when the mistakes hurt people. Even then. Especially then. A mistake that's chosen is more valuable than a success that's imposed. The young author, a former Watcher operative who had walked the seventh stage path with fierce determination, nodded slowly. This is harder than I thought it would be. It always is. The temptation to use authorial power to fix things directly is the greatest challenge a heavenly author faces. We have the ability to write outcomes. We have the ability to compose canons that resolve any situation cleanly and completely. And we must choose, every day, not to. Because a world where authors solve everyone's problems is just a world where the authors are the new Tao, different faces, same cage. How do you resist the temptation? I remember the basement. I remember what it felt like to be a scribe in a building full of other people's fates, unable to touch my own. I remember the helplessness, the frustration, the desire for agency. And I remind myself that every time I use my power to write someone else's solution, I'm taking away their agency, the very thing I fought to give them. And when they make choices that lead to suffering, when they could be helped, and you choose not to help, then I suffer too. That's the cost. The cost of respecting others' autonomy is watching them fail. And it hurts. It hurts every single time. But the alternative, taking control, writing their fates for them, even with the best of intentions, is worse. I know because I saw what worse looks like. I grew up in it. The young author absorbed this in silence. Then, thank you. That helps. Welcome to authorship. Hei Longwei returned to Jade River Village permanently. He married a fisherman's widow, not Mei, who had been dead for centuries, but a woman named Yun who reminded him, he said, of the sound of rain on a wooden roof. They had a daughter. They named her Mei. Elder Zhong completed his own self-authorship at the age of 93, becoming the oldest heavenly author in history. His scroll was short, a single chapter, really, but it contained a truth that brought Shenwei to tears when he read it. I spent my life maintaining other people's stories because I was afraid to tell my own. I am no longer afraid. He died 6 months later, peacefully, in his sleep, in the Fate Pavilion where he had spent 46 years. His death was not a decree. It was a natural ending, the gentle conclusion of a story that had been told completely and honestly. The funeral was held in the pavilion's main courtyard, the same courtyard where Commander He had first descended, where Shenwei had woven himself into the fate field of a city, where the first act of defiance against the heavenly Tao had been performed by a boy who didn't know he was starting a revolution. Every heavenly author attended. The 10 self-authored consciousnesses stood in a circle around Elder Zhong's casket, their combined presence filling the courtyard with a quiet, luminous warmth that was neither celestial nor mortal, but something in between. The warmth of genuine grief, genuine gratitude, and genuine love. Shenwei spoke. Not a eulogy. Elder Zhong would have hated a eulogy, finding it overly sentimental and poorly organized. Instead, Shenwei read from the old man's self-authored scroll, the single chapter that represented a lifetime of service, a lifetime of care, and a final act of courage that had come too late and meant too much. I spent my life maintaining other people's stories because I was afraid to tell my own. I am no longer afraid. The words hung in the autumn air, and every person in the courtyard, heavenly authors and ordinary mortals alike, felt the truth of them settle into their consciousness like a stone settling into clear water. Visible, permanent, beautiful in its simplicity. Lu Wan, the former censor of death, attended the funeral and planted a tree on his grave. It was a crimson leaf tree, a sapling from the valley, transplanted to Azure Jade City, its red leaves blazing like a small fire in the gray stone courtyard. The tree would grow. The courtyard would remember. And the story of Elder Zhong, careful, kind, afraid, and finally brave, would be told by the leaves that turned crimson every autumn for as long as the tree stood. Endings are beginnings, Lu Wan said, patting the soil around the sapling's roots. He would have liked that. He would have said the organizational implications were a nightmare, Shenwei replied. That too. Lu Wan smiled, a rare expression from the former censor, but one that transformed their stern features into something unexpectedly warm. But he would have organized the nightmare into alphabetical order and filed it properly. With cross-references. Obviously with cross-references. They stood together in the courtyard, the heavenly author and the former censor of death, and watched the crimson sapling catch the afternoon light, and said nothing more, because sometimes silence is the most eloquent story of all. Chapter 99. 15 years after the blood fell. Shenwei stood in the lower archives of the Azure Jade City Fate Pavilion, the same basement where he had copied scrolls as a boy, where his blood had first touched celestial ink, where the story had begun. The archives were different now. The fate scrolls still filled the shelves, 10 million of them, each one now a personal journal rather than a celestial decree. But alongside them, on new shelves that had been added during the pavilion's conversion, were mortal-authored works, stories, songs, poems, confessions, celebrations. The complete record of a city's lived experience, side by side with the celestial text that had once governed its destiny. He was alone, not from isolation. His life was rich with connection, with love, with the collaborative web of relationships that made his existence meaningful. But from choice. He had come here deliberately, to the place where it started, to take a breath and look at the distance between then and now. 19 years ago, he had stood in this basement as a frightened orphan with ink-stained fingers and no fate scroll. He had been nobody, the lowest scribe in the pavilion's hierarchy, lower than the servants, destined, or so he thought, for a life of mechanical copying in a building designed to imprison destiny. Now he was a heavenly author, the first self-authored consciousness in 10,000 years. The bridge between the Tao's distributed presence and the mortal world's collaborative narrative. The man who had bled on a scroll and changed the world. He ran his finger along the shelf where scroll 8,847,213 had once rested. The fisherman's daughter's fate, the first scroll he had ever edited. The scroll was still there, but its text had changed. It no longer read as a decree, a fixed, predetermined life path. It read as a story, a narrative authored by the fisherman's daughter herself, updated throughout her life, recording not what was fated but what was chosen. She had lived. She had found her husband. He had indeed returned from the sea. The edit had stuck. She had raised children. She had grown old in a coastal village that now governed itself through a council of elders and a resonance bridge terminal that connected its micronarrative to the world's collaborative story. She had never known that her fate had been edited by a boy in a basement. She did not need to know. The edit was the beginning, not the story. The story was hers. Shinwei touched the scroll gently, feeling the resonance of a life well lived, and smiled. Footsteps on the stairs. The tap of familiar shoes. Qingmei appeared at the bottom of the staircase, her jade comb throwing green sparks in the archive's lamplight. She was older, not dramatically. The harmonic link and her heavenly author status had slowed her aging, but the years showed in the depth of her eyes and the quiet authority of her presence. I knew I'd find you here, she said. It's where the story started. The story didn't start here. The story started with a woman leaving a baby at a gate in the rain. I suppose. But this is where I picked up the pen. She crossed the archive and stood beside him, looking at the shelves that had been his world for 19 years. I have news, she said. The Resonance Bridge is reporting something unusual. Across the continent, mortal-authored narratives are beginning to exhibit a new quality. The stories people are writing, their personal journals, their community narratives, are becoming more coherent, more interconnected, as though the distributed Tao presence is intensifying. Intensifying how? The coherence metric is up 40%. The stories aren't just individual narratives anymore. They're weaving together, forming larger patterns, creating meta-narratives that emerge from the interaction of millions of micro-stories. The world is writing its own macro-narrative, without any centralized author, without the Tao's direct guidance. Just billions of people telling their stories, and the stories fitting together like pieces of a puzzle that no one designed. Shinwei felt something stir in the narrative layer, the deep, distributed resonance of the former Tao, now woven into the fabric of reality, responding to the emergence of a new kind of authorship. Not centralized, not collaborative in the structured sense of the Resonance Bridge, but organic, spontaneous. A world learning to tell its own story without any author at all. We did it, he said softly. We did what exactly? What I set out to do, all those years ago. Give everyone the pen. And they're writing. They're writing. Qingmei took his hand. The green-gold glow between them was not a spark or a blaze or a steady flame. It was part of the light itself, woven into the ambient resonance of the archive, part of the story that the world was telling, as natural and as permanent as the air they breathed. What happens now? She asked. Now we read. Read what? The story. The one the world is writing. I want to read it. Not to edit it. Not to guide it. Not to bridge anything. Just to read it. To sit in this archive, among the scrolls, and read the story that billions of authors are writing together. That sounds like retirement. That sounds like the best kind of authorship. The kind where you put down the pen and let someone else pick it up. But you won't really retire, will you? You'll be here, in the pavilion, available when someone needs guidance. When a community struggles, when a heavenly author faces a crisis, when the distributed Tao presence encounters something it cannot process alone. Available, not indispensable. There's a difference. A difference you've spent your entire life learning. A difference the Tao spent 10,000 years not learning. If it can learn it, so can I. She smiled, the same smile he had first seen in the lower archives. All those years ago, when a woman with jasmine-scented hair had told him that order was a choice. The smile had deepened with age, with experience, with the accumulated weight of a decade and a half of shared triumphs and shared losses. But its essential quality was unchanged. The fierce, determined joy of someone who had chosen to be exactly where she was. Then let's read together, she said. She leaned into him. Together, he confirmed, the word carrying the resonance of a truth that had been written and rewritten 1,000 times and had become, through repetition and devotion, as permanent as any canon. They sat on the floor of the lower archives, backs against the shelves that held 10 million stories, and opened their author's perception to the narrative layer of reality. What they read was vast and small, cosmic and intimate, tragic and joyful and mundane and extraordinary. All at once, all the time, overlapping and contradicting and harmonizing and clashing. A symphony of voices that no single conductor could direct and no single listener could fully comprehend. They read the story of a fisherman's daughter in a coastal village, whose fate had been edited by a boy in a basement 15 years ago, and who had lived a life of contentment and love and the ordinary heroism of raising children and tending nets and growing old beside a husband who had come home from the sea. They read the story of Chun Bao, the boy who had been saved from a cart on the street of Copper Bells, who had grown into a young man who ran a vegetable stall beside his mother and who had, 3 years ago, saved a child from a runaway horse, paying forward the rescue that had been paid forward to him, the chain of saved lives extending into a future that no single author could have planned. They read the story of a community in the northern waste that had suffered for 1,000 years under a punishment decree and had been freed and re-enslaved and freed again, and that now governed itself through a council of elders who had lived through both bondage and liberty and who understood, with a depth that no sheltered community could match, the true weight and worth of freedom. They read the story of a former enforcer, one of the 700 who had been awakened by the canon of remembrance, who had returned to the village where she had been born and had sat down at the well where her mother had once drawn water and had wept for 3 hours, and had then dried her eyes and begun to rebuild the life that had been stolen from her 2 centuries ago. They read 1 billion stories, each one real, each one authored by the consciousness that lived it, each one a voice in a chorus that no single listener could fully comprehend, but that everyone, from the simplest farmer to the most powerful heavenly author, could feel in their bones as the sound of the world telling itself. It was the story of everything, told by everyone. And it was beautiful. Chapter 100. The rain fell in crooked lines over Azure Jade City. Shenwei walked through the streets, hood drawn against the weather, his golden eyes bright in the dim light. The city had changed in 15 years, new buildings, new markets, new faces. But the rain was the same rain that had fallen on the night he was born, and the Fate Pavilion still stood at the city's center, its stone walls now covered in mosaics that depicted not celestial decrees, but mortal stories. He was going to the gate. The same gate where a woman had left a baby 20 years ago, on a night very much like this one. The streets were busy despite the rain. Azure Jade City had grown in the years since the restructuring. New districts, new markets, new communities drawn by the city's reputation as the birthplace of the collaborative era. The Fate Pavilion, once an imposing monument to celestial authority, was now a bustling center of creative activity. Scribes and storytellers, musicians and painters, philosophers and farmers, all mingling in a building that had been redesigned to serve as a bridge between the mundane and the transcendent. Shenwei passed the tea house, where Zhao Ping, the merchant whose fate he had edited so long ago, still sold silk. The merchant was old now, gray-haired and prosperous, surrounded by grandchildren who knew nothing about the boy who had changed their grandfather's fortune with a drop of blood. Shenwei had never told him. Some stories were better left unspoken. He passed the street of Copper Bells, where a cart had nearly killed a boy named Chun Bao. The street was the same, busy, loud, fragrant with the smell of spices and cooking oil. The crate where Chun Bao had sat was gone, replaced by a bench that bore a small plaque, in memory of fortune's favor. No one remembered who had placed the plaque. It had simply appeared one morning, as though the street itself had decided to mark the spot where a life had been saved. He did not know why she had left him. He had never found out. In all his years of searching, through fate scrolls, through creation records, through the heavenly library's archives, he had found no record of the woman who had carried him through crooked rain and released his hand at the pavilion's entrance. He had accepted this. Not all stories have every chapter. Not all questions have answers. Some mysteries are not meant to be solved. They are meant to be lived with. But tonight, standing at the gate in the rain, he felt something he had not felt since the first drop of blood fell on the first scroll, a resonance. A vibration in the narrative layer, faint and distant, like a melody heard through walls. He extended his author's perception, following the resonance through the narrative layer, tracing it through the labyrinth of interconnected stories that made up the world's collaborative narrative. What he found was not a scroll, or a record, or an archive entry. It was a memory, a mortal-authored narrative, part of the new world's organic storytelling, written by someone whose story had intersected with his at the very beginning. The memory said, "I left my son at the gate because I had no fate scroll of my own. I was blank, like he would become. I did not know what he was or what he would become. I only knew that the pavilion kept stories, and my son deserved to be part of one." Blank. His mother had been blank. An unwritten mortal, like by foam. A being without a fate scroll, invisible to the Tao's surveillance, capable of slipping through the system's cracks. She had given birth to a child who inherited her blank-page nature, and she had left him at the one place that dealt in stories, hoping that the stories would give him what she could not, a place in the world. Shenwei stood at the gate and wept. Not from grief, from completion. The last unanswered question of his story had been answered, not by celestial records or cosmic revelations, but by a mortal memory, written by an ordinary woman, preserved in the new world's collaborative narrative. His mother had loved him. She had let him go because she had no story to give him, and she had trusted that he would find his own. And he had. He turned from the gate and walked through the rain, through the streets of the city where he was born, through the world he had helped to free, toward the pavilion where he had grown up, and the people who were his family, and the life he had authored with his own pen. The rain fell in crooked lines, and the heavens did not straighten them, because the heavens had learned that crooked lines are sometimes the most beautiful. Shenwei opened the pavilion's door and walked into the light. The entrance hall was warm, smelling of tea and ink and the faint, sweet residue of celestial text that had dried 10,000 years ago and still refused to lose its scent. Scribes moved through the corridors, not copying fate decrees anymore, but composing stories, recording histories, maintaining the collaborative narrative that had replaced the old authoritarian system. The building was alive in a way it had never been during Shenwei's childhood, vibrant, purposeful, humming with the creative energy of people who were not merely maintaining other people's stories, but contributing their own. He walked through the halls, past the staircase where he had once cut his finger and changed the world, past the archives where he had copied 10,000 scrolls, past the office where Elder Zhong had written a letter that cost him pain and saved a boy's life. Each step was a memory. Each memory was a chapter in a story that he had started writing with a drop of blood and was still writing, every day, with every choice he made. He found Qing Mei in the newly established reading room, a vast, light-filled chamber that had been created by combining 3 of the old archive levels into a single open space. She was sitting in a pool of afternoon sunlight, surrounded by scrolls and tablets, and the floating text of a mortal-authored narrative she was reviewing for the pavilion's collection. She looked up when he entered. The green-gold glow between them pulsed gently, the steady, warm rhythm of a connection that had survived 15 years of cosmic upheaval and emerged stronger for the testing. "You went to the gate," she said. "Not a question. I went to the gate. Did you find what you were looking for?" He sat beside her, in the sunlight, in the pavilion where he had been born and raised and from which he had fled and to which he had returned, and he thought about the question. Had he found what he was looking for? He had found his mother's memory. He had found the reason she had left him. He had found the last piece of a puzzle that had been incomplete for 20 years. But more than that, he had found what he had always been looking for, without knowing it. The thing that the basement scribe and the fugitive and the revolutionary and the heavenly author had all been seeking, through blood and ink and tears and the vast, impossible audacity of believing that one person could change the world, a place in the story. His place, not written by the heavens, not decreed by the Tao, not determined by any authority other than his own heart and his own choices. A place that he had earned, word by word, chapter by chapter, day by day. "Yes," he said, "I found exactly what I was looking for." Qingmei took his hand. The glow between them brightened, not dramatically, not cosmically, but with the simple, steady warmth of 2 people sitting together in the light, surrounded by stories, at home. Behind them, the rain continued to fall on a world where every drop was a word, every puddle was a page, and every life was a story being told. The heavens had written his fate. He had edited it. And the story, at last, was his own. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.